Chapter 1. The Chain of Transmigration. Qin Xiao, drenched in cold sweat, abruptly sat up in bed. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Wasn't he at home, watching a movie and drifting off to sleep? Qin Xiao had a rather poor habit of clutching his phone while watching films until he succumbed to slumber. Not only did he watch until he fell asleep, but he also fretted over his phone's battery dying, often leaving it plugged in while immersed in his movies. Perhaps it was the sweltering summer heat or the phone's overheating issue. Just as Qin Xiao was in a daze, his phone exploded. Indeed, it exploded. Did that mean he had transmigrated? Qin Xiao racked his brain, attempting to comprehend the bizarre turn of events that a torrent of memories surged violently through his mind. After a considerable pause, Qin Xiao finally grasped his current predicament. Transmigration was certain, to a parallel world remarkably akin to Earth. The individual here bore his name, yet his fate was tragically unfortunate. His parents had met with an untimely demise, and his inheritance had been deceitfully siphoned away by relatives. Summoning every ounce of courage, he had taken a gamble, mortgaging his house to partner with a friend in business. Alas, he was betrayed by both his friend and girlfriend, leaving him not only empty-handed, but also burdened with an overwhelming debt. And then, Qin Xiao glanced at the poison on the bedside table, commonly known as paraquat, in this cramped, dilapidated rental, converted from a garage on the first floor. The atmosphere was damp and stifling. With debts exceeding 3 million, his entire wealth amounted to merely over 500 yuan. He had been sold out by his closest friend and confidant. What a dismal fate. Even the transmigrated Qin Xiao felt an urge to end it all. What a dreadful beginning. Should he try dying once more to see if he could transmigrate again? Qin Xiao cast a wary glance at the paraquat on the bedside table. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Living, even in hardship, was better than dying without reason. What if death was final? It was merely a matter of debt. He could slowly devise a plan. After all, this body was only 23 years old, and life stretched on. Qin Xiao reassured himself. As he pondered his next steps, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. World entrance detected, system binding in progress. A surprise? Qin Xiao perked up, sitting upright and lighting a cigarette. After approximately 20 seconds, a sound resonated in his mind. Binding successful, system activated. Host, Qin Xiao. Current world entrance detected. Do you wish to transmigrate immediately? Wait. Don't rush into transmigration. First, tell me your functions and what you mean by world entrance. Qin Xiao hastily communicated in his mind. This system provides transmigration services. By completing tasks, the host can earn points, which can be exchanged for various items in the system's shop. Show me the shop. I wish to see what can be exchanged. Host privileges insufficient. The shop will unlock once the host completes tasks and earns points. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Hey, least let me know what items are available. Skills, genetic enhancements, currency, etc. For detailed information, the host must unlock the shop promptly. Though the system's answers lacked detail, Qin Xiao understood that his golden opportunity had arrived. What about the world entrance? What does that entail? Qin Xiao posed another question. Transmigration to other worlds requires coordinates. The system detects residual world coordinates within the host. This time, the system was considerate, providing an image in Qin Xiao's mind. It depicted a scene he recognized well, a massive, cumbersome steel armor, raising its right arm at the entrance of a cave, shooting flames outward. Surrounding it was an endless expanse of desert. Iron Man. Qin Xiao realized that just before his phone exploded, he had been watching this very film. Was the entrance to the world Iron Man's universe? The Marvel Cinematic Universe? That was a realm teeming with superheroes. What tasks could he possibly accomplish with his current physique? System. This world seems perilous. Could you grant some benefits before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may fail my tasks. Qin Xiao bargained mentally. Only through sacrifice does one gain rewards. Surely, the host understands this principle. Besides, given the host's current circumstances, what more is there to lose? Damn it, from the system's completely unperturbed tone, Qin Xiao discerned a hint of disdain. Yet the system was correct. In his present state, what was there to fear? Having transmigrated once, and with a system at his disposal, it would be foolish not to seize this opportunity. Let's do it. Transmigrate. Now. Qin Xiao hesitated not a moment longer. This place was a wreck. Without the system, he would bear his debts and be forced to seek employment to sustain himself. He could slowly contemplate repaying the debts, not to mention seeking justice for the original Qin Xiao's demise. Congratulations, host. Your courage is commendable. Before transmigration, Be informed that time will halt during the process, allowing the host to transmigrate without concern. After completing the designated tasks, you may choose to return to your original world. The transmigration is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the system's countdown concluded, Qin Xiao felt a blackness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. There were few people around, and debris littered the ground. The two-story buildings appeared quite run down. It was evident that this was a very impoverished community. System, what is this place? Qin Xiao inquired in his mind. Identity loaded, relevant memories generated. Please read them at your leisure. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. Unlike the original Qin Xiao's memories, which had seamlessly integrated into his consciousness, the memories of this identity felt like a book that required Qin Xiao to peruse them, lacking a sense of direct experience. Qin Xiao, 22 years old, a graduate of the University of California, Los Angeles, had excelled academically, earning a scholarship from Stark Industries. This opportunity granted him an internship at Stark Industries that it seemed the system had done well, at least providing him with an identity closely associated with the protagonist. Although it was rather unrealistic for an intern to meet Tony Stark, there was at least a glimmer of opportunity. Muttering to himself, Qin Xiao continued to explore the memories. What followed was quite intriguing. At the age of 13, a neighboring African-American household was invaded by a horde of Hydra terrorists, and the ensuing battle spilled into their home. His parents perished in that conflict. Perhaps out of guilt, the African-American neighbor had continuously supported Qin Xiao's education and living expenses over the years. They had maintained a strong connection, and now Qin Xiao had come to Baltimore, the capital of Maryland, to share the good news of his internship opportunity at Stark Industries. This neighbor, it turned out, was Isaiah, the original super soldier before Steve Rogers. A brief note. Isaiah, the original super soldier, appears in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He served in World War II, underwent enhancements, and was later imprisoned for 30 years, subjected to government experiments, and relentlessly pursued by Hydra, including the Winter Soldier. Chapter 2. The First-Generation Super Soldier, Isaiah. Qin Xiao was perplexed as to why the system assigned him such an identity, nor could he comprehend the rationale behind his being placed here. When he inquired of the system, it merely suggested that he explore on his own. However, given his current identity and experiences, it was evident that the system was not engaging in futile endeavors. In an effort to better assimilate into this role, Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories related to Isaiah throughout his journey. After traversing what seemed to be a street, Qin Xiao arrived at the front of an old house. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" An elderly man, his hair and beard peppered with gray, appeared at the door. Yet despite his appearance, it was impossible to discern that this man had reached the venerable age of 88. He seemed to be merely in his 60s. It is worth noting that Qin Xiao had arrived in 2008, prior to Tony Stark's abduction. Qin Xiao, my child, how are you? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah warmly opened the door and embraced him. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xiao placed his hand on Isaiah's back, returning the embrace. "What's the matter? Child, has something happened?" Isaiah sensed a hint of unfamiliarity from Qin Xiao and inquired with concern that, "Oh, it's nothing. I just find it remarkable that you have remained unchanged all these years while I have graduated from university." Qin Xiao responded cleverly. My aging process is somewhat slower than that of an average person, and my body is a bit sturdier, so." Isaiah spread his arms, expressing a hint of resignation. The super serum had endowed him with abilities, yet it only brought him pain. The 30 years spent in darkness as a guinea pig for human experimentation continuously tormented him. "Come in. Let's not dwell on unhappy matters," Isaiah urged, pulling Qin Xiao inside. According to the narrative orchestrated by the system, Qin Xiao had encountered Isaiah's superhuman side during his childhood. Following the death of his parents, he had lived with Isaiah for a considerable period, and their bond held no secrets. Fearing that Hydra might return, Isaiah had eventually sent Qin Xiao to a social welfare institution for his safety, providing him with financial support in secret. "Didn't you say you were looking for work in Los Angeles? Why have you suddenly come all the way to the east to find me?" It was evident that Isaiah was delighted to see Qin Xiao, yet he disapproved of the sudden visit due to safety concerns. "I've received an internship opportunity at Stark Industries, and I thought it best to inform you." Qin Xiao endeavored to project a sense of pride. "Oh, my God, Stark Industries, that's wonderful. I knew you could do it. We must go out and buy some things, and tonight we shall celebrate," Isaiah exclaimed with joy. Bang! As they sat facing each other, The moment Qin Xiao finished speaking, Isaiah abruptly jumped up and stepped aside. In that instant, a gunshot rang out, a bullet whizzing through the window and narrowly missing Isaiah's head, piercing through Qin Xiao's chest and abdomen. Caught unawares, Qin Xiao felt a sudden numbness in his chest, blood gradually seeping through the fibers of his clothing. Damn, how unlucky can I be? Qin Xiao muttered before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Qin Xiao perceived his entire being ablaze, his cells and blood seemingly boiling. An intense itch penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, akin to thousands of ants crawling incessantly within him. This was swiftly followed by pain, as if a colossal hydraulic press were mercilessly crushing him into pulp. His consciousness felt ensnared in an endless abyss, enduring the extremes of agony and itchiness without a vessel to struggle within. After an indeterminate span, Qin Xiao gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was Isaiah's tear-streaked face. That you're finally awake, child. God bless. I told you that you shouldn't have come back to see me, Isaiah exclaimed, his expression a medley of joy, guilt, and remorse. What happened? Was I shot? Qin Xiao strained to sit up, but he found himself in a dimly lit room, resembling a basement, but on the bedside table rested a heart rate monitor, accompanied by a tray bearing surgical tools, tweezers, and blood-stained gauze and cotton, alongside a bullet casing marred with blood. It seems I am all right. Qin Xiao exerted himself to sit fully upright. Strangely, he felt no anticipated pain from his body. Gazing at his own body, he was astonished to discover that his wound had already healed and scabbed over. The site of injury bore no pain, only a faint itch, indicating it was nearing complete recovery. How long have I been unconscious? Qin Xiao asked, astonished. Less than 3 hours, Isaiah replied, glancing at his watch. Am I wound? Qin Xiao inquired, pointing to his chest. You lost considerable blood. After dealing with the assassin, I had no time to take you to a hospital, so I had to take the risk of treating you myself. Fortunately, I had some essential medical equipment on hand at AS for your wound. As I mentioned, there was no time for a hospital, and I remembered that your blood type is the same as mine. I knew this was perilous, yet thankfully you endured the transformation brought on by the serum, Isaiah expressed, a tinge of guilt in his voice. Qin Xiao felt a surge of joy within. Did this not imply that he had inadvertently been injected with the super serum? His emotions stirred. He inadvertently exerted too much strength, discovering that he had crushed the metal railing beside the makeshift bed. Have I become a super soldier? Qin Xiao gazed incredulously at his hands. With no prior preparation, he had simply taken a bullet and awakened transformed into someone akin to Captain America. I'll fetch you a glass of water. In contrast to Qin Xiao's exhilaration, Isaiah merely sighed, quietly rising to pour water. System? What is going on here? You cannot claim that this is unrelated to you. Qin Xiao called out mentally to the system. Newbie gift package. This world is fraught with danger. This system must provide the host with some means of survival. Isn't it a delightful surprise? Qin Xiao nearly spat out blood. While being a super soldier was indeed splendid, could they not have informed him in advance? Moreover, did it have to occur in such a manner? Qin Xiao voiced his displeasure directly, questioning the system. This is to enable the host to seamlessly integrate into this world and to better explain the origins of these abilities. I hope the host can appreciate my good intentions and refrain from biting the hand that feeds. Damn it. You dare come forth and see if I can't take you down. Chapter 3. An alternative acquisition of the super serum. Did a mere blood transfusion from a super soldier truly give rise to another super soldier? Qin Xiao found the situation quite absurd. However, this was the Marvel Universe, and one could easily transform after being bitten by a spider, especially with a system at his disposal. Regardless of the circumstances, he had acquired a modicum of self-defense capability, hadn't he? Earlier, while casually testing his newfound strength on the road, he effortlessly lifted one side of a pickup truck with a single hand. Though the angle only allowed him to raise one side, his body felt as if the weight of the vehicle posed little challenge. Upon witnessing such an event, Isaiah felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After urging Qin Xiao not to flaunt his abilities and confirming that his injuries were no longer severe, the poor old man, with reddened eyes, hastily expelled Qin Xiao from his secret underground lair. Qin Xiao understood that once he departed, Isaiah would likely relocate, making it difficult for him to find the old man again. Although their bond was engineered by the system, the affection Isaiah held for him was genuine. He would seek an opportunity to repay that kindness in the future. According to the unfolding narrative, Isaiah remained alive and well after the events of Avengers. Endgame. For now, Qin Xiao needed to focus on his own well-being, as the system had issued its first task. The objective was to get close to Tony Stark, successfully attract his attention, and ensure he remembered Qin Xiao's name, facilitating the progression of subsequent missions. This task was daunting. Tony Stark was a genius scientist, the CEO of Stark Industries, and a publicly recognized billionaire. His current demeanor made him exceedingly difficult to approach. Qin Xiao couldn't possibly rely on the powers derived from Isaiah's blood to get near him. The possibility of being reported to the authorities was a concern, not to mention Isaiah's past experiences. Qin Xiao had no desire to become a subject of government or military experimentation. He would devise a plan gradually, but in 2 days he was scheduled to report to Stark Industries. Purchasing a plane ticket, he traversed the entirety of the United States, flying from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries was vast, with offices in both New York and Los Angeles. His internship was situated at the Los Angeles headquarters, where he was assigned the role of a laboratory assistant. This position was essentially that of a subordinate, performing menial tasks such as document copying and serving refreshments. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself transformed into a 9-to-5 office worker within a Marvel Cinematic Universe, commuting daily between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offered a generous salary, and the laboratory work was sufficiently manageable. Life was relatively pleasant, yet the completion of his task remained a distant prospect. After more than 2 months of work, Qin Xiao had yet to even catch a glimpse of Tony Stark, while the antagonist Obadiah Stane from Iron Man had visited the lab several times. Though Qin Xiao had only seen him from afar, continuing on this path was not a viable strategy. He wondered when he would finally fulfill his mission. That it was now April 2008, and who knew when Tony Stark might head to Afghanistan. Once he became Iron Man, approaching him would become even more challenging. While holding a cup of coffee in the break room, Qin Xiao was approached by a middle-aged man in a lab coat, sporting a receding hairline. "Qin, why do you look so glum? Did your girlfriend dump you? Or have you encountered some trouble? Come on, share your thoughts. Someone of my age can always offer some valuable advice to the youth." The man said, "Oh, Dr. Rex, I appreciate your concern, but I merely feel that this job differs somewhat from my expectations," Qin Xiao replied, refraining from disclosing his true feelings. "Ah, young man, don't be so pessimistic. Every newcomer starts as an assistant. You must maintain a balanced mindset. That I believe you've been here for nearly 3 months, haven't you? Congratulations. Your internship period is almost over." After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, Dr. Rex leaned in and whispered, "I've heard that when interns transition to full-time positions, the big boss personally conducts interviews and assigns suitable roles. This is a rare opportunity, so you must be prepared, young man." "The big boss?" Qin Xiao inquired. "Tony Stark? My goodness, what is the name of our company?" "Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I've given you an A-grade evaluation, so be ready." Stark Industries had a tradition where every new employee interned in different departments for 3 months, after which department heads provided recommendations and evaluations, followed by a human resources interview to reassign roles. The supervisor of the laboratory where Qin Xiao interned was none other than Dr. Rex himself. The information he revealed was crucial. If Tony Stark was indeed conducting the interviews, Qin Xiao needed to contemplate how to capture Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline approached rapidly, and Qin Xiao arrived at the laboratory early one day, only to be informed that he need not work in the lab today. Instead, he was to go to the top floor for an interview. A thrill surged through him. Having been at Stark Industries for a few months, he was aware that the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, housing a small laboratory, an office, and various fitness and entertainment facilities. Aside from a few individuals like Obadiah and Pepper Potts, few others had access to that level. The fact that he was called for an interview on the top floor indicated that Tony Stark was indeed present. With great enthusiasm, Qin Xiao ascended to the top floor. He was first escorted to a small conference room where Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, conducted a rigorous security check on everyone. Subsequently, he arranged the order for over a dozen interns, unfortunately placing Qin Xiao last. After sitting in the conference room for about 10 minutes, he finally saw Pepper Potts enter with a folder, calling out names one by one. Perhaps due to differing aesthetic preferences, while Pepper appeared younger than her movie counterpart, she did not precisely align with Qin Xiao's tastes. He found himself more drawn to earlier portrayals of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. This meant he might have the chance to meet them. Excitement began to bubble within him. The pace of the interviews with Tony Stark was swift, with each lasting only 3 to 5 minutes. Soon, interns were ushered out one after another until only Qin Xiao remained. Finally, Pepper entered the room and called his name. "Xiao Qin?" she said, slightly puzzled as she pronounced his name, smiling as she looked at him. You may come with me, Mr. Stark is waiting for you. Chapter 1. The Cycle of Transmigration. Qin Xiao awoke in a cold sweat, sitting upright in bed. Where am I? Gazing around at the utterly unfamiliar surroundings, he was bewildered. Wasn't he at home, watching a movie and dozing off? Qin Xiao had a rather unfortunate habit of falling asleep while clutching his phone, engrossed in films. Not only did he watch movies until he dozed off, but he also feared his phone running out of battery, hence he often kept it plugged in while watching. He wondered if the oppressive summer heat or an overheating issue with his phone caused the incident. Just as he was drifting in and out of consciousness, his phone exploded. Yes, it exploded. Had he transmigrated? Qin Xiao racked his brain, trying to comprehend the bizarre occurrence that a torrent of memories surged through his mind. After a while, he began to grasp his current predicament. Transmigration was indeed a reality, into a parallel world akin to Earth. The individual, whose name mirrored his own, had a rather tragic fate. His parents had met with an untimely demise, and relatives had swindled the family fortune. Summoning every ounce of courage, he had mortgaged his house to partner with a friend in business. However, he was betrayed by both his friend and girlfriend, resulting in not only a complete financial loss, but also a mountain of debt. And then, Qin Xiao cast a glance at the poison on the bedside table, the infamous paraquat. The cramped, dilapidated rental space had been converted from a garage, damp and stifling. With over 3 million in debt, he found himself with merely 500 yuan to his name, betrayed by his closest friend and partner. How unfortunate. Even the transmigrated Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. What a dismal beginning. Perhaps he should consider dying once more to see if he could transmigrate again. Qin Xiao's gaze lingered on the paraquat, that on second thought, better to cling to life. Dying would mean a tremendous loss. Debt could be addressed gradually. After all, this body was merely 23 years old. With a long life ahead, he reassured himself. As he pondered his next steps, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. World entry detected. System binding in progress. A surprise? Qin Xiao perked up, sitting upright and lighting a cigarette. After about 20 seconds, a sound resonated in his mind. Binding successful. System activated. Host, Qin Xiao. Currently, one world entry detected. Would you like to transmigrate immediately? Wait. Don't just jump into transmigration. First, tell me what functions you possess and what this world entry entails. Qin Xiao hastily queried in his mind. This system provides transmigration services. Upon completing tasks, the host will earn points that can be exchanged for various items in the system mall. Show me the mall and what can be exchanged. Host permissions are insufficient. The mall will only unlock once the host completes tasks and earns points. The system's voice lacked any enthusiasm. Least give me a hint of what items are available, skills, genetic enhancements, money, etc. For detailed information, please unlock the mall as soon as possible. While the system's response was vague, Qin Xiao understood that his fortune had arrived. What about the world entry? What does it mean? Qin Xiao inquired again. Transmigration to other worlds requires coordinates. Residual world coordinates have been detected on the host. This time, the system was considerate, not only answering his question, but also presenting a vivid image in his mind. It was a scene he recognized all too well. A massive, cumbersome steel armor, lifting its right arm at the entrance of a cave, spewing flames into the vast desert beyond. Iron Man. Qin Xiao realized that just before his phone exploded, he had been watching this very movie. Was the world entry into the realm of Iron Man, the Marvel Cinematic Universe? That was a world brimming with superheroes. What kind of task could he possibly undertake with his current physique? System, this world seems perilous. Could you grant me some advantages before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may not complete the tasks. Qin Xiao bargained within his mind. Point one must give to receive. Surely you understand this principle. Besides, given your current situation, what more do you have to lose? Curse it! Qin Xiao detected a hint of disdain in the system's utterly unperturbed tone. Nonetheless, the system was correct. With his current dismal state, there was little to fear. Having transcended into this realm with a system, it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Let's do it. Transmigrate. Immediately. Qin Xiao had no reservations. This was a mess of a life. Without the system, he would be burdened with debt and forced to find a job to support himself. Gradually figuring out how to repay the debts was one thing. Seeking justice for the deceased Qin Xiao was another. Congratulations, host, for your commendable courage. Before transmigration, please be informed that time and reality will halt during the process. You may transmigrate without worry. Upon completing the designated tasks, you may choose to return to your original world. The transmigration is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the system's countdown echoed, Qin Xiao's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. The surroundings were desolate, littered with trash and fallen leaves. The two-story buildings around him appeared equally worn down. It was evident that this was a profoundly impoverished community. System, tell me where this is? Qin Xiao inquired in his mind. Identity has been loaded. Relevant memories have been generated. Please review them at your leisure. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. They fused seamlessly with Qin Xiao's own recollections. Unlike the lifeless memories of the deceased Qin Xiao, the identity within this world was akin to reading a book, requiring Qin Xiao to peruse through them without the immersive feeling of personal experience. Qin Xiao, 22 years old, had graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles, excelling academically and receiving a scholarship from Stark Industries. This had granted him the opportunity to intern at Stark Industries. It appeared the system was quite generous, at least providing him with an identity closely linked to the protagonist. Though it was unrealistic for an intern to meet Tony Stark, at least there was a slight chance. Mumbling to himself, Qin Xiao continued to sift through the memories. What followed was even more intriguing. At the age of 13, a group of Hydra terrorists had invaded the neighboring house of a black family, and the ensuing battle had affected them. His parents had perished during that conflict. Perhaps out of guilt, the black man had continuously supported Qin Xiao's education and living expenses. They had maintained a strong relationship over the years, and now Qin Xiao had come to Baltimore, the capital of Maryland, to share the good news of his internship opportunity at Stark Industries. This black man's identity was none other than Isaiah, the original super soldier who preceded Steve Rogers. A brief note. Isaiah, the original super soldier, appeared in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He served during World War II, underwent enhancement, and was later imprisoned for 30 years, subjected to government experimentation, only to be hunted by Hydra, including the Winter Soldier. Chapter 2. The first-generation super soldier, Isaiah. Qin Xiao was perplexed as to why the system had assigned him such an identity. He was equally baffled by the circumstances that had brought him to this place. When he inquired with the system, it merely instructed him to explore on his own. However, judging by his current identity and experiences, it seemed that the system was not engaging in futile endeavors. In order to better assimilate into this role, Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories related to Isaiah along the way. After traversing what appeared to be a street, he arrived at the front of an old house. Hesitating momentarily, he reached out and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" An elderly man with graying hair and a dark complexion emerged, though his appearance belied the fact that he was already 88 years old. He looked no older than 60. It is worth mentioning that Qin Xiao had arrived in the year 2008, prior to Tony Stark's abduction. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child, how have you been? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah enthusiastically opened the door and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment but ultimately placed his hand on Isaiah's back, returning the embrace. "What's wrong? Child, has something happened?" Isaiah sensed a certain strangeness in Qin Xiao and inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel nostalgic that you've always been like this since I was a child. And now that I've graduated from college, you haven't changed at all. It's quite a sentiment." Qin Xiao replied cleverly. "You know, my aging process is slower than that of an average person, and my body is a bit stronger, so..." Isaiah spread his hands, expressing a hint of helplessness. The super serum had endowed him with abilities, but had only brought him suffering. 30 years of being confined and subjected to human experimentation had tormented him incessantly. "Come in. Let's not dwell on those unpleasant matters," Isaiah urged, pulling Qin Xiao inside. In the narrative orchestrated by the system, Qin Xiao had encountered Isaiah's superhuman side during his childhood. After the passing of Qin Xiao's parents, he had lived with Isaiah for a considerable time, sharing no secrets. Later, fearing that Hydra would return, Isaiah had sent Qin Xiao to a social welfare institution for his safety, providing him with financial support in secret. "Weren't you supposed to be looking for a job in Los Angeles? Why have you suddenly traveled all the way to the east to find me?" It was clear that Isaiah was delighted to see Qin Xiao, yet he disapproved of the sudden visit due to safety concerns. "I secured an internship opportunity at Stark Industries, and I thought I should come and tell you." Qin Xiao endeavored to convey a sense of pride in his expression. "Oh, my God, Stark Industries, that's fantastic. I knew you could do it. We must go out and buy some things. Let's celebrate with a drink tonight," Isaiah exclaimed, rising with joy. Suddenly, as they sat facing each other, after Qin Xiao finished speaking, Isaiah abruptly stood up and took a couple of steps to the side of the tea. That moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed through the window, narrowly missing Isaiah's head and piercing through Qin Xiao's abdomen. Caught unprepared, Qin Xiao felt a sudden numbness in his chest, as blood began to seep through the fibers of his clothing. Damn, how unlucky. Qin Xiao muttered before his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Qin Xiao perceived a boiling sensation coursing through every cell and vein in his body. It was an itch, a deep-seated itch, as if thousands of ants were incessantly crawling within him. This was swiftly followed by pain, akin to being crushed into a pulp by a massive hydraulic press. His consciousness felt ensnared in an endless void. Experiencing the extremes of pain and itchiness without even the means to struggle, he lost track of time until he gradually opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was Isaiah's tear-streaked face. "You're finally awake, child. God bless. I told you that you shouldn't have come back to see me." Isaiah's face was a tapestry of surprise, guilt, and self-reproach. "What happened? Did I get shot?" Qin Xiao struggled to sit up. He found himself in a dimly lit room, reminiscent of a basement, but a heart rate monitor sat on the bedside table, alongside a tray containing a scalpel, tweezers, and some bloodied gauze and cotton. There was even a bullet, stained with blood. "It seems I'm no longer in danger." Qin Xiao exerted himself to sit up fully. Strangely, he felt no anticipated pain in his body. Qin Xiao glanced down at himself, astonished to find that the wound had already healed and scabbed over. There was no pain at the site. Instead, he felt a slight itch, indicating that it was nearing complete recovery. "How long was I unconscious?" Qin Xiao inquired, astonished. "Less than 3 hours." Isaiah glanced at his watch as he replied. "Am I wound?" Qin Xiao pointed at his chest. "You lost a lot of blood. After I dealt with the assailant, there was no time to take you to the hospital. I had to take the risk and treat you myself, but thankfully I had some medical supplies on hand at AS for your wound. As I mentioned, there was no time for the hospital. I remembered that our blood types are the same. I knew it was dangerous, but fortunately, you survived the serum transformation." Isaiah confessed with a hint of guilt. Qin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Didn't that mean he had essentially received a dose of the super serum? A wave of emotions washed over him, causing an imbalance of strength in his hands, and unintentionally, he crushed the metal railing beside the makeshift bed. I've become a super soldier?" Qin Xiao looked incredulously at his hands, that he had come unprepared, had been shot, and now awoke transformed into a figure akin to Captain America. "I'll get you a glass of water." In contrast to Qin Xiao's excitement, Isaiah merely sighed, quietly rising to fetch water. System? What on earth is happening? Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you." Qin Xiao called out within his mind. "Beginner's gift pack. This world is perilous, and the system must provide the host with some means of survival. Isn't it a delightful surprise?" Qin Xiao nearly spat blood in disbelief. Becoming a super soldier was indeed remarkable, but could you not have forewarned me? Moreover, did it have to be in such a manner? Qin Xiao voiced his frustration towards the system. "This is to ensure that the host seamlessly integrates into this world and to better explain the origins of your abilities. I hope the host understands my good intentions and does not misconstrue them. I swear. You better show yourself and see if I don't take you down." Chapter 3. An alternative acquisition of the super serum. Did the direct transfusion of blood from a super soldier to an ordinary person successfully create another super soldier? Qin Xiao found the situation rather absurd. Nevertheless, he was in the Marvel universe, where a mere spider bite could potentially transform him, especially since he possessed the system. Regardless of the circumstances, he had acquired a modicum of self-preservation capabilities, hadn't he? Earlier, he had casually tested his strength on the road, effortlessly lifting one side of a pickup truck with a single hand. Although the angle had limited his lift, the sensation suggested that the weight of a vehicle posed little challenge for him. In light of these developments, Isaiah felt considerable guilt. After firmly advising Qin Xiao to refrain from showcasing his abilities and confirming that Qin Xiao's injuries were no longer severe, the poor old man, with reddened eyes, ushered Qin Xiao out of his secret basement. Qin Xiao understood that once he departed, Isaiah would likely relocate, making it difficult for him to be found in the future. Although their relationship had been orchestrated by the system, the genuine affection Isaiah held for him was undeniable. He would seek opportunities to repay that kindness later. According to the narrative, Isaiah was still alive and well after the events of Avengers. Endgame. For now, Qin Xiao needed to focus on himself, as the system had issued its first task. to approach Tony Stark, successfully garner his attention, and ensure he remembered Qin Xiao's name to facilitate future assignments. This task was quite formidable, given Tony Stark's stature as a genius scientist, CEO of Stark Industries, and one of the wealthiest individuals in America and the world. Particularly given Stark's current disposition, he was notoriously difficult to engage with. Qin Xiao could not simply rely on the powers derived from Isaiah's blood to approach him. The prospect of being reported to the authorities was a genuine concern, considering Isaiah's past experiences. Qin Xiao had no desire to become a subject of government or military experimentation. He would devise a plan in due course, but in 2 days, it was time to report to Stark Industries. Qin Xiao purchased a plane ticket, traversing the entirety of the United States, flying for the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries had substantial presences in both New York and Los Angeles, and Qin Xiao's internship was at the Los Angeles headquarters. His role was that of a laboratory assistant, essentially a subordinate, performing various menial tasks such as photocopying documents and serving refreshments. Thus, Qin Xiao became a 9-to-5 office worker in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, commuting daily between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offered a decent salary, and the laboratory work was sufficiently manageable. Life was relatively pleasant, yet the completion of his task remained a distant goal. After over 2 months of employment, Qin Xiao had yet to come close to Tony Stark. In fact, he had not even glimpsed him, while the antagonist from Iron Man, Obadiah Stane, had visited the laboratory several times, though Qin Xiao had only seen him from a distance. This stagnant situation was unsustainable. He needed to fulfill his task. The current date was April 2008, and who knew when Tony Stark would deploy to Afghanistan? Once he became Iron Man, approaching him would undoubtedly become even more challenging. While in the break room, cradling a cup of coffee, a middle-aged man in a lab coat with a receding hairline entered. "Qin, you seem rather glum. Have you been dumped by a girlfriend? Or have you encountered some trouble? Come, share your thoughts with me. You know, at my age, I can always offer some worthwhile advice to young people," he said. "Oh, Dr. Rex, I appreciate your concern, but I simply find this job to be somewhat different from my expectations," Qin Xiao replied, consciously withholding his true thoughts. "Ah, young man, don't be so pessimistic. Every newcomer starts as an assistant. You should maintain a balanced perspective. If I recall correctly, you've been here for nearly 3 months, right? Congratulations, your internship period is nearing its end, Dr. Rex said, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before he leaned in closer and whispered, "I've heard that during the internship transition, the big boss personally conducts interviews and assigns suitable positions. This is a rare opportunity, so you must be prepared, young man." "The big boss?" Qin Xiao inquired. "Tony Stark. My goodness, what is the name of our company?" "Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I've given you an A rating, so get ready." At Stark Industries, it was customary for new employees to intern in various departments for 3 months. Their supervisors would then provide evaluations, which would be reviewed by human resources during interviews to reassign their job positions. Qin Xiao's supervising doctor was the very Dr. Rex before him. The information he revealed was crucial for Qin Xiao. If Tony Stark was indeed conducting the interviews, he needed to devise a strategy to capture Stark's interest. The 3-month deadline rapidly approached, and Qin Xiao arrived at the laboratory early that day, only to be informed that he was not required to work in the laboratory and should head straight to the top floor for an interview. Excitement surged within him. After several months at Stark Industries, he knew that the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, housing not only a small laboratory and office, but also various fitness and recreational facilities. Aside from a few notable individuals like Obadiah and Pepper Potts, very few had access to the upper floors. The invitation for an interview there suggested that Tony Stark was indeed present today. With enthusiasm, Qin Xiao ascended to the top floor, where he was first escorted to a small conference room by Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, who conducted a thorough security check on each individual. Then, Pepper Potts entered with a folder, calling out names for the interviews. Perhaps due to aesthetic preferences, Pepper appeared somewhat younger than her cinematic portrayal, but she did not quite align with Qin Xiao's taste compared to earlier depictions of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. Perhaps he would have the chance to meet them both. A sense of exhilaration began to build within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark's interviews proceeded swiftly, with each lasting merely 3 to 5 minutes. Gradually, the individuals in the conference room were called out one by one until only Qin Xiao remained. Finally, Pepper entered the room and called his name. "Xiao Qin," she said, somewhat puzzled as she pronounced his name, smiling at him. "You can come with me. Mr. Stark is waiting for you." Chapter 4. Tony Stark in the interview room. There existed a sparring arena, seemingly a space where Tony Stark typically engaged in his fitness routines. It appeared quite familiar to Qin Xiao, who pondered for a moment before recalling that it resembled the location where Tony Stark auditioned Black Widow in Iron Man 2. This indeed aligned with Stark's character. It was not his style to sit in an office with a stern expression. "Are you Korean?" Tony Stark inquired as Qin Xiao entered. "Me? I am Chinese," Qin Xiao replied, gesturing to himself. "Yes," Tony Stark exclaimed, shaking his fist and making a victorious gesture. Meanwhile, Happy, wearing a grim expression, pulled out a $10 bill and placed it on the table. The two seemed to be wagering against each other, causing Qin Xiao to internally scoff as he approached Tony Stark. "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of facing others. This is not a personal affront to you. But I generally dislike confronting strangers, especially men. Had I not promised my colleagues at the board meeting this year, I would not have come here to review your internship reports. Now, let us proceed swiftly. First, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is remarkably impressive. Your laboratory supervisor has awarded you an A rating, stating that you have been quite helpful in the lab. Thus, there remains one question. Do you wish to continue in the lab or transition to the legal department, where your expertise lies?" Qin Xiao's records indicated that he graduated from law school, which prompted Tony Stark's inquiry. "Honestly, I have no preference. I shall leave it to your discretion. Also, Mr. Stark, my true expertise does not lie in law," Qin Xiao declared, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "Oh," Tony Stark glanced at Qin Xiao's records, assured of their accuracy, and jested, "Could it be that you excel in Chinese martial arts?" "I do possess some knowledge of Chinese martial arts, though I am not particularly adept. For instance, against a formidable bodyguard like the one beside you, I could only manage, well, about 10 opponents," Qin Xiao replied, only to be interrupted. Wait, I must interject. Did you just claim you could handle 10 of me?" Happy could no longer contain himself and cut Qin Xiao off. "Apologies, boss, but I must interrupt your conversation. This concerns my dignity." Happy, having been with Tony Stark for over a decade, was one of his most trusted confidants, leading him to speak with a certain familiarity. The playful exchange between the two piqued Tony Stark's interest. Ignoring Happy's interruption, he turned to Qin Xiao with intrigue. "You have yet to answer his question. Are you certain you could take on 10 like him?" While Tony Stark appreciated the young man's confidence, he found it hard to believe that one could face 10 opponents simultaneously. However, it was not uncommon for youth to exaggerate in their assertions. Yet, Qin Xiao nodded earnestly, affirming his claim. "Perhaps a dozen at most, for he appears quite robust and would certainly expend considerable energy. Given Qin Xiao's current physical prowess, he could easily dispatch not just 10, but even 100 ordinary individuals like Happy with a mere punch. However, it is of little consequence. He has garnered Tony Stark's attention, and that is what matters." Yet, it was evident that Happy was growing increasingly agitated. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, being questioned about his combat abilities was intolerable, especially when the challenger seemed to be a rather frail young man. "Kid, I am uncertain if your martial arts from Huaxia are as formidable as you profess, but I can offer you a chance to retract your words, otherwise." Happy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles menacingly at Qin Xiao. With a slight smile, Qin Xiao chose to disregard Happy's provocation and approached a punching bag instead. He twisted his waist, inhaled deeply, and with a decisive step forward, unleashed a powerful punch at the bag. Bang! The bag burst apart with a resounding impact. "Oh my god! Oh my god!" Both Tony Stark and Pepper Potts exclaimed in unison, astonished. "My martial arts are not particularly suited for contests. I struggle to control my power. Are you certain you wish to continue? Just to clarify, I cannot afford any medical expenses." After speaking, Qin Xiao observed the evident gulp as Happy swallowed hard. "All right, come back, Happy. That punch was mightier than that of the world champion. You need not worry about being dismissed over this." Tony Stark stood up, approached Happy, and patted his shoulder to ease the tension. Then he turned to Qin Xiao, inquiring, "How did you achieve that? I mean, that last strike was clearly beyond the bounds of reason. Do you understand my meaning?" Stark's interest was evidently piqued. Qin Xiao finally exhaled in relief, for the system notification had chimed. "Congratulations, host. Your recent display has left a profound impression on Tony Stark. Your name will linger in his mind. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points." The system confirmed the acquisition of points and unlocked the system store. Having completed the task, Qin Xiao felt a sense of relief, yet he had no time to peruse the store's offerings. Instead, he smiled gently at Tony Stark and remarked, "It is merely a technique of instantaneous explosiveness, honed through years of relentless practice." "Years of practice, you say?" Tony Stark murmured under his breath. "If, hypothetically, I were to learn such combat techniques from you, could I reach your level?" He mimicked the action of exploding a punching bag with a single strike. "Regrettably, Mr. Stark, I must be candid. These techniques require monotonous and arduous practice day after day. I do not believe you would be able to accomplish it. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Tony Stark was indeed intrigued, and Qin Xiao found himself at a loss. He possessed no remarkable skills. Having received a haphazard transfusion from Isaiah, he was left in this state. Without the system, he was uncertain if he could withstand the mutations. However, this predicament only seemed to evoke disdain in Tony Stark's eyes. Do you doubt me? Do you think I am incapable? Tony Stark asserted with a hint of defiance. Initially, he had merely been curious. Although he was inherently self-centered, proud, and somewhat arrogant, he was certainly not devoid of self-awareness. He understood where his strengths lay. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Qin Xiao's words stirred an uncommon sense of defiance within him, reminiscent of his childhood when his father often extolled the virtues of Captain America, Steve Rogers, while criticizing Tony's every flaw. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter at the bar. Pepper, do you think I could learn his techniques? Tony Stark turned to the fiery redhead, seeking her opinion. Pepper wore a look of concern. Tony, today you are here to allocate positions for those who have passed their internships. Shouldn't we prioritize our work before delving into discussions about learning techniques? No. I have already found a suitable position for Mr. Qin, my personal combat instructor. You will handle scheduling and salary negotiations with him, Tony Stark declared with unwavering certainty. I need to return to my laboratory. I have a set of missile data that requires my attention. Arrange the time, Pepper. Goodbye, coach. Without seeking Qin Xiao's consent, Tony donned his coat and departed, oblivious to the impact of his actions. This was indeed very Iron Man-like. Even in his previous life, Qin Xiao had admired Iron Man the most among the Marvel characters. Yet he felt an impulsive urge to punch Tony in his arrogant face. Was it so easy to dictate terms without consulting him? Nevertheless, to better connect with the character, Qin Xiao forced a self-deprecating smile and remained silent. Pepper stepped forward, understanding his plight. I apologize. Tony has always been this way. I hope you won't take offense. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. At least I know he won't disappoint me when it comes to salary, right? Pepper smiled in response. As you wish. You certainly won't be let down. Basic super serum, the kind injected into Captain America. It initially breaks the limits of the human body, alters genetic sequences, significantly enhances strength, speed, and metabolic rates, and has certain anti-aging effects. Cost, 1,000 points. Currency, real world 1 million equals 1 point. Upon redemption, it can be directly transferred to the host's bank card, secure and without risk. Basic combat skills, the level of elite special forces, incorporating various martial arts, characterized by speed, precision, and lethality, emphasizing a single decisive strike. Cost, 200 points. Proficiency in basic weaponry, a competent usage of most cold weapons, with a foundational mastery of the techniques associated with each weapon. 200 points. E-grade combat suit, capable of disguising itself as any ordinary attire. It can withstand any known projectile weaponry, with exceptions for special ammunition such as vibranium and URU metal. It also offers a degree of damage reduction against smaller caliber firearms, in addition to providing protection from conventional cold weaponry. 300 points. E-grade cold weapon customization. A suitable weapon can significantly enhance one's combat prowess, especially when confronting opponents with formidable defenses. E-grade power can be referenced with the E-grade combat suit. 300 points. Qin Xiao had initially presumed that the system's opening of the shop would grant immediate access to all items. However, it turned out to be merely a basic level shop. With only 500 points in hand, Qin Xiao felt they were insufficient. Fortunately, he had already acquired the effects of the basic super serum, thus sparing him the expense of the most costly item. After much contemplation, Qin Xiao opted for basic combat skills and the E-grade combat suit. Firstly, 500 points were just enough. Secondly, the basic combat skills were timely and represented the most immediate enhancement to his combat abilities. As for the combat suit, it was both a matter of points and a necessity for initial defense against firearms. According to the unfolding narrative, whether facing the Iron Overlord or embarking on a mission to Afghanistan, possessing this combat suit would alleviate many of Qin Xiao's concerns. At least he had not yet reached a stage of invulnerability. The secondary shop would require the accumulation of 5,000 points for complete access. Thus, Qin Xiao could only exchange for these two items to enhance himself for the time being. The system had not assigned any tasks as of yet, but Pepper Potts had offered Qin Xiao a weekly salary of $100,000, which certainly made his life in this world considerably more comfortable. However, ever since their last encounter, Tony Stark seemed to have immersed himself in his laboratory, neglecting to invite Qin Xiao for lessons, which left him feeling rather idle. Reluctantly, Qin Xiao found himself frequenting a bar each evening, indulging in a vibrant nightlife. Los Angeles, due to its Hollywood influence, boasted bars of unparalleled quality, attracting numerous celebrities and affluent individuals. Recently, Qin Xiao discovered a bar that resonated with his preferences, the Roger Room. This establishment was frequented predominantly by young people, including many couples, single youths, and aspiring actors yet to make their mark in Hollywood. Comparatively, the atmosphere here was more genuine than in other bars. Although Qin Xiao harbored intentions of mingling, he was averse to encountering those who were overly seasoned or solely interested in his pockets full of dollars. Most importantly, Qin Xiao harbored an aversion to individuals who exuded an overpowering scent of the world's vices. After several days of contemplation, he finally set his sights on a target, a young girl, likely clutching a dream of stardom, with a remarkably exquisite appearance. Having discreetly observed her for days, he resolved today to take the initiative. Just as he was about to rise, a voice, slightly husky yet undeniably alluring, wafted into his ear. "Hey, are you leaving? Why not sit for a while longer and share a drink with me?" Qin Xiao instinctively turned his head, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Before him stood the woman known as the Black Widow. Much like the characters of Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, it was as if she had seamlessly transitioned into this reality, exhibiting an even more youthful demeanor than in the films. Today, she was not clad in the figure-hugging black suit that sent hearts racing. Instead, she wore a gracefully flowing crimson dress. Her angelic visage bore none of the ruggedness often associated with Western features. Her porcelain skin glimmered subtly under the lights, and her alluring curves were accentuated by her attire, brilliantly complementing her radiant complexion. Absolutely mesmerizing. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. For those who might find the Black Widow unappealing, a glance at early films of Scarlett Johansson would reveal an undeniably angelic face. Let this be regarded as a rejuvenated portrayal of her youth. As one of the original heroes of the Avengers, her mere presence left Qin Xiao in a state of unparalleled astonishment. Yet, despite the shock, he remained composed, mentally reviewing whether he had inadvertently attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra since arriving in this world. The only potential intersection might be linked to the assassination involving Isaiah, likely orchestrated by Hydra. However, Isaiah should have dealt with the assassin, and the System S design had ensured he remained outside their radar. He felt secure. Chapter 6. Flirting with the Black Widow. The Black Widow was a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Qin Xiao understood that her presence in this bar was not without purpose. However, as long as she was not targeting him, he had no fear of complications. Setting aside her significance as a pivotal character, there was no reason to overlook such an angelic face and devilish figure, was there? In a fleeting moment, Qin Xiao's thoughts spun in multiple directions. Noticing his prolonged silence, the Black Widow parted her lips once more. "What is the matter? Are you struggling with English? Or do you simply not wish to converse with me? My apologies, I was contemplating how to entice such a beautiful lady to my apartment for a delightful evening." With the weight lifted from his mind, Qin Xiao offered a slight smile and turned to take a seat once more. "Well then, it shall depend on your skills." The Black Widow responded with a charming smile. "Waiter, prepare a drink befitting this lovely lady's grace." Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, casually handing the waiter a $100 bill. "The remainder shall be deemed as gratuity." "Thank you, sir." The waiter, rarely encountering such a generous patron, slightly bowed in gratitude towards Qin Xiao. "No need to thank me. If the cocktails you concoct fail to align with the essence of these young ladies, I shall not hesitate to turn your manhood into a taco." Qin Xiao had been visiting daily, always occupying a seat at the bar, where he had grown quite familiar with the bartender. He recoiled slightly, chuckling, and promptly set about preparing cocktails for the Black Widow. "A taco, you say? The young gentleman possesses quite the sense of humor. That certainly adds to his charm," remarked the Black Widow with a smile. Qin Xiao observed that the Black Widow's gaze occasionally drifted toward a table in the far corner, occupied by 3 burly men. He paid it no mind and instead focused on her enchanting eyes, saying, "There are many aspects of my charm yet to be discovered. You have ample time to learn. I find most Asians to be rather reserved. Few are as forthright as you," she replied. "That merely indicates that your acquaintance with Asians is limited." They exchanged light banter. After about 10 minutes of conversation, Qin Xiao noticed a few men rising to leave. The Black Widow feigned casualness as she glanced toward them, stating, "I need to visit the restroom," and excused herself from the bar. Qin Xiao understood her intentions were to confront the 3 muscular men. He chose not to reveal his awareness, offering her a subtle smile and a gesture of freedom. System task: a true gentleman must not allow a lady to engage in physical confrontation. Assist the Black Widow in subduing those 3 men, ensuring she remembers you. As one of the original heroes of the Avengers, your acquaintance with her will facilitate subsequent missions in this realm. Well, What began as a simple endeavor to charm a beautiful woman has now spiraled into trouble. However, since it is a mission, there are rewards involved. Hence, I have no choice but to intervene. Silently, I followed the Black Widow out the back door of the bar, only to find that the three men were nearing the alley's entrance. The Black Widow stood in the middle of the alley, addressing the trio with a remark in Russian, which Qin Xiao could not decipher. It was evident, however, that her words were not cordial, for upon her utterance, one of the men attempted to draw a gun from his jacket, only to be thwarted by another. The handgun was without a silencer. They wished to avoid drawing attention. It was clear they did not regard the Black Widow, a mere woman, with much seriousness. As for Qin Xiao, emerging from the bar's rear, a seemingly frail Asian man, he was dismissed as inconsequential. The three men remained silent, smirking as they charged toward the Black Widow. Yet, she, being who she was, regarded them with disdain. With a faint smile, she executed her signature pre-fight gesture, tilting her head slightly, and began to accelerate toward the three robust figures. However, before she could gain momentum, a shadow zipped past her. At that moment, Qin Xiao, endowed not only with the super soldier serum but also clad in an E-class combat suit, was prepared to engage. Possessing combat skills that rival those of the world's elite soldiers, he swiftly maneuvered to the front of three men. With a quick motion, he seized the face of the foremost individual, his momentum driving his arm forward as he forcefully slammed the man's head backward. The sound of impact echoed as the back of the man's skull collided with the nose of the one behind him. Releasing his grip, he executed a precise elbow strike toward the side, catching the last man off guard before he could halt his advance. The blow struck cleanly against the man's temple, causing him to collapse instantly. In under 2 seconds, he deftly dispatched the three adversaries, leaving a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to pose dramatically. To his surprise, he nearly collided with the dark muzzle of a gun. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. "Who are you?" the Black Widow inquired, her expression serious. The three opponents were not ordinary men. Even she would have needed several exchanges to subdue them. Yet here was Qin Xiao, having taken them down before fully grasping the situation. With a hint of resignation, he raised his hands. "Look, I mean no harm. I merely observed you engaging in a skirmish and thought it proper to exhibit some chivalry. Is it too much to expect a drink in return? And yet, you point a gun at my head," he said with a grin, setting aside the question of whether the Black Widow harbored murderous intent at this distance. He was confident in his ability to evade gunfire, especially with the protection of his attire. Although she sensed no hostility from him, the Black Widow cautiously took 2 steps back, keeping her weapon trained on his forehead. "Step away. I need to take these three with me." "Very well," Qin Xiao replied, slowly retreating a step. Just as the Black Widow exhaled in relief, he propelled himself backward, executing a Z-shaped maneuver that evaded her aim. Before she could react, he was at her side, having snatched the mini handgun from her grasp. In the realm of cinematic portrayals, the Black Widow is depicted as an ordinary human endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and physical capabilities, not a genetically modified being as often suggested in comics. In contrast, Qin Xiao, endowed with a super serum, surpassed human limits in speed and reflexes, maintaining an edge over her. With the gun pressed firmly against the Black Widow's head, he pinned her against the wall. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, her expression unreadable, yet her right hand subtly inched towards her thigh. "Punishing you for your ungratefulness," he replied with a slight smile, swiftly dismantling her small handgun into fragments. The basic combat techniques inherently include the use of conventional firearms. Whether one's aim is precise remains uncertain, yet understanding and employing them poses no challenge. Discarding fragments onto the ground, I held a bullet extracted from a handgun in my hand and gently tossed it towards the center of Black Widow's attire, where it was perfectly ensnared between her bosoms. "Are you aware, Cupid wields not only bows and arrows but occasionally indulges in firearms as well?" With a mischievous grin, I casually brushed my hand against the slender waist of the Black Widow. Qin Xiao abruptly retreated, bursting into laughter as he turned back toward the bar. "That damn scoundrel." It was not until Qin Xiao returned to the bar that Black Widow's right hand slowly emerged from beneath her skirt, clutching a compact stun gun. She had been on the verge of launching an attack just moments prior. It remained unclear whether Qin Xiao had orchestrated this, or if it was mere coincidence that he ultimately chose to depart. Although her curiosity about Qin Xiao's true identity lingered, her mission took precedence. She could investigate him later at her leisure. With a mix of disdain and an indescribable sentiment, Black Widow retrieved her phone to summon her associates to clean up the aftermath. Qin Xiao, oblivious to Black Widow's thoughts, focused solely on having accomplished his task. From a personal standpoint, he had certainly left a profound impression on her, while other matters could be addressed in due course. It was best to call it a night. Remaining any longer would likely lead to an encounter with Shield. While he harbored an interest in Black Widow, it was prudent to maintain a distance from Shield. At the recollection of that last bullet slipping into her attire, a surge of warmth coursed through Qin Xiao. Upon entering the bar, he hurried to check on the girl he had been observing for several days, only to discover she had already departed. Alas, time to return and rest. Chapter 7. The combat instructor takes up his role after visiting Stark Industries twice and collecting 2 checks for $100,000 each. Qin Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had at last remembered his combat instructor. In truth, while Tony Stark possessed an inflated sense of self-importance, he demonstrated considerable respect for others when it came to learning new skills. He had specifically dispatched Happy to escort Qin Xiao to his residence. Perhaps the last time Qin Xiao had shattered a sandbag with a single punch had profoundly impressed Happy. As Stark's personal bodyguard, he felt the need to enhance his professional standards. En route, he expressed his desire to learn martial arts from Qin Xiao. To this, Qin Xiao responded nonchalantly, stating that he bore no objections as long as his employer consented. Experiencing the grandeur of the mansion in reality far surpassed the cinematic portrayal of a clifftop abode by the seaside. It was indeed a spectacle to behold, akin to a small shopping mall in size. Even more astonishing was the fact that such an expansive residence was devoid of any servants, with Stark often retreating to his basement to pursue inventions, rarely venturing beyond his bedroom. One might wonder what purpose such a vast estate served. In comparison to a house, the nascent artificial intelligence known as JARVIS did not leave Qin Xiao as astounded. After all, the intuitive impression JARVIS imparted while watching films bore little difference from the present. Thus, fueled by a desire for retribution against the malevolent capitalists and Tony's previous arrogance, Qin Xiao embarked on his inaugural lesson with Tony. The lesson commenced with a fundamental martial arts stance familiar to all Chinese, the horse stance. Lower a bit more, ensuring that the thighs and calves form a right angle, and let your buttocks descend slightly. Do not jut them out. Oh, damn it. Happy, are you attempting to entice me with your ample posterior? Lower it a bit. Tony Stark and Qin Xiao were not yet well acquainted, and thus, Qin Xiao was not granted access to his underground laboratory. Instead, Tony led Qin Xiao to the expansive balcony outside. I came to learn martial arts, not to practice these ridiculous postures, complained Happy, struggling to lower his backside. This is a fundamental skill in Chinese martial arts. I've trained in something similar. It will fortify your lower body, making it less susceptible to enemy attacks. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Tony had indeed practiced Wing Chun for a time and had even sought out a Wing Chun master. In reality, it was actor Robert Downey Jr. who practiced Wing Chun, not Tony Stark. This is simply a narrative adaptation. At this moment, Tony, undeterred by Happy's lack of understanding, effortlessly took the opportunity to explain. When the boss spoke, Happy had no choice but to squat down again, vigorously shaking his posterior until he finally assumed the correct posture. But I have a question, Tony began, seemingly at ease as he chatted with Qin Xiao, even though he initially found the horse stance quite simple. You mentioned studying under a Wing Chun master, a renowned martial arts expert in your homeland. Why does he not appear as formidable as you? Qin Xiao inquired while reclining on a chair he had somehow procured. True martial arts are lethal techniques, rarely disseminated in public. Most of what is practiced today is merely flashy and performative, Tony replied. To put it simply, it's akin to the distinction between Hogwarts and the magicians outside. Do you understand, Muggle? Qin Xiao's remarks were not entirely baseless, even within the Marvel universe. There would later emerge characters like Shang-Chi who embodied true martial prowess. In his previous life, genuine martial arts had indeed fallen into decline in the contemporary backdrop, and finding true masters was exceedingly rare. Whether from renowned martial arts schools or celebrated masters, the majority were merely for show, lacking substance. Perhaps due to a newfound leisure, Tony seemed to summon Happy nearly every day to fetch Qin Xiao for practice. This compelled Qin Xiao to take the matter seriously. Although he was not well versed in authentic Chinese martial arts, he found it feasible to engage with Tony and Happy, two complete novices, through a bit of improvisation. Each day, the two of them practiced their stances and subsequently engaged in an hour of physical training. Finally, they sparred with each other, while Qin Xiao provided guidance from the sidelines. Not to mention, after nearly a month of rigorous training, their combat skills had shown remarkable improvement. However, Qin Xiao's most significant gain was the deepening camaraderie with Tony Stark. Over the course of a month, Qin Xiao unexpectedly discovered many similarities between them, including a mutual disdain for all forms of formalism, a dislike for overly serious individuals, and a shared perception of such people as hypocritical. In truth, These sentiments are prevalent among the majority of people, though most find themselves dulled by the relentless grind of reality, much like the former Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, on the other hand, was fortunate. His status and innate talent allowed him to maintain his attitude and convictions in the world. Yet, after traversing to this new realm and obtaining a system, his carefree and unrestrained nature gradually began to emerge. Most notably, they shared a similar sense of dark humor. For instance, Happy had recently been bestowed with several amusing nicknames by the two of them, such as Fat But Butter and the Elegant But Dance Man. This left Happy reluctant to practice combat alongside them. The truth was, Tony Stark's innate talent, coupled with the ongoing physical training and Qin Xiao's guidance, meant that Happy was gradually becoming no match for Tony. This was undoubtedly a significant humiliation for a bodyguard. Rumor had it that he had begun contemplating a transfer to the security department of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiao busied himself with training Tony and gradually forging a friendship at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, Director Nick Fury stood by the window, maintaining his characteristic demeanor while coldly surveying the outside world. Behind him stood Black Widow, clad in a tight black suit. Compared to their previous encounter in the bar, Black Widow appeared even more poised and formidable in her combat attire. Nearly all the agents had met their demise, and the last two remaining had resolutely remained silent during interrogation, refusing to divulge any information despite the use of torture. Black Widow calmly remarked, "It matters not, after all. We have eliminated all undercover operatives in America. Whatever they wish to do is inconsequential. How does it feel to confront former colleagues, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury turned to inquire. "In my past, I made numerous mistakes. I am more than willing to leverage my understanding of them to thwart their operations. For me, it serves as a means of atonement for my past errors." Black Widow's expression was tranquil, as though she had completely emerged from the shadows of her former life. "Oh, if you truly believe that, it is indeed wonderful. This matter is concluded, and there is no need for further discourse. Let us grant those two agents a peaceful departure. I find myself rather intrigued by the Asian individual you encountered last time," Nick Fury remarked, gesturing toward a document resting on his desk. The first page of that document bore the name and photograph of Qin Xiao, and beneath it lay the formidable files pertaining to the Avengers initiative. Chapter 8, Under the Watchful Eye of SHIELD, Hawkeye and Black Widow epitomized the pinnacle of human combat prowess on this planet, excelling in speed, physicality, and strength. Yet, according to Black Widow's description, Qin Xiao represented an entity that could easily surpass her capabilities. It was precisely this incongruity that compelled Black Widow to draw her weapon when Qin Xiao displayed no signs of malice. The overwhelming sense of pressure stemming from his power was something she had only ever experienced from one other individual in her career as an agent, the legendary Winter Soldier. Super Soldier Serum is no trifling matter. Thus, Black Widow relayed the entire situation, along with her analyses and conjectures, to Nick Fury. He was aware that the military still possessed some incomplete samples of the Super Soldier Serum, making the creation of a true super soldier impossible. Consequently, he speculated whether Qin Xiao had inadvertently undergone some form of mutation. He then proceeded to investigate Qin Xiao's life trajectory and the individuals surrounding him. The resources at Nick Fury's disposal far surpassed those of any ordinary intelligence agency. In short order, the comprehensive details of Qin Xiao's life from childhood to the present were laid bare before Fury, within the span of over 2 decades. The only extraordinary events that had transpired in Qin Xiao's life were the tragic shooting incident that claimed his parents during his childhood and a recent shooting that occurred shortly after his arrival at Isaiah's residence. However, in both incidents, there existed a figure deliberately erased from memory, Isaiah. Isaiah was a presence that the U.S. government refused to acknowledge. Having been drained of his last vestiges of utility and subsequently living in hiding after receiving a presidential pardon. Once Nick Fury learned his name, all confidential files were laid out on his desk within hours. With this information, Fury could begin to piece together the larger picture. A super soldier predating Captain America. The first successful experimental subject? Black Widow expressed her disbelief. Indeed, there are always some scoundrels in government who indulge in unsavory deeds. He served his country, once fervently resisting Hydra, only to be confined in a laboratory for 30 years. Fury responded with indignation, acknowledging the tragic depth of Isaiah's experiences. However, Nick Fury was acutely aware that, given Isaiah's capabilities, it was utterly improbable for him to extract the super serum independently and successfully forge a super soldier. Thus, the only plausible explanation was an accident. Something unforeseen must have transpired, allowing Qin Xiao to assimilate the super serum, perhaps stemming from that very shooting incident. Nick Fury had pieced together the circumstances with considerable accuracy. Regardless of the validity of his deductions, one thing remained unequivocal. Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a super soldier who had transcended the limits of human capability. Coincidentally, he had a plan that called for such a super soldier. Agent Romanov, in the forthcoming period, your task is to approach Qin Xiao. I require a comprehensive psychological evaluation and character analysis report, as detailed as possible. Understood, the Black Widow affirmed, turning to exit Nick Fury's office. He sighed, directing his gaze toward the Avengers blueprint. It was crucial to note that this plan had been nestled in his mind for over a decade. Very few individuals in the world were aware of the existence of extraterrestrial beings, whose capabilities and technologies dwarfed those of Earth. The planet needed super soldiers. Extraordinary individuals, an ensemble of superheroes capable of withstanding the encroachments of alien civilizations. During this interval, Qin Xiao had expended all 500 points obtained from his previous mission. He mastered E-grade cold weaponry and even customized a tank sword. The system, exhibiting commendable foresight, designed it for easy portability, presenting initially as merely a hilt. The blade was ingeniously concealed in segments within the hilt. When needed, one merely had to open the hilt and give it a vigorous flick, and the blade would materialize instantly. Each joint was cleverly obscured by dragon motifs etched upon the blade. The overall hue of the blade was black, with only the edge emitting a faint gleam of the alloy's inherent cold glimmer. Qin Xiao tested it and found that ordinary metals could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Only select specialized alloys could withstand the onslaught of this tank sword. Equipped with such a formidable weapon, Qin Xiao's combat prowess surged significantly. Qin, if you have time tonight, accompany me to a charity gala. In the basement of Tony's villa, Tony Stark, recently bested by Qin Xiao, lay on the ring, gazing at the ceiling and panting heavily. Tony, I am not your date. Why would I accompany you to some charity event? I lack the funds to contribute to charity. Qin Xiao retorted while retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. I am Tony Stark, my friend. I never require a partner for such events. The moment I appear, all the women flock towards me. However, you won't get the chance to experience this. So, are you going or not? There will be numerous beautiful ladies, including several Hollywood starlets. At the mention of the beautiful women, Qin Xiao felt a flicker of interest. Tony Stark continued to elaborate. You are merely 22 years old, my friend. For the love of God, at that age, I reveled at parties every night. You ought to seize the moment and meet more acquaintances. Come, let us unwind together. In a few days, I shall be heading to Afghanistan to finalize a contract with the military. Consider this a celebration before my departure. Afghanistan. Qin Xiao silently contemplated the name of that country. It seemed the plot was about to unfold, and he wondered what tasks the system would assign him and how many points he might accrue. The journey to Afghanistan marked a pivotal moment in Tony's life, a place where Iron Man would emerge from his cocoon. Despite the pleasant rapport between Qin Xiao and Tony during this period, he ultimately refrained from advising Tony to exercise caution and instead agreed to accompany him to the soiree that evening. At such gatherings, individuals typically form their own small circles, engaging in casual conversations in clusters of 2 or 3. Tony, usually surrounded by beautiful women, seldom interacted with others. This time, however, he had decided to include Qin Xiao. Tony, I have just discovered that you are a charlatan. You told me this was a charity gala. Yet it is evidently a celebration for the military honoring you with a patriotic award. Look around. There are old men in military uniforms everywhere. Where are the Hollywood stars you mentioned, you scoundrel? Qin Xiao realized he had been deceived. This was unmistakably the award ceremony from the beginning of the Iron Man film. Relax, perhaps I misremembered. I merely agreed to attend. I never promised to patiently await an award. Come with me. I'll take you to find some lovely ladies. In a manner reminiscent of the film, Tony dashed into the hotel casino. However, unlike the movie where he was flanked by a legion of bodyguards, only Happy accompanied Tony and Qin Xiao this time. Come on, lighten up. Let us get some chips and enjoy ourselves. Soon, a parade of beautiful women will flock to us. I can promise you the first pick, provided they are willing to forsake me. Tony handed Qin Xiao a hefty stack of chips. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. With Tony's wealth, any girl following him must be out of her mind. Tonight, it seemed that beauty would elude him, and he resolved to assist Tony in losing some money instead. Viciously, he placed all his chips on the betting area of number 1 on the roulette table. Oh, for heaven's sake, have you never gambled before? Indeed, number 1 is not a wise choice. One feels rather lonely, does one not? If it were me, I would opt for number 2. Tony Stark's words were interrupted by a familiar voice belonging to a woman Qin Xiao recognized. As she spoke, she reached out and nudged Qin Xiao's chips to the number 2 position. Chapter 9. The plot begins. Black Widow. Today, the widow donned a white and light blue faux two-piece dress, with the hem of her skirt gracefully draped over her knees in a veil of white tulle. Her shapely, straight legs were tantalizingly revealed. Compared to their previous encounter at the bar, her outfit exuded a more innocent and playful charm. However, within the casino, where beautiful women adorned in tank tops and hot pants abound, such attire undeniably exudes a greater allure. One need only observe the nearby Tony Stark to grasp the extent of this temptation. Upon catching sight of Black Widow, his gaze became fixated. Hello. While I am certain you are well acquainted with my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. Naturally, who in this country is unaware of Tony Stark? Natasha Romanoff, she replied, unabashedly revealing her true name, perhaps deeming it unnecessary to conceal or confident that her information was sufficiently classified to evade scrutiny. With a polite nod towards Tony, Black Widow turned to Qin Xiao and remarked, I apologize for my abrupt departure at the bar last time. Today, I am here to make amends and accompany you in your gambling endeavors. Excellent. Qin Xiao unreservedly extended his arm, allowing Black Widow to link hers with his. The roulette began to spin, the small iron ball rolling several times before gradually settling on number 2. Tony, observing the rare beauty who had approached Qin Xiao, initially intended to make a snide remark, but upon witnessing the roulette land on number 2, he could not help but exclaim, yes. Tony was indifferent to the stakes involved. However, winning on a single bet in American roulette, which comprises 38 numbers, was indeed exhilarating. It was evident that the enchanting woman had her sights set on Qin Xiao. Tony, unable to suppress his curiosity, turned to Happy and inquired, how much did I give him earlier? It was around 180,000, correct? Winning 6 million from this round. Damn it. Qin, you ought to express your gratitude to this lovely lady. She deserves a share of this fortune. The principal is mine. But we shall split it evenly, and the portion belonging to you should go to her. Happy, take half of these chips and accompany me. Despite his fondness for the beauty approaching Qin Xiao, Tony understood that relentless pursuit was futile. He chose instead to seek his own amusement elsewhere, but not before leaning towards Qin Xiao's ear and whispering, be sure to tell me the name of that bar you frequent. I shall seek you out upon my return from Afghanistan. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao could not resist offering a word of caution, though it seemed Tony paid little heed. Once Tony departed, Qin Xiao turned to Black Widow. Do not claim this evening as mere coincidence. I find that hard to believe, Miss Romanoff. Very well. I concede that I intentionally sought you out. However, we shall discuss matters later. For now, let us enjoy ourselves. After all, I have a stake in these chips. As Stark mentioned, at that moment, Black Widow exhibited the exuberance of a playful girl, leading Qin Xiao around the casino, casually placing bets at various tables. However, when one considers it, the Black Widow in the film is merely 24 years old, only 2 years senior to Qin Xiao in this world. To put it plainly, she can indeed be regarded as a mere child. One wonders if the Black Widow is genuinely fortunate or if their companionship simply brings them good luck. The two engaged in casual betting at a table, astonishingly amassing a sum of $4 million in chips. When it came time to exchange the chips, the Black Widow expressed that money held no value for her and declined to take any. Qin Xiao was indifferent, promptly depositing the entire amount into his account. Just before leaving, he happened to see Tony at the hotel entrance, getting into his car with a female reporter who winked at Qin Xiao before departing. It seems you two share a good rapport. From what I gather, being friends with Tony Stark is not an easy feat. The Black Widow remarked as they strolled outside the hotel. Is that so? Perhaps we simply converse well. But I find it rather challenging to have an elite agent like you lean on me so trustingly, Qin Xiao responded. How did you deduce that? The Black Widow, not at all surprised, tilted her head and smiled. Is it not difficult to guess? Sneaking into the back of a bar in the dead of night to confront 3 burly men, either a killer or an agent, yet you refrained from taking their lives. Qin Xiao said, despite knowing the Black Widow's esteemed reputation as an international agent. He felt an urge to ruffle her hair. All right, you are correct. I am indeed an agent. Now, it is my turn to pose a question, she replied, casually meandering through the streets. Go ahead. Qin Xiao shrugged, indicating his lack of concern. How did you acquire the super serum? Is it due to Isaiah? The Black Widow asked directly, showing no intention of withholding her inquiry. This time, Qin Xiao found it hard to believe. What efficiency from S.H.I.E.L.D. They managed to trace so much simply because he had once intervened? Yet, since the Black Widow was so forthright, Qin Xiao decided to be equally candid, recounting the events in detail. Ultimately, I was merely fortunate. Are you approaching me for the super serum? Qin Xiao expressed a hint of wariness. Though to him, his connection with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system. Isaiah genuinely regarded him as a child. He certainly did not wish for Isaiah to be subjected to further experimentation because of him. No, we have no interest in the serum. It is far too unstable, and we shall not disrupt Isaiah. On the contrary, We are discreetly eliminating those with malicious intent around him. My target is you. As they unwittingly wandered into a park, the Black Widow released her hold on Qin Xiao and seated herself on a bench. Oh, Qin Xiao took the opportunity to sit beside her. Is it me? So, the last bullet truly pierced your heart. If you dare to bring that up again, I shall transform your head into a sandwich, the Black Widow retorted with indignation. All right. I shall refrain from mentioning the bullet incident in the future. Now please elucidate what you mean by the target is me, Agent Romanoff. Qin Xiao feigned surrender, raising his hands. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. We are tasked with monitoring all threats to global security, whether they be individuals or entities, she explained. Do you consider me a threat to this world? Qin Xiao reciprocated with his own introduction. You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that surpass human limits. With a modicum of training, you could become the world's most formidable assassin, capable of eliminating crucial figures, even a nation's president. I believe no one could impede you. Do you think we would overlook you? What do you intend to do then? Imprison me? Qin Xiao inquired, gazing at the Black Widow. Of course not. My role is merely observational. I am to prepare a risk assessment report. If you exhibit no signs of antisocial or inhumane behavior, we shall not apprehend you. The Black Widow refrained from disclosing the Avengers initiative or Nick Fury's involvement, opting instead for a more circumspect approach. Well, I am quite the lecherous individual, easily dizzy and mesmerized by beautiful women, especially someone as stunning as you. Does that qualify as a threat? The Black Widow, astute as ever, chose to reveal her identity outright, engaging Qin Xiao in a casual conversation as if they were newfound friends. Every word, expression, and gesture from Qin Xiao was meticulously analyzed by her, ultimately to be conveyed to Nick Fury. The two conversed in the park until the late hours of the night before parting ways. The following day, just before dinner, Qin Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing after being attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan. The plot was finally set in motion. Qin Xiao inquired with the system why he couldn't return after completing 2 tasks. The response was that he must wait until Tony Stark transformed into Iron Man and defeated the Ironmonger before he could return to the real world. For Qin Xiao, whether in the real world or the Marvel Universe, he was merely a traveler. Yet, the real world felt more substantial, and he had integrated the memories of his former self. There were numerous matters awaiting his attention back in reality, contingent upon earning points to exchange for substantial wealth. Chapter 10. The Rescue Mission. As a top-tier agent, the Black Widow had a keen sense of people. Despite their meandering conversation, she understood that Qin Xiao had no interest in joining the Avengers initiative or SHIELD. The principle of moderation is universally acknowledged. For the time being, Black Widow and Qin Xiao have forged a semblance of friendship, prompting Nick Fury to divert his focus elsewhere. However, the extent of his clandestine surveillance remains known only to him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark has been missing for nearly half a month. The U.S. military and FBI have been frantically scouring Afghanistan, yet no leads have surfaced. Agent Romanoff, have you thought of me? On the 14th day of Stark's disappearance, Qin Xiao received a mission from the system to rescue Tony Stark. He had anticipated waiting for Tony's return to initiate the narrative and vanquish the antagonist. But this unexpected task caught him off guard. Although Qin Xiao had watched the films, he was not omniscient, particularly regarding the precise location of that cave. The military and FBI, like locusts, had nearly plowed through Afghanistan without success. It was unrealistic to expect him to find it alone. Consequently, Qin Xiao dialed Black Widow's number. In comparison to his current predicament, he indeed missed her. His surroundings felt like a vacation in her presence. Her voice resonated loudly, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Are you on a mission? Perhaps we should discuss this later? Wait a moment, Black Widow replied coolly. Qin Xiao could hear the cacophony of gunfire and muffled groans, alongside the unsettling thud of a body hitting the ground. Finally, a man's drawn-out, anguished scream pierced through the chaos. Then Black Widow answered the call. What do you need? The recent scream had been somewhat disconcerting, prompting Qin Xiao to inquire, what did you do to that poor fellow? I turned his manhood into a Mexican burrito. Though Qin Xiao had initiated the conversation, Black Widow's half-joking response left him momentarily breathless. The man's agonizing cry suggested she was likely not jesting. A sudden discomfort surged through him, compelling him to shift his position before broaching the serious matter at hand. Obadiah Stane, the second shareholder of Stark Industries. You're aware of him? Yes. I require some information about him. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be ideal for us to meet in person. Do you suspect his involvement in Stark's disappearance? Black Widow responded swiftly, her hesitation fleeting. Indeed. Are you in Los Angeles? I believe a face-to-face meeting is warranted, and please, do not disclose this to anyone. Wait for me. I shall arrive in 2 hours. Black Widow promptly ended the call. In reality, she arrived at Qin Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply invested in the matter concerning Tony Stark, as Black Widow appeared in her form-fitting black combat suit, having not even changed her attire before coming. Qin Xiao whistled as he spoke. Wandering the streets at this hour in such attire is nothing short of an affront to the very profession of rogues. If they are indifferent to having their manhood transformed into a Mexican burrito, then I welcome them. The Black Widow gently pushed Qin Xiao aside and seated herself on the sofa. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Why do you suspect that individual? She inquired directly. Firstly, Tony's plans and routes for Afghanistan are known to very few, primarily his inner circle and the military, Qin Xiao replied. Retrieving a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator for the Black Widow. I trust the military has already conducted an internal vetting. Furthermore, who stands to gain the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the sole individual who fits both criteria. It's quite elementary, is it not? One could deduce this from any suspense film. Qin Xiao exaggeratedly stated. In truth, it is not that no one has entertained such suspicions. However, when Tony Stark's father passed away, Obadiah was the one who rallied against the tide, assisting Tony in taking control of the entire corporation. Had he harbored intentions of usurping the company, that would have been the ideal moment. Thus, to everyone, Obadiah appears as a benevolent figure, akin to an uncle, aiding Tony in managing the company, handling public relations during crises, and cleaning up his messes. This partner seems like the greatest inheritance Howard Stark bequeathed to his son. Everyone is aware of this, and of course, Qin Xiao, who has spent considerable time with Tony, understands it as well. He continued. Everyone believes Obadiah helped Tony seize control of Stark Industries, but only Obadiah knows that Tony is merely a golden goose. Unlike Tony and his father, he is a businessman, adept at investment, whether in Howard or Stark. Now, it is his time to reap the rewards. The credibility of Qin Xiao's words was substantial once a motive was established. Only Obadiah, the bald giant, fit all the criteria. I concede that your reasoning is quite sound, yet it is far from sufficient. We cannot apprehend him based solely on conjecture. I am not the Secretary of Defense. The Black Widow gestured in resignation. I fully grasp your point, but I never suggested we arrest him. I merely seek to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. I wish to rescue my friend. If he is indeed the perpetrator, he must have contacted those who kidnapped Tony, leaving some trace behind. Do you comprehend my intent? You are undoubtedly an expert in this domain. Just give it a try. If nothing materializes, there will be no trouble. Perhaps discreetly examine his personal records, such as emails or phone calls. I would imagine this is not beyond your capabilities. To clandestinely investigate someone is indeed a trivial matter for the renowned Black Widow. However, the internal network of Stark Industries posed a significant challenge for her. Stark Industries possesses its own communication satellites and an independent internal network. All external networks can be breached without difficulty. However, the moment a data leak occurs, they promptly alert the authorities and sever the connection. It is straightforward, albeit harsh, yet remarkably effective. One must infiltrate the internal network to penetrate their defenses. As Qin Xiao contemplated whether to seek assistance from Happy or Pepper, Black Widow stepped outside to make a phone call. All right, we simply await the outcome. Is it settled? Did you not just claim that there was no alternative but to operate from within? Qin Xiao inquired, astonished. It is not merely me, it is us. I have mobilized our personnel within Stark Industries, and we should receive news shortly, Black Widow replied with considerable confidence. Yet, Qin Xiao's composure faltered. What? You informed your director? Damn it. Did I not instruct you to keep this confidential? I am engaged in a mission. I cannot simply vanish and travel over 1,000 kilometers to meet you without reporting back. Do you understand? Rest assured, we are the largest intelligence agency in the world. Our operatives are meticulously selected, both professional and dependable, Black Widow asserted emphatically. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that one day, she would truly comprehend the intricacies of S.H.I.E.L.D. For the moment, he could only hope that the individual Nick Fury had on his side was not affiliated with Hydra. Otherwise, who knew what unforeseen troubles might arise? Chapter 11. Entering Afghanistan, Nick Fury's personnel acted swiftly. Within an hour, Black Widow received a folder in her email. It contained evidence of Obadiah's clandestine arms dealings with terrorists, as well as a video showing Tony Stark bound to a chair by his captors. It seems your deduction was accurate. It indeed involves Obadiah. However, locating Tony Stark will require a bit more time. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, we shall rescue him at the earliest opportunity. Await my good news, Black Widow declared, preparing to leave. Qin Xiao quickly seized her arm. I must accompany you. He understood that with S.H.I.E.L.D. DS capabilities, rescuing someone would undoubtedly pose no significant challenge. However, he had a mission to fulfill, and those points were invaluable. No, this is not your responsibility. Trust us. Black Widow firmly rejected Qin Xiao's insistence. Tony is my friend, and I provided the lead. From any perspective, it is imperative that I join, and I am no ordinary civilian. Qin Xiao countered resolutely, meeting her gaze unwaveringly. At that moment, Black Widow's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, and she naturally chose to report the situation. To her surprise, Nick Fury agreed to Qin Xiao's proposal to join the mission. But with one condition, Qin Xiao must become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. As Qin Xiao hesitated, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Task: join S.H.I.E.L.D. and become an agent. The task came with a points reward, which Qin Xiao certainly could not overlook. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire, System, why must I join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Isn't there more freedom outside? The system replied. To enable the host to better accomplish subsequent tasks. Rest assured, the host will not be perpetually in service to S.H.I.E.L.D. With this reassurance, Qin Xiao felt considerably more at ease. I agree, I will join S.H.I.E.L.D. You can take me to Afghanistan. Just a moment ago, he had been wavering, yet suddenly he found himself in agreement. The Black Widow appeared perplexed. Why? Did you not express reluctance towards excessive constraints? I need a job. Qin Xiao replied with a cheeky grin. Naturally, the Black Widow found this hard to believe, but with Qin Xiao remaining silent, there was little she could do. She could only respond, very well. Prepare yourself. We shall venture to Afghanistan to complete your first mission, rookie agent. In the southern desert of Afghanistan, a K-130 jet glided across the sky, gradually coming to a halt at the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear hatch slowly opened, revealing a metallic ramp. A civilian off-road vehicle, adorned with Pakistani plates and manufactured in China, emerged from the aircraft, dressed like a backpacker. The Black Widow took her seat beside Qin Xiao in the front of the vehicle. The Black Widow gave a thumbs up towards the jet, which, with a roar from its 3 jet nozzles, expelled brilliant blue flames and ascended into the sky, swiftly departing the scene. Shouldn't we have sent multiple aircraft and a squad of special operations personnel armed to the teeth to rescue the hostages? Qin Xiao asked, making a gesture of gunfire with his hands, puzzled. Firstly, such an approach necessitates extensive reconnaissance on the number of adversaries, their weaponry, geographical features, and so forth. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. Secondly, they are not within Afghanistan, but in Pakistan. Although this desert is uninhabited, we cannot directly invade their airspace. That would be too perilous, the Black Widow replied nonchalantly, steering the vehicle with one hand. Why? Qin Xiao did not comprehend. In films, regardless of whether it is the United States or the Avengers, they seem to go wherever they please, without regard for territorial boundaries. Because behind Pakistan stands an ally, known as China. There is a saying, do not wander with weapons near a lion. Every nation understands that while China can disengage from the world cannot detach from China. The Black Widow stated matter-of-factly. Qin Xiao grasped her meaning, while it mattered little for them to drive into the area. Deploying a fighter jet was an entirely different matter. Although not from the same time and space, Qin Xiao felt a subtle thrill at the prospect of his nation's strength. Organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. would not dare to breach Pakistan's borders even slightly. Such caution toward Huaxia was indeed remarkable. Observing the pride on Qin Xiao's face, Black Widow chuckled and remarked, I almost forgot you are from Huaxia. Did you know there is a saying in the intelligence community? Whether they are international spies, agents, or even mercenaries, they must never, ever enter Huaxia. Do you know why? Oh, why is that? Qin Xiao inquired, intrigued. During the Cold War, spies from the Soviet Union and the United States were ubiquitous across the globe, yet those who ventured into Huaxia mysteriously vanished. To my knowledge, both nations dispatched no fewer than 3 groups of hundreds, all of whom ultimately lost contact. It is rumored that the intelligence agencies of both countries eventually received a note from Huaxia's authorities, inscribed with 4 ominous characters, no entry for strangers. I once thought it was merely a legend until I entered the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau and witnessed that very note with my own eyes. Truly astonishing. As Black Widow shared these revelations about Huaxia, their vehicle journeyed southward, crossing into Pakistan. At the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan lay a vast, desolate desert, devoid of military presence from either side. However, after the so-called freedom fighters of the Ten Commandments gang kidnapped Tony Stark, they astutely realized that Afghanistan would soon be turned upside down by the Americans, prompting them to enter Pakistani territory. This maneuver not only evaded the scrutiny of the U.S., Military, but also ensured that as long as they remained away from the desert's edge, no one would venture into the barren expanse to search for them. Yet, they never anticipated that their videos would fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. In their email communications, they were meticulous, routing their messages through servers in various countries. The terrorists in the video obscured their faces, revealing only their eyes. Nevertheless, given the context of Afghanistan, this was more than sufficient for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 12, Desert Night. Upon receiving the video, we promptly conducted a visible range analysis of the masked terrorists and infiltrated Afghanistan's surveillance systems through a newly developed recognition program. Whether public or private surveillance, including smartphones, laptops, and tablets, if it was connected to the internet, we could capture it all. 2 days prior, we identified the terrorists from the video at a restaurant in a small town, with an 85% similarity in their facial features. If our assumptions were correct, this was indeed the location. On a sand dune in the desert, Black Widow was connecting a telescope to her laptop. The vehicle lay concealed behind a dune, draped with a desert camouflage cover of vibrant yellow, courtesy of the Black Widow. In the distance, the small town appeared as a mere speck in Qin Xiao's line of sight. However, upon the completion of the Black Widow's setup, he observed that every individual entering or exiting the town would be automatically focused and captured by the telescope. The images were then transmitted directly to the computer, where the software would analyze and identify them. Are we to remain here, fixated on the screen? Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. The scorching desert heat was indeed quite tormenting. Once identified, an alarm will sound. The Black Widow rose, stretching her lithe form, her devilish physique accentuated by the motion, especially when paired with her angelic visage, both innocent and alluring. I should make a quick trip to Chinatown for some refreshing tea, Qin Xiao mused, swallowing hard. The Black Widow noted the glint in his eyes and smiled slightly. You should set up the tent. I will place a few items to aid in our vigilance. If luck is not on our side, we may have to remain here for a week. Due to border issues, they could not enter on a large scale. They would first need to discreetly locate their targets, assess the situation, ascertain the number of adversaries and their armaments, particularly the precise location of Tony Stark, before deciding on their next course of action. Though a week was the anticipated duration, as soon as Qin Xiao opened the tent, the computer emitted an alarm. Such fortune! He dashed to the computer, despite his unfamiliarity with the software. A close-up view revealed an off-road vehicle with 4 individuals inside. The facial recognition matched 2 of them with scores of 87 and 89 respectively. It's them. Let us go. The telescope remained locked onto their targets as Qin Xiao hastily gathered his belongings. The pair climbed into their vehicle, trailing the suspects from a distance. They followed the vehicle westward, traversing the undulating desert terrain for over 3 hours before finally locating their hideout. Qin Xiao felt immense relief at having the Black Widow by his side. Tracking a vehicle in the desert proved challenging. Getting too close was unwise, while straying too far would result in losing the trail, as tire tracks would soon be buried beneath the golden sands. Moreover, his natural sense of direction was lacking. Left alone in the desert with just a GPS, merely not getting lost would be a small victory. As they navigated, peering through the telescope, the off-road vehicle halted once more behind another dune. The two crouched atop the dune, binoculars in hand. The terrorists had indeed chosen their location wisely. This spot was situated at the tri-border intersection of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, a desolate expanse of desert, leaning slightly towards Pakistan. They were uncertain of where they had discovered a sandy slope and a hill composed of gravel and stones. Within this hill, several caverns had been excavated, with the sandy slope serving as the entrance, bisected by a fissure. This had resulted in a diminutive terrain reminiscent of a canyon. From a distance, it appeared utterly inconspicuous. Only through careful observation from a height could one discern its features. It was no wonder that so many had been unable to locate Tony Stark. Finding the place was merely the beginning. Over the next 3 days, Black Widow demonstrated to Qin Xiao the true essence of professionalism through her actions. From the comings and goings of vehicles and the transportation of supplies, it was evident that this small base housed approximately 70 to 80 individuals. The regular delivery of water, food, and other materials to one of the caverns by the terrorists suggested not only the captivity of hostages, but also a significant likelihood of Tony Stark's presence, as they might be manufacturing weapons within the cave. What impressed Qin Xiao the most was Black Widow's ability to remain perched on the sand dune with her binoculars, fixated on the terrorist camp for nearly an entire day. She had dug a small pit in the sand, covered it with a camouflage jacket for shade, allowing her to endure the day without water, all to minimize the need for bodily relief. This was, after all, in the desert. In comparison to certain flashback scenes from films, This experience vividly reminded Qin Xiao of the brutal nature of her own training. To facilitate observation, they had erected a small tent on the reverse side of the dune. Although sufficiently distanced from the terrorist camp, they still refrained from kindling any fire at night. The moonlight was splendid that evening, and as Qin Xiao gazed at Black Widow's exquisite features illuminated by its glow, he felt an unexpected pang of sorrow for this young woman, merely 24 years of age. If you were given the chance to live a different life, I mean a normal one, would you accept it? He suddenly inquired, having relished the rare moments spent alone with this extraordinary beauty over the past few nights. Black Widow paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. Impossible. That would be inconceivable for me. I have committed numerous grave mistakes, far too many. Now, it feels more like penance. I am grateful for the opportunity one have. Her smile bore traces of guilt, shame, and an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao, sensing the gravity of the moment, grew serious. It is not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words. You are merely a sword, not the executioner. The fault lies with the one wielding the sword. The weapon itself holds no moral weight. This marked the first occasion that Qin Xiao addressed Black Widow as Natasha, and the first time he spoke such comforting words to her with utmost sincerity. After a prolonged silence, Natasha finally uttered a simple, "Thank you. Tonight, we must prepare for action. First, let us rest, for we need to maintain our spirits. Soon, assistance will arrive. You shall keep watch." With that, Natasha turned and entered the tent. To my surprise, I received a gift, an extraordinary character summoning token. I am immensely grateful to Brother Qin Yu from Sichuan Town. This marks the first gift for this book. I never anticipated receiving such encouragement after only a few words. Thank you. Chapter 13. Hawkeye's support previously. Black Widow mentioned that due to border issues, large-scale incursions to rescue Tony were unfeasible. I assumed a few individuals would arrive with equipment and supplies to facilitate our infiltration of the Ten Rings Gang's camp. However, SHIELD sent an ace agent, Hawkeye. He appeared before me at 1 in the morning, traversing on foot. Just as depicted in the films, he wore a black tactical suit, carried a quiver of arrows, and wielded a composite bow. In his other hand, he held a bag filled with various individual combat weapons. Perhaps due to the generally older age of actors in the films, every character I have encountered thus far seems significantly younger than their cinematic counterparts. Hawkeye appeared to be no older than 30, radiating vitality with a stern expression. Clint Barton, Agent Barton. This is Qin Xiao. Natasha provided a brief introduction. Natasha informed me of your situation. Having received Isaiah's blood, you have become a super soldier. You're quite fortunate, kid. Hawkeye extended his right hand toward me. Kid. Lucky? Huh. I silently scoffed, shaking his hand. Surely he sought to test me? Observing Hawkeye's sturdy arm, I smiled slightly and applied pressure. Hawkeye's expression instantly shifted. What? God bear witness. Hawkeye was merely engaging in a standard handshake, yet it was I who had escalated the grip. My strength was now measured in tons. And regardless of Hawkeye's elite status as a top agent, he remained within human limitations. Hey, Qin, what are you doing? Let go. Fortunately, Natasha intervened just in time. Otherwise, Hawkeye might have struggled to draw his bow today. Are you all right? Natasha inquired, glancing at Hawkeye, whose face had turned crimson. Hawkeye remained silent, shaking his hand and flexing his palm, signaling that he was fine. What were you thinking? Why such force in a handshake? Natasha questioned. I felt equally embarrassed. I realized with the first application of pressure that Hawkeye had no intention of testing me. Otherwise, he would have offered some resistance. He appeared entirely caught off guard. Scratching my head sheepishly, I attempted to explain my awkwardness. I initially believed he was testing me, as depicted in films, especially since he referred to me as kid and remarked on my good fortune. Qin Xiao's voice gradually diminished, revealing his embarrassment. My apologies, Agent Barton. If you prefer, I won't resist. Will you return me? Qin Xiao extended his right hand. Hawkeye glanced at him, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to his nose. It was evident that this lad was a complete novice. You owe me one. Remember that. With a cold expression, he turned to gather his gear. Just as he pivoted, Hawkeye's face contorted in pain, nearly bringing him to tears due to the agony in his hand. It was a brief interlude, marking an unusual bond formed between them. At 4 in the morning, when humans are said to be in the deepest slumber, a figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the Ten Rings Gang's camp. I have reached the designated position. Over. Qin Xiao lay prone less than 20 meters from the camp, donning night vision goggles akin to ordinary sunglasses. He whispered softly. Received. Remain still for now, observe the camp, follow instructions, and refrain from saying over. This isn't a movie, rookie. Hawkeye's voice crackled through the earpiece. From a small dune approximately 100 meters away from the camp, Hawkeye concluded his transmission, lifted a bow, and aimed at the camp. Shall we compare skills? The usual rules? Beside him stood Black Widow, armed with a silenced sniper rifle. Fantastic. Who would have thought I would have the opportunity to fight alongside you in the desert? Clearly, Nick values Tony Stark. Black Widow meticulously surveyed the distribution of sentries within the camp through her rifle's scope. It's not Stark he values. It's that kid, Qin. This is evidently an arrangement for us to babysit a novice. As Hawkeye spoke, he adjusted the small monocular sight on one eye. Likely the standard equipment for his long-range archery. I'll count to 3, and we'll commence together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Since absorbing the super serum, Qin Xiao's sensory perception had heightened beyond that of an ordinary person. He heard the piercing whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. As the sounds echoed, he witnessed sentries in the camp drop one after another. Some were struck directly in the throat by arrows, while others had gaping holes opened in their foreheads. It appeared that Black Widow and Hawkeye had acted in unison. In less than 2 seconds, 7 or 8 sentries had fallen, both visibly and invisibly. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Hawkeye sprinted swiftly to Qin Xiao's side, immediately knocking an arrow and fixing his gaze intently on the camp's direction. It was then that Qin Xiao saw Black Widow gracefully descending from the dune toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye aimed his weapon directly at the camp. I will head to the cave on the left. If anyone emerges, I will keep them occupied. Stark should be on the right. That task is yours. Do you have any questions? Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao, who responded with an okay hand gesture. Let's go. At Hawkeye's command, Qin Xiao sprang up from the ground, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of basic combat skills. Not only did he exhibit proficiency in martial arts, but his understanding of firearms, and even in this hostage rescue mission. Despite it being his first experience, he moved with the poise of someone well-trained, far from a novice. Hawkeye discreetly gave Black Widow a thumbs up. An expert can discern the nuances. One must navigate swiftly, evade obstacles, and remain vigilant for potential enemies ahead. It was evident that this young man possessed commendable abilities. Hawkeye remarked and swiftly followed, racing towards the camp. Uncertain whether their exterior confidence stemmed from their chosen positions, the cave was devoid of guards. Save for 2 stationed at the heavy iron door, both of whom were asleep against it. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao drew his silenced pistol and took aim at one of the men. Although it was his first time taking a life, he initially considered using a knife, but ultimately deemed the pistol a better option, perhaps due to the nature of the weapon or the urgency of the rescue. Executing the act from a few meters away did not evoke any discomfort within him. Chapter 14. Successful rescue. He retrieved the keys from the guards and gently unlocked the iron door. Before him lay a large, disheveled wooden workbench cluttered with an array of tools and metal components. It was astounding that such an environment could yield a miniature arc reactor and a set of technologically advanced armor, truly earning Iron Man the title of a mortal rivaling the divine. Qin Xiao marveled at the sight. Inside the cave, 2 makeshift army beds were positioned at the far right. Lying under indistinguishable blankets were 2 individuals, one being the briefly seen Dr. Ethan from the film, and the other, the now transformed Tony Stark. Qin Xiao could see the faint blue glow emanating from the arc reactor beneath the blanket. Having spent considerable time together, Qin Xiao had developed a certain camaraderie with Tony. The normally impeccably dressed Stark now appeared disheveled and unkempt, evoking a tinge of sadness in Qin Xiao as he gently lifted Tony's blanket. With a sudden motion, Tony's eyes snapped open, and he grasped Qin Xiao's wrist. As your mentor, should I commend you on your impressive learning? Tony Stark's eyes widened in surprise, erupting with joy. Qin Xiao, not bothering with further words, quickly turned around and firmly covered Ethan's mouth just as he was about to scream. Silence. If you wish to survive, do not shout. I am a friend of Tony. Having startled Ethan awake, Qin Xiao's swift reaction prevented a potential outcry. My God, I never knew meeting you would bring such delight. What brings you here? Tony whispered excitedly. Do you believe I came here just to wait for the next subway? Nonsense. I am here to rescue you, my friend. And do keep your distance. I have no desire for an embrace. Damn it. Tony, you have no idea how foul you smell. Struggling free from Tony's grasp, Qin Xiao could not help but brush off the dust from his clothing. Lowering his voice, he added, the situation outside has been handled. Keep your voice down and follow me. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece, urging him on. Qin, you need to hurry. There is a surveillance room aimed directly at your location. I've already dealt with one fool who woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. We can't delay much longer. Move swiftly. Time is of the essence. Qin Xiao urgently instructed the 2. Though Tony was curious about who had accompanied Qin Xiao, he recognized that now was not the time for idle chatter. Rising, he grabbed a stack of blueprints from the workbench and unhesitatingly followed Qin Xiao's lead. As they emerged, Black Widow was already setting up miniature explosives around the area. Informing Hawkeye of their withdrawal, Several took positions near the cave. Black Widow surveyed the canyon filled with weaponry and declared, "You go fetch the vehicle. I will hold the fort here. If they emerge, I shall greet them with a spectacular fireworks display." She brandished a small detonator in her hand. In the previous chaos, compounded by the darkness, Tony had barely glimpsed Hawkeye and Black Widow's appearances. Now, hearing her speak and seeing her clearly, he exclaimed, "It's you." Clearly, Black Widow had left a significant impression on Tony at the casino. However, he wisely refrained from asking questions at that moment, instead adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed her. "I wish to stay behind with you. The missiles, rifles, and other armaments below are Stark Industries weapons. I do not understand how they ended up here, but I intend to destroy them myself." Qin Xiao, being the one most attuned to Tony's sentiments, interjected before anyone else could speak. "It is settled then. I will remain to protect them while Ethan accompanies Agent Barton to drive." Hawkeye exchanged a glance with Qin Xiao and Tony, said nothing, and beckoned to Ethan before turning to leave. The three found a concealed position, lying low as dawn began to break. Qin Xiao gazed at the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. The tattoo was quite impressive, even glowing. "Do help me get one when we return." Tony's smile was tinged with melancholy. He pulled down his shirt to reveal the reactor embedded within him. This device was an electromagnetic core with numerous small projectiles perpetually aimed at my heart. I assure you, this sensation is far from enjoyable. Not even Black Widow, nor even Qin Xiao, who was aware of the circumstances, could suppress their astonishment at the sight of such a substantial piece of metal embedded in someone's chest. "At least you one team need to turn on the bedside lamp for your midnight trips to the restroom." Qin Xiao, unsure of how to console him, gently patted his shoulder. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted from the camp below. "Silence. They've discovered us," Black Widow uttered, and the three of them fell silent, observing the camp. A horde of disheveled terrorists burst forth from the cave on the left, brandishing various rifles and vociferously shouting. Black Widow handed the remote detonator to Tony, instructing him to wait until their numbers swelled a bit more. Tony remained silent, gripping the detonator tightly in his hand, clearly haunted by recent experiences. In a brief moment, a bald, burly man, seething with rage, stormed out leading his men. Having reviewed the surveillance, he was relentless, re-entering the cave where Tony had been imprisoned. Over a minute passed before he emerged, standing at the cave's entrance, issuing commands to his subordinates below. "Now," Black Widow commanded. Almost instantaneously, Tony pressed the detonator switch with force. Boom. Bang. The small explosives left by Black Widow detonated in near unison, igniting a stockpile of missiles and grenades on the ground. The thunderous explosions sent tremors through the earth, felt even by the three standing over 100 meters away. Countless bullets were propelled skyward, bursting forth in a spectacular display, reminiscent of a grand fireworks show. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed behind the trio. Hawkeye spotted an off-road vehicle racing towards them from the distance. "Get in. The explosions will attract the local military and government. We must leave swiftly to avoid unnecessary trouble." Hawkeye signaled to the others. Tony cast a lingering glance at the place before turning to follow Qin Xiao into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, the bald giant, had been hurled back into the cave by the shockwave at the moment of the explosion. Though injured, he had narrowly escaped the brunt of the blast. As the group departed, he slowly crawled out of the cave, watching them drive away amidst the swirling dust. He retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket. Chapter 15. Pursuers. As we journeyed northwest for another half an hour, we would soon cross into Afghanistan, where safety awaited us. After driving for over an hour, Hawkeye halted, glanced at the compass, and recalibrated the GPS suddenly. A deafening explosion interrupted Black Widow's words. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the off-road vehicle, sending clouds of yellow sand soaring into the sky. To the left, Hawkeye yelled as he sharply turned the steering wheel. Black Widow immediately grabbed a pair of binoculars and peered to the left. Go, hurry up, damn it." Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently addressed Hawkeye. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed on the accelerator, and the engine roared in response. Ignoring all sense of direction, they sped to the right. Qin Xiao, with keen eyes, spotted a figure in the distance wielding a metal pipe. It was likely a portable rocket launcher. The previous explosion had originated from it. While a single rocket launcher posed little threat to them, the real danger lay in the vehicles that began to emerge from behind the sand dunes. More than 10 off-road vehicles were approaching. Damn it. How can they arrive so quickly with so many? Hold on tight. There's no safety if you fall out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were open-top, with a terrorist armed with a rocket launcher standing in nearly every one, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. Hawkeye's steering wheel was a blur as he swerved left and right, the vehicle twisting like a serpent across the desert terrain, amidst explosions and swirling sands. In that moment, Qin Xiao felt as though they had stepped into a scene from a spy film. They're coming from the north. The Afghan border is unsafe. Contact our people and alert the military for assistance. Hurry. Hawkeye shouted to Black Widow as he drove. I'm already on the phone. Those damn bastards. Black Widow retorted, one hand clutching the phone just as gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet narrowly grazed her arm, shattering the rearview mirror. The relentless sound of bullets striking the vehicle filled the air, their attackers employing heavy machine guns. The occupants of the Jeep struggled to lift their heads amidst the cacophony. Hawkeye glanced back at Qin Xiao, Tony, and the others, sighed, and said to Black Widow, "You take the wheel. We must retaliate." Without waiting for her response, he leaped into the front seat between the two. Barely had Hawkeye's voice echoed when Natasha seized the steering wheel, her legs propelling her forward with agility. "Now it was our turn, you rascals." Hawkeye knocked an arrow, unwavering despite the vehicle's tumultuous ride. His upper body remained remarkably still. Whoosh! An arrow was released. Qin Xiao witnessed a massive burst of flames erupting from the vehicle closest to them, obliterated by Hawkeye's explosive arrow. The rear windows were shattered like a spider's web. "Duck down," Qin Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the glass. He aimed a rifle behind them and began firing. Qin Xiao's marksmanship was mediocre, and in such chaotic circumstances, hitting a target proved even more challenging. However, he was unperturbed by the prospect of wasting ammunition, opting for automatic mode, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. This action disrupted several enemy gunners, at least preventing them from brazenly standing and shooting. Whoosh! After a brief moment of aim, Hawkeye released another arrow, transforming another vehicle into a fireball. Whoosh! Yet another. "Yes. Well done, mate." Observing Hawkeye settle back down after releasing an arrow, Qin Xiao took a moment to commend him. Qin Xiao's interference, coupled with Hawkeye's 3 arrows, had incapacitated 3 vehicles. The enemy began to maintain their distance, no longer daring to close in aggressively. Their pressure was significantly alleviated. As they retreated slightly, I said, "Keep going, Cupid. A few more would suffice. There are only 5 or 6 vehicles." Qin Xiao remarked to the seated Hawkeye, "I wish I could, but I have no explosive arrows left. Also, I am Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie." Hawkeye retorted, "What do you mean you have no explosive arrows? We are up against terrorists. We're here to fight. And you couldn't bring more gear?" Qin Xiao exclaimed, "We're here to save lives, not to engage in combat, rookie." Hawkeye replied while inspecting his quiver, "I understand you are here to rescue me, but could I also get a gun? It's not my style to take hits without fighting back." Tony interjected suddenly, "Damn it, I'm called Hawkeye. Don't go giving people silly names. And who said I couldn't do anything just because I lack explosive arrows?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye sprang to his feet, briefly aimed, and astonishingly, 2 arrows shot forth in quick succession, one striking a gunner squarely in the head, the other piercing through the windshield, killing the driver instantly. The vehicle swerved violently, flipping over onto the desert sands. "Did you see that, rookie? And you too, millionaire. Let the professionals handle professional matters." Qin Xiao exchanged glances with Tony, who shrugged. "You have a point. Accuracy speaks volumes. But why not take out both drivers with 2 arrows? That way, they could flip 2 vehicles." "Tony, I believe Qin is correct." "Ethan, indeed." "Hawkeye, after such a tumultuous experience, the opposition is left with merely 2 off-road vehicles, and the pressure has significantly diminished. The group's spirits have lightened, eagerly awaiting Hawkeye to rise and dispatch their foes with precision." True to expectations, Hawkeye promptly stood and skillfully eliminated 1 vehicle. Yet, as he rose once more, bang! Almost immediately, he collapsed, a bullet firmly embedded in the right side of his ballistic vest. "Damn, there are still adversaries." Hawkeye's exclamation seemed to signal the commencement of the enemy's assault. From the left, nearly 20 off-road vehicles suddenly emerged from the sand dunes. In an instant, gunfire erupted incessantly. A barrage of bullets kicked up clouds of yellow sand around the left and front of the vehicles, forming multiple lethal trajectories. Had they not fortuitously taken cover behind a dune, their vehicle would surely have been rendered inoperative. This could not continue. Could we not summon the military for assistance? Taking advantage of the dune's obstruction of their line of sight, Tony inquired. "This is troublesome. Even if they were to come directly, it would be challenging for us to endure this onslaught. Fortunately, there are several dunes ahead. We can traverse them one by one to seek an opportunity to shake them off," Hawkeye suggested, gesturing toward the dunes ahead. Qin Xiao surveyed the undulating dunes, realizing that with so many pursuers behind them, they could not rely solely on these dunes to evade capture. Reinforcements would arrive too late. "I recall that we have 2 significant assets in the vehicle. I have a plan," Qin Xiao said in a hushed tone. Chapter 16. A solemn rearguard. The Ten Rings organization does not make many appearances in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, at least not until Qin Xiao's arrival. His knowledge of the comics is limited to the likes of the Mandarin and the nature of the rings. However, it now appears that the 10 rings possess considerable influence in the Middle East, particularly in the Asian regions thereof. The distance from the desert camp where they rescued Tony to Afghanistan is quite minimal. Along the way, they faced the relentless pursuit of 6 heavily armed off-road vehicles. And now they find themselves encircled by nearly 20. Even with 2 elite operatives on board and Qin Xiao, a super soldier, they are swiftly overwhelmed by the enemy's superior firepower. Not to mention any possibility of counterattack. In such circumstances, they would be reduced to mere fragments under the relentless fire of heavy machine guns. To prevent unforeseen events and deter pursuers, they had mounted 2 Gatling guns on their vehicle. As they crossed over 3 dunes, Qin Xiao shouted for the vehicle to halt. Grasping one of the Gatling guns, he leaped from the vehicle, while Tony positioned the other on the ground beside him. Hawkeye remained poised with his bow, while Black Widow and Ethan brandished an automatic rifle. Beyond the sand dunes lay their opportunity to disperse and encircle us. This was our final chance. Qin Xiao crouched behind the dune, raising his gaze to the opposing side. The terrain here could indeed delay them for a moment, but we could not hold them off for long. Their numbers were overwhelming, and our ammunition would scarcely last a few minutes. Hawkeye swiftly assessed their ammunition and weaponry. A few minutes would suffice. We simply needed to halt their advance. Qin Xiao's eyes were fixed intently on the sand dune ahead, waiting for their vehicles to completely cross over. Once they entered the natural basin between the 2 dunes, that would be the moment to trap them. However, before Natasha could finish her thought, the roar of engines echoed from the opposite side. One by one, off-road vehicles surged over the dune, racing down the slope toward us. Prepare. Qin Xiao's gaze was locked on the approaching vehicles as they gradually came into view. When the majority of the enemy vehicles had entered the low-lying basin, it was time. Qin Xiao fired the first shot, and though his companions were uncertain of his intentions, they followed his lead and opened fire. 2 Gatling guns and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a barrage of deadly fire, coupled with Hawkeye's precise arrows taking down a few drivers. The vehicles in the basin reacted swiftly. Several cars formed a blockade, while others lined up behind them. The terrorists could only take cover behind 2 vehicles, returning fire. The power of the Gatling guns was overwhelming. One vehicle could not guarantee their safety. Cease fire. Observing the enemy had established their position, Qin Xiao gestured for his team to halt. Barton, if anyone from their side attempts to drive, shoot the driver. If they remain still, do not move. With just 5 men hiding behind the dune, they occasionally shifted positions to observe. The moment any enemy made a move, Hawkeye would release an arrow. If several adversaries stirred or attempted to drive, their firearms would unleash a coordinated assault. Indeed, they successfully pinned the enemy in place. Is this your plan? We are running low on ammunition. What comes next? Black Widow inquired, changing her magazine. Next, you shall witness my performance. Leave me a bit of supplies. When they act, I will deliver another round, and you must retreat immediately. Qin Xiao spoke calmly, surveying the individuals below. No, how can we just leave you? Tony was the first to voice his objections. Qin Xiao had come to save him, and he could not abandon him in the desert. He was unaware. But you ought to be informed. You should depart first. My chances of survival are greater alone. We are not far from Afghanistan, and if you expedite your movements, I am certain I can await reinforcements. Qin Xiao addressed Black Widow and Hawkeye. They exchanged glances, recognizing that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. The priority was to delay the adversary here, not to mention the ammunition dilemma. The critical issue was that no one could ascertain which side's reinforcements would arrive first. Their numbers were still insufficient, and should more enemies approach from another direction, they would find themselves encircled by the foe. No, I oppose this. We must have alternative strategies. Tony exclaimed, observing the hesitant expressions on Hawkeye and Black Widow's faces. Tony, listen to me. Look here. Qin Xiao beckoned toward Tony. As Tony's gaze shifted, Qin Xiao swiftly executed a knife-hand strike to the rear side of Tony's neck. Damn it, why did you hit me? Tony protested, clutching his cheek. Qin Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fearing he had struck too hard and injured Tony, he had restrained his strength, resulting in an awkward situation. As Qin Xiao scratched his head, unexpectedly, Hawkeye rose and delivered a precise strike to the back of Tony's neck, causing him to stumble and collapse. And you? Do you wish to accompany them, or shall I render you unconscious as well? Qin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Ethan. I will go with them. I will comply. Ethan raised his hands in surrender, having witnessed the swift incapacitation of Tony. He imagined the pain would certainly lead to swelling. At that moment, 2 vehicles from the opposing side attempted to maneuver in another direction, only to be forced back into position by the relentless whir of Gatling guns. Hawkeye took down the driver of one vehicle with a single arrow. Now is your chance. Depart swiftly. Hawkeye urged silently, bending down to lift the unconscious Tony. Meanwhile, Black Widow cast a worried glance toward Qin Xiao. Your expression doesn't suggest you're about to confess, does it? For heaven's sake, hurry and fetch reinforcements for me. Qin Xiao exclaimed fiercely, playfully swatting Black Widow on the backside. This time, Black Widow merely rolled her eyes at him. Don't push your limits. Engage in guerrilla warfare with them. We will find you. Indeed. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. Later, the convoy of off-road vehicles emerged directly from the desert of Iran, led by a portly man with a bushy beard. Having just crested the sand dunes for a surprise assault, he had orchestrated the formation of a temporary stronghold. Despite the ferocious enemy fire, this man remained unconcerned, confident in their overwhelming numbers. The enemy could not possibly possess ample ammunition. This was the desert, their territory, where the enemy would be worn down to exhaustion. However, the procrastination had left the hefty man feeling uncertain, prompting him to suggest that two vehicles attempt to break out. As soon as the engines roared to life, bullets from the opposing Gatling gun whistled through the air. The terrifying arrows, capable of claiming a life with a single shot, added to the peril. Damn it. Continuing down this path was not a solution. If they delayed any longer, the American military would certainly intervene. The burly man anxiously pounded the sandy ground. Despite sending two teams to maneuver around, they were either repelled by a hail of bullets or shot down by a single arrow from the vigilant marksman. Chapter 17. The Escape of the Ten Commandments Gang. This was not a sustainable strategy. The burly man once again appointed a particularly cunning terrorist. You drive eastward. Keep your head down, and simply accelerate in the right direction. No need to watch the road. Once this unfortunate soul had settled into the vehicle, the burly man summoned another subordinate to prepare for departure. At the sound of his command, the first man slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped eastward. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having endured a tumultuous series of events, found himself alone, left to hold the fort. He watched as an opposing SUV sped towards him from the right. To his surprise, they had the audacity to test him again, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Resigned, he lifted his sniper rifle, determined to aim for the vehicle rather than its occupants. If I can't hit the driver, I'll settle for the tires. Muttering to himself, he focused on the front wheel. Bang! The shot rang out, even though the driver was hunched over. Qin Xiao witnessed a spray of crimson erupt from the back of the driver's neck through the scope. The vehicle spiraled out of control and crashed. Could it be? Qin Xiao stared in disbelief. His aim had been for the tire, yet fortune had favored him in an unexpected way. His moment of triumph was fleeting, however, as he soon realized the danger. Another vehicle was barreling towards him from the opposite direction. Qin Xiao was not naive enough to believe he would experience such luck twice in a row. He discarded the sniper rifle and seized two Gatling guns resting on the ground, gripping one in each hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. The twin streams of fire erupted, their bullets merging into a continuous line. The ferocity of the assault caught up with the SUV in mere seconds. It disintegrated into fragments before exploding into a massive fireball. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao pivoted his aim towards their makeshift encampment, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. This was a warning: remain still or face annihilation. The primary concern, however, was that he had limited ammunition left. His only option was to delay for as long as possible. Naturally, the burly man received the warning, and they remained silent for a full 10 minutes. In truth, the bearded man initially dispersed his vehicles to encircle and intercept, making it exceedingly difficult for Qin Xiao and his companions. A misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Even if they managed to triumph in the end, casualties were all but assured. However, the internal factions of the Ten Commandments gang were intricate, and this task was essentially a private endeavor that the bald man had taken on. The bearded man acted only upon receiving his plea for help. From the outset, he had no intention of incurring significant losses among his subordinates. He merely intended to pursue and intercept. If they succeeded, so be it, but if not, they would simply abandon the chase. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Qin Xiao and his group would dare to halt and counterattack with such ferocity. As the casualties among his men mounted, the bearded man began to feel a surge of anger, just as he was silently regretting his involvement in this affair. His satellite phone rang. Damn it. You didn't inform me that this group was so ruthless. What kind of people are you asking me to hunt down? I've already lost several of my men, and you must compensate me. He began lamenting, emphasizing his losses. He was aware of the bald man's clandestine dealings with certain major arms dealers in America and hoped that by stressing his losses, he could later procure additional resources as compensation. However, the bald man's next words sent the bearded man into a rage. What? Tony Stark? I should have anticipated this. Damn it. You should have told me from the very beginning. Attack. Everyone get in the vehicles, disperse and encircle that dune ahead. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The bearded man abruptly ended the call and finally committed to an all-out assault. With this newfound seriousness, Qin Xiao found himself unable to withstand the pressure alone. As a dozen vehicles spread out in all directions, Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He could only aim his most powerful weapon, the two Gatling guns, directly at the two vehicles in front of him. After a fierce exchange, he managed to render both vehicles inoperative, though one of his Gatling guns fell silent. Out of ammunition, the other was also running low. Looking at the off-road vehicles of the Ten Commandments gang, most had already ascended the surrounding dunes, with some completely vanishing from sight. Qin Xiao targeted the nearest off-road vehicle within his reach and unleashed the remaining ammunition from his Gatling gun. Without checking the results of his fire, he hurled the weapon to the ground and cautiously moved a few steps aside, wary that enemies might still be lurking below, thus positioning himself in a blind spot. Using his considerable strength, he dug a small pit in the sand, burying himself entirely within. He tore the scarf from around his neck and draped it over his face, serving to prevent sand from entering his mouth and nose while also obscuring the reflection on his sunglasses. He then covered his face with a thin layer of sand, using his arms to dig into the sandy depths, shaking off the loose grains above him in an effort to conceal himself as thoroughly as possible. Though the surface appeared somewhat uneven, it was the best he could manage under the circumstances, hoping fervently that they would not notice his presence. Having just completed all that, the sound of car engines reached his ears. By the sound, it seemed two vehicles had simultaneously arrived mere meters away, as Qin Xiao had envisioned. Their immediate focus would undoubtedly be on the spot where he and his companions had discarded their firearms. As expected, after parking, their chatter filled the air, likely reporting through their walkie-talkies that the area was unoccupied. Patiently waiting for the adversaries to finish their conversation, Qin Xiao remained vigilant for about 10 seconds. Then, he sprang from the sandpit, a cloud of yellow dust erupting around him. In midair, with a swift motion of his right hand, a dark flash of a blade sliced through the space. The head of the nearest terrorist soared into the sky. He must not grant them the opportunity to fire back. With this thought in mind, he unleashed a series of shots from his silenced pistol held in his left hand. From his sudden leap to his descent, before the enemies could comprehend the situation, he dispatched 4 foes with a single strike and 3 shots. Only 2 remained. To conserve time, as soon as he landed, another shot rang out, and his other hand hurled the Tang Dao towards the remaining adversary. Although the shot went slightly off target, it struck the enemy in the neck, resulting in immediate death. The Tang Dao, propelled by Qin Xiao's immense strength, embedded itself into the forehead of the last assailant, sinking deep until the hilt was visible. Exhaling heavily, Qin Xiao reflected on the 6 adversaries. Apart from his own precision, speed, and surprise, the fact that these men had arrived and failed to see any enemies, their weapons laid down, and the visibility of the surroundings contributed to their downfall. One could only attribute this to the opportune conditions. Otherwise, while killing was feasible, had they fired even a single shot, it would have been disastrous, especially since others in the vicinity had not yet retreated. As Qin Xiao had anticipated, the 2 vehicles were the first to arrive. After reporting to the bearded leader via walkie-talkie, he immediately led his men in pursuit towards the northwest. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. It is worth noting that they were quite close to the border, where A.U.'s military base lay on the Afghan side. He did not believe that someone as influential as Tony Stark would lack military support. Reaching the border would signify the permanent loss of this mobile arsenal. Thus, once he learned that the area was deserted, his instinct was to order an immediate retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having delayed for over 10 minutes, yearned to call Tony to inquire if they had escaped the peril. Unfortunately, the satellite phone left by Black Widow had been struck by a bullet at some point. It must have occurred when the 2 vehicles had randomly fired a few shots in their direction. What terrible luck! Qin Xiao clenched his teeth resolutely and boarded an all-terrain vehicle, pushing the engine to its limits as he sped towards the northwest. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bearded man received reports from his subordinates. A fleet of vehicles was racing in the same direction. After 4 or 5 minutes, the bearded man's phone rang again. Upon answering, his expression turned grave. He immediately communicated over the intercom. Retreat. The target has been extracted by the American forces. We must withdraw at once. In the vast desert, a dozen vehicles simultaneously turned around, retracing their path. As for Qin Xiao, although he had heard the conversation over the vehicle's intercom, he could not comprehend a single word, as they were speaking in a language from an Arab nation. Fortunately, the system's notification chimed in promptly. Congratulations, host. The mission to rescue Tony Stark has been successfully completed. You have earned 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have forged a connection with the original Avenger, Hawkeye, leaving a deep impression, earning 500 points. Congratulations, host. Black Widow's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Iron Man's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Hawkeye's favor towards you has increased, earning 100 points. The notifications continued to resonate, revealing that not only had he completed the mission, but he had also deepened his relationships with key figures, which could be considered a hidden reward. It seemed they had indeed shared a life-and-death experience, and the increase in favorability was swift. However, he pondered why Hawkeye's points were only 100. Was it due to their lesser familiarity, or perhaps Hawkeye's inherently subdued presence? Nevertheless, Qin Xiao had no time to dwell on such matters, as the mission was accomplished. Continuing to chase the Ten Rings organization was no longer necessary. Advancing further could lead to encounters with them. Although he was now a super soldier clad in protective gear from the system, he was not invulnerable. A high-caliber bullet to the head or an encounter with powerful weaponry, such as a few rockets, could prove fatal. While he was willing to fight, engaging in needless risks would be unwise. Thus, he resolved to steer clear of them and await rescue from Tony and the others, hoping their satellite phone had remained intact. With a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao promptly turned the vehicle around, heading back the way he had come. Meanwhile, the bearded man, now in retreat, grew increasingly uneasy. The number of vehicles did not add up. He had clearly noted their count at the beginning. After observing closely, aside from the 2 vehicles that had been destroyed, there should have been no casualties. However, if those in the front had been obliterated, how had they managed to escape his blockade? It made no sense that they had been pursued for so long only to be saved by the American military. If that were the case, he should have encountered the Americans himself. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, especially when recalling the skilled archer among the opposing team. The final wave seemed to be solely marked by the sound of gunfire, with no sign of the archer. Something was off. He had been deceived. They had left someone behind to cut off their retreat. Otherwise, the number of vehicles would not align. The 2 vehicles that had passed were likely ambushed. Damn it! So many of his subordinates had perished, and despite expending such tremendous effort, they had gained nothing. To make matters worse, they had been treated like fools. The bearded man, growing increasingly infuriated, seized his walkie-talkie and issued commands to his men. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was completely unaware that the bearded man had initiated a pursuit in this desolate desert. He was merely adopting a risk-averse approach, heading back in the direction from which he came. To Qin Xiao, it did not matter when the reinforcements would arrive. What mattered was the safety of his return journey. Once he had traversed a sufficient distance, he would then head directly south towards Pakistan. As long as he reached a city in Pakistan, he would be entirely safe. However, Qin Xiao overlooked a crucial detail. The bald man who had kidnapped Tony had his camp situated within Pakistani territory. Although that camp had been thoroughly obliterated, the bald man had survived and was not alone in the vicinity, as he commanded more than one team. Qin Xiao was oblivious to this, as well as the various chaotic factions within the Ten Commandments gang. He was simply aware that his mission had been accomplished and that he had accrued a substantial amount of points, 3,000 in total. Only 2,000 points remained until the secondary marketplace would be unlocked. With ample fuel in the vehicle, he had also discovered a pack of cigarettes, which he now enjoyed while driving southward. As he cruised along, he suddenly noticed a small black dot ahead. It appeared to be a person. One individual naturally posed little threat to Qin Xiao, who boldly drove towards the figure. To his surprise, upon hearing the engine of the vehicle, the person turned and gestured for a ride. Quite audacious, indeed, to flag down a vehicle so evidently belonging to armed personnel in such a chaotic area. Qin Xiao glanced at the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle, feeling a sense of admiration for the individual's boldness. Considering the vast desert and the possibility that his pursuers might not catch up, he thought about the risk of leaving this person behind. If the terrorists were to see him, they might resort to violence against an innocent civilian out of frustration, with the intention of performing a good deed. Qin Xiao executed a stylish maneuver, halting the off-road vehicle beside the traveler. "Would you like a ride?" he inquired. The traveler, clad in oversized trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves, bore a disheveled appearance, with a filthy scarf wrapped around his face to shield against the sand. Upon seeing Qin Xiao's vehicle come to a stop, he beamed with joy, quickly removing the scarf. "Could you take me to the nearest town?" "Thank you." He displayed a simple, earnest smile, while Qin Xiao, upon recognizing the visage of that individual, it felt as though I had encountered a specter. "Is it you?" Chapter 19, An Unexpected Encounter with the Green Giant. When Tony Stark awoke, he found himself lying in a U.S. military base. As he opened his eyes, the familiar countenance of Rhodey greeted him. "How was the exhilarating ride, Tony? Next time, remember to share a vehicle with me, will you?" Rhodey remarked with a smile, the weight of the past month evident in his demeanor. "Rhodey, Tony smiled warmly, embracing his dear friend. By the way, where is Qin? Suddenly recalling something, Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed Rhodey away and inquired. Scanning the room, he noticed Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan were present, yet Qin Xiao was conspicuously absent. Given the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness, Tony quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Rhodey, we must rescue him. Qin stayed behind to cover us. We cannot abandon him. Rhodey, clearly aware of the situation, had heard Tony speak of Qin Xiao before. However, regarding Tony's plea for a rescue, he replied, I'm sorry, Tony. Under secure conditions, the military might take risks for you, but for your friend, I regret to say, I cannot. He saved me. He rescued me. I cannot leave him behind. Tony Stark stood, his emotions surging. Tony, listen to me. This is a matter of national borders. We cannot simply rush into a non-allied territory for the sake of one individual. I've submitted a request, and I trust that the higher-ups will soon communicate with them. Rhodey reassured, gripping Tony's arm. By the time your request is submitted and the authorities converse, it will take at least several days. I know how those individuals operate. After all, it is not the renowned Tony Stark who is in peril, but rather an unknown soldier, correct? Colonel Rhodey interjected, his tone tinged with irony. Fully aware of the unfortunate circumstances, do you have any viable solutions? If I recall correctly, you are agents, yes? You must possess some unique methods. Tony directed his gaze towards Hawkeye. The military aircraft has declined our mobilization request, but our Quinjet is en route and should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Black Widow stated calmly. At that moment, it was indeed true that Qin Xiao's decision to remain behind maximized the chances for the others to survive. However, this did not preclude Black Widow's concern. After presenting their credentials, the commander of the base had regrettably denied their request for an aircraft. Consequently, they promptly contacted the nearest SHIELD intelligence office to urgently dispatch a Quinjet. Since they had departed from Qin Xiao, nearly an hour had elapsed. Even though Qin Xiao is a super soldier, Black Widow began to feel a sense of urgency. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to the situation with Tony. Even if he were aware, it would not have mattered much at this moment, for the appearance of this individual had plunged his mind into a state of paralysis. Is it you? An exclamation of surprise elicited a mix of astonishment, confusion, and, predominantly, fear on the traveler's face. Do you know me? Indeed, Qin Xiao recognized him. Yet he could never have anticipated encountering him in this locale. During my university days, I had your photograph adorning the walls of my laboratory, displayed alongside that of Madame Curie, Dr. Bruce Banner. It is a privilege to find you here. Qin Xiao promptly opened the car door and stepped out, tossing a bottle of water towards Banner. Have a drink. Judging by your appearance, your supplies must be depleted. While conversing with Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao cast a glance behind him, checking for any pursuers. Meanwhile, his mind frantically searched through memories of the film The Incredible Hulk, which he had watched long ago. The timeline of Marvel films is merely an approximation. For instance, the climactic events of Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk should have transpired in 2008. However, the events surrounding those moments remain uncertain. Qin Xiao recalled that Bruce Banner, upon transforming into the Hulk and evading General Ross's pursuit, had initially fled to Brazil, where he encountered a mentor who taught him to control his heartbeat. Later, in a daring move to meet an online acquaintance known as Mr. Blue, he returned to the United States, ultimately vanishing after his confrontation with the Abomination. According to subsequent narratives, he was supposed to have attempted suicide in the Arctic Circle, only to reappear in India during the first Avengers film. It appeared that the battle against the Abomination had indeed passed, placing Banner's journey somewhere in the interim between his suicide attempt and his arrival in India. Unexpectedly, fate had brought them together in this moment. After mentally untangling the timeline, Qin Xiao addressed Banner once more. Doctor, are you in need of a ride? Fear not, I am not a villain. My vehicle is malfunctioning, and I acquired this one for $30,000 from an armed group. You know, this is the Middle East. Qin Xiao shrugged, attempting to maintain a casual demeanor. It was not that he was compelled to assist Bruce Banner. Rather, their fortuitous meeting coincided with a new mission issued by the system. Gain Bruce Banner's trust, become his ally, and aid him in escaping military pursuit. System, given my current entanglement between Banner and the military, does this not seem a tad overwhelming? Shouldn't this task be deferred for a later time? Qin Xiao mused within the confines of his mind. The system solely issues tasks randomly based on the individuals and events encountered by the host, without imposing any obligation to complete them. However, the perilous nature of the Marvel Universe dictates that accumulating more points would allow the host to unlock the marketplace sooner and gain greater powers. Though the system's tasks are described as laid-back, devoid of penalties, the significance of the points is undeniably substantial. Thus, Qin Xiao resolutely accepted the task, reasoning that if it became too challenging, he could prioritize his own safety, especially since there was no time constraint. Consequently, Qin Xiao disembarked from the vehicle, casually offering an explanation for his possession of an armed vehicle. He was aware of Bruce Banner's profound aversion towards military personnel, which was one of the reasons he had chosen to venture into Asia. Compared to America and Europe, the influence of the United States was undeniably weaker in Asia. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Bruce Banner's expression grew troubled. The weaponry present in Qin Xiao's vehicle indeed weighed heavily upon him, not out of fear for his own safety, but rather due to the potential casualties he could inflict upon others should he transform. Yet, remaining outside was not an option. He lacked sufficient supplies in the desert and risked involuntarily transforming if his body could no longer endure. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Banner ultimately decided to board the vehicle. He had traversed from South America back to the United States, battled the abomination, and then fled to the Middle East, only to find himself pursued amidst the chaos. With no alternatives left, he chose to escape to Asia, following an injection from Mr. Blue. Coupled with the breathing techniques he learned in Brazil, he had nearly perfected the control over his emotions and heartbeat, making it unlikely for him to transform easily. Moreover, Qin Xiao did not appear to be affiliated with the military. Indeed, Qin Xiao was not a military man. However, Dr. Banner could not have anticipated that this seemingly gentle young man in his early 20s carried just as much trouble as himself, at least within this desert. Dr. Banner, what brings you to this desert alone? It appears quite perilous, Qin Xiao remarked, noting the tension in the atmosphere as the two unfamiliar individuals fell into an awkward silence. To break the ice, he initiated casual conversation. I have encountered some rather unfortunate events, and perhaps it is best that you remain unaware. I tend to bring misfortune to others, Banner reflected, his eyes clouded with memories. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. Their essay saying, when fate plays tricks on you, never assume it is your fault, Qin Xiao responded. Fate, Banner murmured, his gaze vacant as he fell silent once more. Thus, the two continued their quiet journey through the desert, and after more than 10 minutes, swirling clouds of yellow sand began to rise around them. 3 directions were swiftly converging upon them, with 4 or 5 fully armed off-road vehicles approaching from each side, clearly intent on their vehicle. What was transpiring? Who were these individuals? Were they your allies? Dr. Banner turned to survey his surroundings, his urgency palpable. No, I have no allies here. Brace yourself. Qin Xiao abruptly pressed the accelerator, the engine of the off-road vehicle growling ferociously as they surged forward. Although Dr. Banner had considered the possibility that these individuals were targeting him, it was evident that they were not Americans. Moreover, Qin Xiao's demeanor suggested they were fleeing. Are you certain they are not your allies? Damn it. Their vehicles are identical to ours, Dr. Banner remarked, fastening his seatbelt. Doctor, you are a scientist. Surely you are aware of the adage that one must look beyond the surface to discern the essence. Qin Xiao deftly maneuvered the steering wheel as several enemy vehicles appeared on their right. Let us delve into the essence then. Why are there so many of them suddenly, seemingly intent on capturing us? This is the Middle East, Doctor. Do not question why. They are here to apprehend me. Congratulations. You may now experience the misfortune that others bring upon you. Oh, damn. Qin Xiao swerved the steering wheel again as more adversaries emerged on the opposite side, while ahead, a multitude of vehicles had formed a blockade at the only available escape route. At that moment, the intercom crackled with heavily accented English. Stop immediately, or we will concentrate our fire and obliterate you. As if to validate the threat, the surrounding vehicles raised their heavy machine guns, aiming them directly at Qin Xiao's vehicle. With a resigned sigh, Qin Xiao pressed the brake. Remember to cooperate with me, Doctor, he stated calmly after bringing the vehicle to a halt. Cooperate? How am I? Before Dr. Banner could finish, he watched as Qin Xiao raised both hands high, shouting towards the surrounding terrorists. This is not my affair. I know nothing. I am merely a student traveling through the desert. It was this man who forced me to drive for him. I do not know him, nor do I understand what is happening. Dr. Banner was left bewildered. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, as the surrounding vehicles came to a standstill, and at least several dozen armed soldiers encircled the two. Qin Xiao continued, I am not who he claims. I do not know him. I am merely a traveler, just hitching a ride. Dr. Banner, now visibly incensed, turned his gaze sharply towards Qin Xiao. He was lying. Who would choose to ride in a vehicle armed with heavy machine guns in the desert? Look at me. I am merely a freshly graduated university student. Now, observe this individual. A group of terrorists surrounded the vehicle, glancing at the relatively clean and tidy Qin Xiao, then at Dr. Banner, whose tattered appearance clearly indicated he had endured a fierce battle. The majority of the gun barrels were aimed squarely at Dr. Banner. Just as he was about to speak, a soldier approached and struck him on the head with the butt of his rifle. No nonsense. Get out of the car and raise your hands. Dazed from the blow, Banner struggled to breathe deeply, only to see Qin Xiao mischievously winking at him, which infuriated him even more. However, the terrorists outside were indifferent to their exchange and roughly dragged both men from the vehicle. Dozens of rifles surrounded them, encircling the two. The crowd parted, and a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward. So, you two are the ones who killed so many of my men and allowed Tony Stark to escape from my grasp. Tony Stark? The billionaire who was allegedly kidnapped? Doctor. Banner felt a buzzing in his head. Could someone explain what was happening? Yet, Qin Xiao interjected loudly. Don't kill me. I know nothing. I don't even know who Tony Stark is. I'm just a recent graduate. I'm from Huaxia, and this person forced me to drive for him. Doctor. Banner was about to speak again when the bearded man drew a large-caliber handgun and pressed it against his head. Shut up. You're not allowed to speak yet. Doctor. Banner sighed in frustration. You're from Huaxia? The bearded man turned to Qin Xiao and asked. Yes. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, feigning an innocent and pure demeanor. You say he kidnapped you and threatened you to help him drive? The bearded man continued. Exactly. He said that having me, a Huaxia person, with him would make him safer in Pakistan. You're lying. Dr. Banner attempted to speak for the third time, only to be met with the butt of a rifle once more. Be quiet. I didn't ask you. You are not permitted to speak. I want to repeat myself. Understand? The bearded man leaned in, speaking harshly to Dr. Banner. Banner fought to control his breathing, feeling an unprecedented urge to unleash the Hulk and obliterate this insolent man. Chapter 2 is presented. Today is my birthday. I plan to take a stroll during the day and will return to continue writing in the evening. There is another chapter coming, though it may be delayed. To those readers who see this, it's my birthday. Would you not consider leaving a positive review or urging for an update, perhaps even glancing at a small advertisement? Chapter 21, Rampaging Hulk. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Dr. Banner still exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress the emergence of the Hulk. It is essential to recognize that prior to the emergence of the Avengers, Banner was vehemently resistant to the Hulk. Observing Banner's silence, the bearded man nodded and approached Qin Xiao once more. He harbored a certain belief in Qin Xiao's words. Given his seemingly frail and refined demeanor, which was in stark contrast to the palpable fear he exhibited when confronted with the barrel of a gun. Pray, recount the details of your encounter with him. Share every nuance of what he conveyed to you, the bearded man insisted. He sought confirmation as to whether Banner was indeed the one who had rescued Tony Stark. Now that Stark had fled, capturing his associates could yield some advantageous benefits. He had long coveted the exquisite weaponry possessed by the bald man's faction. With this objective in mind, he softened his tone towards Qin Xiao. Might you first lower your firearm? Qin Xiao, visibly terrified, spoke cautiously. Of course, as long as you, the bearded man began to say. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Xiao's expression abruptly shifted. With lightning speed, his right hand shot out, seizing the bearded man's gun hand and pressing his thumb forcefully against the web of his thumb. In an instant, he wrested the handgun from the bearded man's grasp, effectively taking their leader hostage. Stand aside. Clear the area. Qin Xiao threatened the surrounding terrorists, compelling them to create a space for him, thereby ensuring his own safety. Initially, he had confidence in confronting the bearded man directly, but with Dr. Banner present, he felt uncertain about facing the wrath of the Hulk amidst the desert. Thus, he resorted to this relatively safer tactic. Just as he had successfully taken the bearded man hostage, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Special mission initiated. Gain the trust of the Hulk and establish a preliminary friendship. Upon completion, receive a dose of the Modified Hulk Mutation Serum. Modified Hulk Mutation Serum grants the power, defense, and self-healing abilities of Hulk level 30, while mitigating negative effects such as transformation and loss of rationality due to anger. Damn it. The system's proclamation prompted an involuntary expletive from Qin Xiao. What does it mean to be a puppet while maintaining a facade of integrity? You are the puppet. Your entire family is comprised of puppets. He retorted. Firstly, I have no such family ties. The host need not indulge in these futile expressions of anger. Simply articulate your desire. Do you want it? Speak it aloud. Do you want it? Damn it. I'm being toyed with by the system. Nevertheless, yes. Of course. I want it. If this was the reward, then the risk was undeniably worth taking. It was the epitome of the deliciously enticing principle. This special mission fundamentally altered Qin Xiao's strategy. Initially, he had contemplated merely teasing Dr. Banner to facilitate a safe escape, yet now his approach would be markedly different. Damn it. Your acting is commendable. It was you who rescued Tony Stark. The bearded one still believes that Banner and Qin Xiao are in cahoots. However, this is not America. Even if you seize me, you cannot escape this desert. We are freedom fighters, unafraid of death. The bearded man hissed. Is that so? Qin Xiao chuckled, gazing at the now upright Dr. Banner beside him, and remarked solemnly, "If you fear not death, then do you fear the colossal green monster that can reduce you to a mere pulp with a single punch? The green monster? How do you know?" Both the bearded man and Banner exclaimed in unison. Ignoring the bearded man's words, Qin Xiao turned to Dr. Banner with a serious demeanor and said, "Doctor, I can assist you in evading the military's harassment, but for now, I require that green giant to make an appearance." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Qin Xiao unhesitatingly fired a shot directly into Dr. Banner's chest. "You!" Banner gasped in disbelief, laboriously uttering a single word before gradually collapsing backwards to the ground. "What have you done? Have you killed your comrade?" The bearded man exclaimed, equally astonished. Yet, Qin Xiao had no time to explain. He merely whispered in the man's ear, "Did you not claim you feared not death? Then I wish you the best of luck." As soon as his words fell, Qin Xiao pushed the bearded man toward the spot where Banner had fallen and turned to flee. A cloud of dust billowed as he dashed away several meters, and it was only then that the surrounding terrorists began to react. The two men hurriedly rushed to assist the bearded man, while others aimed their weapons at the distant Qin Xiao. However, before they could fire a shot, a ferocious roar erupted. Roar! The lifeless body on the ground had transformed into a towering green behemoth, suddenly rising to its feet, standing over 2 meters tall, muscles more formidable than steel. In its grip was the bearded man's head, which, in its grasp, appeared as fragile as a doll. With a thunderous roar, the green giant seized the bearded man and smashed him into a nearby SUV, crushing the entire front hood. The sheer force obliterated the hood and the engine beneath, reducing them to mere scrap metal. The bearded man's body sustained severe injuries, with 80% of his bones shattered, nearly turning him into a pulp, leaving him on the brink of death. Only then did the surrounding individuals react, instinctively raising their firearms and unleashing a hail of bullets upon the monstrous figure. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dozens of guns were aimed at the Hulk, bullets raining down upon him. Alas, even the Hulk's skin remained impervious to their assault. Bang! Upon his emergence, he was met with a frenzied onslaught, and Hulk immediately succumbed to a state of rage. With a single kick, he sent a terrorist soaring over 100 meters away. He then seized an already battered SUV and swung it horizontally towards the crowd, which had yet to disperse entirely. In one fell swoop, at least 3 or 4 individuals were reduced to mere pulp. The scene was a gruesome spectacle, with blood and chaos erupting around as bullets flew. The so-called fearless terrorists of the Ten Commandments gang were now emitting frantic screams, desperately fleeing in all directions. Those with even a hint of cowardice were shouting demon as they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Faced with the ferocious Hulk, they lacked the strength even to rise and escape. Chapter 3 has arrived, albeit a touch late. Chapter 22, Befriending Hulk. If it were not witnessed firsthand, one could scarcely comprehend the true might of the Green Giant. Even when compared to his comic book counterpart, the Hulk in films has been significantly diminished in power. However, before the emergence of a godlike figure, Hulk remained an insurmountable force. The sheer ferocity contained within each of his punches and kicks left Qin Xiao, who was hiding behind a sand dune at a distance, trembling with trepidation. In the face of such unrestrained fury, Qin Xiao felt that, as a super soldier, he was no different from the Ten Commandments terrorists, the only distinction being the difference between a single punch and 2. System, this task is rather twisted. I feel as though I would be crushed before I even utter a word. Observing from afar as Hulk crushed a man's head into a mist of blood, Qin Xiao struggled to swallow. Without enduring storms, how can one behold rainbows? If this task proves insurmountable for the host, I might as well send you back to live a mundane life, laboring to repay debts and languishing through a pitiful existence. Damn it, you belittle me again. Why is it that those otherworldly systems offer 100-fold returns for simple tasks, while mine is so arduous? Not only are the tasks exceedingly difficult, but I also endure personal attacks from my own system. Complaints aside, the task must be completed, for the rewards are indeed alluring. The remaining members of the Ten Commandments gang had been decimated by Hulk, most either terrified beyond measure or madly fleeing. Observing the considerable carnage, and with most vehicles utterly demolished, Qin Xiao estimated that Hulk might now be somewhat calmed. Resolutely, he stepped out from behind the dune. Hulk! Qin Xiao greeted him with exuberance, his smile reminiscent of a village belle witnessing the return of her beloved, albeit without a fluttering handkerchief in hand. Roar! Regrettably, the Hulk could not comprehend the nuances of the situation. With a thunderous roar, he leapt from afar and landed heavily before Qin Xiao. Without uttering a word, he swung a powerful fist towards Qin Xiao. As the Hulk charged, the sheer force nearly compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively evade. Finally finding his footing, he was startled to see a fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling toward him. How exceedingly aggressive. A punch first, then dialogue. Do you think you are the mighty Thor? Qin Xiao mused, swiftly sidestepping the Hulk's blow. He called out loudly, Wait, Hulk. I am not one of them. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Listen, I know that deep down, you do not truly wish to harm others. Your anger often leads to destruction, does it not? I have an excellent solution. As he dodged the Hulk's fists, Qin Xiao quickly recounted the grievances he had heard from the film Thor, Ragnarok, hoping to resonate with the Hulk. Perhaps, influenced by remnants of Banner's memories. The Hulk sensed that Qin Xiao was indeed different from those who had attacked him. Or perhaps Qin Xiao's words struck a chord, for the Hulk's fist came to a halt midair for the third time. Phew. Qin Xiao exhaled deeply. I am not your enemy, Hulk. I wish to be your friend. Can we converse? With a hopeful heart, he extended his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. Friend? The Hulk mumbled the word. Then, with a sudden movement, he unleashed a punch that sent Qin Xiao flying over 20 meters, landing in a cloud of dust. The Hulk followed suit, leaping beside Qin Xiao and firmly grasping him in his massive hands. Speak. Tell me what you have in mind, or I shall tear you apart. Just as Qin Xiao believed his fate was sealed, the Hulk began to speak. This world is filled with many wicked individuals, and even some monsters unlike ordinary people. Of course, I do not refer to you. I actually quite like your skin color. I mean those like Abomination, that hideous creature you battled in New York. Do you remember? The ability to communicate is a positive beginning, Qin Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Hulk recalled the encounter. He was indeed formidable, yet still succumbed to the Hulk's strength. Roar. The Hulk's demeanor bore a touch of childlike innocence mingled with primal ferocity. In discussing the act of vanquishing foes, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, reminiscent of a male beast proclaiming its triumphs. Hey, big guy, while you may roar, could you perhaps release me? You're nearly choking the life out of me. As the Hulk bellowed, his hands instinctively tightened, almost suffocating Qin Xiao. The Hulk seemed to forget his own strength, for he had not yet exerted himself. You are far too feeble. I have yet to unleash my full might, he proclaimed, simultaneously relinquishing his grip on Qin Xiao. Coughing lightly, Qin Xiao adjusted his attire. Not everyone possesses your immense strength, Hulk. You must learn to temper your force. The Hulk, possessing formidable power, questioned the need for restraint. Where are the monsters and villains? Take me to them, so I may confront them. He lowered his head and roared at Qin Xiao, the sound reverberating in his ears. I must first locate the monsters and villains, Hulk. We require some intelligence. The evildoers will not simply appear before us. Take me to find them. Now. Another roar erupted. No. The villains are far away. We need to fly. Are you familiar with airplanes? You are far too large to fit. You must transform into Banner first. Airplane, Hulk muttered, perhaps recalling unpleasant memories, such as the military's assault on his helicopter. He detested airplanes, and even more so, he abhorred Banner. Hulk, doesn't he want to become Banner, no? His fists clenched tightly, signaling an impending eruption of rage. I understand. Please listen to me. I too am not fond of Banner. That fellow is excessively pedantic and utterly vexing. Yet we require his assistance, do we not? Whether it is to seek out villains or simply to venture out, Banner is more manageable than you, correct? Like a child oblivious to the world. Qin Xiao began to gently reason with Hulk, presenting conditions and logic. Chapter 1 is presented. Further chapters will follow in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 23, Nick Fury. Though Nick Fury often presents himself as the sole savior of the world, cloaked in a myriad of secrets, he possesses a remarkable quality, decisiveness and accountability. After receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, it remains unclear what means Nick Fury employed or what deals he struck. Soon, a Quinjet landed at a U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Accompanying the pilot was a pass permitting entry into Pakistan, specifically for this S-I-E-L-D aircraft, with military personnel barred from boarding. Naturally, Black Widow and Hawkeye accompanied him. Initially, Rhodes attempted to prevent Tony Stark from joining, but Tony was resolute. With the subtle persuasion of Black Widow and Hawkeye, Rhodes ultimately had no choice but to accompany them. As they journeyed onward, Hawkeye forcibly expelled the pilot from the cockpit, maneuvering the Qin-style fighter jet with an unconventional, helicopter-like finesse. They skimmed the desert terrain in a reconnaissance mission, ultimately uncovering the trail of the notorious bearded convoy, leading them to the very spot where Qin Xiao had been intercepted. What transpired here? Upon disembarking, a group of individuals stood speechless, stunned by the scene before them. The remnants of Hulk's battle resembled a catastrophic disaster zone: severed limbs, disassembled off-road vehicles, and a carpet of spent shell casings, all indicative of a horrific conflict that had unfolded in this location. Tony, was this the work of your combat mentor? Are you certain he required our rescue? Rhodey questioned, his face a mask of disbelief. This devastation did not bear the hallmark of Qin. It appeared more akin to the aftermath of a Titan's rampage. Black Widow, equally perplexed, understood the magnitude of destruction a super soldier could unleash, a fact well known to S.H.I.E.L.D. The data on Captain America's enhanced physique had been meticulously preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, still residing in the agency's classified archives. Hey, I'm right here. While the others speculated about the unfolding events, Qin Xiao emerged unexpectedly from behind a sand dune, waving enthusiastically at the group. Upon spotting him, several rushed towards the dune. And upon reaching its crest, they found Qin Xiao appearing utterly nonchalant, with a man lying naked on the ground behind him. Have you found true love here? Tony quipped, delighted to see Qin Xiao unscathed. However, the expressions of Black Widow and Hawkeye shifted dramatically upon recognizing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Qin, how did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I'm not referring to the one lying on the ground. No, I did encounter him. I merely made a new friend. Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile directed at Black Widow. At this moment, he felt quite elated, having successfully completed his mission. Had it not been for Black Widow and the others' arrival, he would have already indulged in the glowing serum nestled in his pocket. Heaven knows how much persuasion it took to appease Hulk, who not only agreed to accompany him in battling monsters, but also insisted that Dr. Banner be allowed occasional excursions from confinement. If Banner refuses to comply, just take him out, and I can emerge. Hulk had warned Qin Xiao with that final, childlike admonition. Initially, their purpose in this place was to rescue Tony, but unexpectedly, they had also secured Banner. Given the nuclear-level threat posed by Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly could not allow him to return on a military aircraft. Thus, it was decided that Tony would accompany Rhodes back, while the others opted to return to the United States aboard the Quinjet. Nick Fury awaited the arrival of Qin Xiao at a clandestine base. Qin, let us indulge in some drinks upon your return. Tony voiced his numerous inquiries regarding Qin Xiao, yet he understood that this was not the appropriate venue for discourse. Before departing, he cautioned Qin Xiao, be sure to have a thorough medical checkup. Qin Xiao responded with a faint smile, playfully tapping the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. New York, one of the largest cities in the world, is famously depicted as a city of ruin in American cinema, a veritable nexus for superheroes and villains alike. It is inconceivable that a division of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be present within this metropolis. However, unbeknownst to all, Nick Fury harbored a secret base here, concealed even from most within S.H.I.E.L.D. This clandestine facility lay beneath the very bed of the Hudson River. Accompanied by Hawkeye and Black Widow, they traversed an abandoned subway line, winding through a series of derelict tunnels until they finally accessed the secret base through a hidden portal. Approaching the estuary of the Hudson, Qin Xiao entered the main hall of the base, where he beheld an enormous floor-to-ceiling window revealing the riverbed outside. Not only could he see the flowing water, but also a few freshwater fish gliding past. Before the expansive window stood none other than the infamous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., striking a pose that exuded an air of coolness, leaving an impression of his balding crown. Aren't you concerned about being discovered here? Not only is the window open, but there are also searchlights illuminating the riverbed? Qin Xiao inquired, disregarding the director's ostentation. First and foremost, from the outside, this appears merely to be a concrete slab. As for the technical aspects, you might wish to consult your good friend Stark. There are many reasons we can provide to explain the lighting, Nick Fury replied, slowly turning to face Qin Xiao, one eye rigorously fixed upon him. He reached for a stack of documents from his desk and tossed them towards Qin Xiao, stating, the most crucial point is that we, not you, welcome you to S.H.I.E.L.D., Super Soldier Mr. Qin. Qin Xiao caught the documents and opened them, discovering his own dossier alongside a designation from S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent, albeit an intern agent. Am I mistaken? As far as I know, your agents range from level 1 to level 10, with the director being the sole level 10. I was unaware that intern was a term in your vocabulary. This is a newly created position for you by Director Fury. The report indicates that your standing is sound. However, regarding your temperament, it may not be ideally suited for intelligence work. We require a period of assessment. Black Widow elucidated as she approached Qin Xiao. What report? He inquired. The psychological evaluation and personality analysis report. Moreover, this report was authored by me. The Black Widow, with a playful smile, took the file from Qin Xiao's hands and formally introduced him. Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, my superior, and, of course, yours in due time. Chapter 2. There is still a chapter at 8:30 in the evening. Chapter 24. Hulk Serum. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation and languidly remarked, "Greetings, Director. I wish to inquire about your stance before the floor-to-ceiling window when we entered. Were you standing here in that pose, awaiting our arrival, or do you have some surveillance system that prompted you to adopt this austere demeanor as we approached?" Nick Fury replied. In any case, the meeting with Nick Fury was, on the whole, rather pleasant. Moreover, when it came to Qin Xiao joining SHIELD, Nick Fury had never intended for him to enter the organization in a conventional manner. Instead, he constrained Qin Xiao with a document, ensuring that when the Avengers initiative commenced, he would be granted priority for inclusion. As for Dr. Banner, after an initial conversation with Nick Fury, he utilized his personal resources to establish him in a secluded forest in northern Canada. There, far from civilization and surrounded by breathtaking scenery, even the Hulk would have ample space to roam freely. Nick Fury provided a laboratory for Dr. Banner to continue his research while surrounding the area with numerous SHIELD personnel to ensure that Dr. Banner would not be disturbed, or, rather, to guarantee that the Hulk would not venture out to disrupt others. Having resolved his entanglements with SHIELD, Qin Xiao did not return to Los Angeles to seek out Tony Stark. Instead, he found a hotel in New York to settle in. He intended to first consume the Hulk serum. Previously, he had consulted the system, which indicated that the process of taking the serum would only entail a slight discomfort. However, it might also result in his body expelling a considerable amount of impurities, blood, and even bone marrow. Seated in a circular bathtub, Qin Xiao, now thoroughly cleansed, grasped a small vial of luminescent green liquid beside him. The Hulk Super Serum, its hue reminiscent of a biochemical weapon from the movies, prompted Qin Xiao to murmur a few words of trepidation before he uncorked the vial and downed its contents in a single gulp. It seems there is no immediate reaction. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao suddenly let out a woeful scream. It felt as if a C4 explosive had detonated within him, or as if his entire being had been mercilessly crushed by a hydraulic press, his muscles, bones, and internal organs reduced to a pulp. The intense pain surged beyond his threshold of endurance. Yet, this agony was fleeting, dissipating within a mere 2 or 3 seconds. Lying motionless at the bottom of the bathtub, Qin Xiao found himself utterly immobilized. Yet every nerve within him spontaneously began to quiver with fervor. Every part of his body was seized by relentless spasms, resembling the convulsions of an epileptic fit. Following the tremors, an insatiable itch engulfed him. Qin Xiao could sense his gradual reclamation of control over his body. His marrow, muscles, and organs were undergoing a process of reconfiguration and reassembly. The itch was akin to countless insects crawling within his veins and the crevices of his bones, a sensation far more unbearable than the preceding pain. Qin Xiao gasped, emitting an unintelligible cry. His body writhed erratically as his head collided violently with the ceramic bathtub. Bang! Bang! The ordinary bathtub could scarcely withstand his relentless assault. Soon reduced to a shambles. Fortunately, the hotel was sufficiently luxurious, with soundproofing beyond imagination. Otherwise, his cries would have surely summoned the authorities. The intense itching persisted for over 5 minutes. Qin Xiao lay amidst the shards of ceramic and the filth that oozed from him, a visage of despair. In that final minute, nearly all the blood and marrow within him had been expelled, replaced by the newly synthesized marrow and blood following his intake of the Hulk serum. As the system had indicated, there appeared to be no visible changes to his exterior. However, the explosive power contained within his muscles had surpassed the limits of humanity. Grasping a shard of ceramic nearby, Qin Xiao inhaled deeply and slashed it across his arm with force. It felt akin to a gentle scrape from a well-rounded fingernail of an ordinary person. A faint sting caressed his skin, yet no mark was left behind. In fact, he had exerted so much force that he crushed the ceramic in his grip. Quite impressive, Qin Xiao murmured, and then fervently called out in his mind, "System, show yourself. Is this what you call a mild sensation of pain? For a true iron-blooded man, indeed." The system's calm voice resonated in his mind. Qin Xiao was nearly choked by those words. "Very well, I won't provoke you. I shall not stoop to contest with something inhuman." After a vigorous complaint, he surveyed the chaos surrounding him. Qin Xiao reached out gently to turn on the water, hoping to cleanse himself of the grime. Despite his careful approach, he inadvertently sent the metal switch flying. Was that truly necessary? Qin Xiao chuckled bitterly, steadying himself against a relatively intact surface of the bathtub to rise. Yet, before he could exert any force, the last remaining piece of ceramic crumbled into fragments. Alas, it seems he must tread cautiously as he adapts for a while. Since circumstances have unfolded in such a manner, Qin Xiao decisively severed the water pipe at the switch with brute force. allowing torrents of cold and hot water to cascade over him. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected benefit. The cold water was manageable, as autumn had just begun. However, the hot water, scalding at a boiling 100 degrees Celsius, drenched him without eliciting any sensation of burning. Instead, he felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. It appeared that not only his defensive capabilities had been enhanced, but also his resistance to extreme temperatures had significantly improved. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire. This indeed encapsulated his current state. Qin Xiao, feeling quite pleased, began to cleanse his body. He had secluded himself in the hotel for several days, even going so far as to have the hotel staff personally deliver meals to his room. Alas, everything he touched seemed to shatter. Each meal left him gazing at the remnants of dishes, rendered unrecognizable. Had it not been for Qin Xiao arranging for someone to use his credit card to secure a substantial deposit, the hotel might have forcibly evicted him. After 5 full days, Qin Xiao finally mastered the control over the surging power within him. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the hotel staff, he settled his account and departed for the airport, boarding a flight to Los Angeles. Obadiah was still under covert surveillance by SHIELD, and the entire situation had yet to be thoroughly discussed with Tony. This was Qin Xiao's mission. Regarding the points, he had to address the matter personally. Chapter 25. The second-generation arc reactor. Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. After Tony Stark's return, he made a brief appearance before the press, announcing that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons. Subsequently, he isolated himself in his laboratory, receiving only routine reports from Pepper Potts and avoiding all other visitors. He was wholly absorbed in the development of his envisioned armor. The blueprints designed in Afghanistan had been brought back and entered into the computer. Before Tony stood a three-dimensional projection, depicting the Mark I he had constructed using available resources in the cave. JARVIS. Remove the exterior shell while maintaining the core technology. Repackage the newly designed shell, he commanded. Of course, sir. With JARVIS's response, the three-dimensional projection began to rotate. The outer armor components scattered into oblivion, only to be replaced by an array of new armor parts. Methodically, they assembled around the central arc reactor, piece by piece. The modeling of Mark II was thus preliminarily completed. How does it look, JARVIS? Tony inquired, manipulating the projection to examine it from every angle. I must say, sir, your creation transcends the era. I have always sought to transcend the era. JARVIS. Please place an order. I need the first batch of materials delivered post-haste. With the initial appearance of the armor settled, he pressed on. Tony Stark once again picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, this device could serve as both a power system and a laser cannon for conventional weaponry. It appeared that I must promptly replace the arc reactor, as the current rotation speed was too low to meet the demands of the suit. Muttering to himself, Tony grasped a brand new arc reactor from the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. I shall inform him of your arrival forthwith. Tony had previously granted Qin Xiao access to the house, but not to the subterranean laboratory. The only individuals with the password and permission from Jarvis to enter were Pepper Potts and Rhodey. However, it seemed that now there was one more. Mr. Qin, Mr. Stark has authorized you to proceed directly downstairs. Your access to the basement is now granted. The entrance code is 106. This code is genuine. I specifically noted the scene in Iron Man 1 where Pepper enters the basement. As Qin Xiao descended into the basement, he chanced upon Pepper reaching into Tony Stark's chest, extracting a damp copper wire. One must admit, it appeared rather grotesque and unsettling. There was a hole in his chest, into which someone was reaching. Oh dear, what have I just witnessed? Is this your new pose, you two? Tony, have you indulged in entering women's bodies too often that now the roles have reversed? Hey, Qin, I don't remember you being so glib. Initially, Pepper wore an expression of horror while performing this act, but Qin Xiao's teasing immediately restored her composure. You simply do not know him well enough, Pepper. In comparison to him, I am as innocent as a cow on your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to connect the new reactor's base to his chest, then approached Qin Xiao. Tony, do you intend to remain in this state indefinitely? I mean, aren't you planning to seek medical assistance to remove the shrapnel and so forth? Qin Xiao pointed to Tony's chest. To be honest, that little nightlight on your chest is rather cool, but you've embedded such a large object within yourself. When the conversation turned to the arc reactor, Tony became unusually serious. I will not remove it. This thing saved my life. I'm not merely speaking of my survival. It has determined the kind of person I am meant to be, and I must keep it to remind myself. Tony, what shall we do with the old one? As Pepper remained Tony's personal life assistant, she prepared to head to the basement upon Qin Xiao's visit and casually inquired about the disposal of the old reactor. Destroy it. Burn it. You know I possess many traits, but nostalgia is certainly not among them. Understood. Pepper took the reactor upstairs. Qin Xiao knew she would encase the old one in a transparent display, presenting it to Tony as a gift. During the critical moment when Obadiah seized the arc reactor from Tony's chest, it was this old acquaintance that ultimately saved Tony's life. However, in this world, there now exists a Qin Xiao, which should render that scenario avoidable. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's arrival was primarily to address this very matter. Hey, Tony, don't you have any inquiries for me? Regarding the situation in Afghanistan. As Pepper ascended the stairs, Qin Xiao was the first to speak. Even disregarding the issues of the system and the mission, both parties have known each other for quite some time. From a personal perspective, they have indeed forged a friendship. Aside from the secrets of the system and the crossing over, Qin Xiao had no intention of concealing anything from Tony, as that would only create a rift between them. A couple of days ago, someone approached me. He hailed from an intelligence agency with a name that was both lengthy and infamous. What was it again? Regardless, he was an agent with a rather unfortunate hairline. Tony gestured toward his forehead, describing the visitor's appearance. He recounted everything about you, the tragic demise of your parents, the origin of your serum, and how you became acquainted with that alluring female agent, among other details. He even mentioned that you joined them to save me. Though I want to be thanking you for that, as you deceived me. Your powers stem from the super soldier serum, not from any martial arts of Huaxia. Damn it. I even paid you over a month's salary for that. Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, handing one to Qin Xiao. Tony Stark. Don't expect to hear a thank you from him easily. Yet, Qin Xiao discerned that despite his words of deception, gratitude shone brightly in Tony's eyes. After all, how else would he have shared the basement's password with him today? Well, in truth, you're not at a loss. You won several $1 million at the casino. All thanks to me. Did that unfortunate agent share so much with you? As Qin Xiao spoke, the image of Agent Coulson, that affable gentleman, surfaced in his mind. Huh. Tony took a sip of beer, perplexed. Could it be that you scoundrel, have other matters you're deceiving me about? Not at all. It seems he certainly didn't clarify how I located that hidden cave which the U.S. military had been unable to find for over a month. Oh. Tony appeared to ponder this, slightly raising his head to signal Qin Xiao to continue. Yesterday, someone inquired if I had any chapters in reserve. I've been diligently working on them these past few days, normally updating 3 chapters a day. Once I reach 100,000 words, I'll strive for an explosive release after the website promotes it. Here's the first chapter, with more to come at noon and in the evening. Chapter 26. The mysterious portal. Obadiah played a remarkably pivotal role in Tony Stark's life, especially following the death of his father. Not only did he assist Tony in managing the entire company, but at that time, Tony was just in his early 20s, immensely wealthy, gifted with a brilliant mind, and coupled with a rather arrogant disposition. Unbeknownst to the troubles and romantic entanglements stirred outside, Obadiah has consistently emerged as a silent guardian, mopping up after Tony. It was only with the advent of Pepper Potts that he gradually receded from the personal life of Tony Stark. Although his intentions were to ensure that Tony, the proverbial hen, continued to lay golden eggs, it is undeniable that Tony harbored profound feelings for Obadiah, partner, friend, elder, even a father figure. Upon his return, Tony was acutely aware of the issues at hand, the alarming presence of his company's armaments in the hands of terrorists. Few could manage such duplicity. Tony Stark was no fool. Yet, when emotions intertwine with intellect, even the most brilliant minds can falter. He was reluctant to confront the truth, perhaps even fearful of the answers awaiting him. As Qin Xiao elucidated but halfway, Tony grasped the entirety of the situation. Over the years, Stark Industries had established itself as the world's foremost arms dealer. Tony's myriad inventions had solidified their market dominance in weaponry, paving the way for future designs. Consequently, Stark Industries scientists merely needed to follow Tony's established trajectory. From Obadiah's perspective, Tony had transformed from a golden goose into a stumbling block, hindering his complete control over Stark Industries. This logic required no further explanation from Qin Xiao. Once it was confirmed that Obadiah was behind the machinations, Tony understood fully. With a deep breath, he downed an entire bottle of beer, exhaling a heavy cloud of alcohol-laden air. So now, you are monitoring him with utmost diligence, are you not? I'm uncertain. I'm merely a temporary worker. They see me as a super soldier, but with his style of operation, it's likely. It depends on your direction. Tony, you have encountered the weapons wielded by those individuals. This is what we know. Who knows how much more lies beyond our sight? Terrorists? Drug dealers? Noticing Tony's hesitation, Qin Xiao interjected, I understand. Even if I cease weapon production, he possesses the means and resources to clandestinely manufacture and distribute on his own. Furrowing his brow, Tony vigorously raked his fingers through his hair. Give me some time. I will ensure he departs the company. I will grant him the chance to enjoy his twilight years. Despite his resolve, Tony felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps it was fate that the Ironmonger would inevitably rise, giving birth to the name Iron Man. The distinction now lay in the fact that Qin Xiao was likely to be entwined in this narrative as well. Very well. I will inform them to refrain from acting independently. Qin Xiao responded with unwavering conviction. At present, he possessed a third of Hulk's strength, which, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, would later prove insufficient in battle. Yet, at this juncture, such power felt akin to a cheat code. Iron Tyrant is nothing more than a thick cardboard box. A bit troublesome to tear apart. Tony, I can empathize with your feelings. It's all right, there's no one else here. If you wish to weep, let your tears flow upon my broad shoulders. Come, lean on me. Baby, get lost. Jarvis, contact the Los Angeles Police Department and inform them that a vile pervert has intruded into my home. Qin Xiao was unaware of S.H.I.E.L.'s decision regarding Obadiah. Thus, he resorted to calling Black Widow. Is there something you need? The intern agent inquired. This time, there were no sounds of gunfire surrounding Black Widow. It was rather tranquil. Yes, there is something significant. I no longer wish to continue. I had thought joining the largest intelligence agency would make me a mysterious agent, saving the world alongside alluring partners. Who knew I would become an intern agent? Not only am I barred from saving the world, but my beautiful colleagues have vanished as well. Sigh. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone so much that you can't sleep? Qin Xiao's playful banter elicited a melodious laugh from Black Widow. If you truly miss me that much, then once this mission concludes, I shall visit you in Los Angeles. Typically, each day was consumed by missions, and conversations were strictly formal. However, Qin Xiao's lighthearted remarks brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You better not be lying, or you'll be just like a little puppy. Qin Xiao's childish words struck Black Widow as particularly sincere, making her smile even brighter. All right, lying is for puppies. By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you regarding Obadiah. Qin Xiao reiterated Tony's sentiments. After listening, Black Widow ended the call, promising to inquire on Qin Xiao's behalf. S.H.I.E.L.D. could certainly respect Tony Stark's wishes, but they would maintain their surveillance over him. Should he engage in any clandestine activities, S.H.I.E.L.D. would take immediate action. This could serve as an explanation to Tony. If Obadiah were to seek his own demise, that would be beyond their control. Oh, you mentioned you were on a mission. What kind of mission? Is it dangerous? Do you require my assistance? Once the serious matters were addressed, Qin Xiao shifted the topic. That is classified. Your clearance isn't sufficient, Mr. Intern Agent. Black Widow teased Qin Xiao. Afterward, she sensed the genuine concern in his words and added, rest assured, this mission is quite safe. There is no danger at all. Damn it. I swear, the next time we meet, I will smash Nick Fury's egghead. Qin Xiao declared vehemently, thoroughly annoyed by the title of Intern Agent. Egghead, haha. That nickname is rather fitting. Nick would be infuriated if he knew you were calling him that. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must return to work. Be a good boy and wait for me in Los Angeles, all right? Intern Agent. Black Widow playfully teased Qin Xiao one last time. After hanging up, she stared blankly at her phone. Qin Xiao is distinctly different from those around her. His manner of speaking and his genuine concern mirror that of ordinary young people. This is precisely what the Black Widow lacks and yearns for, a warmth that envelopes her. Am I truly falling for this kid? She muses, swiftly dismissing the thought. With a wry smile, she reflects that she may never have the opportunity to experience such simple happiness in her lifetime. Casually tossing her phone onto the sofa, Qin Xiao gazes out at the nightscape beyond the window. At that moment, a square golden portal materializes behind him. From within, a woman clad in a black combat suit emblazoned with the letters TVA steps forth. However, as she strides into Qin Xiao's apartment, a hand suddenly emerges from the portal, yanking her back. The golden portal vanishes instantly. Qin Xiao, sensing something amiss, whirls around only to find the space empty. Am I imagining things? Perhaps it's just a result of my sleepless nights. He scratches his head and mutters to himself. Chapter 27. Time Variance Authority. At the headquarters of the Time Variance Authority, the woman who had just appeared mysteriously behind Qin Xiao stands in a chamber reminiscent of a courtroom. Before her sits a young woman with golden hair, dressed in a uniform, occupying a position akin to that of a judge. I don't understand. Why must you prevent me from apprehending the perpetrator? That individual has violated the sacred timeline, and he is not merely a time criminal. His presence has even disrupted the very fabric of the sacred timeline. The woman in black accuses, addressing the blonde woman seated high above. C-18, I fully comprehend your determination to defend the sacred timeline. However, this incident has garnered the personal attention of the great timekeeper, and it is their directive to halt your pursuit of that individual. The blonde woman replies with an impassive demeanor, but his actions will incite chaos. The sacred timeline must not be desecrated. The woman in black continues to express her indignation, for she was born to protect this very essence, as their name suggests, the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the timekeeper? The blonde woman's voice suddenly escalates. I would not dare. The mention of the timekeeper prompts the woman in black to suppress her anger, bowing slightly in deference. Good. The blonde woman nods in satisfaction. The timekeeper is omniscient and omnipotent. My role is merely to execute their will. You may leave now. Once the woman in black departs, the lights in the courtroom extinguish one by one. In the darkness, a sigh echoes. For readers unfamiliar with the Time Variance Authority, I recommend watching Marvel's new series, Loki, which I personally find far more intriguing than WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, the machinations of the Time Variance Authority unfold in the shadows. After several days of idleness, he once again arrived at Tony's residence. This visit was primarily motivated by Jarvis's arrival, as he still had 2,000 points remaining in the system's points marketplace. Thus far, he had accumulated a total of 3,000 points, but he remained quite distant from the opening of the second-tier marketplace. However, he found nothing of value left to exchange, with the sole remaining option being a conversion to real-world currency. This, however, offered little assistance in this realm. It merely alleviated his financial worries in the real world. Yet, to live freely and unencumbered, mere money would not suffice. He must forge a commercial empire, a dominion equipped with advanced technology. Thus, a pressing question arose: which entity possessed superior technology? While Black Panther remained elusive, Tony reigned supreme. Consequently, Qin Xiao mustered his courage and ventured into Tony's laboratory. Bang! Just as he descended from the basement, he witnessed Tony spinning and soaring into the air, only to crash violently against a protruding wall. Like a poster, he inverted and slid down the wall. Qin Xiao dashed forward and seized Tony's ankle, preventing an embarrassing headfirst fall. You ought to hire a personal acrobatics instructor, Tony. I've saved you once more. You should jot that down. Damn it. I should have started experimenting at 10%. Let me down. 2 minutes later, Tony, with an ice pack against his neck, gazed at Qin Xiao in astonishment. What do you need an AI butler for? With all due respect, your apartment is barely larger than my garage, and it appears to be rented. I've set my sights on an apartment in downtown Los Angeles, planning to purchase and renovate it. I intend to automate every appliance to create a smart home atmosphere. It doesn't have to be as advanced as Jarvis. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, finding Tony's remarks slightly hurtful, yet deeply insulting. However, there was no rebuttal. Comparing their wealth was akin to challenging someone's pocket change with one's entire fortune. Go ahead and complete the purchase, then provide me with the architectural plans. That's all you need to handle. I will assist you in establishing a private server and subsequently install a smart program. I'll have Pepper and the team renovate according to my blueprints, but you're responsible for the furniture. Tony, I adore you. Rest assured, I will reimburse you. Qin Xiao exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Tony's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Tony shot him a haughty glance, dismissively swatting Qin Xiao's arm away with a look of disdain. Keep your meager finances to yourself, you pauper. Anything I take from my garage would far exceed the worth of your residence. Well, I am aware of your wealth, being Tony Stark and all. Since that is the case, could you also take care of the furniture for me? I seem to be lacking a vehicle, and I see the abundance of cars in your garage. Enough. Jarvis, revoke this fellow's access. I no longer wish to see him. The two were bantering back and forth. A news segment playing on the television captured Tony's attention. Yesterday, a town named Kamara endured a massacre at the hands of terrorists, a group known as the Ten Rings. Accompanied by the voice of a field reporter, the screen displayed the remnants of the town. Numerous civilian bodies lay along the roadside, including women and children. In certain footage of the terrorists, the Stark insignia on their weapons was glaringly prominent. Particularly, a bald man resembling a leader stood amidst the ruins, directing the terrorists' atrocities. Is it him? This man is still alive. Tony and Qin Xiao exclaimed almost in unison. They had witnessed the bald man approach the cave entrance, and Tony had personally activated the detonator. Who would have thought this man would be so fortunate as to survive? Damn it, Ethan. Tony suddenly leaped to his feet, exclaiming. I felt like I had heard about this town before. It is Ethan's hometown. For God's sake, Jarvis, contact Rhodes. Tony, the intelligence agency could get this information to us faster. Qin Xiao recognized Tony's intent. Following the previous incident, Tony had intended to offer Ethan a job in the United States. However, Ethan insisted on returning to his hometown to provide medical care for the people there. Tony had even promised to construct a large hospital for them. Little did they know, terrorists would come knocking. Once again, he dialed Black Widow's number. Although Ethan had not interacted with the team as closely as Tony, he had shared experiences of gunfire and chaos as a comrade. Thus, Black Widow's response was swift. Within 20 minutes of hanging up, she returned with results. Tony, I'm afraid I have bad news. The survivors from the town reported that they captured Ethan and burned him alive in a house. Qin Xiao hung up the phone, speaking somberly. What about his family? Tony's gaze remained fixed on the bald man on the television. They were all in that house. Not a single one escaped. Chapter 28. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man watching television is merely a visual representation. Some experiences must be lived to provide the most direct and accurate sensations. For Tony, this is war, weaponry, death, and blood. When the heavens laid everything bloody before him, Tony Stark transformed from a frivolous playboy into Iron Man. For Qin Xiao, perhaps it reflects a gaming mindset in traversing worlds, or perhaps possessing a divine perspective that foretells what is to come. He finds no particular sentiment or belief regarding the act of killing, nor the battles in Afghanistan. Yet, this does not detract from his other senses. For instance, the first time he beheld Tony Stark donning the Iron Man armor. In contrast to the cinematic experience, the impact of reality is unparalleled. Observing as Tony's auxiliary control panel extends metallic arms to adorn each part of the suit, he is captivated, despite the armor yet to be painted. Despite having seen the astonishing Mark 85 nanotech suit in the film. Nevertheless, he finds himself utterly enthralled by the armor before him. Each part of the suit, feet, hands, back, joints, features a plethora of ingeniously designed components that unfold and move with grace, revealing an ethereal blue glow within. It is simply magnificent. It embodies the ultimate fantasy of every man. Qin Xiao exuberantly exclaims. Indeed, this is the quintessential toy for men. In comparison, sports cars and firearms pale in insignificance. Calm down, my friend. The ultimate dream lies ahead, and you shall scream in awe at my next maneuver. Jarvis, initiate the propulsion system. I wish to fly. Sir, that will require calculations in the millions before proceeding. Jarvis dutifully advises. Jarvis, sometimes one must learn to run before they can walk. Let us go. As Tony's words resonate, the thrusters beneath the armor unleash a burst of crimson flames. The suit gently lifts from the ground, ascending nearly half a meter, hovering for a few seconds in midair. The palm of the armor gestures, and 4 nozzles simultaneously release jets of fire. With a whoosh, Qin Xiao perceives a silver streak darting before him, soaring down the garage's passage and out of the house. Up into the sky. Ho, ho, ho. Tony's exhilarated voice echoes in the room. Qin, you surely cannot comprehend this sensation, huh? Woo. Tony cackles with unabashed bravado. Tony, be cautious. There is a saying in Huaxia. Joy often leads to sorrow. Have you heard of it? Qin Xiao retorts, a hint of envy in his tone. Haha, you are merely envious. You are undoubtedly envious. I am Tony Stark. Jarvis, what is the flight altitude record for the SR-71 reconnaissance aircraft? The official record is 85,000 feet, sir. Very well, Qin. Today you bear witness to a new flight record. Tony exclaims jubilantly. In the night sky over Los Angeles, a fiery streak blazes through the air, shooting vertically into the heavens. Familiar with the film's plot, Qin Xiao knows what is to unfold next. He promptly pulls over a chair, takes a bottle of drink, and sits before a blue and white vintage sports car in the garage. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air. Clad in his battle armor, Tony crashed through 2 layers of ceiling, directly flattening the sports car in front of Qin Xiao. Sigh. Qin Xiao heard Tony's melancholic sigh emanating from the speakers in the room. Come on, get to work. Spray him. The intelligent robotic arm, designed for household chores, lazily turned to Tony's side. It raised its modified arm and unleashed a torrent of fire extinguisher foam onto the armor lying on the ground. Recall that in the original narrative, Obadiah had furiously berated a scientist from Stark Industries, claiming that Tony Stark had constructed a miniature arc reactor using nothing but a heap of scrap metal in a cave. Meanwhile, Obadiah's entire laboratory of scientists struggled to make any progress with the large prototype from Stark Industries. In truth, it was not merely a matter of technological superiority or genius intellect. Tony Stark's remarkable dexterity, combined with Jarvis and the multitude of mechanical arms he had created, could rival that of a large assembly line factory. After the last incident of freezing at high altitude, he crafted an entirely new suit in just 3 days. Not counting the day spent on ordering and transporting materials. The familiar gold and red color scheme. with thrusters that could serve as laser cannons and the glowing arc reactor embedded in the chest, left Qin Xiao momentarily dazed. The Marvel Cinematic Universe boasts a plethora of superhero characters, with Iron Man and Captain America being the most beloved. However, when it comes to which hero fans most eagerly anticipate, the majority would undoubtedly say Iron Man. From the cumbersome Mark I in the cave to the Mark II that required mechanical assistance for donning, the portable Mark V, and the tracking suit from the Avengers, to the awe-inspiring nanotech suit in Endgame, each appearance of Iron Man seems to offer a fresh visual spectacle. "How do I look?" Tony asked, having finally completed the suit. Turning with a flair to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao struck a pose akin to a fashion designer scrutinizing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding. "Quite impressive. Congratulations. Tony, you now appear to be nearly as tall as I am," he said, gesturing to compare their heights. Tony, with a frown, was consumed by anger over the events in Kamakura, including Ethan's death and the abundance of Stark Industries weapons still in the hands of terrorists. He felt compelled to eliminate those terrorists before confronting Obadiah. This urgency was the very reason for his swift creation of the suit. However, due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony found himself compelled to reconsider his initial plan for a solo operation. Originally, Tony did not intend to bring Qin Xiao along. First, he believed he was sufficient on his own. Second, he felt that the current Qin Xiao was no longer his rival. This notion abruptly ceased when Qin Xiao effortlessly molded his surplus armor materials into a perfect sphere. "I recall that super soldiers should not possess such prowess." In response to Tony's incredulity, Qin Xiao nonchalantly turned around, hands behind his back, gazing skyward with an air of solitude befitting a master, proclaiming, "I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Xiao, am indeed this formidable." Chapter 29. Conversations on the airplane. Once again, reality demonstrated that post-teenage bravado, if one must pay a price, is merely fleeting. The two decided on a whim to journey together to the Middle East to eradicate terrorists. However, the choice of transportation posed a significant dilemma. Tony possessed a private jet, yet it was ostentatious, and discretion was paramount. A Qin-style fighter jet, Tony could fabricate one himself, though time was not on their side. With the terrorists currently pillaging a small town near Kamara, they needed to act swiftly. Thus, Qin Xiao turned his attention to the SHIELD agency. Given Tony's request for secrecy regarding his armor, the two could not utilize conventional channels. Consequently, two shadows appeared at the entrance of the SHIELD Los Angeles division in the dead of night. This was neither the headquarters nor a base of significant resources, and being within the United States, the security was not particularly stringent. Under the powerful intelligent security system, even the nighttime guards were absent. Qin Xiao stealthily produced his credentials, quietly confirming with Tony beside him. "You are certain you can erase the visitor records and surveillance here, correct? This is my work ID. While I am not afraid of them causing trouble, I certainly do not wish to forfeit my steady salary." Only when Tony gestured in OK did Qin Xiao gently press his ID against the entrance sensor. Beep. Insufficient privileges. A few red lights flashed on the sensor, and a mechanical voice gently intoned. "How is that possible?" Undeterred, Qin Xiao attempted twice more. But the response remained the same. "Insufficient privileges. Let me handle this." Tony took Qin Xiao's credentials, remarking, "Intern agent. Well, let me give this a try." Beep. Tony sighed, handing the credentials back to Qin Xiao and inquiring, "Have you been here before?" "No." Qin Xiao shook his head in confusion. "I learned about this location from Natasha. Congratulations. You've landed a fine job." Tony cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xiao. The armor's arm opened, and Tony retrieved a card connected to wires, applying it to the sensor. "Fortunately, I was prepared. JARVIS. Let this in turn experience the prowess of our secret intelligence department. The headquarters of SHIELD in Washington may possess a rudimentary intelligence that could slightly rival JARVIS, but here at the division, well." In the midst of Qin Xiao's colorful greetings to Nick Fury's ancestors, JARVIS effortlessly breached the access control within mere seconds. Furthermore, he seized control of the unremarkable building situated in the outskirts of Los Angeles through the network linked to the security system. Each SHIELD division is equipped with a Quinjet to facilitate the swift maneuvers of agents during missions. Today, Tony and Qin Xiao were fortunate, for no one was utilizing it for a mission. Stealthily traversing the fire escape to the rooftop, within 2 minutes, a Quinjet soared into the sky, heading directly to Tony's residence at Malibu Beach. Clad in their suits, the duo set their course across the Pacific toward the Middle East. "Did you know?" During World War II, my father piloted a plane carrying Captain America through enemy lines, directly to the heart of the enemy territory to execute a rescue operation. Little did I anticipate that now I would be flying a plane with another super soldier to combat terrorism. Yet, my father merely served as a pilot. My situation is different. I possess this. Tony rapped on his armor. Tony, in truth, you have myriad ways to confront these terrorists. If your intention in Afghanistan was to craft armor for escape, what is your purpose now? Is it merely to eradicate the 10 rings? After a prolonged silence, Tony finally spoke. My father once told me that to attain peace, one must wield the stoutest stick. This principle underpins my creation of weapons. However, ever since that missile, inscribed with the Stark name, detonated beside me in Afghanistan. Sigh. Tony sighed deeply. I believe that the weapons I forged would usher in peace for this world. Oblivious to the despair the name Stark has inflicted upon countless lives. Before that missile exploded, I lay there, able to discern each letter of Stark. Yet, I could not grasp its significance, only despair. I cannot even fathom what thoughts would cross the mind of someone in a similar plight, gazing upon the Stark surname. Tony's words left Qin Xiao at a loss for response. Others may not know, but he does. Tony's statement rings true. Others remain silent. However, the Scarlet Witch, who will soon join the Avengers, and her twin brother Quicksilver, once stared at a missile bearing the Stark name for a grueling 12 hours. I once was merely a maker of sticks, yet now I have crafted one of the most formidable implements in the world. Tony gestured to his armor. I shall firmly grasp it in my hands. This is my purpose henceforth, to combat terrorism, eradicate war, and forge peace, irrespective of nations and politics. In a sense, both the early Iron Man and Black Widow are seeking redemption for their past selves. Until the latter stages of the Avengers, this sense of forgiveness gradually evolved into a profound sense of responsibility, particularly following the Battle of New York, when the Avengers assumed the mantle of safeguarding the world. This transformation commenced slowly. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury compelled me to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Damn, what a name. It was because he had a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble a team comprised of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, who would rise to the occasion when the world was in dire need. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Xiao fixed his gaze intently upon Tony. Indeed, a commendable notion. I do not claim to understand Nick Fury, yet I am aware that whether it be the CIA, KGB, or MI5, regardless of their initial intentions, they ultimately devolve into instruments of political machinations, albeit to varying degrees. Wherever there is a call for intervention, I shall don my armor and appear, but I refuse to become a sword wielded by others. This encapsulates Iron Man's perspective. He endorses the Avengers Initiative, yet he remains staunchly opposed to S.H.I.E.L.D. precisely. Tony, that is exactly my sentiment. We shall not be mere sticks in the hands of others. We shall wield our own sticks, Qin Xiao declared. Turning to face Tony Stark, Tony pondered deeply, lowering his head for a considerable time before suddenly lifting it to address Qin Xiao. Just like today? Yes, just like today. Chapter 3, Nightfall. Chapter 30. The massacre outside the town of Kamara, a vast expanse of graves had been newly erected, densely populated with tombstones. This was a collective burial site constructed by the town's survivors for their lost family and friends. A multitude of simple pits marked by wooden planks filled the area. The remaining inhabitants of the town were few. Many of the younger fortunate souls had chosen to flee this ill-fated place. Those who remained were either the elderly or the pitiful souls bereft of family, left with nothing. In the past, they would often come to pilfer items or abduct those possessing the skills they needed, but never had it been like this, an outright massacre. They claim Ethan aided in your escape, which poses a challenge to their authority. The speaker was one of the few young individuals Qin Xiao and Tony had encountered in the town. He led them toward Ethan's grave, and his words deepened Tony's silence. Why do you not leave? I mean, if you wish to depart from here, I can offer assistance, Tony inquired after a lengthy silence. This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I wish to remain with them. The young man's eyes glimmered with sadness. This was his only home, and he had nowhere else to go. This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor who helped many of us. We erected the largest tombstone in his honor. The young man guided Qin Xiao and Tony to a section of graves outside the town. I am truly sorry, my friend. I should have anticipated this. I ought to have noticed it here. Yet, I swear to you, those individuals shall no longer inflict harm upon the innocent in their vicinity. As Tony spoke, he retrieved a cheeseburger, placing it upon the grave of Ethan's child. Before returning, Ethan had journeyed back to Los Angeles with Tony. Upon his return to America, Tony's first act was to indulge in a cheeseburger. While savoring the burger, Ethan remarked that his child had loved them dearly. lamenting the lack of opportunities to enjoy such delights in camera. This moment stirred a sense of emotion within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, often perceived as brash and egotistical, silently cataloged the needs of those around him. From Happy's favorite television shows to Rhodey equipping Spider-Man's suit with parachutes, he demonstrated a quiet attentiveness. Recently, Qin Xiao had also noted that, while feigning disdain for Qin Xiao's new home renovations, Tony had discreetly altered the code of a smart program, incorporating a wealth of Chinese characters to enhance Qin Xiao's comfort and convenience. Yokota, a small town approximately 50 kilometers from Kamara, had recently become another target for the bald-headed leader of the Ten Rings gang. This information was relayed to Qin Xiao and Tony by a young local. "Sir, may I accompany you? Arm me, for I wish to avenge my family and friends," the young man implored before they boarded the plane. "Stay here, care for the elders, and restore your hometown to its former glory," Qin Xiao reassured him, patting the young man's shoulder as he and Tony departed from Ethan's homeland. Previously, news footage had described the road to Kamara as a path to hell. Now, that grim title seemed destined for Yokota. The roads outside the town were littered with the corpses of locals, most of whom had been shot in the back, likely targeted as they fled from the terrorists. Among the fallen were young men, women, and many children in their teens. The most tragic sight was a little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, her thigh gruesomely shredded by the devastating force of a rifle. She lay on the ground, gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with terror. The gaping wound in her thigh had begun to fester, while a long, irregular trail of blood marked her desperate crawl. Qin Xiao could almost envision the scene, her parents, gunned down in the town, urging her to flee, only to be cut down by a terrorist's bullet that shattered her leg. Thus, the little girl dragged her broken limb across the ground for what must have felt like an eternity before succumbing to her injuries. I do not know what your beliefs may be. However, I believe that paradise is indeed universal. There, one reunites with their parents, free from all misfortunes. Qin Xiao knelt down, gently closing the little girl's eyes. Though she would remain eternally asleep, this poignant image was forever etched in Qin Xiao's mind. An indelible memory. In the small town, sporadic gunfire mingled with cries for help. Qin Xiao exchanged a glance with Tony. As Tony's helmet sealed shut, Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground with force. In a swift motion, the two figures surged toward the heart of the town. On the narrow path leading out of the town, a boy of 13 or 14 stumbled as he fled, desperately escaping. His father, a man with a bullet wound in his thigh, limped behind him, urging his son to run faster and faster. Not far behind them, a terrorist aimed a rifle in a standard shooting stance, targeting the father's other leg, intending to shatter it as well and then eliminate the boy, reveling in the dual agony he would inflict. The massacre in Kamala had unleashed a demon within these terrorists, and their methods had grown increasingly brutal in recent days. With a sinister smile, the terrorist locked his sights on the father's leg, his finger poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air. A miniature missile shot down from above, obliterating the terrorist into a grotesque spray of flesh and bone. In the sky, a figure cloaked in gold and crimson flashed by. Nearby, another terrorist, clutching a collection of women's jewelry, emerged from a building, puzzled by the explosion. He barely had time to comprehend the chaos before a silhouette surged through the dust-laden path like a colossal dragon. The terrorist had no chance to raise his weapon. Qin Xiao's fist struck him squarely in the face with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a watermelon being crushed by a heavy hammer, causing his head to explode in a gruesome display, blood and brain matter splattering across Qin Xiao's face. Chapter 31. The demon-like Qin Xiao. Those familiar with Marvel films understand that while Hulk's character has been considerably toned down from the comics, his strength increases with rage, a hidden aspect in the films. The disparity between his maximum and minimum capabilities is not as vast. The serum provided by the system, an enhanced version of the Hulk, had captured a formidable maximum value of 30. This was an exceedingly alarming figure. Thus, fueled by wrath, Qin Xiao unleashed his full might, obliterating a terrorist's head with a single, devastating punch. Blood mingled with brain matter smeared across Qin Xiao's face. He casually wiped it away as if drying sweat, revealing a smile more grotesque than that of a malevolent spirit, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. Prepare to descend into hell, scoundrels. This proclamation heralded the symphony of slaughter. In the heart of the town, a multitude of terrorists and townsfolk had congregated. Tony, with his armored advantage in the air, had already spotted the throng below and soared directly towards them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao commenced his assault on the scattered terrorists lingering around the periphery. At the entrance of the town's Soul Tavern, an SUV was parked. 3 terrorists were hauling away crates filled with a variety of spirits from within. The tavern's proprietor, a burly middle-aged man, lay sprawled on the floor with a bullet hole in his forehead. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorist's legs, her anguished cries echoing in the air. Displaying a semblance of humanity, the terrorist refrained from immediately harming her. After several futile attempts to shake her off, he raised his rifle butt and brought it crashing down upon her head. Thud. Once. Thud. Twice. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yet her hands remained steadfastly locked around his leg. Growing increasingly impatient, the terrorist aimed his weapon at the woman, ready to end her life. "Damn you!" came a furious roar, a quintessential expletive from the depths of China, heedless of whether the terrorist understood it. Accompanying this enraged outburst was the sudden appearance of a fist striking the terrorist's chest. In his wrath, Qin Xiao had not even drawn his Tang Dao. A single punch not only shattered the terrorist's spine but also burst forth from his chest, creating a gory exit wound. Crash! The other two terrorists, carrying a barrel, found themselves splattered with visceral remnants as a chunk of entrails collided with one of their faces. The barrel toppled, spilling its contents across the ground, and the two terrorists were momentarily stunned. In an instant, Qin Xiao had materialized before them, observing the pair still poised to lift their burden. With both hands, he seized one by the back of the head, gripping tightly along with his hair and scarf, and forcefully propelled them towards each other. The impact was catastrophic. Their faces collided with astonishing force. Bones fractured, and flesh was crushed and intermingled. In a brutal display, the two heads were smashed together into a singular grotesque form, as countless shards of bone and gore infiltrated their brains, sealing their fates. Ultimately, they crumpled to the ground in a V shape, resembling a conjoined entity. This gruesome spectacle unfolded before the bloodied, middle-aged woman still lying on the ground, her mouth dripping crimson from the earlier blows. Without a trace of panic, she seized the rifle from the ground, aiming it at the terrorist who had been pierced through the chest by Qin Xiao's punch. With a pull of the trigger, the gun erupted with a series of rapid shots. The bullets, fueled by rage and vengeance, unleashed their wrath, though many were lost to the recoil. Nevertheless, a few struck true, piercing the man's head and leaving it a gruesome mess. After venting her fury, the woman collapsed onto the ground, staring vacantly at her husband's lifeless body. Qin Xiao sighed, offering no comforting words, and once again summoned a whirlwind of dust as he sped down the street. Viewed from above, in the quaint town of Yukita, Qin Xiao resembled a voracious serpent darting through the streets. Each encounter with a terrorist resulted in direct and brutal physical confrontation, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The town was small, and with Qin Xiao's efficiency, he could scour the entire area in a mere 15 to 20 minutes. Meanwhile, at the heart of the town, Tony had just eliminated the last of the terrorists and was preparing to offer some words of solace to the frightened townsfolk. At that moment, Qin Xiao emerged from around a corner, clad in a combat suit crafted by the system, utterly unblemished by blood. However, the exposed parts of his body, his face, head, neck, and hands, were smeared with a gruesome mixture of blood, dust, and flesh, resembling a thick layer of dark red mud. Particularly disturbing was his hair, which dripped with sticky blood and bore fragments of bone from some unfortunate soul. He looked as if he had just crawled out of the depths of hell. Some timid children and women, upon seeing Qin Xiao's ghastly appearance, could no longer contain their screams. Qin Xiao, feeling somewhat awkward, halted his advance and forced a smile that was more frightening than reassuring, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he addressed Tony. "I've taken care of it. There should be a base nearby. Let's pay another visit." Tony recognized that Qin Xiao was even more unhinged than himself at that moment. However, this was not the time for psychological counseling. He nodded slightly and turned to lead the way out of town. Just as they had flown a few hundred meters, a thunderous blast echoed through the air. A remaining terrorist, having somehow acquired a tank, fired upon Tony, sending him hurtling through the air. The tank's shell posed no threat to Iron Man's armor, and Tony shook his head to clear his senses, preparing to retaliate with a penetrating shot. To his astonishment, he witnessed Qin Xiao leap several hundred meters directly onto the tank. With a swift motion, he bent down and plunged his hands into the junction between the turret and the tank's body. With a mighty roar, Qin Xiao astonishingly uprooted the entire turret from the tank. Not only the terrorists inside the tank, but even Tony, suspended in midair, was rendered speechless. His gaze fixated on the tank's armor, calculating whether the thickness and defensive capabilities of his suit could withstand several blows from Qin Xiao. After he had dislodged the turret, Qin Xiao casually tossed it aside, positioning the barrel precariously atop the tank. With both hands gripping the cannon, he leapt directly down from the tank. Subsequently, he swung the cannon like an oddly shaped hammer, aiming squarely at the tank's body. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 32. The infuriated Nick Fury. Tony watched in astonishment as Qin Xiao violently reduced the tank to mere thin sheets of metal. He held no interest in the fate of those inside. However, Qin Xiao's performance today was noteworthy. Qin, does your outfit possess an automatic dry cleaning feature? Oh, for heaven's sake. You ought to clean yourself up on the plane. You look as though you've just been tossed into a giant's rear end. Tony did not ask directly, but rather jested indirectly. The mysteries of the East always seem to harbor enigmatic elements. As for the state of his clothing, Qin Xiao intended to keep it a secret, though he realized that such concealment would be futile over time. Without hesitation, he transformed his casual jeans and t-shirt into a fitted leisure suit right before Tony's eyes. And look, Qin Xiao pointed to his attire. This is what true combat looks like, far superior to hiding in a tin can. He playfully patted Tony on the shoulder. Your outfit resembles a shape-shifting safety suit. With Qin Xiao able to joke, Tony felt considerably relieved, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, as if ignited by fire, he jumped up. Oh damn, what are you doing? Touching my shoulder? Who knows what you have on those hands? Jarvis, remind me to perform a comprehensive disinfection on my suit when we return. Understood, sir. The Ten Rings gang, led by the bald man, was once again swept aside by Tony Stark and Qin Xiao near their base. All arms dealers were obliterated once more. Meanwhile, at a camp far across the desert, the bald man was nearly driven to despair by this news. It was all Obadiah's fault. Heaven knows the trouble Tony Stark had caused him, although Tony was clad in his armor. He instantly recognized the arc reactor on the chest from the video sent by his subordinates. Damn it! The bald man slammed his fist down on the table in frustration. It was only after discussing with Obadiah that he realized the true value of the arc reactor. Guarding a gold mine while allowing others to develop missiles was a classic case of suffering from a lack of knowledge. After smashing a few items on the table to vent his anger, he pointed to a heavy chest plate stacked in the corner of the room and instructed his subordinates. Capture a photograph of the array of creations devised by Tony Stark and send it along with the video to Obadiah. He comprehends the worth of such inventions and should facilitate the delivery of additional weaponry. This time, the incurred losses must be attributed to him. In the corner lies the chest plate of the Mark I, an early prototype that Tony Stark had not yet completed. When Qin Xiao came to rescue him, he could only manage to retrieve the blueprints. A small portion of the initial armor had been crafted but remained unclaimed. Tony remained confident that this band of terrorists would likely fail to discern its significance, particularly as it was not a completed piece and lacked accompanying schematics. Little did he anticipate that this creation would eventually find its way into Obadiah's possession. The Middle East is rife with intricate power dynamics, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. finds its intelligence capabilities severely hampered in this region. Under normal circumstances, the activities of Tony and Qin Xiao would inevitably attract the notice of Nick Fury. However, it is crucial to note that S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently monitoring Obadiah comprehensively. Thus, when Obadiah received the video transmitted by the Ten Rings gang, Nick Fury also viewed this footage. Qin Xiao recognized it. But what of the other entity? Was it a robot? The sight of Tony's armor and Qin Xiao's combat prowess left Nick Fury astounded. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The arc reactor embedded in the chest was unmistakably iconic. This was Tony Stark. Should I commend him for being the genius behind weapon development? Indeed, this revelation maximized the wartime potential of the miniature arc reactor. What an ingenious concept. Instinctively, Nick Fury contemplated calling Coulson to engage with Tony Stark. However, after a moment's reflection, he opted to dial Qin Xiao instead. Oh, my dear director, my employer, you finally remembered that I am but an intern. Qin Xiao quipped, still aboard the return flight with Tony. Nick Fury deliberately disregarded Qin Xiao's emphasis on intern, responding with a sardonic tone. I nearly forgot. I should VE conferred upon you a level 8 agent designation, considering your direct confrontations with terrorists in the Middle East. Oh, and it seems you even managed to obliterate a tank. Truly impressive. I should have you join the action team. So, are you to return now to report to your employer regarding matters in the Middle East? And the armored individual beside you, I presume he is your esteemed friend, Tony Stark? This last remark was the crux of the conversation. Qin Xiao chuckled lightly. Boss, are you dreaming? What Middle East? What armored man? Is this a new movie? Qin Xiao continued with his irreverent demeanor. Damn it, spare me the charade. You are my agent. The substantial sum that appears monthly in your bank account is due to my signature. Do you comprehend? Nick Fury seethed, crushing the pen in his grasp. I am, of course, aware that I am but an intern agent under your command. One whose credentials are insufficient even to enter the departmental entrance. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, disregarding Nick Fury's ire. Oh dear. No sooner had Qin Xiao spoken than Tony snapped his fingers, playfully striking him on the forehead. What are you doing? Qin Xiao silently mouthed. Tony regarded him with a look befitting a fool, mimicking the action of swiping a badge to unlock a door, then gestured towards the aircraft's instruments. In an instant, Qin Xiao grasped his meaning. That matter was best left unspoken, particularly given the aircraft was pilfered. What are you up to? Nick Fury inquired, taken aback by Qin Xiao's exclamation. I am merely embarking on a maritime adventure with Tony. You know, there are quite a number of vibrant young women aboard. Just moments ago, a blonde bombshell unexpectedly kissed me. Damn it, is being handsome truly a flaw of mine? My dear boss, does this situation warrant self-defense? Qin. Nick Fury's furious retort was unmistakable to Tony, who stood nearby. Spare me your fabrications. I need you to come to Washington immediately. And about your credentials, damn it. I knew it was absurd for someone to abscond with a plane, a Quinjet, in the Middle East. Now, get to Washington at once. In response to Fury's outburst, Qin Xiao put his phone on speaker mode, inspected his left hand, and selected a finger with a notably long nail. He began to gently scratch the microphone. What? What did you say? Oh, this wretched signal. For heaven's sake, I'm on a call with my boss. Hello? Hello? As he spoke, Qin Xiao hung up abruptly. With a crash, Nick Fury smashed his phone against the table, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 33. A troubled Coulson. Few possess the ability to evade the tracking of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Tony Stark is undeniably among them, especially given the airplane's dubious origins. The two stealthily returned to Tony's opulent abode. Qin Xiao had just indulged in the experience of an extravagant smart bathtub when Coulson, sporting a touching hairline and an earnest visage, appeared at the door. Sir, an agent from that long and odious named intelligence agency has arrived. Jarvis quipped in a tone reminiscent of Tony's humor. Coulson, however, exhibited no signs of anger. With a smile, he greeted the two and proceeded to play a video on his phone, showcasing their exploits in the Middle East. Anything you wish to say? Coulson inquired with utmost seriousness. One ought to visit a cinema for such films. Watching in such poor quality is simply revolting. You might consider trying my home theater. You would fall in love with that place. By the way, what is the title of this film? Tony's response was delivered with an equally grave demeanor. Coulson let out a resigned sigh. Do you not think that the object on the chest of that metal man bears a striking resemblance to the one on your own? Are you jesting? This is an arc reactor, while that thing clearly is merely an LED light. Coulson turned to Qin Xiao, pointing at the screen where Qin was energetically smashing a tank's barrel against a vehicle. Qin, do you have anything to say? This person is quite unattractive. Is he your friend? He is utterly repulsive. Does he have excrement on his face? As Qin Xiao spoke, Coulson nearly lost his temper, feeling the urge to pull out his own hair. It was evident that Qin Xiao's shamelessness surpassed Coulson's wildest imagination. Even Tony, standing nearby, struggled to stifle a laugh. Sighing deeply once more, Coulson finally comprehended why Nick Fury had resorted to smashing his phone in frustration. After several deep breaths to calm his emotions, Coulson spoke with a serious demeanor. This video was transmitted from the Middle East to Obadiah. We intercepted it. And I am here to inform Stark that he has 1 week to resolve matters concerning his company. After 1 week, my people will take action. Seeing Tony finally nod seriously, Coulson stood and turned to leave. He feared that remaining any longer would result in losing every last strand of hair. Wait. Coulson suddenly turned back at the door. Our branch has lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any information? Qin Xiao smiled mysteriously. I'm merely an intern agent, but if it's about locating something, allow me to demonstrate one of the greatest mystical arts of Huaxia, fortune-telling, which you may understand as divination. Extending his right hand, Qin rapidly tapped his thumb with 4 fingers, reciting incantations. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon. Little rascal. Truly a messy rascal. Fai. You know nothing of love. Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Huh. A smile spread across Qin Xiao's face. Despite Coulson and Tony knowing that he was merely rambling, they were still entranced by his eccentric performance. Tony eagerly inquired, so, was the divination successful? Where's the plane? Is it really that simple? Qin rolled his eyes. I'm still missing one final step. Qian, Kuan, Can, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Zhen. The Bagua laid out in 4 directions. Find the direction of the lost shoe. Go. With a loud shout, Qin Xiao removed his shoes and tossed one into the air. Done. You should send someone in the direction of the shoe. It should be near the beach. Coulson facepalmed, exuding an air of exasperation. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. If we locate the plane, I will ensure your contribution is duly noted in the report. Not a problem. Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Next month. A modest bonus would suffice. A mere 5 would be adequate, in accordance with the price of the aircraft. Coulson cleared his throat, feeling a surge of indignation rise within him. Without uttering another word, he turned to leave. Wait. We can negotiate. 3 would be acceptable. Or even 1 if necessary. Just something to acknowledge the effort. Coulson stumbled slightly at Qin Xiao's remarks, almost losing his footing. How miserly. Qin Xiao muttered behind him. On the plane, Qin Xiao had reached a certain understanding with Tony, proposing the establishment of an independent organization outside the purview of all official departments. However, this venture required a gradual approach. For one, it was just the 2 of them at present, rendering it somewhat unnecessary. Moreover, Tony's primary concern at the moment was undoubtedly the situation with Obadiah. Early the next morning, Tony made the rare decision to go directly to the office. He did not meet with anyone but proceeded straight to his office, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey and waiting in silence. He was acutely aware that his arrival would prompt Obadiah to appear. Sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Obadiah stood at the door of the office. Well, look who it is. Our Tony Stark has finally remembered he has a company to run. What have you been busy with lately, my chairman? Obadiah approached and took a seat beside Tony. Noticing the 2 glasses of whiskey already poured, he paused momentarily before smiling and commenting, "You always have good liquor here, don't you?" After taking a delicate sip, he tapped the table lightly and continued, "Tony, the outside world sees us as a joke. The largest weapons company has ceased weapon production, and the shareholders are quite dissatisfied. You need to take action to restore their confidence. Didn't TU express a desire to venture into renewable energy? I can assist you in persuading the shareholders, but you must present something tangible, such as the miniature arc reactor in your chest." Unlike in the films, Tony's escape this time was solely due to Qin Xiao's rescue, rather than relying on the primitive Mark-I suit. No one considered this angle, as Tony had never disclosed any information regarding the arc reactor. Even Obadiah had not contemplated it until he viewed the video sent by the 10 Rings gang the previous day. Obadiah convened his team of scientists overnight. The creation of the suit was a straightforward matter of materials and weaponry, but the power source was the most challenging aspect. While the arc reactor appeared simple, Obadiah's numerous experts spent an entire night in discussion without arriving at a single research direction. "I have seen the video they sent you." I was bound to a chair. "I believe we should have a serious conversation now, dear Uncle Obadiah." Tony finally spoke, raising his gaze slowly. "New book. The data preceding 100,000 words is of utmost importance. Beloved readers, I kindly urge you to lend a finger and add this to your bookshelf. Bestow upon it a 5-star review. And if you could also express your desire for updates and watch a video, that would be even more delightful. Love you all." Chapter 34. The Stratagem of Retreat by Obadiah. As Tony spoke, he simultaneously activated his phone to play a particular video. Upon witnessing that Tony Stark was fully aware of his every action, Obadiah's gaze sharpened, losing the warmth previously reflected in his eyes, which had once conveyed admiration and affection for his junior. "Now that you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me, seize all that I possess, or have me arrested?" Tony, unwavering, stared into Obadiah's unfamiliar eyes, exhaling heavily. "The world heralds me as a genius. Yet it has taken me decades to truly discern your nature. How have you managed to don that benevolent facade for so long? This is what I deserve, Tony Stark. I have transformed this company into one of the largest in the world, diligently managing its operations day after day, while you merely hide in your ludicrous laboratory, creating a handful of missiles. The most ludicrous part is that a weapons merchant like you has declared an end to weapon manufacturing. I have had enough of your capriciousness and folly. You are as naive as a child sheltered in an ivory tower. The rules of this world do not operate in such a manner, Tony. This company rightfully belongs in my hands." Obadiah slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, though he discreetly slipped his hand into his pants pocket. Inside lay a compact ultrasonic transmitter capable of inducing rapid paralysis, alongside a pair of headphones designed to counteract the ultrasonic waves. "This ends now, Obadiah. Surrender your position on the board and relinquish control of the company. I will acquire your shares at 50% above market value. Find a peaceful place to spend your twilight years, Obadiah, or the next visitors will arrive bearing firearms and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final gesture of respect towards you, Uncle Obadiah." Confronted with a slightly hysterical Obadiah, Tony felt no desire to utter another word. He delivered a cold retort and turned to leave. Yet, Tony's final remark caused Obadiah to slowly withdraw his hand from his pocket. 5 days would suffice for him to complete a suit of armor. As for the energy source, did Tony Stark not possess one in his chest? Obadiah seemed to age a decade overnight. However, he was exceedingly cooperative with Tony's dispatch personnel. Every aspect of the company's operations, every stack of documents and files, was meticulously explained in intricate detail. It felt akin to entrusting a beloved child to another's care. Relentlessly, he expounded on the dietary restrictions and preferences of the child, a display of sentimentality that, for Obadiah, who had dedicated half his life to this company, was utterly commonplace. This demeanor even succeeded in lowering Tony Stark's guard. In response to his team's report, Tony merely remarked with a casual indifference, "Let him be. If it takes longer, so be it. Just ensure he signs everything in 5 days." Thus, Obadiah feigned cooperation as he managed the transitional handover of authority in the company, incessantly narrating the company's history and the rationale behind each project. Yet, he maintained an iron grip on the factory and laboratory operations, keeping Tony's loyal personnel firmly occupied with paperwork in the office. Within the area he had designated as Zone 16, a colossal steel beast was steadily taking shape. In his opulent residence, Tony reclined on the sofa and dialed Pepper's number. All documents were prepared. Once Obadiah formally resigned at the board meeting tomorrow and signed the stock transfer agreement, it would be complete. "All right, please attend the board meeting for me tomorrow. I'll have Happy pick you up in the morning." Tony preferred to avoid confronting Obadiah's departure at the office. "Sure, but you need to pick me up. I'll be staying at the company tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately. I hardly have time to sleep. You really ought to give me a raise, boss." Pepper, well aware of Tony's sentiments, consented to his request and even jested with him. After hanging up, Tony appeared somewhat melancholic. "Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is at the door. He requests an audience with you." Under the strong recommendation of Qin Xiao and the harrowing images of Middle Eastern terrorist atrocities, Tony revoked Obadiah's access to his home. Thus, the man who usually entered Tony's mansion without hindrance now stood at the entrance, relaying messages to Jarvis. Tony picked up a remote control from the table and pressed a button, displaying an image of Obadiah at the door. "Tony, open the door. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've purchased a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you really going to deny me the chance to say goodbye?" Obadiah, lacking his usual vigor, appeared somewhat forlorn. His typically robust physique now seemingly diminished. His eyes radiated sincerity. Tony hesitated, rubbing his face in contemplation. "Jarvis, let him in." Ultimately, Tony could not bear to refuse Obadiah, who stood at the threshold. "Tony, I'm truly sorry. I've given it considerable thought these past few days. I came today to express my apologies and to bid farewell." As Obadiah slowly approached, Tony remained seated on the sofa, responding with a calm inquiry. "How is the view from that island?" "It is truly a paradise. To speak candidly, I should have done this long ago. Some things only become clear once we let go, revealing what we truly need in life: sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and, of course, the indispensable company of women. Wouldn't you agree?" Obadiah appeared as if he had seen through everything and finally let go. "Congratulations, Obadiah." Tony felt a genuine happiness for him from the depths of his heart. However, upon lifting his gaze, he immediately noticed something amiss with Obadiah. He had earbuds stuffed in both ears. Alarm bells rang in Tony's mind. A shrill sound emanated from Obadiah, and in an instant, Tony's veins bulged, leaving him in a state of paralysis, unable to move. The ultrasonic emitter, capable of rendering a person immobile in an instant, was his own invention, a project that had been terminated by the government. To his astonishment, Obadiah still possessed one. "You truly should congratulate me, as I am about to become one of the most powerful individuals in this world," Obadiah declared, shedding his previous despondency and revealing a menacing demeanor. Chapter 35. Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. "I owe a debt of gratitude to those greedy terrorists. They didn't heed my advice to kill you outright. I thought this golden egg-laying hen had lost its value. To my surprise, you have given me a delightful surprise. Tony, you have laid the greatest golden egg of your life." As he spoke, Obadiah produced a magnetic absorber, roughly the size of Tony's arc reactor, from within his coat. "You are indeed a genius, Tony. This device will change the world," Obadiah exclaimed, pressing a button that gradually retracted the arc reactor. "It's exquisite, a true work of art. Did you know that I crafted a suit even more powerful than your new toy just for this masterpiece?" Obadiah admired the reactor in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. "You have shown no growth since you were 21. You genuinely believed I would hand the company over to you." Obadiah scoffed, slapping Tony with a dismissive wave. "You intend to acquire my shares at a price 50% above market value? To oust me from my own kingdom? Enjoy your final moments, Tony. You won't feel lonely. Pepper will soon join you. She truly is a wonderful woman, isn't she?" Obadiah laughed heartily as he departed. Tony slumped on the sofa, straining to move his neck, yet he could barely manage to speak. The clock on the wall ticked 193 times before Tony finally exhaled in relief. "Jarvis, call Quinjet and have him rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger." Having informed Jarvis, Tony staggered towards the basement, swiftly dialing Pepper's number on his phone. However, to his dismay, Pepper's phone went unanswered. He tumbled down the long staircase, finally reaching his workstation, yet he found himself unable to reach the first-generation arc reactor, meticulously repackaged by Pepper, despite exerting all his strength. A hoarse cry escaped Tony's lips as he felt the absence of the arc reactor. It was as if shrapnel had lodged itself within his veins, leaving him breathless and disoriented. He fervently hoped that Qin would arrive at the company in time to rescue Pepper. Surely he would manage. Just as Tony's consciousness began to blur and surrender, the clumsy yet endearing metal-arm robot, often the subject of jest, appeared to sense its master's plight. It slowly approached from a distance, swinging its metallic arm to knock the arc reactor from the table. The glass casing shattered upon impact. With a surge of strength, Tony seized the arc reactor and pressed it against his chest. "Oh, good boy," he gasped, taking a deep breath and offering gratitude to the metal arm. Finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he called out, "J-A-R-V-I-S, have you reached Qin?" "I'm afraid not, sir. Mr. Qin has not answered the call." Time was of the essence. Pepper needed him. The significance of Pepper to Tony was unmistakable. Revitalized, he hastily donned his armor, instructing J-A-R-V-I-S to persistently dial Pepper's number. Fortuitously, just as he soared towards the company, Pepper answered the call. "Tony?" she inquired. Having just finished work and realizing that her phone, silenced and resting on the sofa, was inundated with missed calls from Tony Stark. "Thank God, you finally called back. If you're still at the office, leave immediately. Obadiah has stolen my reactor and is secretly constructing in armor." "Oh my God, are you all right?" "Tony, I mean, what will you do without the reactor?" Like Tony, Pepper's immediate concern was for his safety. "I'm fine, thanks to the Stark heart you sent me. I'm on my way to the company now. You must leave, now?" "All right." Understanding that Tony was safe, Pepper dashed toward the elevator. However, just as she reached the entrance of the company, the asphalt beneath her feet began to tremble. A towering steel giant, over 3 meters in height, burst forth from the ground, emerging from a clandestine research facility below. My heavens! Pepper stepped back in astonishment, gazing at Ironmonger. "Tony, it's wonderful to see you here. I will send you to join Tony right away." Obadiah controlled Ironmonger, raising its metallic right arm. If Qin Xiao were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly marvel at the whims of fate. For despite his arrival altering numerous events, even the creation of the armored suit occurred a full 2 months earlier than originally intended. Yet, certain scenarios still unfolded just as they had in the original film, as if predetermined by some unseen hand. This moment was no exception. Just as Pepper was about to be riddled by the Gatling gun mounted on Ironmonger's arm, Tony descended in his suit from the heavens. With a whoosh, the propulsion collided with Ironmonger's head, shattering the wall and tumbling into the bustling street outside. The two steel figures, one large and one small, crashed through the cargo of a nearby truck, rolling into the middle of the road. This sudden behemoth obstructed one lane, causing nearby vehicles to swerve frantically, resulting in a cacophony of collisions as confusion reigned. Drivers behind, unaware of the chaos ahead, honked their horns in panic. One car veered sharply to avoid the steel giants, but another, speeding along, found itself face to face with the colossal Ironmonger. In a moment of sheer panic, the driver slammed the brakes, halting just before crashing into Ironmonger. Before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Obadiah maneuvered Ironmonger to rise from the ground. Seizing the nearby vehicle, amidst the driver's terrified screams, he hoisted it high as a weapon, channeling all energy to his chest. Tony noticed the presence of passengers in the car and quickly exclaimed. The reactor on his chest flared to life, unleashing a laser beam thicker than a hand, striking Ironmonger and sending it tumbling several times. Tony then extended his hands, and Mark II deftly caught the descending vehicle. Chapter 36. The appearance of Qin Xiao. Just as he set the car down for its occupants to escape, Obadiah grabbed a speeding motorcycle. Indifferent to the unfortunate rider's fate, the motorcycle collided with Tony, sending him crashing into a nearby bus. Before Tony could rise, Ironmonger leapt heavily, stomping down on Mark II. The first impact was not enough. He raised his right foot and stomped down twice more with force. Do you sense the disparity in our strengths, Tony? My heavens, I am utterly enamored with this armor. As I spoke, I seized Tony and hurled him forcefully towards a nearby bus. The bus's exterior appeared as fragile as thin tin, nearly splitting in two upon impact. Fortunately, when the confrontation began, the bus had come to a halt, and its passengers had evacuated. Otherwise, this blow could have resulted in countless casualties. Tony was acutely aware of the throngs of people around them. Engaging in battle here could endanger many lives. Rising to his feet, he did not wait for Obadiah to strike again, but instead channeled all available energy into propulsion. For jets of flame erupted from the thrusters on his limbs, propelling Mark II skyward with great velocity. Tony, it seems you have refined your suit, but alas, I too have made significant enhancements. With Obadiah's declaration, The ironmonger unleashed two plumes of thick smoke and flame from its base, gradually lifting into the air. In terms of speed, the ironmonger should have been no match for Mark II. However, the ironmonger was equipped with a new reactor, while Tony's was not only outdated but also nearly depleted of energy. As both suits ascended higher into the sky, Mark II began to be overtaken by the ironmonger. Energy level at 12. Energy level at 9. Jarvis's voice echoed incessantly in Tony's ears. Enough with the chatter, display it directly on the screen. Tony retorted loudly to Jarvis, his focus entirely on altitude, calculating whether he could cause the ironmonger to freeze and plummet back to the ground while ensuring his own safe return. A resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air. Tony felt his ascent momentarily halt. The ironmonger had caught up and seized his suit by the ankle. Damn it! Tony muttered in frustration as the ironmonger yanked him closer. Two colossal hands gripped the neck of Tony's armor, akin to an adult grasping an infant. The silver lining was that ice was beginning to form on the ironmonger, even as their altitude continued to rise. Do you see, Tony? I am stronger, more powerful. This is the pinnacle of utilizing the reactor's potential. Oh, and how do you address the issue of ice formation? The ironmonger was now elevating Mark II to the extreme heights, with the energy conserved just enough to allow Tony a tenuous return to the ground. Thus, Tony's inquiry was imbued with a sense of ease. What ice issue? Obadiah's mind had yet to grasp the implications behind the mention of ice. The Iron Titan, now adorned with a thick layer of frost, was on the verge of collapse. Even the reactor on its chest began to flicker and dim. You ought to conduct a thorough inspection. Tony gently tapped the Titan's head. Deprived of power, the Iron Titan could no longer maintain its grip and plummeted towards the ground with alarming speed. It was only then that Tony exhaled deeply, recognizing that the energy reserves were insufficient for a safe return to the ground. He could only engage in a free fall, intermittently using the thrusters to slow his descent. After a tumultuous journey, he finally crashed onto the rooftop of Stark Industries, breaking through the railing in the process. He rolled to a stop, his left gauntlet lost somewhere amid the chaos. Thank God, he murmured, swiftly contacting Pepper. Pepper, are you all right? Tony, I'm fine. What about you? Pepper had watched anxiously as both the Iron Titan and Tony ascended into the sky, deeply concerned for his safety due to the stark size difference between the two suits. I'm well, just out of power. I need to remove the suit. Oh, before he could finish his sentence, the Iron Titan had reappeared on the rooftop, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tony flying. Unfortunately, unlike Tony's earlier encounter with the ice, he did not meet a fatal end. Regaining his composure midair, he soared back towards the Titan. Instinctively, Tony raised his left hand to fire his repulsor beam, only to realize that his left gauntlet was nowhere to be found. In a moment of desperation, he utilized the scant energy remaining to leap to the height of the Titan's head, delivering a fierce blow. However, it was but a mere joke against the Titan's formidable armor, lacking the power for any substantial impact. Once more, the Titan extended its hands, this time grasping Tony's armor at the waist, intending to crush both him and the suit. Tony's prowess as Iron Man stemmed from more than just his armor. In this dire moment, he managed to sever some of the external connections on the Titan. This was one of the Titan's shortcomings. Its construction of exceedingly dense alloy granted it formidable defense, but limited its weapon systems to external devices. Unlike in the films, Tony had no time to damage the Titan's sensory systems before Obadiah, now fully alert, seized him by the throat and hurled him away with great force. At that moment, he was utterly devoid of energy. Breathless, Tony lay on the ground as the Iron Titan approached him with its heavy, lumbering gait. It is over, Tony. The bullets could not penetrate the armor of Tony's suit, so Obadiah opted for a direct assault with his fists. A colossal metallic fist surged forward with tremendous force. Bang! A fist, no larger than that of an ordinary human, appeared and firmly intercepted the blow from Ironmonger. Following the muffled sound of impact, a wave of immense power erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward. I believe you should assist me in purchasing the furniture for my new home, don't you think, Tony? Qin Xiao casually withdrew his fist and turned to smile at the fallen Tony. Chapter 37. The human stick. The video captured by the Ten Rings gang was recorded by a terrorist hiding among civilians. It was filmed after the battle had nearly concluded, primarily showcasing Tony's Iron Man suit. As for Qin Xiao, he only appeared in the last 2 or 3 seconds, smashing a tank. Unfortunately for Obadiah, just as he thought he had captured everything on video, the camera angle shifted and failed to catch the details. Consequently, Qin Xiao's punch nearly dislocated Obadiah's jaw within the Ironmonger suit. This is impossible. Obadiah had successfully acquired the arc reactor, activated his invincible Ironmonger, and felt invulnerable, only to be met with a punch from someone who appeared so feeble. This is inconceivable. Obadiah doubted the authenticity of that punch. The arc reactor on his chest surged with energy as he unleashed a full-powered blow toward Qin Xiao. In terms of surface area, this punch could nearly encompass half of Qin Xiao's body. "Come on, you bastard," Qin Xiao shouted, retaliating with a punch of his own. Tony, lying nearby, widened his eyes. He was acutely aware of the immense strength of Ironmonger. To his astonishment, Qin Xiao was able to withstand a punch that was clearly more powerful than the previous one, which exceeded his expectations. It was evident that Tony underestimated Qin Xiao's audacity. What appeared to be an all-out clash was merely a feint. As the two fists neared collision, Qin Xiao deftly sidestepped the trajectory. With a swift turn, he evaded the Ironmonger's fist. Boom! The Ironmonger's punch smashed into the rooftop, leaving a gaping hole. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wore a sly smile. At some point, a hilt had appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers and a sweep of his wrist, a gleaming black dao, shimmering with cold light, was now firmly grasped in his hands. With both hands wielding the blade, he brought it down fiercely. The knife glinted as it effortlessly severed Ironmonger's right arm at the elbow. Damn it! Obadiah found himself at a loss for words to express the shock that enveloped his heart. Qin Xiao was no fool. His initial strike was to rescue Tony, appearing to match Ironmonger blow for blow. Yet, after that first punch, it was evident that Qin Xiao's right hand tingled slightly, though for someone of his recuperative prowess, it was hardly significant. Facing the second punch, which was evidently far more powerful than the first, only a fool would choose to engage him again. Ironmonger's entire weapon system had been dismantled by Tony, leaving only a Gatling gun on his right arm that could still fire. Now, Qin Xiao had severed the entire forearm with a single strike. What an imbecile! Qin Xiao spat out a classic term from Chinese literature. Although that Gatling posed no threat to him, the failure to utilize available weaponry was nothing short of foolishness. "Tony, watch how I reduce this brute to a mere stick," he jested, turning to Tony. However, he soon noticed that massive flames were erupting from the feet of Ironmonger, accompanied by thick, billowing smoke. With the weapon system obliterated, one arm cleaved off, and having just exchanged blows with this metallic behemoth, everything was beyond Obadiah's comprehension. Seizing the moment while conversing with Tony, Obadiah initiated the flight sequence to make his escape. Unfortunately, the cumbersome Ironmonger was too slow to ascend. A great jet of flame erupted as the entire body gradually lifted off the ground. Qin Xiao turned back and chuckled. "Oh, leaving without a word, are we? Look at your jetpack. Both are suits of armor, yet yours is so environmentally unfriendly. Come down here." No sooner had he spoken than he swung his blade horizontally, delivering two swift cuts. Ironmonger's stout metallic legs were severed from the main body. The flames continued to surge, propelling it several meters into the air, where it spun several times before crashing heavily onto the rooftop. The weighty form of Ironmonger plummeted, and Qin Xiao stepped forward, ready to strike again. Ironmonger's left arm fell to the ground. Once a majestic and imposing war machine, it had been reduced by Qin Xiao's relentless assault to a mere caricature of its former self. Casting a glance at Tony, Qin Xiao ascended onto the towering body of Ironmonger. Searching for the connection point, he realized it was not overly complicated, as this contraption was not classified as a special alloy in the system's assessment. With a decisive strike, he plunged his blade. Just as he raised his tang knife, he heard Tony's voice call out loudly behind him. "Qin." Tony's call was devoid of further words, yet the implication was unmistakable. Qin Xiao turned to look at Tony, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered a single phrase. "Do you remember how many graves were beside Ethan?" Those words caused Tony to turn his face away immediately. Indeed, the slaughter in the Middle East was perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Yet whether through the provision of arms or the kidnapping of Tony that led to the later retaliation against Ethan, the consequences were inescapable. This heavy burden of blood must certainly be accounted for by Obadiah. Tony turned his face away, while Qin Xiao did not pause. With a swift motion, he struck decisively. Obadiah emitted a muffled groan within the Ironmonger. Qin Xiao withdrew his blade, repositioned, and delivered another strike before shaking off the blood and sheathing his tang dao. He mentioned having purchased a small island for retirement, and spoke at length about having come to certain realizations. What a pity. Tony muttered quietly beside him. "Enough. I understand your reluctance. Even if he did acquire an island, it is of no consequence. There is a saying in our culture, what goes around comes around. Debts must be repaid." Qin Xiao settled beside Tony. "By the way, why didn't you answer your phone?" "I was showering. I only discovered the missed calls afterward. Jarvis informed me, and I rushed over." "Can you still get up?" "Yes, but I might need your assistance to remove my armor. The armor cannot detach automatically yet." After much effort, they managed to disassemble the suit piece by piece. Tony gazed at the ironmonger in silence for a moment before speaking. This contraption cannot remain. That enormous device beneath it must also be dealt with. What transpired tonight will undoubtedly become common knowledge, and we must destroy both. He referred to the massive arc reactor prototype below. Once Tony's miniaturized reactor and armor are exposed, this large reactor will surely attract the covetous eyes of many factions. Though everyone knows they are not Tony Stark, and shrinking it is not simply a matter of scaling down, one must at least attempt it, right? The allure of the armored suit is simply too great. How do we destroy it? Do we need to push this behemoth over? Qin Xiao pointed at the ironmonger in inquiry. No need. Let us head down and find Pepper. Let us enjoy the fireworks together. Chapter 38. An expensive fireworks display the ironmonger's armor, along with Obadiah's lifeless body. Tony had just finished a battle and removed his Mark II. An entire building of Stark Industries was obliterated by Tony, using the large arc reactor prototype as explosive material, transforming it into a dazzling display of fireworks. Tony gazed at the fireworks and then at Pepper, his eyes betraying an undeniable tenderness and affection. After tonight, this wayward playboy suddenly recognized Pepper's significance in his life, not merely as a work and life assistant. Only Qin Xiao, observing the burning building, furrowed his brow and muttered, "How much did this cost?" Setting aside the unquantifiable prototype, this entire building, the ironmonger, and the once-used Mark II. Qin Xiao had initially intended to bring the Mark II down, but Tony advised against it, stating that since it had already been used and damaged, it was no longer needed. With a slight restoration, it could be as good as new, despite the fact that the material is crafted from titanium alloy, suitable for a space station. Qin Xiao distinctly recalls the demeanor of Tony when he made this remark, which bore little difference to an ordinary individual tossing aside an empty beverage bottle. In his childhood, after finishing a drink, his grandmother would collect the bottles, asserting their potential value. When Qin Xiao discarded a bottle, he mirrored that same expression while conversing with her. Just throw it away. It takes up space and won't fetch much. He had never realized how impactful such words could be. He cast a glance at Tony, who was whispering with pepper pots in the distance, momentarily contemplating whether to confront him, that wealthy scoundrel. He was abruptly notified that the mission to eliminate Ironmonger had been accomplished, earning him a reward of 1,000 points. The points credited to his account brought him a sense of equilibrium. Obadiah was dead, and Tony had transformed into Iron Man. With the conclusion of Iron Man 1, he accumulated a total of 4,000 points, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the secondary marketplace. At this juncture, the primary marketplace held little utility for Qin Xiao, as he found himself at a loss for how to spend the 3,000 points. Wait, 3,000 points could translate into 1,000,000 upon returning. He began calculating with his fingers, pondering whether he might also become a wealthy individual upon his return. After considerable deliberation, 3 billion seemed substantial. Indeed, he would be affluent. Yet in comparison to Tony, he reconsidered. With the narrative reaching a pause, the system indicated that Qin Xiao could return to his world at any moment. Initially, Qin Xiao had intended to complete his tasks here and convert the resources gained into assets for his own benefit, whether in terms of personal power, advanced technology, or the system's considerate offer of 1 point equating to 1,000,000 in currency. All of it was aimed at enhancing his life in that reality. Despite the nature of his journey, the other side represented his true existence, while this realm felt more akin to a mere side quest, a game. However, upon his arrival in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he encountered Black Widow, joined S.H.I.E.L.D., though the title of agent felt somewhat superficial, and forged a friendship with Tony, which deepened his sense of belonging here. Furthermore, his own capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, verging on the extraordinary. In this Marvel world, he could still engage in combat, yet returning to his original world might necessitate him to restrain his newfound strength. As one could not single-handedly confront the entirety of the world, a misstep could lead to being captured and subjected to experimentation. Qin Xiao did not harbor the belief that possessing the strength of Hulk 30 rendered him invincible and fearless. This was precisely why, from the outset, he had been adamant about acquiring Tony's artificial intelligence program through real estate. It is precisely in order to establish a formidable kingdom in that world that one can ensure a stable life in the future. Only when one's financial and political power reaches a certain magnitude can one live without fear. The massive explosion at Stark Industries is no trivial matter. Moreover, Tony and Ironmonger engaged in a delightful battle right in the middle of the street. Countless witnesses beheld the two suits of armor soaring into the sky. Since the events of today cannot be concealed, it becomes imperative to judiciously employ S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, It would be a disservice to one's identity as a S-H-I-E-L-D agent. Thus, as the fireworks display commenced, Qin Xiao promptly contacted Coulson. After all, managing the aftermath of such incidents is a forte of every intelligence agency, is it not? Consequently, that evening, Qin Xiao and Tony each returned home to a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Coulson led his team at S-H-I-E-L-D to control the narrative online and assess the number of videos uploaded. He also needed to devise a plausible explanation, one that the public could accept, within a single night. It remains uncertain whether Coulson had indeed spent the entire night awake. But the following morning, at the crack of dawn, Qin Xiao was roused from his slumber by a ringing phone. "Coulson, damn it. Have you forgotten to check the time? Even the chickens on the farm have yet to awaken. Do you not realize that lack of sleep can lead to hair loss, you wretched fool?" Qin Xiao answered the call with a roar. Coulson, the earnest man, nearly lost his composure at Qin Xiao's outburst. Wasn't this akin to berating a bald monk in front of him? It was you who caused the trouble, and yet, I am the one expected to clean up your mess. What is wrong with you lending a hand at the scene? By all accounts, you should be considered one of my subordinates. Coulson had indeed spent the entire night awake, and he touched his hairline, which felt as though it had receded further back. He fought the impulse to draw his weapon and eliminate Qin Xiao. To be honest, if this were an ordinary agent, Coulson would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson in decorum. However, as Nick Fury's foremost confidant, he was acutely aware of the existence of the Avengers initiative. He understood Nick Fury's intentions in recruiting Qin Xiao to S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, he suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth as he replied, "I have spent the entire night working to clean up your mess, and shouldn't you be helping out? Intern agent. Haha, even if you lose a bit more hair, it won't be noticeable. It matters not to me, for I am still young and in need of ample sleep." Qin Xiao's morning irritability began to dissipate as he laughed heartily, diverting the conversation. Although they were engaged in such public relations duties as part of their responsibilities, the events of the previous night were indeed of their own making. Had it not been for his initial demands, none of this would have transpired. When Tony Stark returned, S-H-I-E-L-D would have swiftly taken away Obadiah, leaving no room for the subsequent turmoil. Chapter 39, I am Iron Man. You need only to echo your previous statements. Even if some media outlets choose to disbelieve, they cannot stir significant public outcry. We are well versed in such matters and know how to gradually erase this incident from the public eye, Coulson remarked, handing over a note. And regarding your alibi, you were aboard a yacht at the time. As for Obadiah, he will meet his demise in a private plane crash within a week. Tony was perusing the newspaper, the front page boldly declaring, "Who is Iron Man?" The name Iron Man is indeed quite fitting. Although my armor is composed of a gold titanium alloy, it suits the title well. I rather fancy this moniker. Tony mused aloud as he examined the paper. Noticing that Tony had not responded to Coulson, Pepper turned to him and expressed, "Thank you. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss in addressing the media today. We truly appreciate all that you have done." "Not at all. It is our duty. Moreover, one of our intern agents has played a significant role in this matter, so it falls under our purview," Coulson quipped, taking a rare moment to tease Qin Xiao. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood nearby, impeccably dressed in a black suit, embodying the essence of a competent agent or security personnel. Indeed, this individual is the instigator of the affair. He should be the one explaining things to the media today, Tony remarked, gesturing toward Qin Xiao with a hint of sarcasm. Also, you might want to be mindful of your identity, Mr. Instigator. Today's attire should serve you well in maintaining order among the reporters. Understood, Mr. Stark. Qin Xiao replied professionally, adjusting his sunglasses before turning to exit, embodying the demeanor of a dedicated agent. This unexpected compliance left Tony rather astonished. What have you done to him? What could possibly make this fellow suddenly so obedient? You haven't employed any brainwashing techniques, have you? Tony jested, pointing at Qin Xiao. Our boss threatened him. If he does not cooperate with my work today, his monthly salary would be suspended. You know, he recently purchased a rather nice apartment and is likely short on funds. Coulson chuckled, his face alight with mirth, recalling the last incident in the Middle East where the two had faced setbacks. Though Qin Xiao had volunteered to assist this morning, had it not been for Nick Fury's call, he would not have been so compliant. Truth be told, directing this fellow is quite gratifying. With preparations complete, Colonel Rhodes had already been entertaining the reporters for a good half hour. Tony spread his arms wide, allowing Pepper to help him don his jacket. As he gazed at the charming and attentive Pepper, he suddenly pondered whether he had been neglecting this remarkable young woman by his side all along. What was the saying from the ancient Chinese proverb that Qin Xiao mentioned? A rabbit does not eat the grass next to its burrow. If he is seeing ghosts, it must be due to the grass by the rabbit's hole lacking allure. After clearing his throat softly, he cast another glance at the fiery little pepper who was tidying his clothes. Tony felt it would be more appropriate to discuss matters in a different setting. Coulson had already signaled Rhodes. Outside, Rhodes declared they had had enough of idle chatter and proceeded to announce, "Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement. But he will not be taking any questions today, thank you all." As Tony took to the stage, the crowd erupted in applause. No journalist could resist the charm of Tony Stark, not merely for his likability, but for the sheer volume and impact of the news surrounding him. Tony surveyed the journalists below and then briefly glanced at Qin Xiao, who stood silently in the corner. With a challenging look, Qin Xiao discreetly raised a middle finger at Tony. Tony couldn't help but chuckle, quickly stifling it with a few awkward coughs as he said, "It's been a while since I last saw you all. Today, I have prepared a statement." He pulled out the so-called official declaration prepared by Coulson and the team. "Regarding the rumors circulating about my involvement in last night's events, excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor made such a foolish statement?" A female journalist abruptly interrupted Tony. Not only did Tony recognize her, but they also shared a brief romantic encounter. She had been dedicated to reporting on Stark Industries' alleged armament sales to terrorists, labeling Tony Stark as a butcher. Tony hesitated. Despite having been advised not to answer any questions today, however, he couldn't resist pointing at Qin Xiao and declared, "Indeed, there was a bodyguard in armor. And he is right here. See that cool-looking Eastern lad in sunglasses? It was him last night." Following the direction of Tony's finger, the entire room's flashbulbs turned toward Qin Xiao. "Damn!" Qin Xiao, caught off guard, could only mutter a curse under his breath as he faced a barrage of cameras. He managed to present a rather rehearsed smile, raising his right hand near his chin in a casual gesture. The focal point of today's press conference was undoubtedly the identity of Iron Man, with Tony Stark speaking. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, Qin Xiao had become the object of the journalist's fervent interest. Only that female journalist remained seated in the front row, unwavering, as she looked at Tony Stark and remarked, "He is the one clad in armor." "Very well, Mr. Stark. Then who is the one wielding the narrow sword?" The female journalist casually retrieved a laptop from beneath her seat and opened a video. This footage, captured by a night vision camera, displayed a scene that, despite some distortion in color and a lack of clarity, unmistakably showed Qin Xiao wielding a Tang Dao to sever the lower limbs of the ascending ironmonger. It was evident that the figure was indeed Qin Xiao. In contrast, a corner of the frame featured Tony, whose helmet had fallen. But due to the angle and insufficient clarity, he could only be vaguely identified as a Caucasian. This revelation sent the audience into an uproar once more, as none could fathom why someone had recorded the climactic battle on the rooftop. With a victorious smile, the journalist awaited Tony Stark's explanation. She had been investigating him for an extensive period, delving into his romantic history and his corporation, to obtain first-hand information. She even bribed the head of security at an office building across the street, equipping him with cameras capable of capturing various scenarios and remote video tools. She specifically instructed him to commence filming whenever the lights illuminated the upper floors of Stark Industries at night. Coincidentally, the previous evening, the security guard witnessed Tony and the ironmonger soaring through the streets, initially mistaking it for an alien encounter, prompting him to rush to the rooftop with his equipment. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found no trace of them, only to later discover that they had fallen onto the rooftop of Stark Industries. After hastily setting up his equipment and figuring out how to activate the night vision feature, he captured the moment when Qin Xiao severed the ironmonger's foot. Fortunately, his lack of professionalism ensured that only Qin Xiao's appearance was clearly recorded, while the footage of Tony remained unclear due to angle and focus issues. Though the visage of Iron Man was not distinctly captured, it was sufficient for the moment. The journalist was eager to witness how Tony Stark would refute the situation. Unexpectedly, Tony on stage fell silent for a moment before tossing the script on the table, openly admitting, "Let me clarify, that is called a Tang Dao. Moreover, you guessed correctly. I am Iron Man." He also flashed a peace sign at the camera. Chapter 40, Scandals and Parties the following day. Nearly every newspaper's headline featured the two men displaying peace signs. One was a youthful and handsome Oriental, while the other was the notorious playboy Tony Stark. The news titles broadly fell into two categories. Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, joining forces with the young Oriental warrior to vanquish the evil Ironmonger. Or Tony Stark and the young Oriental, two newly emerged superheroes coming out together. The dual peace signs were interpreted as a public display of affection, akin to a couple's gesture. Compared to the first interpretation, the latter evidently resonated more with the gossip-loving populace. Compared to Western aesthetics, Qin Xiao indeed possesses a certain delicate charm. While not effeminate, His fair complexion and refined features would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous unsavory characters were he to be incarcerated. Even the fiery little pepper, upon seeing their dual images in the newspaper striking peace signs, jested that Tony and Qin Xiao appeared to be quite a match. These insufferable media outlets. I ought to set their broadcasting station ablaze. They dare to label me as a delicate flower, when I am, in fact, a staunch heterosexual, my manhood more resolute than my blade. Qin Xiao seethed, pointing furiously at the television, where a talk show host animatedly recounted the romantic entanglement between Tony Stark and himself. Where's your legal team? I need them to file a defamation suit. This is blatant slander, he exclaimed, striking the armrest of the sofa with a resounding thud. Tony cast him a sidelong glance, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he focused on his work. Obadiah was dead, and there were numerous internal matters to address. Although a professional team had been assembled, with the weaponry division dismantled, Tony was compelled to produce a range of respectable products. He was currently designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of the arc reactor, and it was a rare occasion that he had relocated his workspace from his opulent garage to the company office. Some of the older shareholders' discontent required his personal attention. After all, the Stark name was a prestigious brand. Tony was largely unconcerned with external opinions, particularly regarding the rumors surrounding him and Qin Xiao. While he wasn't pleased with certain media misrepresentations of his sexual orientation, he deemed the spectacle of Qin Xiao's indignation a worthwhile trade-off. Noticing Tony's indifference, Qin Xiao turned his gaze to the newly arrived Coulson. Didn't you promise to help me clean up this mess? You must have seen how these headlines have grossly insulted my reputation. This is a nation that values free speech, but regarding Obadiah's death, we did our utmost to absolve you. Your actions in the video hardly qualify as self-defense, Coulson remarked, referring to the footage where Qin Xiao had fatally stabbed Ironmonger, who was evidently incapacitated. Strictly speaking, this could be classified as excessive self-defense. What do you want from me? You're not here to tell me to clock in, are you? Qin Xiao was well aware that Coulson never approached without purpose. Initially, he had considered initiating his return, but his residence was still a few days from completion. He intended to wait until his house was finished and replicate the specialized smart program Tony had designed for him before moving in. The boss wishes to see both of you. I'm here to schedule a meeting. Nick Fury wanted to meet with them, primarily concerning the Avengers initiative. The capabilities Qin Xiao had demonstrated, as analyzed by SHIELD, far exceeded those of a mere super soldier. Tony Stark's armor needs no introduction. It is nothing short of an epic-defining weapon. Especially considering the prodigious intellect of Tony Stark, it is, in a strict sense, a first-generation product. And who can fathom how much more powerful it could evolve in the future? It is worth noting that Jarvis, this rudimentary artificial intelligence, is hardly a secret. With a miniature arc reactor and the Iron Man suit, when combined with the command of an artificial intelligence, augmented by Stark's formidable wealth, he alone constitutes a terrifying iron conglomerate. Having agreed to meet in 2 days, Coulson hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having gleaned through subtle inquiries that his house would be completed in about a week, nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn away, Tony, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly lifted his gaze and spoke. By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. You know, now that I've become Iron Man, some friends want to celebrate. There are always some tedious wealthy individuals, aren't there? More importantly, there will be plenty of stunning models. What do you say? Care to join? With an abundance of beautiful women, only a fool would decline, especially with Black Widow absent for so long, making it impossible to even find her to flirt with. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had harbored plans to pursue a well-endowed beauty. But the narrative had revolved around Iron Man, leaving little opportunity. Now, with a party on the horizon, how could he resist? The venue was the rooftop of a hotel, a location for such gatherings that proliferate throughout Los Angeles. Almost every respectable hotel has transformed its rooftop into a party space. After all, this is Los Angeles, home to countless wealthy stars and film moguls. Parties are an indispensable part of daily life. Tony has undoubtedly attended and hosted countless such parties, but for Qin Xiao, it was akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden for the very first time. The pulsating music, the frenzied DJ, professional bartenders, and an infinity pool, most crucially. The rooftop was teeming with women of all shades, flaunting their curves. Qin Xiao even spotted several familiar faces from the silver screen, alluring actresses often seen in the limelight. Now, this is what one calls a party. This is the essence of life. Tony, you should have brought me to such places long ago. Their presence was undoubtedly the focal point of the event. If one were to identify the most talked-about figures at present, they would not be political leaders or major celebrities, but rather Tony Stark and the seemingly enigmatic Chinese individual, Qin Xiao. Listening to Qin Xiao's enthusiastic exclamations, Tony smiled slightly and thrust him into the crowd. Ladies, who will conquer this little wild bull tonight? I'll personally gift her a brand new sports car. Tony's words instantly ignited a fervor among those gathered. In contemporary times, many young women are navigating the realm of emerging actresses in Hollywood. Setting aside the accolades bestowed upon Tony Stark, merely being associated with this young Eastern gentleman can generate a plethora of news and fervor. Not to mention, he stands as one of the latest superheroes, alongside Tony Stark and Captain America. As for the rumors surrounding him and Stark, the veracity is of little consequence. Today, due to certain matters, the update is a bit delayed. The first chapter will be posted now, with 2 more chapters to follow this evening. Chapter 41. Teased Qin Xiao surrounded by a throng of enchanting young women. Qin Xiao, who initially came with the intent of charming, found himself somewhat restrained. The enthusiasm of this group, fueled by the allure of a popular figure and the excitement of Tony's sports car, was indeed overwhelming. Although Qin Xiao spoke with considerable flair, he hesitated when it came to taking any decisive actions. It is not that he is particularly virtuous, rather, the traditional values of China dictate that a degree of communication and emotional groundwork is essential before any deeper connections can be established. In simpler terms, he can be somewhat shy. However, no amount of shyness could deter the fervent advances of these extraordinarily attractive young women. It must be noted that while Western women may not possess the delicate features often found in the East, their alabaster skin coupled with stunning physiques certainly compensates. Moreover, all attendees of this soiree were youthful, under the age of 25, far from the age where Western women typically begin to show signs of aging. The combination of music and alcohol further heightened the atmosphere. After reveling for over 2 hours, Qin Xiao found himself escorted by 2 charming ladies toward a hotel room on a lower floor. The organizers of the party had long since reserved the upper floors to facilitate deeper interactions among the enthusiastic attendees. Thus, Qin Xiao casually selected an unoccupied room to enter. Almost immediately upon crossing the threshold, the 2 eager young women enveloped him, one offering a tender kiss while the other began to unfasten his clothing, trailing kisses along his neck. The simultaneous attention of these 2 beautiful young ladies was the embodiment of many a man's fantasy. Qin Xiao's gaze became hazy as they playfully tugged him from the corridor to the bedside, their garments discarded along the way. Just as he was about to fully embrace the moment, the insistent ringing of his phone interrupted, eliciting an exasperated curse. Damn it, he muttered, sitting up and retreating a few steps to locate his pants and retrieve his phone. You had better provide me with a compelling reason for this call, no matter who you are. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he unleashed an irate roar. It seemed he had disrupted someone's tryst, provoking considerable ire. Should he consider joining the fray to placate the temper of a rookie agent? The cheerful voice on the other end of the line swiftly doused half of his anger. The voice of the Black Widow echoed in the air. Natasha, your mission is complete. My God, you cannot fathom how worried I was about you. Did you just say you're coming up? Are you downstairs at the hotel? As Qin Xiao spoke, he stealthily peered out of the window. He chose to ignore Natasha's earlier suggestion of joining her, even though it sounded utterly enticing. Is that so? Thank you for your concern. I miss our rookie agent as well. I rushed to see you the moment the mission was accomplished, not realizing I was interrupting your deep conversation with 2 lovely ladies. Damn it. Qin Xiao silently cursed, feeling a pang of guilt despite the lack of a defined relationship with Natasha. Although his thoughts wandered in that direction, he maintained a defiant tone on the phone. What lovely ladies. Why don't you come up and check for yourself? As he spoke, he calculated the possibility of the Black Widow actually coming upstairs. Should he resort to subduing the 2 young women and tossing them into the adjacent room? Fortunately, it appeared that the Black Widow had no intention of ascending, yet her words stirred Qin Xiao's imagination and ignited a primal fervor within him. I dislike hotel rooms. Let's south go to your place for a drink. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at the ground. Although the 2 stunning women before him were a waste, he knew there would be ample opportunities to engage with such party professionals in the future. Yet, there was only one Black Widow in the world. Thus, amidst the furious glares and curses from the 2 young women, Qin Xiao hastily donned his clothing. He even rushed to the bathroom to check for any telltale marks on his face or neck, satisfied only after tidying his hair and hastily making his way downstairs. As he exited the hotel in a hurry, he spotted the Black Widow at the temporary parking area outside. She wore a sleek black dress, one snow-white leg elegantly crossed in front of her, leaning against a sharply designed black sports car. What is this? You're willing to leave those 2 beauties upstairs behind? Why not bring them along? She teased, observing Qin Xiao's flustered demeanor. What beauties? I think about you so much each day that I hardly have time to glance at other women, he fibbed, eyes wide. The Black Widow, however, chose not to expose his lie. With a subtle smile, she opened the passenger door. Let us go. It's time to head home. Her invitation transformed Qin Xiao into a blur as he swiftly slipped into the car. Upon arriving at his apartment building, the Black Widow entwined her arm with his, reminiscent of a couple. The warmth and softness radiating from her arm made Qin Xiao grin foolishly, quickening his pace. He was eager to enjoy a few bottles of top-tier wine he had procured from Tony. As he pondered whether to pour some red wine and play music to set the mood or opt for stronger spirits to hasten their immersion into the evening, they reached his door. Qin Xiao swiftly unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open, eager to step inside. He had decided that a strong drink would be the most effective way to settle into the right mood. As he rode the elevator upward, under the shimmering lights, Natasha appeared increasingly alluring. Oh, for heaven's sake. Qin Xiao's new house was still unfinished, and the small apartment felt cramped and confining. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a dark, egg-shaped head resting on his sofa. Cursing under his breath, he turned to see the Black Widow grinning at him. It quickly dawned on Qin Xiao that her visit today was likely to discuss a meeting with Nick Fury. Well, Nick's matters are coincidental. I genuinely wish to see you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, my little agent. The Black Widow planted a playful kiss on Qin Xiao's cheek. Given the circumstances, there was little he could say. His exuberant mood was doused like a bucket of cold water. If you continue like this, you will lose me. I swear it, Natasha. The kiss from Natasha had alleviated some of his frustration, and after taking a deep breath, he spoke with resignation. However, he did not extend the same leniency toward Nick Fury. Even if you are my boss, you cannot simply enter my home without my permission. You must understand that in such a situation, I could call the authorities, or even take more drastic measures, dear director. He grabbed a glass and poured himself a generous drink, downing it in a fit of defiance. Chapter 42. The fastest martial arts prevail. Every individual in a position of power possesses an extraordinary desire for control. This trait is particularly pronounced in someone like Nick Fury, the head of an intelligence agency. This was evident when Hydra left Sichuan in shambles. Yet Nick Fury still maintained a formidable network and hidden influence. He relished overseeing the entirety of the situation, disliking any events or individuals that might elude his grasp. Yet, he found himself confronted by someone like Qin Xiao. Whether it was the Iron Monarch's affairs or Qin Xiao's extraordinary capabilities as a super soldier, he had never given Nick Fury any prior notice. Only when trouble arose did he remember he had a workplace, and the communication was merely to send someone to clean up the mess. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you forgot I was your boss. It's no wonder. You are now a rising star, hailed as a superhero, and you have friends in high society like Tony Stark. Nick Fury's sardonic remarks could not be entirely blamed. During their last phone conversation, he had been so infuriated that he smashed a phone. You cannot fault me for this, my boss. It is you who did not provide me the opportunity to integrate into my workplace. Aside from Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and yourself, I do not know anyone else in our department. I am uncertain of my daily responsibilities. It is your failure to give me that opportunity, and you cannot hold me accountable. Moreover, concerning the Obadiah incident, it was Tony who summoned me for assistance, and I promptly notified Coulson once the matter was resolved. Qin Xiao was well aware that his relationship with Sichuan was largely one of exploitation. Instead of responding with anger, he simply raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. And what about that incident in the Middle East? You were supposed to be aboard the Quinjet, the fighter jet stolen from the Los Angeles branch, yet you regale me with tales of yacht parties. Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Whose fault is it that my credentials couldn't grant me access to the branch? I intended to enter and request a jet openly, but my credentials wouldn't even allow me to step into my own workplace. Is that not a farce? Qin Xiao maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, his expression conveying that he bore no blame. And what of Stark? Why did you not inform me in advance about that suit of armor? Nick Fury pressed aggressively. That was not within my purview, boss. Did you ever instruct me to monitor Tony Stark's every move? No, therefore I cannot be held accountable. Qin Xiao retorted with an air of defiance. Nick Fury felt a twinge of exasperation. Under normal circumstances, such matters should be communicated. Yet he had never broached the topic nor provided the young man with any formal training. Thus, when it came to a serious discussion, he found himself at a loss for words. Very well, let us not dwell on the past. Now, regarding your abilities, could you elucidate on that? This does not resemble the prowess of a super soldier. Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could so easily contend with that armored behemoth. Qin Xiao showed no intention of engaging with his inquiries. Nick Fury, left with no choice, rose to pour himself a drink. This is quite simple. It's Chinese martial arts. You know, I hail from China, and the mysterious East is replete with enigmatic practices. Bruce Lee, ever heard of him? Ada, Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao launched into an exuberant display, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Chinese martial arts? Nick Fury inquired, skepticism etched on his face. Indeed, Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao affirmed with earnestness, nodding his head. As if to validate his claims, he reached for a handgun from Natasha, mimicking the stance of the legendary martial artist, pointing the firearm directly at his temple. He contemplated how to express the phrase, "The world's martial arts are invincible. Only speed can shatter." In English to enhance the dramatic effect, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, leaving Nick Fury and Black Widow in a state of disbelief. Simultaneously, Qin Xiao's left hand, poised with his index and middle fingers, swiftly moved toward his right temple. Boom! Just as Qin Xiao's left hand reached the alignment of his nose, the bullet cruelly struck his temple, with his focus solely on his left hand. His body was entirely unprepared. The modified pistol wielded by Black Widow unleashed tremendous force at close range. The impact to his temple was staggering, causing Qin Xiao's head to jerk violently to the side. With a decisive motion, he slammed his body onto the ground, his left hand raised in a triumphant gesture. The Hulk's defense was formidable, although merely 30, not even a handgun could penetrate it. Even in the vulnerable area of the temple, where Qin Xiao was struck, there was not even a hint of redness. It was clear to all that Qin Xiao had attempted to catch the bullet with his bare hands, and had failed. Thus, while Black Widow and Nick Fury were utterly stunned, Black Widow couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Oh, this is precisely what I wish to showcase. The essence of Chinese martial arts, the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Qin Xiao dusted off the non-existent dirt from his attire and sat up once more, unabashedly proclaiming, "What a splendid performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times before adopting a serious tone. "Regardless of the source of your strength, my focus lies on the Avengers initiative. With you now on board, along with Tony Stark and that transforming green behemoth, coupled with Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe we can officially initiate this plan. The Hulk and Stark share a good rapport with you. I would like you to facilitate their joining us, with Natasha assisting you. Is there any issue?" Nick Fury's intentions were unmistakable. In his view, SHIELD and the Avengers initiative should run parallel to each other, coordinating efforts without interference. This was also the reason he compelled Qin Xiao to join SHIELD, without assigning him tasks or allowing him to interact with anyone but his trusted aides. The plan was to join the Avengers initiative, establish the Avengers alliance under Nick Fury's formidable resources, and, at the opportune moment, assert independence alongside like-minded individuals. This was indeed one of the plans shared by Qin Xiao and Tony, and he had no objections. Particularly, Nick Fury's suggestion for Black Widow to work alongside him in the preparatory stages resonated perfectly with Qin Xiao's inclinations. Nodding in agreement, he indicated that he had no issues. Satisfied, Nick Fury nodded in return and continued, "We had agreed to meet tomorrow with you and Stark. Today, I merely wish to meet you first to facilitate your discussion with Stark, making our formal conversation tomorrow more convenient. I will provide a base, funding, equipment, various weapons, and transportation for you, and even arrange some adversaries to hone your teamwork. Welcome to the Avengers." Chapter 43. Nicole uncertain if it was due to the addition of Qin Xiao, Nick Fury was notably more forthright with Tony than in the film. He immediately presented Howard Stark's heirlooms left at SHIELD as a gift and directly informed Tony that Howard Stark was one of the 3 founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. After the conclusion of World War II, a military general, a remarkable agent named Peggy Carter, and a brilliant scientist, Howard Stark, established an organization known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, abbreviated as SSR. This marked the inception of SHIELD. Your father was not merely an elderly man devoted to weapon manufacturing. His perspective on the world and his influence extended far beyond your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately bestow a prosperous life upon all and prevent the occurrence of wars. However, he was constrained by the limitations of his era, rendering many of his ideas unrealizable. He believed that you would ultimately bring about this change. Although discussions regarding SHIELD's stance had previously taken place with Qin Xiao, Nick Fury's words profoundly resonated within Tony's heart. After all, he harbored the belief that his father had never held any affection for him and deemed himself a failure, utterly unreliable. Who would have thought that his father harbored such high hopes for him? I understand that it may be difficult for you to believe these were your father's words. But here lies something he left for you. Take a careful look and you will understand. The arc reactor represents his greatest hope for eradicating war, a renewable energy source. Allowing nations to cease warring over the plunder of resources, does it not? Nick Fury indeed proved to be an adept at winning hearts. He made no mention of Tony Stark joining S.H.I.E.L.D., or the so-called Avengers initiative. Such matters were naturally left for Qin Xiao to handle. Fury merely sought to strengthen their rapport and presented Tony with the one thing he yearned for most, his father's approval. It struck a profound chord within him. Therefore, whether it was the gift from Nick Fury, the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D., or the personal plans between Tony and Qin Xiao, Tony Stark's inclusion in the Avengers was virtually a foregone conclusion. As for the hulking figure of the Hulk, according to Black Widow, he was still engaged in his research while undergoing a series of specialized training to better control his emotions and heart rate, ensuring he would not transform into the Hulk in his daily life. However, Qin Xiao understood that in a certain sense, Hulk and Banner were two sides of the same coin. The more repression, the more likely irreversible situations would arise, much like Banner within the Avengers, who maintained perfect control in his everyday life. Even in battle, Black Widow could directly manage Hulk's temper. This ultimately resulted in Hulk dominating Banner's body for 2 years on Sakaar. While Qin Xiao was aware of this, he refrained from excessive interference, mainly because he did not possess a superior solution. After reviewing the relics left by his father, Tony immersed himself in his laboratory. Qin Xiao realized that due to the issues surrounding the arc reactor, Tony must have already discovered the palladium poisoning. Before officially commencing the site selection work with Black Widow, Qin Xiao finally completed his own abode, driving the Audi R8 he had appropriated from Tony's garage, likely a product of promotional sponsorship in the film. Audi frequently makes appearances in the Marvel film series. However, in the realm of reality, a more plausible explanation emerges for Tony's affinity for Audi. He has contributed to the enhancement of their engines. It is well known that Tony Stark is a charismatic super scientist, and his endorsement undoubtedly holds immense significance for the Audi brand. Each year, Audi presents Tony with their latest models. Recently, they delivered yet another vehicle, which Qin Xiao, citing limited garage space, shamelessly drove away. Upon arriving at his new apartment, he entered his fingerprint on the biometric lock. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your butler. You may call me Nicole." A voice, reminiscent of a playful young girl, resonated. Nicole? Qin Xiao mused over the name. It oddly reminded him of something trivial. But that was of little consequence. The essential aspect was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. While it could not compare to Jarvis, who was essentially a culmination of Tony's vast knowledge and the known operational principles of the universe, Nicole proved to be far more relatable. In addition to controlling an array of custom furniture and appliances within the home, she offered various supplementary functions, such as alarms, reminders, weather updates, and even the ability to watch a film at home and engage in discussions about its plot with her. Naturally, this had to pertain to films that were already circulating externally. After all, Nicole's role diverged from that of Jarvis, as she filtered existing movie review data to converse with her owner. Qin Xiao found it hard to grasp anything overly complex. Nevertheless, in simple terms, as a home assistant, she was utterly flawless. This epitomized what an intelligent lifestyle should resemble. In his previous life, numerous artificial intelligence products had emerged, coupled with specific furniture and appliances, achieving direct command control. However, those devices often felt rigid and, at times, were less convenient than manual operation. He did not take the time to thoroughly explore his new abode and overlooked the whimsicality of Tony, who had made a habit of juxtaposing their photographs in playful poses, which had consequently graced the headlines. Qin Xiao directed Nicole to open the secret room behind the bed in the bedroom. This chamber featured a manual button concealed behind their photograph. Placing his palm upon it would initiate a scan and unlock the door. The secret room had been specially modified, encased in a layer of specialized alloy poured by Tony. Even in the event of an explosion within the building, this chamber would detach from the surrounding concrete and steel, transforming into a robust metallic container capable of withstanding damage equivalent to that of an intercontinental ballistic missile. In this secluded chamber rests a modest study, equipped not only with a desk and computer, but also a compact military cot and a restroom. It serves as a temporary sanctuary, and one cannot help but commend Tony for his thoughtful arrangements. Within this diminutive refuge lies the server for the custom artificial intelligence program, Nicole, designed specifically for Qin Xiao. This represents Qin Xiao's ultimate objective, to replicate her program. Chapter 44. Return. After Qin Xiao confirmed several times with the system that both worlds had indeed ceased their temporal flow, he resolutely chose to return to his original world. Although the system did not impose a time limit for his return, this realm was fundamentally Qin Xiao's foundation, his roots. The longer he lingered in the Marvel universe, the more diminished his sense of belonging to this world became. Thus, he made the decisive choice to return. As darkness enveloped him, a sense of disorientation followed. Gradually, his surroundings began to crystallize, revealing the familiar garage-converted rental. Transitioning from a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles to such a humble abode was undoubtedly jarring. Moreover, in that world, he was a member of the Avengers, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a friend of Tony Stark, and a new generation superhero. To suddenly find himself back in such a place was indeed unsettling. Fortunately, the system had prepared everything for him, points exchanged for wealth. And he possessed an artificial intelligence that transcended this era. System, if I were to traverse again, could I do so at any time and place? Qin Xiao inquired, voicing his foremost concern. Previously, it had been mentioned that he could return, yet he had forgotten to ask about the conditions. The time limit is 15 days. The system replied in a lifeless tone. To traverse worlds, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, requiring the host to remain in this world for a duration of 15 days before the next journey can commence. 15 days it is, Qin Xiao thought, as both worlds had indeed halted in time, leaving events in the other realm unaffected. He began to gather his thoughts, contemplating how to navigate his future in this world. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the space. Hello, courier delivery. A booming voice called from the entrance. The garage-converted dwelling typically featured simple, inexpensive aluminum doors, several panels haphazardly installed, with a couple of movable ones serving as the main entrance. Consequently, the knock on the door reverberated through the entire row of aluminum panels. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiao hurried to open the door. A folder awaited him, devoid of any sender's address. Uncertain if the phone number was stored in his mobile device, he recognized neither the name nor the sender. Upon opening the folder, he discovered an exquisitely crafted invitation. The invitation is remarkably creative. Upon opening it, one is immediately greeted by a sketch of the newlyweds' wedding photo emblazoned upon it. Whether it was hand-drawn by an artist or crafted through software remains a mystery. Without even glancing at the names, Qin Xiao instantly recognizes them as the very couple who deceived his former self, those scoundrels. A surge of unbridled rage erupted within him, almost compelling him to tear the invitation to shreds. It was only when a small tear appeared on the card that Qin Xiao regained his composure. What just transpired? A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Although he possessed all the memories of that unfortunate predecessor, the events that unfolded felt more like a spectator's experience to him. He was indeed resolute in avenging the wrongs done, yet he must not allow himself to descend into such a state of disarray. Is it the last vestige of your obsession? Or perhaps a lingering wish? Fear not, dear brother, since fate has intertwined our paths, having inherited your physical form and skills, I shall also inherit your enmity. They shall not find life easy. Qin Xiao muttered softly to himself. Whether it was his words that struck a chord or, scientifically speaking, the remnants of hatred left in the predecessor's mind regarding these individuals or this situation, the intensity of his resentment gradually began to wane after he spoke. System, redeem 500 points into currency. Qin Xiao instructed the system. 500 points could be exchanged for a staggering 500 million in currency, an amount of great significance to him. One could never predict the treasures that might emerge when the secondary marketplace opens. Thus he was cautious not to exchange too much at once. 500 million was already an immense fortune. Should he find himself in need, he could always redeem more later. In less than a minute, the 500 million was promptly deposited into his account. In the system's words, it was swift, efficient, and secure. Casting a glance at the outdated items in the garage, Qin Xiao felt no attachment. He strode forward with purpose. Living well for the sake of the former Qin Xiao did not imply any nostalgia for the past. He is an independent entity. Casually, he made a call to the landlord, informing him that he would no longer be renting the property and that he had no desire for the belongings inside. He provided a card number for the deposit, indifferent to whether it would be refunded. Armed only with his phone, identification, and the invitation, he noted that the date was set for 10 days hence. At a luxurious hotel in the bustling metropolis, the city, once a dream for the deceased Qin Xiao during his entrepreneurial pursuits, was a place he yearned to reach alongside his beloved girlfriend and his closest friends. The three had shared a cramped abode in a nearby county, envisioning a day when their project would succeed, allowing them to venture into the metropolis for greater opportunities. In this city, one of the largest in the world, realizing dreams and carving out a niche for oneself is a formidable pursuit. With fervor, Qin Xiao immersed himself in brainstorming and market exploration. His efforts bore fruit, as the project's prospects grew increasingly promising. Yet, just when success seemed imminent, he was unceremoniously cast aside by both the woman he cherished most and his most trusted friend. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped his lips, He pondered whether this sentiment stemmed from his own heart or that of the deceased Qin Xiao. Stepping off the high-speed train, Qin Xiao surveyed the bustling platform, taking his time rather than rushing to exit. He leisurely lit a cigarette. For him, avenging himself against the treacherous duo was merely a matter of a flick of the finger. What truly mattered was leveraging the resources of the Marvel Universe to swiftly establish and expand his foothold in this world. He aimed to dominate the city beneath his feet. "Shanghai, here I come," he whispered with a devilish grin toward the sign that bore the name of the city. As the train was about to depart, a middle-aged woman in a work uniform shouted at him from a distance, holding a megaphone. "Hey, move away from the yellow line. You're asking for trouble." Sorry. Qin Xiao tightened the straps of his backpack, lowered his head, and hurriedly made his escape. Today, there are just 2 chapters. Transitioning from the Marvel Universe back to the urban setting, I need to contemplate how to weave the city narrative effectively. I fear that writing too much might lack excitement, and I worry you may not enjoy it. I will strive for a concise yet thrilling experience. And if you have suggestions, especially if you find the urban segments less appealing, please feel free to leave a comment. I will endeavor to shorten it. Tomorrow, I shall present 3 chapters, with the first chapter releasing in the afternoon. Chapter 45. Ordering a coffin. The Long Fengxiang flagship store in Shanghai, unlike the opulent branches that have sprung up across all of China, boasts a decor reminiscent of the old Shanghai of the last century, eschewing flamboyant colors and gaudy lighting. It exudes a low-key yet luxurious aura, embodying the extraordinary within the mundane. It mirrors the charm of old Shanghai, where amidst the neon lights and vibrant nightlife, a distinct old-world elegance prevails. The establishment is modest, a 3-story building with a total area of less than 1,000 square meters. A weathered wooden plaque displays the name Long Fengxiang in an elegant script. The entrance reveals a spacious parking lot, covering over 1,000 square meters. The practicality of such a space in the densely populated city of Shanghai is a testament to the store's strength. As an old flagship store, its offerings differ significantly from those of its branches. The main focus here is on custom pieces reflecting Chinese aesthetics. Unlike the diamond and jewelry businesses that flourish in other branches, this store specializes solely in gold, silver, and jade customizations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, adorned with mahogany accents, gracefully arrived at the venerable entrance of Long Fengxiang. Before the chauffeur, clad in a black suit and white gloves, could alight from the driver's seat, the doorman, adeptly familiar with the establishment, hastened forth in a few brisk steps and promptly opened the rear door. "Welcome to Long Fengxiang, a century-old establishment." With the doorman's welcoming words echoing in the air, a young man emerged from the vehicle, dressed in casual attire, flip-flops, shorts, and a linen white shirt, exuding an air of utter relaxation. The keen-eyed doorman immediately discerned that every piece of the young man's ensemble was a limited summer edition from a luxury brand, even the flip-flops presumably costing nearly a month's salary. His smile grew even more radiant. The first floor was filled with finished jewelry and jade, while the second floor was dedicated to bespoke creations, featuring the industry's finest designers and artisans. "Would you prefer to browse on the first floor or ascend to the second floor for tea?" inquired the doorman. "Let us proceed to the second floor. And please summon your manager. I have something quite special to discuss," replied Qin Xiao with a nod and a smile. Naturally, someone escorted Qin Xiao to the upper floor. Upon arrival, he found himself in a grand hall adorned with the names and photographs of designers and master carvers, alongside their past works and accolades. The top designers and craftsmen typically did not engage easily unless one was willing to pay a handsome sum or possessed exceptional materials. After a brief tour of the hall, the store manager hurriedly emerged, leading Qin Xiao into a series of small rooms adjacent to the hall. Each room was designed as an intimate tea room, specifically for entertaining high-end custom clientele. The manager ushered Qin Xiao into one of the rooms, allowing him to choose a type of tea, and soon a young lady dedicated to tea service appeared to brew a pot. After filling a cup to the brim, and once Qin Xiao had savored his tea, the manager leisurely began to discuss business. "Mr. Qin, might I inquire what type of jewelry or ornament you desire? Or do you possess a rare material for our artisans to sculpt?" Holding his empty teacup, Qin Xiao gently pushed it toward the young lady, awaiting her to refill it before cheerfully responding to the manager. "I do not require highly specialized craftsmen. I intend to create a substantial piece from pure gold. The quantity of gold needed is considerable, yet my expectations for intricate carving are modest." Substantial quantity? The manager felt a pang of disappointment, realizing this transaction might not be as grand as he initially envisioned. "Gold alone? What do you wish to craft? A chair, a table, or perhaps a delicate ornament? May I inquire what Mr. Qin intends to customize? Furniture? A statue? Or something else?" Although slightly disheartened, the manager maintained his courteous demeanor. A coffin. Qin Xiao once again drained the cup of tea in one gulp, placing it heavily onto the tea table as he spoke. 5 days. He had granted them 5 days. He did not demand exquisite craftsmanship, merely a standard coffin shape, square and unembellished. A coffin of pure gold, by all accounts, should not be accepted by Long Fengxiang. However, apart from the market price of gold, Qin Xiao offered a processing fee of 1 million right from the outset, which proved difficult for the manager of Long Fengxiang to decline. They possessed numerous processing factories, catering to everything from Buddhist statues to furniture, capable of handling large-scale projects. With the funds secured, everything else would fall into place. After agreeing on a delivery date 5 days hence, Qin Xiao strolled out of the shop with an air of nonchalance. Uncle Wang, let us find a place to dine before heading to a nightclub, preferably one of larger scale and with a mix of characters. It doesn't have to be in the city center. Qin Xiao instructed the driver as he settled into the car. This was the 3rd day of Qin Xiao's arrival in the bustling metropolis, and the vehicle was newly acquired. The driver, an old hand at navigating the city, had been summoned from the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying and was well acquainted with every corner of the city, paid daily. After a casual dinner, the driver parked beside a large building in the eastern suburbs, one of the most eclectic areas of the metropolis, where bathhouses, KTVs, and nightclubs thrived. Any service one desired could be found here, provided one had the funds. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao's generous demeanor and polite manner over the past 2 days, the driver, Uncle Wang, felt a sense of respect for him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Mr. Qin, if I may interject, you come from a good family and are in the prime of youth. Indulging in a bit of revelry is perfectly fine, but there are certain things you must avoid. Once entangled, it could ruin a lifetime. Uncle Wang's well-meaning caution stemmed from his presumption that Qin Xiao sought out places rife with vice, perhaps hinting at a penchant for addictive substances. Qin Xiao chuckled heartily, patting Uncle Wang on the shoulder. Thank you, but your concern is somewhat unwarranted. I am merely here to seek assistance with a small matter. He then discreetly slipped a thin stack of banknotes into Uncle Wang's hand. You can call it a day. I'll drive back to the hotel myself. Just come to the hotel tomorrow to find me. Uncle Wang accepted the money with a hint of skepticism, feeling as though he were merely a worker who had said too much. With a slight sigh, he exited the vehicle. It was just past dinner time, and the night venues had yet to open. The bathhouses and KTVs were sparsely populated. After parking the car, Qin Xiao sauntered through the entrance of the bathhouse. Following the thunderous welcome from the receptionists, a server escorted him toward the expansive lobby, which boasted a height of nearly 10 meters, indicating the establishment's upscale nature. The waiter escorted Qin Xiao to the sofas on either side. Brother, if you wish to take a shower, allow me to assist you in changing your shoes, the waiter said respectfully, holding a pair of slippers. I have no intention of bathing. I am here to discuss business with your boss. Could you kindly summon someone with authority to converse with me? Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile. In a place like this, how could just anyone meet the boss? The waiter hesitated slightly, but maintained a polite demeanor. Brother, the boss is not someone I can easily summon. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak directly to me. If I am unable to assist, I will fetch our manager for you. How does that sound? Though still courteous, there was a subtle hint of assertiveness in his tone. Qin Xiao was unfazed. He reached for the ashtray on the coffee table. Do you think you can handle a situation if I decide to make a scene? With a resounding crash, the hefty ashtray slammed onto the coffee table. The reinforced glass shattered into irregularly shaped fragments, each the size of a coin. Around them, attendants dressed as doormen and security personnel in black suits with earpieces appeared from seemingly nowhere, swiftly encircling Qin Xiao. What is going on? A man, towering at least 6 feet tall and clearly over 35, wearing a black suit, pushed through the crowd and approached the waiter. Lu Gu. The waiter, upon seeing the man, quickly bowed his head in greeting. He leaned in to whisper the events that had transpired. As he listened, the man scrutinized Qin Xiao from head to toe. Clad in luxury and wearing an expression of calm indifference, Qin Xiao presented an unyielding front. The man hesitated to confront him directly, instead gesturing for the crowd to disperse and settling into a nearby armchair. Brother, I am uncertain what service we have provided that might have upset you. If our staff has not met your expectations, direct your grievances at me. Today, whatever you wish to enjoy here is on me. Previously, Uncle Wang had informed Qin Xiao that this establishment was owned by a so-called social boss. Although not situated in the heart of the metropolis, this 6-story building housed numerous entertainment facilities, including KTV, bathing, and nightclubs, whether it was constructed or leased. Such an establishment was beyond the means of mere petty criminals or ordinary individuals to manage. Achieving such a status, one would be indifferent to common brawls. A mere accidental step upon them on the street might elicit an apology from them. Furthermore, Given Qin Xiao's considerable worth and his nonchalant demeanor, the man, presumed to be the head of security, opted for polite conversation first, seeking to discern Qin Xiao's background before proceeding. Qin Xiao, however, was disinclined to engage in further trivialities. With a sharp flick, a bank card was tossed onto the table. This card contained 2 million, with a 6-0 password. Regardless of whether this belonged to your boss or an elder brother, let's discuss a small business matter, whether it succeeds or fails. Consider this money a token of our introduction. With 2 million as a starting point, this man hesitated to make a swift decision. He simply uttered a moment's pause, then rose to make a phone call. Within minutes, the man returned, addressing Qin Xiao with respect. Our boss is currently occupied, if you don't mind. I can arrange for you to go upstairs for a bath and relaxation. He will return shortly to meet with you. Very well. Qin Xiao, showing no pretensions, stood and followed the man upstairs. Once Qin Xiao was settled, the man rushed to the lobby, hastily swiped his card to check the balance. Confirming the amount was correct, he picked up the phone to call his boss once more. June 27th, 2021, the 18th day of the 5th lunar month, in the year of the metal ox, the month of the wood horse, and the day of the fire horse. It was deemed inauspicious for opening businesses, logging, or constructing beams. However, it was favorable for engagements, completing contracts, traveling, and moving house. This date, while not particularly auspicious for weddings in the eyes of the Chinese, was rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, Gua Xinliang chose this day for a reason. The lunar date 518 sounded like I want to prosper. At precisely 4:30, the landline on the bedside table rang. This was the wake-up call Gua Xinliang had specifically arranged with the hotel the night before. After hanging up, he glanced at the alluring figure beside him. Half covered by a quilt, he drew back the curtains, revealing a sky that was beginning to lighten. From the 30-plus floors of the luxurious hotel room, he could see a few early risers starting to take to the streets below. Lying in the lavish suite was a long-legged model, once an unattainable dream for him. Gua Xinliang was thoroughly content with his current life, even willing to betray his lifelong brothers and sacrifice his marriage for it. Standing on the balcony, inhaling the fresh air, he lit a cigarette and dialed the number labeled wife on his phone. Hello? A voice, hazy yet tinged with anger, came through the receiver. Gua Xinliang's lips twitched, as though this single voice had obliterated his previously buoyant mood. Still not awake? What time is it? Do you know what day it is? The makeup artist is arriving shortly. What did you do last night? Did you spend half the night at the nightclub again? Gua Xinliang lowered his voice, striving to suppress his irritation, yet the reproach in his tone was unmistakable. What is your attitude, Gua? We agreed to play our own games. When you coaxed me into swallowing shares of Qin Xiao's company, you were like a lapdog before me. Now that the company is about to go public, you think you're something special? Have you turned your back on me? I must inform you that according to the agreement, the management rights of the company reside in both our hands. Without me, you would merely become a minor shareholder, inevitably ousted by the venture capitalists. The woman's voice suddenly rose several decibels, clearly displeased with Gua Xinliang's patronizing tone. Silence. It is your own greed that led us here. Do not shift the blame onto me. I have been indifferent to your antics, but today is our wedding day. And yet you brazenly brought a male escort back to the hotel last night. Gua Xinliang clenched his fist and struck the balcony railing with force. Gua, you are truly amusing. Do not pretend that there are no women around you. Once our company goes public in a year and shares become tradable, I shall sever ties with you. I warn you, do not bother me unnecessarily. If you provoke me, I will promptly transfer my shares to someone else. The woman on the other end of the line concluded her vehement tirade and hung up. Chu Feng, you wretched woman. Gua Xinliang nearly lost his composure, almost shattering his phone in frustration. Arriving late, and with one chapter remaining, my early-to-bed companions may read on tomorrow morning. Chapter 47. The Wedding Gift 3 years prior. Qin Xiao mortgaged his only home and, through various means, borrowed over 3 million, accumulating a total of 5 million to establish a company. This enterprise primarily dealt with claw machines for entertainment venues such as cinemas and KTVs in 3rd and 4th-tier cities, providing machines, plush toys, and maintenance services. The venues, in turn, offered space, electricity, equipment cleaning, and daily upkeep. At that time, Qin Xiao, operating alone, enlisted his girlfriend Chu Feng to manage finances, while his childhood friend Gua Xinliang handled phone communications and client relations. Qin Xiao invested both capital and effort, holding a 60 stake, with Gua Xinliang and Chu Feng each possessing 20. Initially, all was well. The company, albeit small, thrived under Qin Xiao's relentless dedication. He tirelessly traversed 3 counties daily, targeting areas with high foot traffic such as shopping malls and cinemas. Gua Xinliang and Chu Feng diligently managed the company's internal operations, overseeing inventory flow, maintaining client communications, and ensuring timely repairs and restocking of merchandise. As profits stabilized, they expanded into 70 or 80 counties. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, while he endured the harsh elements outside, Chu Feng and Guo Xinliang were exchanging glances in the office, conspiring to usurp his company. As Guo Xinliang, increasingly dissatisfied with his 20 share, adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a boss while merely answering phones, Chu Feng grew discontent with Qin Xiao's reluctance to distribute dividends despite rising revenues. Qin Xiao's singular focus was on scaling the company, while Chu Feng was wholeheartedly inclined to indulge in the pleasures of life. Thus, the two conspirators, having long since forged their illicit alliance, cleverly concealed a share transfer agreement beneath a seemingly innocuous contract, ensnaring the unsuspecting Qin Xiao, who, with unwavering trust, affixed his seal and signature. In this manner, they unceremoniously ousted Qin Xiao from his own company, leaving him destitute and burdened with insurmountable debt. For an entire year, Qin Xiao relentlessly pursued legal recourse, yet his adversaries were well prepared, and with his financial resources depleted, he could not even afford a competent lawyer. Ultimately, he faced defeat in court. In despair, he resorted to consuming poison in a bid to escape his woes. Ironically, over the course of that year, the company, having undergone a second round of financing, flourished and was on the verge of going public. Poor Qin Xiao, who had labored tirelessly to capture market share and lay a solid foundation for the business, found himself merely the architect of someone else's success. Unlike Guo Xinliang, who possessed a keen understanding of the company's value amidst the vast market, he recognized the potential to wield the substantial customer base to pursue numerous lucrative ventures in the future. Consider, for instance, the myriad cinemas at his disposal. Even establishing a small factory to produce innovative popcorn with reasonable pricing and enticing the cinema managers with modest kickbacks would prove to be a profitable enterprise, given the robust customer base. In contrast, Chu Feng's strategy hinged on the company's impending public offering, seizing the opportunity to liquidate a portion of her shares for substantial cash returns while retaining a fraction to enjoy dividends in perpetuity. This fundamental difference elucidated Guo Xinliang's dismay whenever Chu Feng suggested transferring her shares to others. While financing and going public could expedite the company's growth, mismanagement could easily result in relinquishing control. Once power was lost, no matter the shareholding, others would find ways to gradually dilute influence and ultimately oust one from the company. This understanding is precisely why the two had initially forged an unbreakable bond, even resorting to marriage as a means to intertwine their interests in a united front against capital, ensuring the voice of the company remained in their possession. Once I firmly establish my position within the company and acquire your shares, I shall eventually cast you aside. Guo Xinliang seethed, biting down on his cigarette, but with a crackling sound. Regardless of their current animosity and mutual disdain, the wedding festivities must proceed without a hitch. He contacted the planning company and makeup team, and as he emerged transformed from his freshly renovated abode, he set off to the hotel to collect Chu Feng. Though neither hailed from this metropolis, they had purchased a home here. Nevertheless, for the wedding preparations, Chu Feng was at a hotel for her makeup and wardrobe change, while Guo Xinliang departed from his residence to retrieve her before heading to the venue for the banquet. With the company on the brink of going public and Guo Xinliang being a skilled socialite, he had forged numerous friendships in the short span of 1 year since arriving in this vibrant city. A sleek Aston Martin leads a procession, trailed by more than 10 BMW 5 Series vehicles. While this convoy may not exude opulence, it radiates youthful vitality and is quite commendable. With a lively commotion, the entourage makes its way from home to the hotel. The entrance of the hotel is adorned with a red carpet and inflatable arches, flanked by exquisite European-style floral arrangements lining the ground. Friends and relatives, armed with confetti and fireworks, eagerly await the arrival of the bride and groom as the procession approaches. Now less than 50 meters from the hotel. However, just as the convoy nears the entrance, another procession bursts forth from the side street. A Rolls-Royce Phantom leads a line of striking red Ferrari sports cars, numbering 30 to 40 in total. Coincidentally, they come to a halt right in front of the hotel, blocking the entrance just as Guo Xinliang's wedding convoy is set to arrive. A sense of unease washes over Guo Xinliang as he contemplates the ill omen of being stuck at the hotel entrance on his wedding day. The opposing convoy remains eerily silent, with no one stepping out to address the situation. Quickly, Guo Xinliang's relatives confirm with the hotel staff whether another couple is also getting married today. The hotel personnel, equally perplexed, affirm multiple times that only one wedding banquet has been booked for the day. After a few tense minutes of stalemate, a relative from Guo Xinliang's side approaches the Rolls-Royce, accompanied by a hotel staff member, hoping to clarify the situation. "Excuse me, we are here for a wedding. Would you kindly move aside? The hotel staff knocks on the car window to speak with the occupants, while Guo Xinliang's relative swiftly presents an envelope. Adhering to the custom that envelopes filled with money bring good fortune on joyous occasions, averting any potential conflict. I'm here for the wedding. Both the bride and groom are dear friends of mine, the relative explains. At this moment, Qin Xiao rolls down the window, offering a subtle smile before stepping out of the car. Today, he has made a deliberate effort to present himself well. Donning a pair of custom-designed British-style shoes and a designer leisure suit crafted by a European designer. His tall stature and confident smile draw the gaze of everyone present, marking a stark contrast to his former self. With a transformed essence, he has been immersed in the Marvel universe, frequently mingling with Tony Stark at high-profile gatherings. Coupled with his newfound prowess and wealth, his aura and confidence are unmistakably unique. Sir, may I kindly ask you to move your vehicle? It is obstructing the bride and groom's convoy. The hotel staff politely requests of Qin Xiao. He responds with a slight smile directed towards the lead vehicle of the opposing convoy. I will clear the way shortly. I'm merely waiting for my gift to arrive. As soon as the words were spoken, a fleet of over a dozen large pickup trucks emerged from seemingly nowhere. Each truck was laden with pristine floral wreaths, adorned with photographs of the bride and groom at their center. The convoy of trucks came to a halt in the middle of the road, obstructing traffic. From the vehicles poured forth a multitude of burly men clad in black suits, their imposing figures suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Each man brandished 2 wreaths, advancing menacingly towards the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 48. A wedding with paper money flying in the air. Dozens of these formidable figures, accompanied by hundreds of floral wreaths, arranged themselves neatly along either side of the red carpet leading from the hotel entrance to the street. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity. A luxurious motorcade blocked the entrance, while a throng of men in dark suits placed wreaths along the red carpet. Not only did they position the wreaths, but they also formed pairs, creating a formidable barrier that hindered anyone from easily removing them. Who on earth are you? What is your intention? A trembling relative of Guo Xinliang pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao, his voice quaking with fear. The hotel staff, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had wisely chosen to remain silent. On such a joyous occasion, the presentation of wreaths signified deep-seated enmity, and given the imposing presence of the motorcade, it was clear that these were no ordinary individuals. The hotel staff had no desire to meddle and promptly turned away. Qin Xiao, unfazed by Guo Xinliang's relative, waved his hand, signaling for more than a dozen individuals in black suits from the Ferrari convoy to disembark. They swiftly apprehended Guo Xinliang's relative while simultaneously blocking the friends and family of the bride and groom emerging from the hotel. In such a tense atmosphere, ordinary acquaintances would understandably refrain from intervening, leaving only Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng's family to confront the situation. However, they too found themselves deterred by the imposing presence of the burly men in black suits stationed at the hotel entrance. These men neither resorted to violence nor raised their voices. They simply allowed the chaos to unfold while ensuring that no one could disrupt Qin Xiao. Even the convoy of the newlyweds was not spared. Apart from the lead vehicle, every car had 2 men in black suits stationed at its entrance, preventing the relatives of the bride and groom from disembarking. Once the scene appeared sufficiently orchestrated, Qin Xiao approached the lead vehicle of the newlyweds with a calm smile. Inside the car, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng were utterly bewildered by the spectacle before them. Just over half a month prior, they had employed someone to investigate Qin Xiao's circumstances, believing him to be in a state of disarray, desperately trying to reclaim his company, with no stable employment, living in a garage in the county, and frequently harassed by creditors. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng had even sent a wedding invitation to him. However, the sight before them, a lavish motorcade that Qin Xiao could hardly afford, was far beyond their wildest imaginings. They had prided themselves on their understanding of Qin Xiao, yet this unfolding scene shattered their perceptions. Moreover, observing Qin Xiao's attire and demeanor, they found it hard to reconcile the familiar face before them with the man they once knew. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? I have come to attend your wedding and have even gone to the trouble of organizing such an elaborate spectacle. Is a mere thank you too much to ask? Qin Xiao gently tapped on the rear window of the car. Inside, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng exchanged glances. Taking a deep breath, Guo Xinliang raised his head and lowered the window. Qin Xiao, what brings you here? After mustering considerable courage, he uttered a rather foolish remark. Isn't it your invitation that I received? Qin Xiao produced an invitation from his pocket and flicked it into the car window. Upon seeing the invitation, Guo Xinliang shot a menacing glance at Chu Feng. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired with Qin Xiao, the current situation was unavoidable, and it was hardly the time to stir up trouble. Given the circumstances, it was evident that one could not outdo Qin Xiao's display. Chu Feng, who usually appeared formidable, now found herself at a loss for words. With no other option, Xingliang forced a smile more ghastly than a ghost's. Qin Xiao, I acknowledge that we have wronged you, but today is our wedding day. Can we perhaps address this matter after the ceremony? Indeed, Xingliang had a point. With so many relatives and friends present, they had to endure and complete the wedding first. His words, however, implied that it was as if he were being confronted for debts owed, whereas he had merely come to celebrate their union. Look at the procession I've prepared for you. Along with the flowers, Qin Xiao remarked with a grin. What a peculiar parade you have here. You are soon to become the chairman of a publicly listed company. This hardly befits your stature, my friend. Xingliang was seething internally. Who brings wreaths as wedding flowers? There was no point in reporting to the authorities since no disturbance or violence had occurred. Sending wreaths was not illegal, after all. I appreciate your kindness. But our procession has arrived. Might we enter now? The ceremony is about to commence, and could you kindly remove those flowers? Xingliang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Certainly. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers and waved towards the back. The procession, along with the pickup trucks, slowly made its way down the driveway. You already have your procession. You cannot refuse my flowers. Hurry and get out of the car. I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. Qin Xiao cheerfully brandished a confetti launcher, addressing Xingliang with a smile. Xingliang found himself in a predicament as the procession gradually entered the hotel. Reluctantly, yet somewhat intimidated by Qin Xiao, Chu Feng stepped out of the car. Observing the unyielding wreaths on either side, Xingliang demonstrated his ability to endure. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Chu Feng's hand and slowly walked down the red carpet. Qin Xiao harbored a genuine admiration for Xingliang. He truly managed to withstand this ordeal. Yet, after meticulously planning for over 10 days, Qin Xiao had far more surprises in store. As the newlywed stepped onto the red carpet, he suddenly waved his hand. As I stood on either side of the crimson carpet, the men in black suits all reached behind the floral arrangements to pull out a twisting confetti cannon. Bang! Bang! Each individual fired 2 shots, as though rehearsed, producing a synchronized sound. Countless scraps of paper erupted from the cannon, but instead of the usual shimmering streamers, what emerged were small, white paper offerings the size of coins. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel, balloons adorned the red carpet. A couple clad in formal attire was followed by several attendants. Yet, the edges of the red carpet were lined with wreaths typically reserved for funerals, and overhead, a flurry of white paper money cascaded down. The scene was utterly bizarre. Among the guests, some were indifferent, while others had already dialed the authorities. Some captured this rare and uncanny moment on their phones, while others were engaged in a scuffle with a group of burly men in black suits at the entrance. Finally, as the paper money swirled about, one guest could no longer contain himself. It was unclear whose relative it was, but he shouted, "You scoundrels are going too far." Just as he was about to take action, a multitude of vehicles in the hotel parking lot began to open their doors. Another group of men in black suits emerged, each wielding gleaming daggers. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them not to harm anyone, creating a disturbance at someone else's wedding was not something to be taken lightly. Indeed, as the armed men surged forward, the previously agitated guests quickly regained their composure. Even the few impulsive ones were restrained by their friends and relatives. Qin Xiao glanced at the ashen-faced Xingliang and Chu Feng, remarking, "Do you think I am being excessive? I believe so as well. Which is why I have prepared a grand gift for you both, custom-made and quite valuable." Chapter 49. The end of the gathering as a significant gesture. Qin Xiao had arranged for a pure gold coffin from Longfengxiang, which had already been delivered to the scene. It now resided in the back of a small cargo van in the hotel parking lot. Qin Xiao had meticulously prepared for this day. With a slight wave of his hand towards the van, 2 men in black suits emerged, each pulling a heavy-duty cart. 2 more men joined them, pushing and pulling to maneuver the resplendent coffin out of the vehicle. With a thud, it settled securely between the 2 carts. "Brother Liu, is that coffin really made of pure gold?" One of the men pushing the cart whispered to the others. "It should be, but who cares? The boss said this one is a god of wealth, coming to stir up trouble. Each of us will receive a generous red envelope, which is far safer than brawling. Enough talk. Put your backs into it." With one pushing and the other pulling, they positioned the several hundred-pound golden coffin squarely in the center of the red carpet. The resplendent golden coffin, with a label of pure gold embellished with a dragon and phoenix, lay before the assembly, rendering all present utterly speechless. A coffin fashioned entirely from gold must weigh no less than several hundred pounds. To fathom the value of 300 to 400 pounds of gold at its lowest price, it would still command several million. Even if animosity existed between 2 individuals, the prior orchestrations were already quite distasteful. Why then invest such exorbitant resources in a golden coffin? A shared thought flickered in the minds of many. Should anyone disrupt their wedding and subsequently present them with such an extravagant gift, they might reluctantly accept it, regardless of its inauspicious nature. However, Guoxinliang's thoughts diverged. Today, he was surrounded by numerous business associates and partners he had encountered in the bustling metropolis over the past year. Setting aside the ramifications of this wedding, if he were to accept this coffin, how could he ever navigate the social circles again? Countless thoughts swirled within Guoxinliang's mind. Not out of fear of Qin Xiao's potential actions, he could scarcely believe that in front of so many, Qin Xiao would dare to harm him or commit murder. What truly terrified him was the source of Qin Xiao's wealth and the multitude of supporters he had amassed. Should Qin Xiao rise again, it was clear that Guoxinliang would not enjoy a favorable existence. Qin Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? Guoxinliang seethed, addressing Qin Xiao directly. What do I intend to do? I have come to attend your wedding and have bestowed upon you such a lavish gift. You question my intentions? You wretched couple have usurped my company and my fortune. Do you have any inkling of the life I have endured this past year? Do you realize I once tried to end my life? Now I have returned from the depths of despair. Tell me, what do you think I wish to achieve? With rising agitation, Qin Xiao, in a moment of fervor, struck Guoxinliang, sending him sprawling several meters away. Not only did Guoxinliang lose a significant number of his teeth, but half of his face also swelled grotesquely, rendering him unconscious. A gasp of horror escaped from Chu Feng, who stood nearby. Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to his nominal ex-girlfriend. Qin Xiao. Chu Feng stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts as Qin Xiao's intense gaze bore down upon her. After years of close companionship, she now found the man before her utterly unfamiliar. What is it? You sent me an invitation to your wedding to mock my downfall, to witness my disgrace, did you not? Now that I am here, why are you speechless? As Qin Xiao brandished the invitation, Guoxinliang shot a furious glance at Chu Feng, knowing full well that the invitation had been her idea. I'm so sorry. Qin Xiao, having endured many trials and having taken countless lives, emanated an aura that was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. With a simple step forward, Chu Feng was rendered trembling and at a loss for words. I'm sorry, Qin Xiao murmured, lowering his head, before raising his hand and delivering a swift slap that sent Chu Feng flying. Mr. Qin, let us not escalate this matter. The police have been alerted and should be arriving shortly. Please leave this to us. The head of security from the bathing establishment, clad in a black suit, approached Qin Xiao with great respect. Understood. I appreciate your assistance, my friend. Just remember to deliver my final gift. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. After causing quite a commotion, Qin Xiao dusted off his trousers and departed in his Rolls-Royce. The fleet of Ferraris was rented, and someone would return the vehicles. Just as Qin Xiao left, a large LED screen outside the hotel suddenly illuminated with a video. The footage depicted Chu Feng in a compromising position with a man in the hotel room. In a flash, the scene shifted to Guoxinliang with another woman. Finally, the video transitioned to a heated argument between Guoxinliang and Chu Feng in a room. They exchanged accusations of infidelity, their quarrel escalating to the earlier deception involving Qin Xiao as shareholder agreement. Chu Feng pointed an accusing finger at Guoxinliang, asserting that without her cooperation, he would not be in his current predicament. Guoxinliang retaliated with harsh words, berating Chu Feng as a worthless individual, claiming it was her greed that led them to conspire against Qin Xiao. Ultimately, both parties deflected blame, their dialogue unraveling the intricacies of their betrayal towards Qin Xiao. The 3 brief videos ignited a frenzy in the crowd. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, bringing an end to the farce. The group of men in black suits hired by Qin Xiao did not engage in violence. Their actions consisted merely of reasonable shoving. The previously produced gleaming daggers were merely magic props purchased from a local market. These matters were easily managed by the gangsters who skirted the edges of society and law. A brief visit to the police station would suffice. However, 2 issues stood out as more serious. Qin Xiao's 2 slaps, which constituted significant bodily harm, and the final exchange between Guoxinliang and Chu Feng in the video. Yet, both matters remained negotiable, as long as the parties involved chose not to pursue charges. They would avoid criminal liability. When Guoxinliang opened his eyes in the hospital, it was already afternoon. The slap from Qin Xiao not only shattered his teeth, but also resulted in a mild concussion. The hospital assured him there was nothing serious, advising a few days of rest. Your aunt and uncle have gone to see the relatives. What exactly transpired, Liangzi? Did you and Chu Feng conspire to deceive his ex-boyfriend as company? Is that true? His cousin inquired while pouring a drink. Cousin O? As soon as Guoxinliang opened his mouth, a sharp pain shot through his jaw. Cousin, who told you this? His cousin. Sensing the gravity of the situation from Guo's expression, coldly tossed a phone at him. The screen displayed the 3 videos that had been aired earlier that morning. Except for the initial few seconds that had not been recorded, everything else was crystal clear. This cannot be. How could this possibly be filmed without my knowledge? Qin Xiao? Xinliang was acutely aware of what this meant for him. Even if he avoided imprisonment, he feared that everything he currently possessed would vanish like smoke. By the way, cousin, what happened to that pure gold coffin from the wedding? Is it still around? At that moment, Xinliang recalled the coffin, which was indeed made of pure gold. Even if he faced disgrace and lost everything, as long as that coffin existed, he could return to his hometown and live comfortably. After he fainted, Qin Xiao had slapped Chu Feng before departing, and before the police arrived, the group in black suits had taken away the coffin, cursing as they left for not recognizing the value of such an expensive gift. Infuriated, Xinliang felt a surge of blood rush from his gums, revealing a shiny molar. Chapter 50. A return to the scene. Brother Qin, I've heard from the brothers below that your move was truly brilliant. Flowers, paper money, and a coffin at someone else's wedding. Haha. In an exclusive private room at the 888 KTV in the east suburbs, a man in his 40s, with a square face and a jovial demeanor, raised his glass and spoke to Qin Xiao. His name was Shiraigua, a rather ordinary name that seemed slightly amusing when paired with his surname. However, he was a man of notable repute in the underworld of Modu. In a progressively harsh environment, many petty criminals and self-styled gang leaders had either fled or ended up incarcerated. Yet, he managed to navigate the gray areas and establish a substantial entertainment venue. He was undoubtedly a figure of considerable cunning and intellect in the social hierarchy. Qin Xiao's initial investment was 2 million. No fights, no injuries, merely a raucous gathering, which was hardly a significant issue. Thus, this event could be deemed a resounding success, executed smoothly, and profits were reaped with ease. Furthermore, that 2 million was merely the beginning. Brother Sure, I owe it all to you. Your men executed their tasks efficiently and beautifully. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deliver such a splendid performance. Just a matter of receiving payment for services rendered. You are too gracious, my brother. Shiraigua chuckled heartily, raising his glass to clink with Qin Xiao's, then turned serious. Brother, the coffin wasn't given away cheaply. My men have brought it back. How would you like to handle it? Should we take it to your place, or would you prefer it melted down into gold bars? Shiraigua's service was indeed exceptionally attentive. Qin Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, had never intended this to be a one-off transaction. With a grand gesture, he waved his hand dismissively. Once something has been given away, it is unreasonable to expect its return. The notion of promotion and wealth. If those unscrupulous individuals are unworthy of it, then, brother Sure, if you do not mind, consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts. To be candid, the first meeting involved a generous offering of 2 million, presented as a greeting gift. Initially, I anticipated a modest additional sum to acknowledge the hard work of my associates, especially with future dealings on the horizon. However, such a grand gesture, tens of millions, raises questions. For someone like Shiraigua, who has achieved so much, it is implausible that he would simply abandon his principles for monetary gain. After a trivial task, such a substantial amount is simply disconcerting. Brother, let us speak plainly. I navigate the complexities of this world. It matters not if a coffin is involved, even if it contains a corpse. For today, I have merely facilitated a minor favor for my companions. The initial greeting gift suffices, yet such a hefty sum is overwhelming. An entertainment venue surely demands investments in the hundreds of millions, so a mere few tens of millions seems excessive. Pointing to the opulent decor surrounding them, Qin Xiao remarked, Alas, I do not possess such great power. While it may seem easy for us to acquire money, maintaining a cadre of associates requires substantial oversight. And little remains in my pocket. This is merely a small venture of a prominent figure, and I am simply here to provide support, akin to a watchdog. They do not mind my humble origins, granting me a minor stake. Shiraigua spoke candidly, without reservation. Very well, if Brother Sure is so forthright, I shall not be coy. I do not wish to rely on my family's resources. I aim to establish a modest career in this bustling metropolis. However, as a newcomer, I find myself in need of guidance and a reliable protector. Although Qin Xiao refrained from detailing his intentions, it was clear he sought legitimate business opportunities, requiring assistance and local connections. In times of trouble, having someone reliable to help navigate challenges would be invaluable. He had no acquaintances in this city. For instance, he had no contacts to rent a fleet of Ferraris, which was arranged by Shiraigua. With a dependable local ally, any endeavor becomes significantly more manageable. Both parties laid their cards on the table, alleviating some of Shiraigua's concerns. Nonetheless, he remained cautious about the golden coffin, merely indicating that it would be converted into a membership card for future use, allowing Qin Xiao to avail himself of services at any time. This was merely a rephrasing, ensuring he retained a safety net. Qin Xiao harbored no objections, for opportunities would arise in due time, and their relationship would develop gradually. Regarding the troubles with Guo Liang and Chu Feng, Shi Aigua assisted Qin Xiao in securing legal representation, in exchange for relinquishing company shares and compensation. It was agreed that Qin Xiao would refrain from pursuing legal action against the two. Naturally, they would not dare to pursue any claims related to Qin Xiao's injuries. With the presence of the seasoned veteran Shi Aigua, the financial statuses of the two were swiftly discerned. Apart from the shares in their company, the compensation amount was nearly at the very threshold of their limits. Stripped of all they owned and burdened with additional debts, coupled with the scandal surrounding their wedding, their reputations lay in tatters. They could no longer remain in the bustling metropolis. Shi Aigua, fearing that Qin Xiao might seek retribution, drunkenly whispered to him about various tragic accidents, car crashes, drownings, and other misfortunes. Even luring those two wretched beings with the threat of HIV would pose no issue. Betraying a brother by seducing his sister-in-law was something he loathed deeply. Such treachery was utterly contemptible. In response, Qin Xiao merely smiled and shook his head, content as long as the two no longer appeared before him. Given the turmoil, the once extravagant lifestyle of the two was destined to plummet, leaving them in a state worse than that of dogs. His own ability to traverse to this realm and acquire a system was, to some degree, attributable to their actions. There was no need for total annihilation. As for the company's shares, Qin Xiao had lost interest. He promptly sold them to venture capitalists at a low price. Initially, he had invested $5 million into the company, and upon selling those shares, he extracted over $80 million in cash. Calculating his gains, he had profited handsomely, even recuperating some of his recent extravagant expenditures. Once he had settled these chaotic matters, Qin Xiao enlisted Shi Aigua's assistance in locating a suitable premises in the city, for he intended to establish a high-tech enterprise. With Tony's designed artificial intelligence to penetrate the market, he aimed to firmly establish his footing in the metropolis. The processes of site selection, registration, and recruitment were delegated to others, allowing Qin Xiao to enter a phase of idleness. It had been over 20 days since his last traversal, and he had accumulated sufficient energy for another journey. Bored, Qin Xiao began to inquire of the system. Would he require a narrative progression to return if he were to traverse once more? Indeed, significant plot developments in the Marvel Universe were necessary for the host to choose to return. He continued to question the system, wondering if there would be a means to seamlessly switch between the Marvel world and reality in the future. The response was that his permissions were insufficient. The system could only assure him that this limitation would eventually change, though achieving a level of effortless transition would be challenging. The specifics would become apparent as the host grew stronger. With a nod of understanding, Qin Xiao initiated another traversal. Chapter 51. The Avengers' first gathering. The process of traversal was peculiar, akin to traversing a misty passage. Suddenly, he found himself in a vibrant world, where all things gradually reassembled before him into tangible forms. For Qin Xiao, this experience resembled a combination of motion sickness and the disorientation of waking from a drunken stupor. Lacking the grandeur often depicted in fantasy novels of breaking through the barriers of worlds, where all of creation lay at one's feet. Returning to the secret chamber crafted by Tony, Qin Xiao sat at the computer desk for a moment before gradually rising to explore his home in detail. To be frank, compared to the soaring real estate prices in first-tier cities back in his homeland, the property prices in Los Angeles are surprisingly reasonable. With an investment of less than $2 million, he secured a high-rise apartment with a single unit per floor, spanning nearly 400 square meters. While this translates to over 10 million yuan, one must also consider the disparity in living costs. Although the property is not exorbitantly priced, Qin Xiao still faces an annual tax of nearly $100,000 due to the size of his single ownership. It is indeed true what they say about the ease of acquiring large houses in America, yet the challenge lies in their upkeep. The traditional mindset of the Chinese seems more at home here. It appears that on his next visit, he should indeed consider purchasing a residence in the bustling metropolis. Speaking of this home, according to the time stasis in this locale, today marks a joyous occasion of his housewarming. Such an event warrants a celebratory feast. With 30% to honor the traditional virtues of his culture, 20% to showcase his luxurious new abode, and 50% simply to alleviate his boredom, Qin Xiao sent out messages to nearly everyone he knew in this world. The content was as follows. Hello, this is Qin Xiao. Today I have moved into my new home, and in accordance with Chinese tradition, a housewarming calls for a gathering with friends. Therefore, I have decided to host a grand feast with a touch of Chinese flavor at my residence tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. You are all warmly invited to join me. As for the meaning of Hongbao, feel free to Google it. And a friendly reminder, Hongbao is available in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of an electronic map marking the location. To be honest, Qin Xiao is not particularly skilled in the kitchen. He can manage a couple of simple home-cooked dishes, but entertaining guests is another matter altogether. However, with thousands of years of Chinese culture behind him, one cannot let a lack of culinary prowess deter them from hosting a meal, can they? A hot pot, perhaps? A trip to Chinatown yielded all the essential ingredients, including a plethora of various Chinese-style condiments. While some items may be optional, it is crucial to have at least a few to imbue the home with a sense of life. A Yinyang hot pot, slices of lamb, and fatty beef. Qin Xiao finally understood why Chinese people abroad feel an unbreakable bond with Chinatown. The myriad of goods available in a single block here far surpasses what one might find in a large supermarket back home. From an array of snacks, traditional garments, martial arts training, to Guangdong dim sum and Sichuan hot pot, one can find everything from pickled vegetables and deep-fried dough sticks to even instant noodles featuring cute raccoons. There are establishments for treating injuries, playing mahjong, and even funeral wreaths. For a homebody, staying indoors and simply stepping out to purchase necessities does not differ much from life back in his homeland. However, it is worth noting that many dishes in certain restaurants have been westernized, resulting in a flavor that slightly diverges from the authentic tastes found in China. After procuring a multitude of items, I returned home, burdened with an array of bags. I boiled water to prepare the base ingredients, washed and chopped vegetables, neatly arranging them on the table. Additionally, I washed a considerable quantity of fruits, displaying them with care, setting aside thoughts of entertaining guests. The flurry of activity had inexplicably infused my home with a sense of liveliness. Perfect. After a tiresome afternoon, I casually picked up an apple, nibbling on it while awaiting the arrival of my guests. Not that I anticipated any red envelopes. However, the first guest was unexpectedly none other than Dr. Banner. I had never sent him a message, and since his departure with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, I had lost all means of contacting him. Sitting on the sofa, I watched the image of the entrance displayed on the wall. "Nicole, please open the door." "Certainly, sir." The convenience of having a housekeeper became evident. "Hello, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my humble abode." Despite our lack of familiarity, I felt compelled to extend a warm greeting in my own home. Banner, a man of integrity, seemed slightly embarrassed as he presented a bottle of red wine. "I've been managing my condition quite well lately, and it has been some time since I transformed. They mentioned a plan involving the Avengers and suggested I cultivate some rapport with you. However, Agent Romanoff informed me of your recent move and insisted I bring a gift. So here is a bottle of wine. Did she not mention anything else?" I inquired, noticing that he had brought only wine and no red envelope. "No, nothing. Is there anything I should know?" "She is still parking downstairs." Banner gestured awkwardly below. "Oh, it's nothing." I certainly did not wish to take advantage of this honest man, who was currently without a home. I warmly invited Banner to sit down. Within a few minutes, Black Widow arrived. "Hey, stop staring, Qin. I brought Dr. Banner from Canada today, and didn't he have time to buy a red envelope in Chinatown? I wasn't sure what else to bring, so consider this my gift." Upon noticing my lingering gaze, Black Widow gently pulled me closer and kissed my cheek. "All right then," I exclaimed, spreading my hands in mock surrender. Beautiful women always possess certain privileges, yet I vowed that those who arrived next without red envelopes would face my wrath. Whether by coincidence or due to my reputation, Tony, the workaholic, set aside his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury left his tasks to join us, accompanied by Hawkeye. Of course, we could not forget Agent Coulson, who remained stationed in Los Angeles. Thus, all 6 original Avengers were gathered, with the exception of Captain America, who remained frozen, and Thor, who was frolicking in Asgard. Yet, without exception, none of these individuals presented Qin Xiao with a red envelope. Some brought wine, others gifted paintings. But the most astonishing gift came from Eagle Eye, who directly offered Qin Xiao an arrow. "What on earth am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher?" Qin Xiao complained, scraping his back with the arrow. "Since you all are so stingy, do not blame me for turning hostile." Qin Xiao silently grumbled, seizing the opportunity while the fire was being lit, and added 2 packets of spicy hot pot base to the clear broth in the duck pot. Chapter 52. The power of spicy hot pot. Although in this world, Qin Xiao was not as affluent as in reality, he still possessed a bank account with over $1 million. Therefore, when it came to food, he chose only the finest ingredients without hesitation. With hot pot, the skill of the cook is irrelevant. What truly matters is the quality of the ingredients, which guarantees a top-tier meal. For these foreigners, this dinner offered an experience unlike any they had encountered before. Even Tony, who had tasted a myriad of cuisines, was left drenched in sweat and singing praises. When the spice became unbearable, A sip of ice-cold beer was the perfect remedy. Qin, I must say, you are rather stingy. Even if the gift Banner brought you was red wine, there's no need to cling to it. Hot pot pairs far better with cold beer, Nick Fury remarked, unusually relaxed, as he spoke to Qin Xiao. In response, Qin Xiao merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. Internally, he mused, a bunch of uncultured brutes, daring to enjoy spicy hot pot with chilled beer for the first time. I have not indulged in such extravagance for so long. Yet I cannot wait to see how your stomachs churn tonight, how your discomfort unfolds, especially since you arrived without a red envelope. While he silently wished ill upon them, he cast a glance at Black Widow, who was also sweating profusely from the meal. Qin Xiao produced a bottle of dark, fragrant herbal tea from somewhere and snatched Black Widow's beer. Here, give this a try? What is this? It looks like a flat cola. Black Widow lifted the bottle and took a cautious sip. The flavor was peculiar, though contemporary herbal teas often contain various ingredients to enhance their taste. In northern regions of Huaxia where such tea is uncommon, most people find it hard to adjust, let alone foreigners. This is a precious concoction, excellent for beauty and skin health. I specifically went to Chinatown to procure it, trust me. Qin Xiao mischievously winked at Black Widow. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and a group capable of obliterating a small nation sprawled awkwardly on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Except for Black Widow, who, being conscious of her figure, had not overindulged. Witnessing the others in such a state, she naturally took on the responsibility of tidying the dining table. After all, Qin Xiao had opted for disposable tableware purchased from Chinatown for the sake of convenience. Everything was simply tossed into the garbage bag, save for the troublesome pot. Yet, this inadvertently bestowed upon Qin Xiao a sense of masculinity. Returning home with a group of raucous friends for a meal, they indulged in boisterous banter while his wife busied herself in the kitchen. Observing the industrious Black Widow, Qin Xiao sat with an enhanced posture of dignity. Qin, Doctor, Banner must have conveyed his intentions to you. The Avengers initiative has officially commenced. As you all grow more acquainted, I shall assign you a task to hone your skills. Agent Romanoff has already secured a base for you, and in due time, you shall convene there, Nick Fury declared, having forsaken his previous nonchalance to recline on the sofa like an unseemly older gentleman. My focus may soon shift to New York. As you are aware, Stark Industries has ceased weapon manufacturing. We must pivot towards renewable energy and finance, and New York seems more fitting than Los Angeles. In truth, Tony had acquired a plot of land in New York where he was constructing a new Stark Tower. He had yet to pass the chairmanship to Pepper Potts, remaining preoccupied, particularly following Obadiah's recent demise, which had left the board awash in disarray. Conveniently, Stark, your base is right in New York, Fury remarked with a snap of his fingers. Damn it. Qin Xiao straightened in his seat. He understood that the focus would undoubtedly shift to New York. But not so soon, surely. I just bought a house. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into renovating it? Do you realize how arduous it was for me to secure a large home in downtown Los Angeles? I've only spent one night in this house. Damn it. I can't afford to buy another house in New York. To be precise, the funds for your house were won at the casino by Agent Romanoff, utilizing chips provided by Stark. The renovations and furnishings were all arranged by Stark as well, making it seem as though you merely stumbled upon a complete home. Despite Nick Fury's single exposed eye, the disdain radiated from him with clarity. No way. I demand a raise. You've uprooted me from the West Coast to the East Coast, transforming the Pacific outside my door into the Atlantic. I will be utterly out of sorts. Qin Xiao feigned a petulant demeanor. Rest assured, this time, the salary will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Nick Fury replied with an enigmatic smile. Even within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, global crises do not arise frequently. Moreover, considering the early stages of their endeavors, disregarding some concealed forces, there were Odin and the Ancient One, two godlike beings. One presides over Asgard, thwarting cosmic power's ambitions towards the Nine Realms, while the other relies on a triad of sanctuaries in New York, London, and Hong Kong to form a protective array against interdimensional entities that might seek to invade Earth. Thus, even Qin Xiao remained unaware of the objectives that Nick Fury had in store for them. However, judging by the mysterious words and flickering gaze of this old fellow, it is evident that he harbors no good intentions. The meal was quite enjoyable, and after the gathering, Qin Xiao initially intended to take the widow for a leisurely stroll to foster their relationship. Yet, he was abruptly pulled away by Nick Fury, who had a mission at hand. That damn bald-headed man, undoubtedly devoid of any romantic entanglements throughout his life. I suspect the frame on his bedside table holds a picture of a burly man. What a wretched scoundrel. Qin Xiao lamented to the only one left, Tony. Indeed, my friend, not everyone possesses a photograph with a genius playboy in their bedroom, Tony shamelessly retorted. Qin Xiao recalled the enormous composite photo of himself and Tony, both posing with peace signs by his bedside, leaving him utterly speechless. That night, Tony, who usually immersed himself in the underground garage for work, found himself luxuriating in the opulent restroom of his home. Hawkeye remained ensconced in the restroom throughout the flight to Washington. The most unfortunate were Coulson and Nick Fury. The Black Widow had indeed departed early for a mission, leaving the two to temporarily accommodate Dr. Banner in the Los Angeles division. In the early hours, around 3 o'clock, Coulson and Nick Fury stood amidst what had nearly become a wasteland of a division. Nearby lay Dr. Banner, who had barely been restrained from fully transforming. Qin Xiao, you are a damned scoundrel. Damn it. The power of the spicy hot pot is terrifying. It corroborated Qin Xiao's curse. The chaos ensued. Qin Xiao lay in his bedroom adorned with photos of Tony and himself, turning over in his sleep. He could not discern the dream he was having, but suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter resembling a pig's squeal. Chapter 53. The self-funded Avengers. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's largest ports, serves as one of the most significant trade outlets on the eastern coast of South America. In this nation, which has been nearly entirely infiltrated by drug traffickers, it has inevitably become one of the largest drug trade ports. Each year, the drugs that pass through here en route to Europe generate economic value that even the extravagantly wealthy Tony Stark would find astonishing. The immense wealth derived from drugs has not only corroded the government of this nation, but has also given rise to numerous drug lords, each commanding their own armies. It can be said that any notable drug lord in Mexico wields an army capable of dominating a small nation in Africa. This time, Qin Xiao and his companions aim to confront one of the largest drug trafficking organizations in Mexico. The combat roster includes Qin Xiao, Tony, the Black Widow, and Hawkeye, with support from Dr. Banner. Logistics and command are managed by the ever-affable Coulson. Do you know who the drug traffickers here most welcome? As the leader of the operation, Coulson stood on the submarine's bridge, smiling as he addressed the group. Corrupt anti-drug police or their government officials? Banner inquired in agreement. It is Tony Stark. Hailing from Stark Industries, who embodies the aspirations of many, his weaponry is coveted. Evidence of connections between Obadiah and the notorious drug lords of Mexico can be gleaned from a plethora of criminal records. However, due to the CIA's stringent crackdown on Mexican traffickers, Obadiah refrains from selling arms in bulk to these dealers. With a smile, Coulson gestured towards the taciturn Tony. I must clarify that I am entirely unaware of Obadiah's actions, and furthermore, Stark Industries has ceased all weapon production. He shrugged, feigning innocence. Unable to contain himself, Tony interjected once more. Frankly, although I have joined this Avengers initiative to confront global threats, I question the necessity of training for synergy when there are ample terrorists abroad, particularly in the Middle East. Why venture to Mexico to apprehend drug lords? That is the duty of narcotics officers, my friend. It is not only Tony who feels this way. Even Hawkeye, a staunch member of the establishment, exhibits a similar disdain. As a premier agent, he takes pride in his work, and targeting drug traffickers seems beneath him, despite being labeled the weakest in the Avengers. Hawkeye wreaked havoc on local gangs in Japan and Mexico following the Snap event that claimed his loved ones. Nick's position dictates that he cannot place all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified, known only to a select few within our ranks. You require specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, none of which can be transparent. Thus, we must seek out affluent benefactors to generate our own resources, Coulson explained with a smile. Do not be deceived by his sparse hair. He is a fervent admirer of superheroes, having known Captain America since childhood. Now, commanding a formidable special operations team. The sense of accomplishment he feels surpasses even the joy of regaining his hair. TSK. Qin Xiao also found the prospect of battling drug lords somewhat beneath him, scoffing dismissively. It is merely a matter of funding. The three of you, alongside me, could easily draw salaries. Dr. Banner could certainly find a part-time position with Tony. As for Tony, it is simply a matter of providing meals and accommodations. Worst case scenario, I could donate my salary. It is rare for Qin Xiao to be so magnanimous. I hope that is the case. If your salary suffices, let's not even discuss it. Just one Quinjet costs over $100 million. If you donate $100 million, we can leave immediately. That was hasty. My apologies. Disregard what I just said. However, you can reach out to Tony. Qin Xiao pointed at Tony, whose funds for a single suit of armor could sustain everyone for quite some time. Nevertheless, the truth remains that these Mexican traffickers possess formidable firepower and substantial manpower. Indeed, this is a splendid venue for honing one's skills, coupled with their immense wealth and the substantial threat they pose to society. It is undeniable that Nick has chosen a commendable target. Otherwise, the other day during the hot pot meal, it was certain that salaries would rise. It seems he had already conceived this plan. These drug traffickers have bribed the majority of government officials, making their arrival by boat indistinguishable from legitimate means. Thus, they discreetly embarked on a small radar-evading submarine, approaching an uninhabited beach in Nicaragua under the cover of night. Their aim was the opulent residence of the largest drug lord in northern Mexico. The primary objective was to incinerate their narcotics and uncover the numerous hidden bank account passwords in Zurich. Coulson effectively executed the strategy laid out by Nick Fury. With Black Widow and Hawkeye at the forefront, they stealthily infiltrated the premises, capturing the traffickers and burning their drug warehouse before swiftly retreating. The formidable Dr. Banner was kept aboard the submarine as a secret weapon, ready to be unleashed should the situation become precarious or unexpected. The drug lord's mansion was not far from the coastline. Wherever there is the sea, one can be assured that the estates of the affluent will have a view of it. This could be inferred from Tony's own experiences. The nearly 10-meter-high walls were adorned with dense electric fencing and sprawled over nearly 100 acres. Every 20 to 30 meters stood a watchtower rising more than 2 meters above the walls. This was no mere mansion. It rivaled the most fortified military bases and prisons that Qin Xiao had ever encountered. Several hundred meters away from this drug lord's residence, Black Widow unfurled a blueprint, gesturing towards it for the others. The security was excessively stringent. Entering quietly from the front was nearly impossible. Soreshto's room is located here, she indicated. This is also an area where he frequently operates. Before she could finish her sentence, Tony, having comprehended the trafficker's location, shot off into the distance. Damn it, Stark. They could have dug countless tunnels underground. Advancing from the front will allow him to escape. Black Widow exclaimed in frustration. However, the speed of Iron Man's armor was unmatched. And in the blink of an eye, he was nearing the heavily guarded mansion. Damn it. Qin, are you going? Black Widow called out, bewildered as she looked around for Qin Xiao, who was nowhere in sight. Hawkeye pointed towards the target mansion, revealing Qin Xiao sprinting towards it with remarkable speed, rivaling that of Tony's armor. There is still a chapter to go tonight. I humbly seek a 5-star review. Chapter 54, just charge in. For the love of God. Our plan is to sneak in and capture them. Black Widow exasperatedly slapped her forehead. It was anticipated long ago. This is their way of expressing dissatisfaction with the situation. Activate the shielding device, for I certainly do not wish for headlines tomorrow to feature news of 2 superheroes robbing drug dealers. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark have now become some of the most renowned individuals in the world. While it is relatively easy for Qin Xiao to conceal his identity by covering his face, the distinctiveness of Iron Man's armor is simply undeniable. They are reluctant to expose this team, nor do they wish for the two of them to be revealed, having long been prepared for this eventuality. Cole's voice echoed in the earpiece. Let them be. You and Hawkeye focus on sealing the gaps. Ensure no one escapes. Our team in Mexico has already reached the perimeter. We will leave the rest to them. Indeed, SHIELD agents are impeccably efficient. The forces deployed here were orchestrated by Nick Fury, a covert and clandestine unit within SHIELD. Even though these drug traffickers were well-equipped and numerous, they were momentarily stunned by Iron Man's sudden descent from the sky. In the dead of night, he swooped down, clad in impenetrable armor. Conventional weaponry was utterly ineffective against him. The traffickers, comparable to a regular army, had yet to muster their heavy artillery in response. With a thunderous crash, the wall beside the entrance crumbled to the ground, as a seemingly frail figure barreled in like a beast. Not only did he demolish a wall towering over 10 meters high, but he also obliterated several watchtowers with sheer force. All bullets ricocheted off him. He was nothing short of a human tank, one with immense power and clad in thick armor. The moment Qin Xiao entered the battlefield, Tony seamlessly shifted to cruise mode above, circling around the opulent mansion. He meticulously eliminated a few lurking drug dealers while precisely identifying the locations of their concealed arms and narcotics. 2 mini-missiles were dispatched, igniting tons of drugs in a sky of explosive fireworks. In an instant, the grand estate was reduced to a half-destroyed ruin. For the unprepared drug dealers, Tony in his armor and the diminutive Hulk-like Qin Xiao constituted a devastating blow. By the time Black Widow and Hawkeye arrived, they were met with a scene that elicited gasps of astonishment. Goodness! Both inhaled sharply. There's no finesse to this. Hawkeye scoffed, though the glimmer of envy in his eyes did not escape Black Widow's notice. What man, fueled by passion, does not revel in such chaotic combat? It seems we have underestimated Qin's combat prowess. He is akin to a miniature Hulk, Black Widow murmured, then spoke loudly into her earpiece. Do not linger in battle. Stark has destroyed the armory. Let us handle things outside, and do not forget my objective. Ensure no one escapes through the tunnels. Fear not, he shall not escape. The confident voice of Tony Stark resonated through the earpiece. Qin, please investigate the Sorcester's chamber to ascertain his presence. Jarvis. Scan the subterranean passages beneath this estate. No matter how clandestine the hidden routes may be, they are rendered transparent in the face of Tony's formidable technological arsenal. Almost simultaneously, Qin Xiao relayed the troubling news of Sorcester's absence. On Tony's visor, a detailed schematic of the underground passages materialized. Sir, this estate conceals a labyrinthine network of at least a dozen hidden tunnels, equipped with thermal shielding measures, Jarvis, transmitted to everyone's earpieces. A dozen tunnels seemed rather exaggerated. Think of a solution, Jarvis. Tony commanded without hesitation. Understood, sir. Jarvis reinitiated the scan of the subterranean tunnels, and within 30 seconds, the results emerged. A passage was marked in red on Tony's screen. This corridor exhibits certain magnetic interference, likely due to heavy metal reinforcement. If I were that drug lord, this would be my choice. Safety first, sir. Whether heavy metal reinforcement genuinely causes magnetic interference remains uncertain, but let us assume it does, disregarding the minutiae. Haha. Well done, Jarvis. Tony's armor soared outside the estate, and with a click, a penetrating round was launched steadily into the earth. Clearly prepared, Tony's miniature missile transformed upon contact with the soil into a drilling apparatus, burrowing fiercely into the ground. After penetrating approximately 4 to 5 meters, it excavated a small pit in the steel beneath, before erupting in a resounding explosion that sent dirt flying. One could only wonder how thick the drug lord's metal reinforcements truly were. Tony's specialized bomb merely created a crater several decimeters deep. Qin, I have not prepared an abundance of missiles. The steel plating cannot exceed 1 meter in thickness, or else the underlying rock strata would collapse. Where is that weapon of yours capable of cleaving steel? Coming, Qin Xiao responded, arriving swiftly with a series of impressive leaps to the vicinity of the crater Tony had created. Without further ado, he descended into the pit, retrieving his Tang Dao and aiming it at the exposed plate. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as the formidable Qin Xiao, wielding his razor-sharp sword, sliced through the steel, producing a square opening the size of a tile amidst a cacophony of grating noise. Below lay a vast corridor, towering over 2 meters in height and nearly 3 meters wide. The drug lord is indeed quite affluent, Qin Xiao muttered, dashing into the passage in the opposite direction of the estate. Perhaps due to the multitude of hidden tunnels beneath the estate or the necessity to avoid underground sewage and other foundational infrastructures, this passage was not a straight shot. After running a considerable distance, Qin Xiao encountered a bend. Qin Xiao, skilled and audacious, fearlessly charged ahead without concern for any potential ambush. The moment he turned the corner, he barely had time to assess the situation before the ominous whirring of a Gatling gun erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire. The terrifying rate of fire quickly filled the entire corridor with bullets. Damn it, Qin Xiao cursed inwardly, instinctively raising his hand to shield his head. Although he was nearly impervious to harm, being struck by a barrage of bullets was certainly not a pleasant experience. The sound of ricocheting bullets mingled with sparks as they rebounded between his body and the steel walls of the passage. Damn it, I will shove that machine gun right up your backside. Qin Xiao's anger flared as a relentless stream of bullets rained down on him. Once the gunfire ceased, he lowered his hand and growled menacingly. Just as he revealed his eyes, a metallic arm came crashing towards him. Chapter 55, an encounter with Captain America's love aside from Iron Tyrant. This was undoubtedly the most formidable blow Qin Xiao had ever faced. To put it bluntly, the force behind this strike surpassed anything he had experienced prior to consuming the enhanced Hulk serum. In earlier times, even if he had evaded the hail of bullets, this blow would have left him utterly dazed. However, in the present moment, bang! Qin Xiao's palm met the opponent's wrist with a dull metallic clang. The metallic arm, disheveled hair, and a black metal mask obscuring the mouth and nose belonged to none other than Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, the lethal weapon of Hydra and a close ally of Captain America. Bucky's expression bore no trace of surprise as his powerful horizontal strike was effortlessly blocked. Even after witnessing Qin Xiao withstand bullets at close range, this brainwashed killing machine felt no tremor of doubt. His singular focus remained on completing his mission. While Qin Xiao contemplated whether to knock Bucky out and carry him away, he felt a slight movement in the metallic arm that had him in its grip. The hand loosened, accompanied by a subtle mechanical click. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed Bucky was holding a grenade-like object. Before Qin Xiao could react, the grenade erupted in a dazzling flash of light. A flashbang. He was unafraid of the grenade itself. An explosion in his hand would pose little threat to him now. However, No matter how resilient his body had become, his eyes remained as vulnerable to brightness as those of an ordinary person. A close-range flashbang illuminated his vision, and he felt as if a miniature sun had blazed before him. Pain shot through his eyes, causing him to cry out in agony as he instinctively released his grip and covered his tear-filled eyes. What transpired in Qin? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's anguished cry, the voices of Tony and Black Widow resonated almost simultaneously. A flashbang. Damn it. My vision feels utterly impaired. Quickly, pursue them with caution. There is a fellow with a metallic arm whose strength and speed surpass the limits of ordinary men. Is it him? Black Widow paused, recalling the lethal machine that had left her with scars. Meanwhile, Tony, piloting his suit, swiftly entered the corridor. Before long, he reached Qin Xiao's side. How are you holding up? He inquired, ensuring that Qin Xiao was shielded before speaking further. I'm fine. It's just a blinding white haze. I can see nothing. Qin Xiao replied candidly. No worries. Your metabolism is significantly quicker than that of an average person. You should recover shortly and regain your sight. The flashbang inflicted considerable damage to the eyes, and while most would suffer for days, Qin Xiao's physique was likely far more resilient. As long as I'm not blinded. After the disorientation, I heard 2 sets of footsteps, one ahead and one behind. I believe the one with the metallic arm has separated from the others. I'll search inside the house. You handle the outside. No sooner had Qin Xiao spoken than Hawkeye's voice emerged. Tony wasted no time, launching himself forward in the corridor with full force. Within 10 seconds, a thunderous explosion echoed, reverberating through the metallic passageway. The sound indicated the direction Tony was pursuing. Just as he was about to inquire about the commotion, a flurry of footsteps approached. A fragrant breeze swept in, and suddenly, a firm yet familiar touch gripped his arm. It was Black Widow, who had entered the dark passage and steadied Qin Xiao. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. The Mexican drug lord exploded right before my eyes. Fragments of a timer were scattered at the scene, indicating a timed bomb was planted. It seems he was murdered to silence him. This situation is more intricate than we anticipated. Clint, what is your status? Have you spotted the one with the metallic arm? Tony's analysis was astute. There was no need for a timed bomb if it were a suicide. We've been outmaneuvered, folks. This place has several interconnected hidden passages. This is the true escape route. I can't ascertain which tunnel he fled through. No traces remain. Forget the chase, Clint. That must be the legendary Winter Soldier. I have encountered him before, and he is formidable. Black Widow addressed the earpiece. Given the circumstances, they had little choice. Although the drug lord was dead and the hideout eradicated, their initial mission could only be deemed a failure. All right, now that the crisis has passed, how are you faring? Is your vision still painfully impaired? Only then did Black Widow find the opportunity to comfort Qin Xiao. Sensing the concern in Black Widow's words, Qin Xiao caught a faint whiff of her delicate perfume, his arm pressed against her ample bosom. The allure of imagination flourished in this moment, far more than what mere sight could offer. Hey, are you all right? Noticing Qin Xiao's silence, Black Widow gently shook his arm. It was only then that he returned to reality, an expression of grievance etched across his face. I am not well. My vision has failed me, my head spins. I can scarcely stand. Oh dear. With an exaggerated exclamation, Qin Xiao collapsed into Black Widow's embrace, his head nestling between her soft curves, rubbing against them several times before finally relaxing and fainting in her arms. However, Black Widow was not easily deceived. Witnessing Qin Xiao's apparent nonchalance, she swiftly pushed him towards the wall, allowing him to tumble to the ground. Truly heartless. Qin Xiao pouted, rising to dust himself off, and began shouting into his earpiece. Damn it, Tony, where are you? Hurry and come rescue me. I've saved your life several times. It's time for you to repay my kindness. The remaining matters would be handled by others, yet the appearance of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire affair. Black Widow and her companions speculated that Sorcerer was merely a tool for financial gain orchestrated by the Winter Soldier, while only Qin Xiao understood that this notorious drug lord was part of Hydra's funding supply chain. However, whether Bucky's presence here was a mere coincidence or a deliberate effort to prevent Sorcerer from falling into their hands remained a mystery. Despite the setbacks, the operation was not entirely fruitless. Although Sorcerer had met his demise, Tony managed to uncover a Zurich bank login record on the deceased's personal computer. The computer had not undergone any special tampering, allowing Tony to effortlessly retrieve the account number and password. The account contained $500 million. While this sum was but a mere trifle compared to Sorcerer's stature, it would suffice to support their endeavors for a considerable time. Chapter 56. The troubling dilemma in the basement of a farm on the outskirts of Washington. A secret Hydra stronghold lay concealed. The passage leading to the outside world echoed with hurried footsteps as a group of impeccably dressed, stern-faced men rushed in. Leading them was Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council and former director of SHIELD. Surrounding the basement were several stoic men, their expressions devoid of emotion. In the center stood a plain wooden chair, occupied by Bucky, who had recently clashed with Qin Xiao. "Come, soldier, recount your mission and the adversaries you encountered." Alexander Pierce casually leaned against the table as he spoke. "Yes, sir." Buck spoke expressionlessly. "I was ordered to find Sorcerer to collect the payments for the last quarter. But Sorcerer's estate was attacked by a flying Iron Man and an invincible Eastern Man. It was Tony Stark and that individual named Qin Xiao, the two who recently made headlines." A bald man quietly explained to Alexander Pierce. Alexander waved his hand to indicate his understanding and gestured for Buck to continue. "I escaped with Sorcerer through a secret passage, but that Eastern man pursued us. I was no match for him. So I resorted to using a flashbang to momentarily blind him. I then attached a small timed explosive to Sorcerer's clothing to divert the enemy's attention while I slipped away through another passage." Buck recounted each word in a very mechanical manner. "Well done, soldier." Alexander Pierce offered a lackluster compliment to Buck before turning to the bald man. "Last night, SHIELD launched a covert operation in Mexico against Sorcerer's estate. By the time they arrived, the drugs and weapons in the estate had been blown to smithereens. This group was merely there to clean up the aftermath. Strangely, however, there is no record of this operation within SHIELD. Nick Fury would never have imagined that many within this supposedly secret unit were our own. Yesterday, Sorcerer transferred $500 million out of one of his accounts in Switzerland. Tony Stark and that mysterious young man from China. It seems Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative has been set into motion." The bald man adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Do we need to take any action?" "Barnes is no match for him, and that enigmatic Eastern lad appears quite formidable." "No need," Alexander Pierce replied with confidence. "Nick Fury wishes to assemble a secret team, but has exposed it over a mere pittance of funding. His cleverness has backfired. A team that has already been compromised poses no threat to us. The most pressing matter at hand is to gain insight into the initiative and urge Dr. Zola to expedite the refinement of the Zola algorithm." The bald man nodded eagerly in agreement. Alexander Pierce then patted him on the shoulder and added, "Furthermore, let us support another drug lord in Mexico. Our foothold in Eastern Europe will rely on these major drug lords for sustenance." Regarding the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, is certainly aware. In truth, the organization capable of producing such a superhuman killing machine has long been a nightmare in his mind, especially since the Winter Soldier, like a ghost, has conducted numerous assassinations and abductions over the past 50 years without ever being traced. This left Nick Fury feeling profoundly unsettled. Little did he know, this organization was none other than his past arch-nemesis, Hydra, which had infiltrated SHIELD itself, even lurking by his side. The Avenger initiative, of which he was immensely proud, was now completely laid bare before the adversary. For someone like Nick Fury, an uncontrollable situation merely expanded the realm of his imagination. He pondered the potential threats to the world, speculating on how many super soldiers akin to the Winter Soldier were in their possession, lethal machines of destruction. Not to mention, in recent years, he was aware that the Winter Soldier had abducted no less than a dozen of the world's foremost scientists. These individuals were geniuses at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Should they be exploited to fabricate weapons that jeopardize global safety, the consequences would be dire. Regrettably, the emergence of the Winter Soldier had proven to be fleeting. Despite several months of investigation along the trail of Sorcerer, he had yet to uncover any substantial insights. The more Nick Fury contemplated, the more agitated he became, his right hand unconsciously tapping lightly on his desk. Suddenly, his phone vibrated against the surface. The caller ID displayed Coulson. He hoped it would not be bad news. Coulson had recently been tasked with assisting in the establishment of the Avenger initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Bruce Banner was manageable. The man was a kind-hearted soul, unless transformed. However, Tony Stark and Qin Xiao were a source of constant frustration. Even a simple dinner at Stark's could provoke Banner's transformation, nearly reducing the Los Angeles branch to ruins. Thus, upon seeing Coulson's call, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. "Boss, you know, before our trip to Mexico, we identified 3 drug traffickers, right?" Coulson began, meandering through his words, which made Fury's eyelid twitch involuntarily, an ominous premonition creeping in. "Speak plainly, for heaven's sake, Agent Coulson. Why do I feel like your speech is increasingly reminiscent of Qin Xiao and Stark?" Fury growled softly. "All right, boss. This morning I was organizing files and retrieved the information on the other two traffickers, but now that document is missing, and to make matters worse, I can't reach Qin Xiao. Damn it. Fury's penholder shattered into pieces on his desk. Coulson could hear a cacophony of noise from the receiver, followed by heavy breathing. The honest man realized his superior was teetering on the brink of madness and held his breath in silence. Nearly half a minute passed before Nick Fury's voice, weary and strained, emerged from the phone. How long has it been since you discovered the document was missing? Well, I placed it on my desk at noon, then I stepped out and only just noticed it was gone. Coulson stammered. Fury glanced outside. The weather was splendid, with a full moon hanging in the sky. He sighed in resignation, rubbing his aching temples, and spoke into the phone. Seek out the personnel from the Narcotics Bureau. They must have infiltrators close to those two drug lords. Gather intelligence discreetly, and if that young man's identity is compromised, ensure all traces are erased. Chapter 57. The explosion without regret. It is inconceivable that there are no agents from the Narcotics Bureau surrounding the major drug lord. The distinction lies solely in their level of intimacy and trust. Soon, Coulson received a video on his mobile device. The footage was captured from a building window, revealing a group of heavily armed soldiers in disarray, desperately seeking cover. A bullet-riddled SUV lay in disrepair, and a man donned in a classic bandit hat, with only his eyes and mouth visible, was wildly firing a Gatling gun at his surroundings. After exhausting one belt of ammunition, the man discarded the Gatling gun and retrieved a rifle slung across his back, simultaneously reloading and shouting, "You vile drug dealers, prepare to meet my righteous bullets. Let the moon eradicate you." Coulson swore it was the first time he felt a tinge of shame because of a colleague. Why the need for such theatrics while shooting? What nonsense was this about the moon's eradication? Although the man's face was obscured, Coulson recognized him instantly as Qin Xiao. Setting aside the distinctive voice, this rogue wore the same attire as during their midday encounter. Legally speaking, a person is deemed a criminal only after being apprehended by the police, tried in court, and convicted of their crimes, be it murder, theft, or drug trafficking. Thus, these major drug lords, before facing court, are considered legitimate citizens of Mexico. Some even maintain clean records and contribute positively to local employment and charitable endeavors. When Qin Xiao and his associates previously attacked the estate of Sorcerer, the Mexican government expressed considerable dissatisfaction. It was only through Nick Fury's covert intervention that the situation was subdued. However, this time, Qin Xiao stealthily entered Mexico, having just overturned a major drug lord stronghold, and brazenly stormed into another. This was a blatant affront to the Mexican government. Moreover, in front of the drug lord, he audaciously threatened to transfer substantial assets to his own accounts, which undoubtedly included a share of profits belonging to high-ranking government officials. Consequently, the regular army swiftly mobilized, establishing a comprehensive net around the city's outskirts. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, lies a mere 100 kilometers from California. It serves not only as a vital hub for border trade, but also as a significant conduit for Mexican drug lords to transport narcotics into North America, with over 50% of the continent's annual drug market originating from this very location. The local drug lord Carlos, in this chaotic border city, possesses a reputation and power that surpass even that of the mayor. Undoubtedly, this authority is bolstered by the firearms and dollars at his disposal. However, Carlos now finds his armed forces reduced to remnants of a once formidable army, and the vast sums of money that once filled his bank accounts have been transferred to others. In one of his lavish estates, now reduced to ruins, the masked Qin Xiao brazenly enjoys a cigar he procured from Carlos. He confidently strides into a warehouse brimming with munitions. Inside, two armed men instinctively stand at attention upon seeing Qin Xiao. These men, having previously faced Qin Xiao's formidable assault, are thoroughly intimidated by his presence. With unmatched might, his fists strike with the force of a rocket launcher. Who could possibly contend with that? Those who dared to confront him have mostly met their demise, leaving only the cowardly to seek refuge in the armory. Upon entering, the men are rendered paralyzed with fear. The thought of attacking Qin Xiao is utterly abandoned. Not one to indulge in mindless violence, Qin Xiao merely surveys the room filled with weaponry, casually retrieving a grenade and pulling the pin with a resounding click. "Are you two not leaving? Do you wish to be blown to smithereens?" he taunts, prompting the pair to bolt for the exit. "Huh, look at how terrified you are. I haven't even loosened my grip." With the two drug traffickers subdued, Qin Xiao has amassed a substantial fortune, and his spirits are high as he mocks the fleeing duo. Adjusting his attire with a single hand, he exits leisurely, savoring the cigar he has been smoking for quite some time. Finally releasing the grenade, he tosses it into the armory behind him. He had intended this all along, deliberately leaving the armory for last. the ensuing explosion would be catastrophic. While he himself walks away unperturbed, a true hallmark of a cinematic protagonist. As he ambles along, he recalls watching Iron Man, where even Tony Stark, during missile tests in Afghanistan, stood with arms outstretched, back turned to the distant explosions, exuding confidence. Boom. A powerful explosion erupts, followed by a series of cascading detonations. Qin Xiao adjusts his posture, striving to appear as dignified as possible, while in his mind, he hears the iconic soundtracks of countless film heroes making their entrances. With a resolute stride, he approaches the grand entrance of the estate, embodying the essence of a true warrior who never glances back at the explosions behind him. The grenade's detonation triggers a chain reaction of explosions within the drug trafficker's armory, where an impressive arsenal of weaponry and explosives is stored, collectively amounting to an estimated 100 kilograms of explosive equivalent. 100 kilograms of TNT is, of course, merely an imperceptible speck in the realm of nuclear weaponry. However, in terms of explosive power, it is more than sufficient to overturn a 3- or 4-story building. The immense shockwave first shredded a nearby crate containing several handheld rocket launchers. These military-grade rocket launchers were propelled like iron rods, hurtling in all directions with a velocity comparable to that of bullets. By sheer misfortune, one of them was headed directly towards Qin Xiao. As for this individual, the more he attempted to suppress his impulses, the more he yearned to act upon them. For instance, when engrossed in a mobile device, if a friend of the opposite sex were to say, "Don't turn around, I'm changing clothes," even if one harbors no voyeuristic intentions, the urge to sneak a glance becomes irresistible. This psychological tendency is common among most people. Qin Xiao, too, wrestled with the temptation to look back, especially as the explosions behind him grew increasingly tumultuous. He thought to himself that perhaps it was safe to take a quick peek. After all, he had already played his part in the charade, and the explosions must have subsided by now. Unable to resist, he turned his head for just a moment. As soon as he did, darkness engulfed his vision, and an ominous dark object struck him with a resounding thud, precisely at the bridge of his nose and his eyes. "Ouch! My eye!" he exclaimed. Chapter 3. It was getting late. Another chapter awaited him that night. Chapter 58. Justice from the Skies, Earning Money. Delving into the world of drug trafficking and single-handedly infiltrating perilous lairs, not once, but twice in a single day, Qin Xiao felt invincible, dashing, and remarkably accomplished. The climactic explosion marked a resounding conclusion to what he deemed a day of unparalleled bravado. Yet, the finale fell short, transforming what should have been a perfect circle into a mere sea. Perhaps this is what is meant by the folly of attempting to show off only to end up in a predicament. Rubbing his throbbing eyes, Qin Xiao pondered the unfortunate compatibility between himself and his eyes. Why did they seem perpetually prone to injury? Before he even reached the entrance of the estate, he glanced up to see the Black Widow grinning at him, leaning against a black SUV, adjacent to a wall that Qin Xiao had recently obliterated. Her beaming smile indicated that she had undoubtedly witnessed his earlier mishap. "Why are you here?" "It's dangerous to be alone," he stammered, eager to shift the topic from his embarrassing moment. "Dangerous? The people here were so frightened by you that they nearly sprouted wings to fly away," she replied, playfully tossing her hair. "You must have missed me. Otherwise, why would you have come all this way to find me?" With a chuckle, Qin Xiao approached and draped his arm around the Black Widow's shoulder, smiling as he did so. "I have come to escort you home. You have stirred up quite a predicament. Get in the car." The Black Widow, with a swift motion, pressed Qin Xiao's lips into a pout and planted a fleeting kiss on him, stating, "This is a reward for your earlier actions. Compared to superheroes who walk away without looking back, I find this experience far more genuine and endearing." With that, she took her seat at the driver's side. "I knew you saw that. And why did you kiss me if not to provoke a response? I must return the favor, otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage," Qin Xiao exclaimed as he scrambled into the vehicle. As soon as he settled in, he yanked off the bandit hat he had worn all day. "That nearly suffocated me. Now I understand why so many robbers opt for pantyhose instead. Stop complaining about your hat. You have just taken down 2 major drug lords and pilfered their bank accounts. The Mexican government has deployed regular troops, and this city is nearly encircled. What's the big deal? I only eliminated a couple of drug dealers." Qin Xiao shrugged, feeling rather overconfident and dismissive of the government forces. The Black Widow shot him a glance. 3 drug lords, 3. Do you have any idea how much they pay to government officials annually? Do you comprehend the billions lost when 3 cartel leaders are exterminated and a new one must be installed? That does not even account for the funds you siphon from their accounts. A small nuclear warhead on the black market scarcely fetches 100 million. Qin Xiao was disinterested in calculating the previous costs, but the mention of the nuclear warhead caught his attention. "No way. Are they deploying a nuclear warhead just for me? That seems a bit excessive." Don't underestimate the Mexican government's connections to the drug lords. Your combat prowess is glaringly evident to them. If you provoke them, who knows what could happen? All right, I will be more cautious in the future. I've already profited enough from this venture. Qin Xiao adjusted his seat and reclined comfortably. With the Black Widow at the helm, there was naught to worry about. The S-H-I-E-L-D is indeed omnipresent. The Black Widow maneuvered through twists and turns until they reached a checkpoint, where she revealed an official-looking pass stamped by an unknown department, allowing them to pass without hindrance. Despite the Black Widow's presence, they traversed from the northeastern part of Mexico directly to the west, entering through the border between Arizona and Mexico. They then diverted to a small town in New Mexico. After a night of driving, they did not rush home but instead stopped at a restaurant in the town. To their surprise, Nick Fury and Agent Coulson were already waiting for them. Coulson had a cup of coffee in front of him, while Nick Fury's table bore an untouched breakfast. Both men wore stern expressions, clearly intending to give Qin Xiao a stern warning. Unfazed, Qin Xiao pulled out a chair opposite them and casually moved Nick Fury's untouched breakfast closer to himself. After a long night spent in transit, my posterior felt as though it might disassemble. How rare it is for you, dear boss, to be so considerate as to prepare breakfast for me. Qin Xiao grinned widely, promptly immersing himself in his morning meal. Were it not for the complexion of his skin, one might easily discern that Nick Fury's expression had darkened considerably. Is this breakfast intended for you? Had I known you were so audacious, disregarding others' feelings, I would have started eating long ago. Why shouldn't I? Nick Fury shot a glance at Coulson. The earnest Coulson appeared utterly bewildered. Why was Fury looking at him when Qin Xiao was the one consuming his breakfast? Ahem, boss. Do you require anything? Given that Fury was his superior, Coulson mustered the courage to inquire. Go procure another breakfast for me, thank you. Nick Fury gritted his teeth as he spoke. And another cup of coffee, and one for Natasha as well, please. Qin Xiao quickly interjected. Your appetite seems rather robust. Are you aware of the trouble you have stirred? Nick Fury, having failed to assert his authority, let his stern demeanor relax. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, This is for our department's budget, after all. Qin Xiao handed over a note containing 2 lengthy sequences of numbers. Here is the bank account and password, which together hold $1 billion. This will serve as our funding, but I must stipulate that it is strictly for our small team. Do not allocate it elsewhere. I took finance as an elective in college, and I will be keeping a watchful eye. With his mouth full of scrambled eggs, Qin Xiao mumbled. Nick Fury would never believe that the $1 billion represented the entirety of Qin Xiao's spoils from this venture. However, extracting the truth from this young man would prove somewhat challenging. Furthermore, this was not the primary focus of his visit. Yet Qin Xiao did not afford Nick Fury the opportunity to voice his concerns. I understand your point. Mind my own business and adhere to the directives. I get it. However, the last $500 million did not meet my expectations, so there will be no next time, I assure you. Besides, I wore a disguise. No one will recognize me. Such retorts left Nick Fury with an abundance of thoughts that remained unexpressed. After breakfast, the busy Nick Fury hastened to return for a meeting. The 3 of them accompanied him to the edge of the desert outside the town, where a Quinjet awaited. Keep an eye on this fellow. Nick Fury reiterated to Coulson and Black Widow. He turned back to Qin Xiao, seemingly intent on offering further caution. Qin Xiao, however, raised 2 fingers to the sky in a vow. Rest assured, I will not stir up any trouble again. I swear, should I act independently once more. A Chinese idiom comes to mind. Heaven will strike me with thunder. It implies that I would be struck down by divine retribution. No sooner had Qin Xiao finished speaking than dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and a rumble of thunder erupted directly above them. The ominous clouds spiraled through the sky like a tornado. The thunder in these dark clouds arrived with an unsettling ferocity, prompting the group to turn their gazes towards Qin Xiao. Why are you all looking at me like that? I swear, I was being completely sincere just now. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiao hastily waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was not inclined to grant him mercy. Scarcely had he spoken when a lightning bolt, more than a meter wide, struck down towards him with ferocious intensity. The group, seasoned in the face of peril, instinctively took a few paces back and dove to the ground at a safe distance. Boom! The lightning crashed like a bomb, creating a vast crater in the earth. The group, along with the aircraft, tumbled haphazardly into the gaping pit. Qin Xiao found himself at the very center of this chasm, surrounded by a hammer crackling with electricity. As the 4th chapter drew to a close, he mused on the absurdity of his situation. Chapter 59, Coulson, wagering his hair. Although Qin Xiao was undeniably robust, he still found himself dazed by the impact of the hammer that had struck him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The lightning had missed him, but the hammer had made solid contact, bouncing off his head before landing on the ground. He had not provoked anyone. It was merely a gesture of swearing an oath. So why was there lightning and a hammer involved? Had he known the origin of this hammer, he would have leapt up and cursed the heavens. Yet, at this moment, he felt ill-equipped to challenge Asgard, especially with Odin still present there. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that everyone else seemed relatively unharmed. Crouching on the ground, Qin Xiao silently traced a large circle around the hammer with his finger, inscribing 2 lines of small Chinese characters within it. Throwing the hammer brings doom to the family. Wifey has her monthly visitor every day. Coulson, please investigate whether any aircraft passed through the sky just now. Agent Romanoff, contact Hill at headquarters. We require a team of professional scientists. He instructed. The inquiry about the aircraft was merely a habitual formalism. The hammer had been surrounded by lightning moments before, which was now gradually dissipating. Even the one-eyed man could discern that this was no ordinary hammer. What are you doing, Qin Xiao? Bring the hammer over here. Nick Fury, having fallen at the edge of the crater, now loomed above, issuing orders to the 3. Qin Xiao understood the true nature of the hammer, yet he complied and approached to give it a try. With a determined grip on the handle, he exerted his strength, but it remained steadfast and unmoving. Hey, boss. It seems you need to find someone with a bit more strength. 5 minutes later, the edge of the crater was adorned with a section of an aircraft landing gear, some nearby steel plates, and a battered Quinjet. The hammer lay quietly on the sand, its weight seemingly insufficient to even leave an imprint. Yet, not even a Qin-style fighter jet could lift this hammer. I detest things that lie beyond my control. Nick Fury wore a displeased expression as he prepared for the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Having to first arrange for local police to cordon off the area, he assigned Coulson to oversee everything here while he rushed back to attend a meeting. Qin Xiao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow here. With the appearance of Thor's hammer, how far could Thor himself be? According to the system's usual pattern, the presence of superheroes should herald a mission or, at the very least, an opportunity to earn points. Coulson, I bet you $50 on the origins of this hammer. After seeing Nick Fury off, Black Widow, who had driven all night, sought a place to rest. Qin Xiao and Coulson sat by the large pit, idly chatting while watching the police set up a perimeter. You know this, right? Whether it's that Tang Dao sword or Qin Xiao's own prowess, everyone knows he harbors his own little secrets. A hammer falling from the sky that no one can lift, and it just happens to land on Qin Xiao's head. Qin Xiao, in a stroke of misfortune, decides to wager with me, Coulson mused, his imagination running wild as he contemplated the possibility that this hammer might indeed be connected to Qin Xiao. I can tell fortunes, remember? Who helped you find the plane in Marbury's mansion? Qin Xiao reminded him with a grin, not letting him forget his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes. You dare bring up that plane incident? Everyone knows you two stole that aircraft and flew off to the Middle East to engage in a brawl. You could lie through your teeth on video while calling yourself ugly and smearing feces on your face, nearly driving me to madness with your antics. No more bets. If you want to talk, talk. If not, just keep me company while we wait. Coulson, stirred by less than pleasant memories, said with an air of defiance. Qin Xiao readily discerned Coulson's thoughts. He moved closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. One must look forward, my friend. Forget those unhappy past events, and I shall tell you the tale of this hammer. Go on. Coulson, feeling a bit bored, urged him. Long ago, in the distant realm of the gods, Odin, the Allfather, gave birth to a rather foolish son. Qin Xiao recounted the tale of Thor's birth and the origins of Thor's hammer in a voice reminiscent of someone telling a bedtime story. He even pretended to calculate with a flourish, divining that Thor had been stripped of his powers and banished to Earth. Ha! You say this is Thor's hammer? Made from the branches of Yggdrasil? Qin, you remind me of those medieval charlatans who relied on divination to survive. Coulson laughed heartily. If you are telling me jokes to alleviate my boredom, I appreciate it, my friend. However, if you are serious, then I wager my hair against you. Jokes aside, Coulson has been a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade and has witnessed a great deal. Back in '95, he even encountered Captain Marvel and the Skrulls alongside Nick Fury. How could he possibly believe that any deities still exist? What about the God of Thunder or the Father of the Gods? They've even claimed that the Rainbow Bridge can transport across the entire universe. Do they really think agents don't read mythological tales and are unaware that this is part of Norse mythology? Are you serious? Qin Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at Coulson's hairline. Perhaps we should consider a different wager. You might regret not believing me. Truly, I never speak in falsehoods. Whenever I do, my heart races, and I find it difficult to breathe. To Coulson, Qin Xiao's words were akin to mere flatulence. No way. I would never believe in your so-called myths. Let's wager my hair. If I lose, I shall purchase hair products. But if you lose, Qin, you must hand over all the money you acquired in Mexico as our funding. Truly, the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is commendable. Look at him, risking his scant hair for the sake of the agency's finances. Qin Xiao gave him a thumbs-up deal. S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel arrived swiftly, with a large contingent showing up that afternoon. Coulson directed everyone to erect a tent, thoroughly concealing the massive pit along with the hammer. A succession of instruments was unloaded from the vehicles, beginning comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's various energy responses and material properties. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao and Black Widow's presence, they did not summon Hawkeye as they would have in a film. Once the makeshift tent was established, barbed wire was erected around the perimeter, along with various surveillance and defensive measures. Coulson set up a temporary office for himself, along with Qin Xiao and a well-rested Black Widow, where the three of them monitored the surveillance feeds. Qin, it seems the calculations may have inaccuracies. The so-called God of Thunder, who has been stripped of his powers, appears to be absent, Coulson remarked with a smile. Winning a wager against Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm blared, indicating an intruder had breached the perimeter. Coulson swiftly turned his gaze to the monitors. There, outside the constructed tent, stood a muscular man with golden hair, violently toppling several guards as he made a beeline for the hammer. While the film did not explicitly state it, the hammer should have fallen at night, with Thor landing simultaneously to collide with Jane Foster's vehicle. Here, since Qin Xiao was struck by the hammer in the morning, let's just assume the hammer was tardy by a night. Please do not mind. Chapter 60. Is that hammer your boyfriend? For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon observing a remarkably robust young man resembling a bull through the monitor, Coulson felt an inexplicable sense of peril regarding his own hair. Everyone retreat. Pay no heed to this individual. I repeat, retreat to your posts and allow him entry. In an effort to validate his suspicions, Coulson commanded all guards to clear a path. Let us proceed. We must investigate. Qin Xiao urged Coulson and Black Widow towards the location of the hammer. Upon their arrival, they found Thor had just reached the same spot, entirely oblivious to the three approaching figures behind him. Lost in admiration, he gazed at the hammer, murmuring to himself, "At last, I have found you. Excuse me, sir, but it seems this area is off-limits to the uninvited. However, judging by your appearance, you appear to have lost your most cherished possession. Is this your boyfriend? Its shape seems rather impractical." Qin Xiao interjected with a playful smile, pointing at the hammer. Thor tilted his head, pondering for over 10 seconds before grasping Qin Xiao's meaning. Do you dare to blaspheme? I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, the son of Odin. Qin Xiao interrupted the furious god once more. Very well. Your lengthy monologue merely reveals your desire to reclaim your companion. It lies right there. Go retrieve it. Coulson and Black Widow exchanged astonished glances, for the words of this man aligned perfectly with Qin Xiao's assertions. Both top-notch agents possessed an acute understanding of human psychology and discerned that the seemingly deranged individual spoke the truth. Perhaps he was indeed a lunatic. Yet the coincidence of his words mirroring Qin Xiao's was too remarkable to dismiss. Before arriving on Earth, Thor was undoubtedly a brutish figure who spoke without thought. Faced with Qin Xiao's nonchalant remarks, instead of immediately seizing the hammer, he unleashed a fierce retort. How dare you, blasphemer? Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall teach you a lesson in respect for the divine. Qin Xiao, Black Widow, and Coulson simultaneously rolled their eyes. Black Widow and Coulson began to question their instincts. Surely, this man seemed deranged, appearing as if he were mentally unhinged, unfazed by the thoughts of those around him. Thor was determined to reclaim his hammer and prove to Odin that his beliefs were indeed correct. With swift strides, he approached the hammer, confidently extending his hand to grasp it. Yet, upon exerting a slight force, the hammer remained immovable, a stark contrast to its usual weightlessness in his grasp. This time, he employed both hands, exerting all his strength, his face turning a deep crimson. Yet the hammer remained utterly immovable. Father, why? Regardless of whether he faced Odin's reproach or was banished to Earth, Thor resembled a child untouched by hardship, never truly heeding the threats of his parents. In his mind, as long as he reclaimed his hammer, he would return to Asgard and prove to Odin that he was indeed correct. However, the unyielding hammer stripped him of his illusions and confidence, and a sudden wave of desolation washed over him, a feeling of abandonment. Your boyfriend seems to be angry with you. Is it because you've met someone new? Qin Xiao jested. Let me guess, is it an axe or a mace? For some reason, witnessing the solemn and somewhat adolescent countenance of the god of thunder compelled Qin Xiao to tease him. Despite being over 1,000 years old, he appeared to be nothing more than a teenager who had lost his cherished toy. You bastard. Qin Xiao's words transformed Thor's sorrow and resentment into fury. With a furious roar, he charged at Qin Xiao. Poor child, you need a good night's sleep. Without the power of the thunder god, Thor was no match for Qin Xiao. The latter sidestepped slightly, delivering a swift chop to the back of Thor's neck. The latter staggered and crashed to the ground. Let's find a place to stow away this unfortunate fellow. He poses no threat now, and someone will likely come looking for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him? Are there other deities involved? Although Thor had been unable to lift the hammer, Coulson instinctively felt that Qin Xiao was correct. As an astrophysicist, it would be wise to assign a few individuals to follow them. Their research might yield unexpected surprises. With that, Qin Xiao turned and left. Natasha, what do you think about what Qin Xiao said? After Qin Xiao departed, Coulson, somewhat puzzled, sought Black Widow's opinion. It sounds incredible. Whether it concerns any deities from Asgard or anyone coming to seek him tomorrow. However, this hammer speaks volumes. Though I don't know how Qin Xiao is aware of these matters, he may seem irreverent at times, yet he is trustworthy, isn't he? As Qin Xiao stepped out, he directly inquired of the system in his mind. System, regarding the task with the God of Thunder, I should have completed it by now, correct? Why have I not received any reward points? I swear this fellow will never forget me. Each time a superhero appeared, the system invariably assigned Qin Xiao a task that involved making a memorable impression on them, and this occasion was no exception. Thor, unaware of the host's name, meant the task remained unfulfilled. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. He forgot to mention his name, which felt rather awkward. However, given the circumstances earlier, a self-introduction seemed rather abrupt. A new task was presented, which the host could choose to accept or decline. The system's voice resonated once more. Oh, pray tell? During Thor's exile on Earth, he underwent an internal transformation, regaining the approval of his mighty hammer. Upon completion of this task, the host would earn the friendship of Odin, the All-Father. This mission bore resemblance to the chance encounter with Banner, albeit with the reward of the Hulk's serum being more tangible. Odin's friendship? Qin Xiao contemplated the implications of such a reward. System, why does this task specifically remind me that I can choose to accept or refuse? Qin Xiao voiced his curiosity. The All-Father Odin, in his quest to mold Thor into a worthy king, opted to banish him to Earth. Should the host assist in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly attract Odin's attention, garnering gratitude that could lead to unforeseen benefits. However, drawing Odin's gaze may not necessarily be advantageous. Qin Xiao recognized this as a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed the system directly. I accept. Chapter 2. Though it is a bit late. I overslept during my afternoon nap. There are still 2 chapters to come this evening. Chapter 61. The moon rests upon the willow's tip Asgard, a wondrous realm. Not merely due to its magic or deities, but rather because of the internal strife within the Odin family, which has rendered Asgard incapable of showcasing its so-called universe-shaking might. The entire realm has been embroiled in the conflicts between Thor, Loki, and ultimately Hela. The internal discord of a royal family leading to the eventual ruin of the Asgardian kingdom. A brother seeks to kill his sibling, another brother strives to protect his kin. A sister aims to slay their father, while brothers unite to obliterate everything. In essence, aside from the absence of familial incest, Asgard rivals the chaotic tales of Zeus in Greek mythology. A melodramatic family saga. Odin stripped Thor of his godly powers, exiling him to Earth. To Qin Xiao, this seemed akin to a wealthy father, in an effort to cultivate his son's growth and understanding of true life, freezing his credit cards and casting him into a remote village. A metamorphosis reminiscent of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With the task accepted, Qin Xiao's role resembled that of the director from the Metamorphosis crew. However, Qin Xiao lacked the indulgence of mercy, and Thor was not particularly selfish or unruly. He was merely somewhat naive, and entering Odin's sight without sufficient strength for self-preservation felt akin to a small business being scrutinized by a global conglomerate. One could either leverage others' resources to thrive or risk being devoured by a corporate leviathan. Qin Xiao was well versed in the narratives of this world, and after much contemplation, he ultimately chose to accept. In the stillness of the night, he sat alone on a small hillside, gazing at the stars. He pondered whether to follow the plot or devise a clever means to help that foolish boy calm his restless heart. Ah, it is rare to see you in such tranquility. How do you find the stars tonight? The Black Widow had appeared behind him unbeknownst, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. If given a choice, I would prefer to gaze at you rather than the stars. Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Such sweet words deserve a toast. The Black Widow chuckled as she settled beside him, uncorking the bottle and pouring 2 glasses, offering one to Qin Xiao. To the stars above. Very well, to the stars. They clinked their glasses gently. The fellow has awakened, neither fleeing nor shouting in alarm, merely sitting there foolishly. Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? Indeed, he is the genuine article. Qin Xiao glanced at the Black Widow beside him. Today, she wore her ever-constant black bodysuit. Yet her face bore a rare tranquility, devoid of her usual seriousness, exuding a charming vulnerability. Are you curious as to how I possess this knowledge? Qin Xiao inquired with a smile. Oh, if I were to ask, would you speak the truth? The Black Widow took another sip from her glass. That depends on the capacity in which you ask. Are you the renowned Black Widow of the espionage world, or my friend Natasha? Qin Xiao countered with a non-committal question. Since my earliest memories, I have been confined with a group of young girls in a crimson house, where only through enduring rigorous training and mutual slaughter could we survive. The Black Widow did not directly respond to Qin Xiao's question, but instead began to recount her past. Thus, from a tender age, I learned not to trust those around me. Gradually, I became adept at discerning those who harbored ill intentions, those who smiled at me while concealing daggers behind their backs. From the moment I met you, I sensed your unorthodox nature, your words seldom reflecting the truth, yet your eyes conveyed a lack of malice toward me. Therefore, how you came by your knowledge is of no concern to me. I know that whether as a partner or a friend, I can place my trust in you. My past is fraught with painful memories I prefer to keep buried, so I would not press you to reveal your own secrets. In truth, I came here simply to watch the stars with you and engage in light conversation. As she spoke, the Black Widow rested her head on Qin Xiao's shoulder. Her earlier life had been solely dedicated to the art of killing, targeting enemies and objectives. It was only upon encountering Hawkeye and joining SHIELD that she began to experience the warmth of trustworthy companionship. However, never has there been a person like Qin Xiao, who initially emerged as a target, then evolved into a friend and a companion, but more importantly, became a man. He allowed himself to set aside his tasks and everything else, standing before a woman with a pure and unadulterated perspective. This sentiment is commonplace for the average individual, yet for the Black Widow, it is something incredibly special. One she cherishes deeply. You seem rather frail, yet I did not expect your shoulders to be so strong. Do you like it? You can lean on me for a lifetime, but only on this side. You know, I am such a charming man. There will always be others who fall for me. I cannot bear to reject beautiful women, so I must leave them with a glimmer of hope, mustn't I? The Black Widow's response filled Qin Xiao with immense satisfaction, prompting him to chatter away with a mischievous spirit. From the heavens to the earth, there is nothing he cannot discuss. The Black Widow merely leaned against him, quietly listening to his earnest nonsense. Her lips curled into a subtle smile that betrayed her enjoyment of the moment. As the moon hung low over the willow branches, the two sat in tranquil companionship for half the night. Although they did not engage in the physical activities that many would find customary, they drew closer in spirit, forging a deeper connection. This sensation was splendid and delightful. Thus, early the next morning, Qin Xiao rose, invigorated and full of energy. He awaited the arrival of Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor, who was to take Thor back. In the film, Thor descended from the heavens and collided with their vehicle, leading others to deem him a lunatic. Yet, Jane Foster found herself somewhat smitten with this foolish fellow, choosing to believe his words. If all went according to plan, they should arrive that day to escort Thor away. As morning turned to noon without sign of anyone coming for Thor, Qin Xiao received a video call from Tony. Qin, I heard you encountered a peculiar hammer in Mexico. Was it enjoyable? If so, I might just swing by. By the way, take a look at me. Notice anything different? Tony deliberately pulled the camera back to reveal his upper body. Qin Xiao observed for a while before he finally noticed that the arc reactor in his chest had transformed into a blue triangular shape. Stay tuned for another chapter. Chapter 62. The Pauper with a 3 billion fortune indeed. It seems that villains have a knack for longevity. Congratulations, Tony, for being placed on God's blacklist. However, this is unfortunate news for me. I have been eyeing the cars in your garage for quite some time. It appears that my little butterfly effect might hasten the disappearance of your palladium poisoning, which is a positive development. Yet, I wonder if this change will allow Rhodey to procure a suit of armor from you and transform into War Machine. You are an unequivocal scoundrel. Sharing joyous news with you was a misguided decision. When will you return? Are you waiting for the hammer business to conclude? Engaging in a casual exchange with Tony, it seemed that Qin Xiao suddenly recalled something of significance. He purposefully moved to a secluded spot, shrouded in secrecy, and addressed Tony with a sense of urgency. There is a matter I must inquire about, Tony. Only you can assist me. Your furtive demeanor reminds me of a thief. Have you contracted some affliction peculiar to men? That is beyond my capacity to assist, my friend. After all, I am in peak health, robust, and vigorous. You would fare better seeking advice from Banner. He appears to have dabbled in medicine. Tony, observing Qin Xiao's enigmatic posture, wore an expression of disdain. Be quiet, you insufferable lecher. I assure you, My health is excellent. My virility could shatter your armor. Did I not just return from Mexico? You are aware that I returned with a substantial sum from those drug lords. I have established an account at a Swiss bank. This account was initiated from within the confines of those criminals' residences. As you know, Zurich boasts numerous banks. And I seek to ascertain which is the safest. I intend to relocate my funds. Casting a glance around to ensure their privacy, Qin Xiao murmured into his phone. Is that all? Tony responded with palpable disappointment, having anticipated a revelation of grand significance. Mind your tone, Tony. I am now a billionaire. With a fortune of $30 billion. 30 billion. My word, I scarcely know what to procure. A mansion? A yacht? Do you have any sage advice? On the screen, Tony Stark regarded Qin Xiao with an expression of utter disdain, his gaze condescending. I was under the impression you had accomplished something noteworthy. Is $30 billion worthy of such excitement? UBS, the merger of Swiss Bank and the Swiss Financial Group, is a major banking entity. As long as the website bears those 3 letters, you can trust it. Is there anything else? Though Tony did not vocalize it. Qin Xiao discerned the word pauper lurking in his gaze. Tony, I concede that you are exceedingly wealthy. However, $30 billion is no trifling sum. Regardless of where it resides, I believe you ought to afford me a modicum of respect. Do you grasp the significance of $30 billion? Having secured a permanent resolution to his financial woes, Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of pride and indignation at Tony's contemptuous gaze. I am uncertain, my friend. $30 billion, previously the value of a Stark Industries contract with the Department of Defense, or perhaps a slight fluctuation in stock prices. I am not particularly concerned with the numerical value in my bank account. Damn it, Qin Xiao exclaimed, abruptly terminating the call. Now, that is the pinnacle of pretentiousness. He mused. Billionaires exist in tiers. One must be mentally unbalanced to broach the subject of wealth in the presence of Tony Stark. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are you well? I am not well. Do you require something? A voice interrupted from nearby, and Qin Xiao instinctively responded with irritation. Turning to face the source, he encountered a disheveled old man. Isn't this the brilliant astrophysicist Erik Selvig? This fellow has made quite an impression throughout the entire Avengers series, appearing prominently in Thor 1 and 2, as well as in both Avengers films. In the first Avengers movie, he was under Loki's control, developing a device that harnessed the immense energy of Stark Tower to scientifically manipulate the Tesseract, thereby opening a stable portal that allowed the Chitauri army to flood into New York. Qin Xiao's demeanor startled the old man, who, with a hint of trepidation, quietly remarked, I have a friend who has a bit of, a peculiar mindset. He went missing yesterday, and I heard he ended up here. I wanted to inquire if he has been apprehended by you, if you are indeed one of them. Erik Selvig gestured toward a sign atop the large tinted encampment, Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? If your friend is the one who claims to be the god of thunder and the son of Odin, then that must indeed be him. Erik Selvig hurriedly nodded in agreement, admitting that he had reluctantly come in response to Jane Foster's request. Otherwise, he would never have willingly engaged with such a mysterious intelligence agency. All right, your friend appears to be quite unwell. Don't forget to take him to see a doctor on your way back, Qin Xiao instructed, beckoning to a nearby guard. Please notify Agent Coulson that the madman's friend has come to claim him. He will understand my meaning. After pulling Erik Selvig aside to wait, Qin Xiao quickly lost interest following a few casual exchanges. These brilliant scientists often exhibit a certain stiffness, taking time to respond unless the conversation pertains to their field of expertise. Individuals like Tony Stark, who are not only exceptionally gifted but also remarkably engaging, are indeed a rare find. Before long, Coulson arrived, escorting Thor accompanied by 2 guards. Since last night, Thor had been in a daze, silent and seemingly lost, having not lifted his hammer. Thor, are you all right? Jane sent me to bring you home. Whether it was the familiar voice of Erik Selvig or simply hearing Jane's name, Thor lifted his head, a glimmer of recognition flickering in his eyes. Dr. Selvig, are you here to take me away? Indeed, Jane is waiting for you outside. I'm here to escort you back. With Qin Xiao's reminder, Coulson did not require Dr. Selvig to show any identification and allowed them to leave, thereby wasting the forged documents they had hastily prepared the previous night. However, once Dr. Selvig departed with Thor, Coulson instructed an agent to discreetly follow them. With the 4 chapters now aligned, the narrative will oscillate between Thor and Iron Man 2. I wonder if I should send Qin Xiao and Tony to Asgard for a little mischief. Chapter 63. Deceiving Thor. Qin Xiao instructed his associates to discreetly follow Coulson's orders and procure the research materials of Erik Selvig and Jane Foster. This was a minor attempt to rectify the disruptions caused by his arrival, allowing Erik Selvig to enter the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate the Tesseract, thereby seamlessly initiating the narrative of the Avengers. For Qin Xiao, the system within the Marvel Cinematic Universe was pivotal to ensuring the enhancement of his own powers. His familiarity with the majority of the plotlines served as his greatest advantage. Upon his arrival, the third phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just concluded, while the fourth phase had yet to commence. He had gleaned from trailers of soon-to-be-released films and series that the fourth phase might usher in a complete exploration of parallel multiverses. This heralded an elevation in the combat prowess of both superheroes and villains alike. Consequently, while Qin Xiao could instigate certain changes, he refrained from altering the core elements of the storyline, opting instead to preserve them if possible, to avoid inadvertently awakening ancient and unknown entities, such as those hinted at in the discussions surrounding the forthcoming Eternals film and the Time Variance Authority featured in Loki. Naturally, Qin Xiao's significant presence in this world, positioned amidst the early stages of iconic superheroes like Tony Stark and Black Widow, was bound to induce transformations. He endeavored to maintain a semblance of control within a future he could still foresee, utilizing the system to expedite his growth. Acceptable alterations and details were permissible, such as intervening in Thor's transformative journey. When Qin Xiao approached, Jane Foster was dining with Thor at a restaurant. It was unclear how Jane had managed to comfort him, but he had transformed from a despondent figure into one brimming with vitality. Occasionally, he exchanged flirtatious glances with Jane, igniting a flicker of irritation within Qin Xiao. He had been in this world for quite some time, only now beginning to cultivate a relationship with Black Widow. While this newcomer had barely arrived on Earth and was already basking in the attention of a beautiful woman. Moreover, he was being provided for. Was it mere folly that such fortune graced him? Such treatment was emblematic of a protagonist's privilege, observing Thor's current state. He mused how his own system paled in comparison. However, contemplating Thor's tragic fate in later narratives, his family's demise, the destruction of Asgard, and even the abandonment by Jane, brought Qin Xiao some solace. The indulgences of the past would inevitably lead to profound suffering in the future. With this reflection, Qin Xiao's mood lightened considerably. He adjusted his demeanor, adorned with a smile, as he approached the pair. Uninvited, he pulled out a chair and seated himself beside them. Upon noticing Qin Xiao, Thor sprang to his feet, instinctively shielding Jane behind him, and pointed an accusing finger at Qin Xiao, exclaiming loudly, "I recognize you. You have insulted me and my hammer. You even knocked me unconscious yesterday. I may not be your equal at present, but do not dare to harm my friends. Look, who claimed that Thor's foolish? This fellow is indeed as clever as a monkey. It is true that Qin Xiao knocked him out yesterday, yet he was neither confined nor brutally beaten. Today, he was even released, clearly without any hostility towards him. As for the display he put on for Jane Foster, it was rather theatrical. Indeed, after Thor spoke those words, Jane Foster's eyes sparkled with affection. In her eyes, the individuals from that so-called Strategic Protection Agency are the most despicable and shameless government agents. They released Thor only to follow up and seize all their equipment and research materials, nothing short of banditry. The fact that Thor, captured yesterday, stands before me today unafraid of these brigands is truly impressive. Embodying a spirit reminiscent of a heroine, Jane Foster stepped forward, shielding the towering Thor behind her. With a look of concern, she addressed Qin Xiao, saying, "You bandits have already taken everything from us. Do not even think about taking my friend away." Well, just as I sat down, I was mistaken for a villain, and before I could utter a word, I was bombarded with unsolicited affection. How utterly vexing. Feeling somewhat awkward, I rubbed my nose and spoke up. "Please, do not be agitated. I am not here to take anyone away or to rob you. Look, it's just me. There is no one else outside." Glancing outside, Jane confirmed that indeed, it was only Qin Xiao. Her expression softened slightly, yet she remained on guard as she replied, "Then what do you want from us? We have nothing to discuss. Please do not interrupt our meal. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities. Could you at least sit down first? I merely wish to speak with him. Let us take a seat. Others are watching us. I will give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, be on your way." Jane cast several wary glances outside before cautiously pulling Thor down to sit beside her. "First, let me clarify. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed him to leave today. Furthermore, I am not from that Strategic Protection Agency. I am merely a consultant, do you understand? Therefore, you need not be so tense." Qin Xiao endeavored to alleviate the animosity between them. "But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out." Thor, like a child, could not let go of the offense to his hammer. "I knocked you out because you were overly excited yesterday. And Thor, I insulted your hammer because you were too anxious about him. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of hammers. Are you truly nothing without your hammer?" Qin Xiao casually addressed Thor. "Mjölnir is my steadfast companion, the wellspring of my strength. You, an ordinary mortal, would not comprehend this. You seem to forget your past failures, as the arrogance of the Asgardians resurfaces with but a few words. This is precisely why your father sent you to Earth. After losing your hammer, you have achieved nothing and yet fail to respect humanity. Qin Xiao lazily snapped his fingers. Do you truly believe he is the thunder god from Asgard? Jian interrupted their conversation. Though she expressed some belief in Thor's claims, doubt lingered in her heart. However, Qin Xiao's words left her somewhat astonished. Thor's reaction was even more pronounced. Do you know why my father chose to exile me to Earth? Sensing a hook had been baited, Qin Xiao smiled. Of course, I know not only why you are here, but also how you may reclaim your hammer and regain the power of the thunder god. Chapter 64. A business card. Qin Xiao's attempts at bravado often ended in failure. Yet when faced with the towering Thor, he effortlessly gained the giant's trust, particularly when he recounted the tale of how, at the age of 8, Loki transformed into a serpent. When Thor picked up the snake to play, Loki reverted to his true form and stabbed him. This incident was known only to their mother. The goddess Frigga, even Odin was unaware. Since entering the Marvel realm, Qin Xiao had often masqueraded as a fortune-teller. But now he had successfully opened a new chapter with Thor. Additionally, he took a small measure of revenge for the earlier humiliation. I also know that last night, Loki sought you out and deceived you into believing Odin was dead. In truth, he merely sleeps, not wishing for your return. You understand, there can only be one king. This revelation invigorated Thor, for the greatest blow to him was not his inability to wield the hammer, but the realization of Loki's treachery, which he believed had led to their father's demise. I know Heimdall ignores your calls, but if you can learn to live as a common man and complete your trials, you shall reclaim your lost power. Furthermore, your friends, the three warriors, and your betrothed, the goddess of the land and harvest, Sif, shall come to seek you on Earth. What? You have a betrothed? Jian's face betrayed her sense of betrayal as she loudly confronted Thor. Though their relationship was not formally established, the sparks exchanged in their glances since their first meeting hinted at a burgeoning connection. An atmosphere of ambiguity quietly grew between them, yet before it could blossom, Qin Xiao forcefully tore through it. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this matter. For over a millennium, he had regarded Sif as a comrade and brother. Before meeting Jian, he had merely known that upon ascending to the throne, he would marry Sif, yet had never given the matter much thought. As Qin Xiao's words pierced through the air, an unexpected jolt surged through his heart, igniting a wave of disarray within him. Jian, allow me to clarify, she was designated by my father at my birth. I have always regarded her as a sister and never entertained the notion of marrying her. You need not explain yourself to me. I am merely an ordinary mortal, while you are the god of thunder. Surely, your future spouse should be a goddess befitting your stature, he continued, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Perhaps the goddess of earth and harvest, he added with a teasing grin. Indeed, the goddess of earth and harvest is the rightful match for you, Jian retorted, her patience waning. In a swift motion, she seized the water cup before her and splashed it across Qin Xiao's face, her fury propelling her to turn and storm away. Blast it! Why douse me in water? Qin Xiao lamented, feeling more wrong than ever. I sincerely apologize, Jian did not intend any harm. I just meant to say that I need to pursue her, and then return to seek your guidance on various matters, the god of thunder stammered, his concern for Jian evident. Go on, resolve your affairs, and then seek me out. You know where to find me, correct? Qin Xiao replied, wiping his face with an air of resigned elegance. The clumsy giant shot Qin Xiao an apologetic glance before hastening after Jian. Encountering you both has truly been a stroke of misfortune, he grumbled to himself. Yet, a small solace came from having completed a system task, earning 500 points, only 500 more to unlock the secondary marketplace. Once the giant departed, Qin Xiao grumbled as he prepared to leave. However, he was halted in his tracks by a restaurant staff member. Sir, that table has not yet settled the bill. Kindly take care of that. And you will also need to compensate for a broken cup. Oh, those two wretched fools. Why did I choose this moment to engage with them? Qin Xiao thought in frustration. I do not know them. I refuse to pay. I merely recognized them and exchanged a few words. He felt utterly cheated and reluctant to settle the bill. Sir, if you persist in this manner, we will have no choice but to call the authorities. Very well. I shall pay with my card. He conceded, pondering how the god of thunder would manage to win back his girlfriend. By the following afternoon, Qin Xiao had yet to see the giant return. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony Stark. True to his flair for ceremony, the invitation was dispatched through Stark Industries, inviting Qin Xiao to the Stark Industrial Expo scheduled to take place in New York 3 days hence. In this realm, Stark Industries stood as a titan of technological enterprise, and the Stark Expo was among the largest technology exhibitions in the world. The vast exhibition area showcases the latest products from renowned technology companies worldwide, spanning an entire year. Stark Industries has chosen this moment to host the expo, intending to unveil its various inventions and applications of new energy to the world. Even without manufacturing weapons, the company possesses formidable strength to achieve significant advancements in other fields. The year-long expo signifies a momentous occasion for Stark Industries, particularly the opening ceremony. In fact, Tony extended invitations to every member of the Avengers. However, the other agents, being deeply entrenched in their duties, had little time to attend the ceremony, while Dr. Banner, still affiliated with the military, found it inconvenient to make an appearance. Though Qin Xiao was not particularly interested in the opening ceremony, the thought of the graceful women dancing alongside Tony in the film stirred a sense of eagerness within him. Recently, his relationship with Black Widow had been progressing well, and remaining there might present an opportunity for a more intimate encounter. Just as Qin Xiao was contemplating, Coulson entered with a grave expression on his face. "What happened?" Qin Xiao inquired, noticing Coulson's troubled demeanor. "A business card," Coulson replied, holding it out. "It bears your name written in Chinese." Taking the card, Qin Xiao observed it was an ordinary piece of card stock featuring his name, Qin Xiao, inscribed in elegant calligraphy. Turning it over, he found an address, 177A, Bleak Street. The address seemed vaguely familiar, prompting him to ask Coulson, "Do you know what this place is? Perhaps you should take a look at this first," Coulson said, as he activated his phone to play a video. The footage displayed the monitoring of Thor's hammer, revealing an empty space except for the hammer itself. Suddenly, a golden, swirling energy ring appeared above it. As the energy ring ceased its rotation, a portal framed by the ring materialized, from which a business card gently descended. Chapter 65. The Ancient One. This bizarre occurrence had undoubtedly prompted SHIELD to send operatives to investigate. However, their findings revealed that 177A, Bleak Street was merely an ordinary antique shop, selling old furniture and vintage clocks. The individuals within exhibited no signs of wrongdoing, leaving no trace of suspicion. It was understandable, as the Ancient One, a master of the highest caliber, adeptly wielded spatial magic. If she wished to remain concealed, SHIELD would find no flaw in their investigation, no matter how thoroughly they searched. Suddenly, the Ancient One manifested, tossing a business card imprinted with an address near Thor's hammer, suggesting a connection to the god of thunder or Asgard. The specifics of this link could only be discerned through a personal visit by Qin Xiao, indicating that attending the Stark Expo was imperative. Unable to wait for Thor, Qin Xiao took the initiative to seek him out once more. To his astonishment, the lumbering giant had somehow reconciled with Jane, restoring their previous dynamic. Characterized by exchanged glances that sparked electricity in the air, it seemed he had swiftly soothed the girl, employing sweet words aplenty, truly the mark of a cad. Qin Xiao felt a surge of indignation, yet maintained a facade of comfort, assuring Thor that he had matters to attend to and instructing him to wait for his return. As for the Ancient One, regardless of how Coulson reported to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao would say what was necessary upon his return, withholding any superfluous details. He journeyed from New Mexico to New York, hitching a ride with Stark Industries' vehicle and chauffeur, arriving at 177A, Bleecker Street, situated in the bustling Manhattan district. It was perplexing how the three sanctums operated. Were their locations adjustable? Qin Xiao would prefer to lease out the sanctum and relocate to a more economical locale, thus avoiding the spectacle in Avengers: Infinity War of a mage so impoverished he could scarcely afford a meal. Standing at the entrance, he mused on the lavishness of the sanctum occupying such a prime street. After a moment's hesitation, just as he was about to knock, a flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet, and a portal materialized. In an instant, he found himself plummeting through the hoop. Correspondingly, in a study on the second floor of the sanctum, Qin Xiao tumbled out of the portal, landing squarely on a single sofa. 3 walls were lined with shelves brimming with books, forming a small, doorless alcove. 3 single sofas were arranged according to the bookshelves, and upon his arrival, he found an empty seat to his right, while directly before him sat the Ancient One, engrossed in a book. It was the Ancient One's spell that had transported Qin Xiao from the entrance to the second floor. However, upon his arrival, the Ancient One fell silent, continuing to read without acknowledging him. Such was the advantage of power, a display of superiority that rendered one reticent. Were it an ordinary individual who summoned him only to turn their attention back to a book, Qin Xiao would have certainly given them a piece of his mind, sending the book soaring in the process. Yet, before him was the Supreme Sorceress, and he merely grumbled inwardly, refraining from any overt actions. Naturally, Qin Xiao was not one to remain idle. Noticing the Ancient One's unwavering focus on her reading, He retrieved a cigar from his pocket and began to puff clouds of smoke in her presence. Silence, and I shall spray you in the face. Let's see if you choke, thought Qin Xiao, filled with a wicked sense of mischief. He took a deep breath and, feigning nonchalance, exhaled a thick plume of smoke towards the Ancient One. Yet, the Supreme Sorcerer remained unfazed. Suddenly, before Qin Xiao, a golden hula hoop, the size of an ashtray, materialized less than half a meter away. As soon as this diminutive portal appeared, the smoke he exhaled surged towards it with a swift whoosh. Peering through the portal, Qin Xiao beheld a snow-capped mountain range. Although he could not ascertain the location, it was evidently a high-altitude locale. The weather was clear with barely a breeze, and due to the atmospheric pressure, the smoke and ash from his cigarette effortlessly flowed towards the small opening. The effect resembled that of smoking with a crack in the window while driving at high speed. In reality, should a small portal be opened in a high-altitude area within a room, one could imagine the books on the shelves being swept away. But let us not dwell on such trivialities. After all, the Ancient One always has a solution, does she not? Impressive indeed, a self-ventilating ashtray. If only I had one in my bedroom, I would not only eliminate the need for an air circulation system, but could even forego a trash can. With idle chatter in mind, Qin Xiao felt the pressure of confronting the Ancient One, especially since he was uncertain why she had summoned him here. If you were to open one in your bedroom during a snowstorm, would it not fill your abode with snow within the hour? Are you certain you wish to proceed? I could assist. The Ancient One smiled, lifting her gaze. You've gone through the trouble of summoning me. Do you not have anything to say or inquire? She finally inquired, closing her book and setting it aside. Indeed, I have questions. Since I am at your doorstep, why not simply transport me from New Mexico instead of using a portal? The airfare is quite expensive. Now that the Ancient One had initiated conversation, Qin Xiao tossed his cigar into the ashtray, launching into a question that hardly touched upon the core issue. First, I do not bear the cost of the ticket. Second, if I were to come down to open the door for you, or create a portal for you to enter, the energy expended would be comparable to bringing you up here. The Ancient One waved her hand, closing the small portal, and responded earnestly to Qin Xiao's inquiry. Her reasoning was irrefutable. He had not anticipated such a meticulous calculation from her. Thus, Qin Xiao obliged her line of questioning. Might I inquire as to why you summoned me? It seemed he had posed a question of significance, for the Ancient One regarded him seriously and said, Odin and I are, in a sense, friends. He has exiled his son to Earth while he himself lies in slumber. Naturally, I must keep watch. However, I am quite surprised, as an unexpected individual has appeared, one who should not be in that place. Curiosity enveloped me as I pondered why you found yourself in a place where you ought not to be. And yet you have not been apprehended by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. In Chapter 66, The Terrifying Supreme Mage, when Gu Yi posed these two inquiries, Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was feign ignorance and reply, I apologize, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. However, internally, he was fervently calling out to the system. System, should not my identity as a traveler be without issues? Why does Gu Yi claim I should not be here? Hurry and devise a solution. The system, however, paid no heed to Qin Xiao's concerns and instead continued its monologue within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have encountered the Supreme Mage Gu Yi and left a profound impression on her, earning you 500 reward points. It has been detected that your total points have surpassed 5,000, prompting a system upgrade. The second-level marketplace will now be unlocked, and the upgrade is commencing. Following this proclamation, a countdown began. 475,959. Hey, Qin Xiao shouted within his mind several times, but the system remained fixated on its countdown. Damn it, he silently fumed. Upon regaining his composure to face the mage, he was startled to discover that Gu Yi had inexplicably bent down to stand directly before him, their faces so close that a mere flutter of their eyelashes could bridge the gap. What are you doing? Qin Xiao stammered, recoiling in surprise. What was happening? Was Gu Yi, who had lived for at least a millennium, harboring any ill intentions toward him? You were speaking to someone just now, weren't you? I sensed your mental fluctuations, which resembled communication, yet there are only the two of us here. Curious, Gu Yi inquired, seemingly unperturbed by Qin Xiao's discomfort. A tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Xiao. He had always known Gu Yi to be formidable, but he never anticipated her sensitivity to his mental dialogue with the system. I truly do not understand what you are saying. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Gu Yi was not someone to provoke, nor could he hope to match her strength. He feared that she might inadvertently uncover his secret. Qin Xiao felt an urgent desire to escape, even momentarily regretting his acceptance of Thor's task, well aware that Odin was a deity of unparalleled prowess, who could fathom the myriad enigmatic abilities at their disposal. Should they discern that he did not belong to this world, he shuddered at the potential consequences. In the face of such uncertainty, Qin Xiao's decision to retreat was undoubtedly prudent. Yet the disparity in their strengths was vast. Escaping was not as simple as walking away. Interesting, I shall observe for myself, Gu Yi declared, her words barely leaving her lips when her hands flashed forth, pressing against Qin Xiao's forehead. Instantly, he felt his entire being stiffen, engulfed by a sensation akin to being paralyzed in a nightmarish slumber. He was acutely aware of his surroundings and the warmth of Gu Yi's palm against him. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Damn it, they say that possessing a system makes one invincible. I hope I won't meet my demise here today. If I must perish, I'd rather face off against formidable foes like the purple yam spirit before my end, rather than dying at the hands of Ancient One. It's utterly frustrating. I still have $30 billion unspent, and the Black Widow hasn't even been intimate with me yet. Qin Xiao found himself unable to move his eyes, trapped in a whirlwind of thoughts, lamenting that such a death was utterly unworthy. Fortunately, Ancient One merely probed into Qin Xiao's soul and spiritual fluctuations. The sensation of being imprisoned came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In an instant, Qin Xiao regained his freedom, collapsing onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the discomfort of losing control over his own being. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he resolved that since he could neither fight nor flee, he would embrace his reckless spirit. What on earth do you want? He exclaimed. If you have something to say, say it. You come here, probing and asking questions I can't comprehend. If that is the case, let us just have a fight. In his agitation, Qin Xiao spoke fervently in his native tongue. To his surprise, Ancient One was even more fluent. Oh, you're rather fiery for someone so young. You're shrouded in mystery, harboring so many secrets. I must uncover them. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? Upon hearing the Chinese language, Ancient One's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the earlier enigmatic air. With remarkable skill, she rolled up her sleeves, and with a subtle flick of her wrist, a golden energy whip emerged. She formed a hand seal, and a ring of green energy flickered around her wrist. Wow! Qin Xiao exclaimed involuntarily. He had barely acclimated to the Marvel Universe, and here she was wielding the Time Stone. Ancient One, disregarding her status, was already employing the Time Stone. The green energy band around her wrist, while he had only seen it a few times in the films, left a profound impression on him. It was indeed one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Regardless of Qin Xiao's internal musings, Ancient One caught his exclamation and smiled enigmatically. You truly recognize the Time Stone, she stated, raising her left wrist. Qin Xiao silently acknowledged that he had been caught off guard. The Infinity Stones represented a significant threat to him at this moment. His earlier panic had prompted an impulsive response. Now, pretending to be oblivious would simply insult their intelligence. Thus, he decided to stand firm. Do you think you're the only one capable of seeing the future? Have you never heard of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams? I can calculate 500 years into the past and 500 years into the future, he declared boldly. Seeing Qin Xiao acknowledge the situation and then begin to speak absurdly, Ancient One smiled slightly, withdrawing her energies. A stubborn duck won't admit defeat, huh? Rest assured. Since I couldn't detect anything amiss about you earlier, I won't force you to reveal anything. However, your presence indeed violates the laws of this universe. Just as she began to elaborate, Ancient One abruptly fell silent. Even so, do you dare to finish your sentence? Although Ancient One had withdrawn her magical energy, Qin Xiao still pulled back slightly, a look of wariness on his face as he inquired. If you do not divulge your secret, I, of course, must retain some leverage. Young man, would you be interested in collaborating with me? Collaborate on what? Qin Xiao felt a lingering unease about Ancient One's true intentions. The specifics of our collaboration cannot be disclosed at this moment. But do you have any interest in learning magic from me? Ancient One plopped back onto the sofa, smiling as she spoke. Why would I wish to learn magic from you? Qin Xiao stood behind the sofa, intrigued yet cautious about Ancient One's magic. The convenience of that portal alone was alluring. However, his heart brimmed with suspicion. How could he rashly agree when he had no inkling of her thoughts? Indeed, why would one wish to learn magic from me? That is a valid question, Ancient One mused, stroking her chin. Suddenly, she formed a hand seal, and the amulet at her chest radiated a brilliant green light before slowly opening. A verdant gem appeared in her right hand. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 67. The Pact with Ancient One. Qin Xiao never anticipated that the sorceress would so boldly present the Time Stone. In Avengers, Infinity War, Doctor Strange utilized the Time Stone to glimpse over 14 million possible futures. Furthermore, in Avengers, Endgame, when Banner sought Ancient One to meet Doctor Strange, she remarked that he had arrived 5 years earlier and was likely performing surgery just a few blocks away. This indicated that she possessed the ability to foresee the future. If that were the case, she must have been aware that Doctor Strange was her successor and the next guardian of the Time Stone. So, why would she insist on placing the Time Stone into her own hands in the future? And regarding the so-called Time Variance Authority, based on the trailers for Loki that Qin Xiao had watched before his transmigration and Ancient One's initial statements, they seemed to be apprehending individuals who disrupted the established timeline. For instance, Loki, destined to be imprisoned in Asgard, had absconded with the Tesseract. Undoubtedly, he too had altered the predetermined timeline, raising the question of why he had not been captured. Was it due to the system? If the system could shield him from the Time Variance Authority, why could it not protect him from Ancient One? What had she glimpsed in the future? Why did she insist that he accompany Doctor Strange to Kamar Taj to learn magic? Initially, feeling as if he had attained a godlike perspective in the Marvel Universe, Qin Xiao now found himself shrouded in layers of fog, awaiting his gradual unraveling. He had intended to consult the system, but it remained in an upgrade state. Why, of all times, was it upgrading now? Qin Xiao, increasingly agitated, kicked a massive trash bin beside him, measuring over 1 meter in height and nearly 2 meters in width. The metal bin, along with its contents, soared at least 2 stories high, raining down debris from the sky. I no longer care. Let things unfold as they may. I shall gradually cultivate my strength. And then let us see who dares to confront me. The sound of the trash bin crashing to the ground marked the end of Qin Xiao's outburst. Providing a modicum of relief from his pent-up frustrations, he resolved to cease pondering the perplexities of life, reassured by the presence of the system at his disposal. In due time, as his power increased, he would fear nothing. Having comforted himself, Qin Xiao was about to exit the desolate alley when he suddenly spotted a Caucasian man standing before him, a dagger clutched in his hand, staring vacantly. Adorning his head were 2 twisted pieces of toilet paper and a visibly blood-stained sanitary napkin. The dagger bore remnants of pasta, smeared with sauce. It appeared the man had been hiding behind the large trash bin, poised to rob him, but was rendered speechless by the force of the bin being kicked away. He was as thin as a lightning bolt, likely a drug addict. Yet, his immobile stance reminded Qin Xiao of a character from Shaolin Soccer, strikingly similar in posture. Robbery? Qin Xiao inquired, taking a step closer. No, you've misunderstood. I'm just having a meal. The would-be robber, still dazed, raised the dagger, indicating the noodles draped over it, while shaking his head, causing the sanitary napkin to sway in the breeze. Dining here? Indeed, the air is quite pleasant, is it not? Nice hat. Do you have any cash on you? $50. Is that enough to take a cab to Stark Industries branch from here? Certainly. Hand it over. Thank you. Qin Xiao accepted the bill and casually patted the robber on the shoulder. A faint crack echoed as Qin Xiao's hand made contact, unmistakably fracturing the man's shoulder blade. Meanwhile, in the sanctum sanctorum of New York, the ancient sorcerer, Doctor Strange, who moments ago had exuded an air of omnipotence before Qin Xiao, now sat on the sofa. His expression clouded with concern. How could this happen? What transpired? He murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Doctor Strange seemed to arrive at a decisive resolution. He settled into a cross-legged position on the sofa, his hands forming intricate seals. Between his palms, the time stone floated, emanating an ethereal green light. As the glow gradually expanded, Doctor Strange's body began to tremble violently, the speed of his quaking intensifying until he left behind a series of afterimages in the air. In that instant, it appeared as though countless versions of Doctor Strange were overlapping in the same space. Countless visages of goo emerged from various angles, some bearing expressions of anguish, others solemnity, and still others exuding joy. The tremors intensified, and the frequency of the emerald light's diffusion quickened, resulting in an increasing number of phantoms surrounding goo. As everything approached its zenith, all quaking, illusions, and green luminescence abruptly surged and receded. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Suddenly, Gui expelled a copious amount of blood, his visage awash with incredulity, swiftly followed by a wave of euphoric laughter. If Qin Xiao were to witness Gui in such a state, he would surely believe he was observing an entirely different person. Blood trickled from his lips as he sat cross-legged on the sofa, laughing maniacally towards the heavens, resembling a madman. However, Qin Xiao remained oblivious to this spectacle. After robbing an unfortunate thief and acquiring $50 from him, he hailed a cab and headed straight to the New York branch of Stark Industries. Although termed a branch, it had effectively transformed into a de facto headquarters following Tony's explosive display in Los Angeles. Increasingly, business operations were gravitating towards New York, the international financial hub. It was no surprise that the Stark Expo was hosted in this locale. The taxi in which Qin Xiao was seated came to a halt before the towering edifice just as he alighted. A cacophony of car horns erupted nearby. A flamboyant dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside him. Who else could it be but Tony Stark? I distinctly recall lending you my company's business vehicle and chauffeur. Why then did you return by taxi? It's rare for me to be so generous, Tony remarked. Well, I initially thought I would be occupied for a while. So I let the driver leave, but it turns out everything concluded rather quickly. Qin Xiao shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. It seems your day has not been particularly delightful. Hop in. I'll take you somewhere that will surely lift your spirits. Tony patted the passenger seat beside him. Perhaps we should switch vehicles. This convertible is too ostentatious, and I'm not fond of its color. Dark red, far too gaudy for my taste, Tony. Qin Xiao retorted. Tony's car was a limited edition, truly unattainable even for the wealthy, which momentarily evoked a twinge of envy in Qin Xiao. Reminiscent of the way Tony had looked at him previously, as if he were a pauper. Promise me you'll accompany me on a certain errand, and this car will be yours. How does that sound? I'm rarely this generous. Qin Xiao's eyes gleamed as he promptly ushered Tony into the passenger seat. Tony? Yes. Did you know? When I was a child, my parents told me that the specialty of my hometown is the yangmei fruit. Have you ever tasted it? It's delectably sweet and sour, and when ripe, its color resembles that of this car. Oh, how I adore this hue. It reminds me of my homeland. Chapter 68. The secondary mall. It has been proven that there is always a higher mountain. Though Qin Xiao possesses a thick skin and a substantial fortune, he finds himself outmatched by Tony, a seasoned capitalist who has thrived in the realm of capitalism for decades. After accepting a lavish vehicle worth several $100,000 from Tony, Qin Xiao is subsequently drawn to a newly inaugurated luxurious apartment complex for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Surrounded by a throng of scantily clad hostesses, and with Tony continuously engaging him in conversation, the recently enriched Qin Xiao, unable to maintain his dignity, unwittingly purchases 2 penthouse duplex apartments totaling over 1,000 square meters, expending a significant sum exceeding $10 million. Upon completing the transaction, Qin Xiao, still in a state of bewilderment, queries Tony about the necessity of acquiring 2 residences, especially when they would both be in New York. No, my friend. You are mistaken. It is but one apartment, the other is in my name. Tony boasts, waving his index finger triumphantly. Oh my God. You must not have thoroughly read the contract when you signed, did you? What do you think of being my neighbor? A delightful surprise, isn't it? My villa in New York is rather dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower is only just beginning its foundation, requiring at least 2 to 3 years for completion. Surely, you wouldn't want me residing in a crumbling villa during that time, my friend. Tony grins mischievously, akin to a weasel that has pilfered a hen. Tony, you pulled me into this ribbon cutting for an apartment building that must surely be constructed by a friend of yours, correct? Can I inquire about a refund? Qin Xiao turns, his teeth clenched in frustration. Refunds are impossible unless there is a certificate of quality issues from the relevant authorities. Trust me, that apartment complex is a new project under Stark Industries. I wouldn't mistake it. Tony insists, ushering Qin Xiao into the car and taking on the role of driver. So, you're saying I paid for 2 apartments, but received only 1, while gifting you another, which is built by your company, correct? Calm down, my friend. Don't be so agitated. You're about to crush the car door. Good heavens, this is your vehicle, Qin. Can I return this car? Qin Xiao laments, teetering on the brink of tears. Absolutely not. What I, Tony Stark, gift to a friend shall never be reclaimed. Tony asserts with unwavering conviction. Tony? Yes? My linguistic faculties have been somewhat impaired lately. Could you enlighten me on what the hell constitutes a surprise? As the apartment is not immediately habitable, Qin Xiao seizes the opportunity to stay in the most opulent hotel in New York, luxuriating in Tony's presidential suite for several days. He isolates himself in the suite for an entire 2 days, etching Tony Stark's name repeatedly on the toilet seat. Finally, he arrives at the moment when the system upgrade concludes. Though termed an upgrade, it merely signifies the opening of a secondary marketplace. In the secondary marketplace, the intermediate super serum grants one the Asgardian primary divine body, in an unawakened state of divine power, with a lifespan extendable up to 5,000 years. It costs 3,000 points. The intermediate combat technique is an upgraded version of the primary combat technique, allowing for a more rational application of the strength of one's skeletal and muscular system, resulting in at least a 20 enhancement in the exertion of the same physical qualities of strength and speed. It costs 800 points. The intermediate mastery of weaponry is an advanced iteration of the primary weapon mastery, enabling a more intuitive handling of most cold weapons. Having just begun to touch the threshold of the unity of man and weapon, this too costs 800 points. The D-Class combat suit is an upgraded version of the E-Class combat suit, possessing not only the functionalities of the E-Class, but also an additional 30 kinetic energy absorption. It costs 700 points. The D-Class custom cold weapon is a superior version of the E-Class weapon, capable of barely penetrating high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy. Yet it remains unable to achieve the sharpness that can slice through iron effortlessly. The weapon's resilience and durability have been enhanced. The secondary marketplace has opened, and prices have surged significantly, leaving once ample points now woefully insufficient. After much contemplation, Qin Xiao realized that one must forge their own strength. Nothing surpasses the importance of one's own power. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase the intermediate super serum first. This left him with a meager 500 points, rendering him unable to afford anything else in the secondary marketplace. System, why is this intermediate super serum related to the Asgardian divine body? It seems unrelated to the term super serum. Qin Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Because the host previously fused with the serum of the Hulk. For the healthy growth of the host's power, the intermediate serum, which merely doubles the effects of the primary serum, holds little significance for the host. Thus, it has been slightly upgraded, requiring a bit more points than before. As for the name, it is merely a trivial detail. I advise the host not to dwell on such nuances, replied the system in a rather unperturbed tone. Damn it, that makes too much sense. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Qin Xiao conceded, acknowledging that he could not dispute this point. Having completed the Hulk's random task, if the intermediate serum merely doubled the effects of the primary serum, it would indeed be of little relevance to him, who already possessed 30 of the Hulk's strength. As for spatial storage devices and the like, he could always purchase them later when he accrued more points. System. I have another question regarding the peculiar behavior of Master Ancient One that day and the so-called Spatial Anomaly Management Bureau. Qin Xiao expressed his curiosity. Firstly, this is not a single question. It encompasses several inquiries. Secondly, I am merely an auxiliary tool to assist the host in acquiring power in a more convenient and straightforward manner. To put it plainly, I am but an extension. As for pondering complex issues, the host, as a sentient being, should employ their own biological intellect for such thoughts. Why pose these questions to me, a mere tool? If I were to possess all the answers, what need would there be for your existence as the host? Host, you are wasting your thoughts. Feeling at a loss for words due to the interference of an auxiliary tool, Qin Xiao sensed that his mind required an upgrade. Given the system's assertion, he chose not to inquire further. After all, he had already resolved to focus solely on empowering himself, irrespective of the surrounding chaos. However, a subtle intuition lingered within him, suggesting that the items within the secondary marketplace, particularly the divine body cloaked in the guise of an intermediate super serum, were undoubtedly linked to the impending mission involving Thor. It seemed plausible that this was a preparatory step for securing Odin's rewards in Asgard in the future. Chapter 69. Thor's new endeavor, whether it was due to his acclimatization from consuming the Hulk's serum or the extensive modifications his body had undergone, this time. Upon ingesting the so-called intermediate super serum, he experienced no significant pain. Instead, he merely felt a fleeting tingling sensation throughout his body for a few minutes, which, in comparison to the last ordeal, felt akin to a few mosquito bites. After consumption, he perceived an enhancement in his physical resilience, likely bolstering his resistance to impacts. Nevertheless, his strength and speed showed minimal change. He could sense a certain increase, yet it certainly did not exceed 10. Conversely, an indescribable transformation stirred within his core. Nonetheless, given that it was touted as a divine body, it must possess exceptional qualities. Qin Xiao hoped that upon arriving in Asgard, this divine physique would confer unforeseen advantages. Otherwise, relying solely on a body devoid of divine power in Asgard would render his journey less meaningful, especially when considering the path he could continue on as the Hulk. Of course, this was contingent upon disregarding the prospect of extending his lifespan. After all, he held no divine rank or power, unlike Thor, who could summon lightning with ease upon awakening. The tertiary marketplace would only be accessible once he accumulated over 10,000 total points, a milestone that seemed distant. However, there was a silver lining. After the next upgrade of the marketplace, a portion of items would become available for purchase, enabling the host to acquire them for others' use. Currently, the items were solely effective for Qin Xiao himself. This alleviated his concerns. Should he indeed find a few women in this world, the issue of longevity would need consideration. It would be rather disheartening to outlive countless companions, ultimately left with only a solitary, dim-witted giant. What joy would that bring? After all, he was engaged to a goddess. Having endured the tedious opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Qin Xiao contemplated whether to tease the giant a bit, believing that a little torment might expedite his growth. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Thor. Qin, I require your assistance. I am seeking employment. The abruptness of Thor's request left Qin Xiao somewhat bewildered. Why, right off the bat, Was he in search of a job? All right, employment is no issue, but do enlighten me on your reasoning. Qin Xiao adopted a tone befitting an elder, inquiring with a sense of authority. For the time being, I find myself unable to regain Mjölnir's favor, having no choice but to accompany Jane each day. Yet, as a man, I cannot rely on her for sustenance. Do you comprehend my sentiment? Thor expressed himself somewhat awkwardly. Have you been indulging excessively? To the point of being reproached? Qin Xiao jested heartily. Not at all. Jane treats me well, and while I do consume quite a bit, my point is that Jane has never placed demands upon me. However, I must learn to be self-sufficient. Did you not advise me that to become a true god of thunder, one must first master the art of being an ordinary man? I am in the process of learning how to lead a commonplace life, working, earning, taking my girlfriend out for meals, and gifting her small tokens of affection. Do you grasp my intention? Qin, you will assist me, will you not? Ah, young lad, you meander through a plethora of notions. Yet it is the final point about dining with your girlfriend and presenting small gifts that truly matters. Indeed, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, he ought to possess a modicum of pride. In truth, securing him a job would be beneficial, allowing him to experience the life of an ordinary individual, thus accruing merit when facing Odin in the future. However, should he be allowed to work, if Loki were to dispatch that destroyer, it would inevitably endanger innocence. Although Qin Xiao is no saint, he cannot permit harm to come to others under such circumstances. After much contemplation, it seems prudent for him to visit first. In New Mexico, Black Widow has been assigned other tasks by Nick Fury. Coulson is diligently leading a group of scientists, fervently investigating the hammer that lies upon the ground. Thanks to the research contributions from Jane and her colleagues, they are nearly certain that the so-called Asgard and the Nine Realms are indeed real. They exist somewhere within the cosmos, interconnected through subtle spatial links. It is worth noting that the research findings from Jane and her team are grounded in scientific evidence, far removed from mere legendary Norse mythology. This realization caused Coulson to become somewhat evasive upon encountering Qin Xiao, as the memory of their wager regarding his hair surfaced. Qin Xiao, however, was unconcerned. It had merely been a jest. His purpose for this visit was to introduce the large fellow to the wider world. Coulson's assistance would be essential. Otherwise, relying solely on the counterfeit documents hastily procured by Jane and her associates could easily be uncovered by any state trooper. Initially, SHIELD intended to keep Thor and Jane under surveillance in this small town. However, considering the implications of their research findings, if everything proves to be true, then Thor is akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of inciting trouble at any moment. With Qin Xiao nearby, there is a semblance of safety. Although Qin Xiao can sometimes be synonymous with trouble, his formidable prowess is undeniable. Now, can we discuss the matter of Blick 177A? After concluding the topic concerning Thor, Coulson redirected the conversation back to the unexpectedly surfaced business card. After all, the technology of spatial teleportation is somewhat daunting. Whether for assassination or intelligence theft, SHIELD seeks to control or master it. Qin Xiao certainly comprehends Coulson's intentions. I advise you, do not entertain thoughts of them. This organization exists on Earth, and they possess combat prowess that rivals that of Odin, the All-Father. Their involvement this time is primarily due to the affairs of the simpleton, and in fact, their leader is considered a friend of Odin. Coulson, unable to find solace in Qin Xiao's ambiguous response, expressed his anxiety. But spatial teleportation, do you understand what that signifies? I understand that you are concerned for the safety of the world. But trust me, my friend, their dedication to safeguarding the world extends far beyond yours, so far that the last time they elected a leader, it was at least 1,000 years before the invention of the light bulb. After patting the bewildered Coulson on the shoulder to allow him to digest this information, Qin Xiao made his way to Thor. Here are your documents for Earth, passport, bank card, and within this envelope, I have deposited $100,000, which should suffice for your expenses during your time here. $100,000? Why give me money? A job would suffice. It was evident that Thor, having spent time with Jane over the past few days, had developed a basic understanding of currency and the common knowledge of this realm. An old friend of your father on Earth entrusted me with your care, so there is no need to seek employment. You are, after all, a prince. Instead, accompany me to experience the joys and sorrows of those around us. If you insist on finding work, consider yourself my personal bodyguard. This is your salary for the first month. Chapter 70. A gentle breeze on the airplane with a casual remark from Master Gui. Qin Xiao now stood by Thor's side with newfound confidence. At the very least, the task assigned by the system had become legitimate. Even if Odin stood before Qin Xiao now, he could confidently inform him that the Supreme Sorceress Gui had requested him to keep an eye on Thor. This was far more respectable than previously masquerading as a mere fortune-teller. Thus, Qin Xiao boldly addressed Jane and the others. Thor has recently caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. As a gesture of gratitude, I would like to invite you all to Monaco to witness the F1 Grand Prix. His manner of speaking exuded the same authority that Thor, the god of thunder, would have as a guardian on Earth. Regarding Master Gu Yi, Qin Xiao did not elaborate extensively to Thor, merely mentioning that Odin had an old friend on Earth. Faced with Qin Xiao's unexpected enthusiasm, Thor could only explain to Jane, a good friend of the All-Father. Are we speaking of the ancient deities of Earth? God, Zeus, or perhaps some other divine being? Jane, adopting the demeanor of an inquisitive scientist, eagerly inquired. The emergence of the thunder god has entirely validated her previous research, which has recently captivated her interest in ancient myths and legends. After all, he is merely a human with some magical abilities. The so-called deities are nothing more than civilizations possessing a higher evolutionary status. The gods of Asgard, despite their immense power, are not fundamentally different from humans on Earth, and their societal openness is arguably less than our own. Qin Xiao shrugged non-committally and turned to Thor. This is what Odin hopes you will understand. Jane smiled lightly. Choosing not to comment, she had no objections to being in Thor's company. Conversely, Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, suddenly exhibited an unparalleled enthusiasm. The F1 World Championship. I've always wanted to witness it live. Handsome, will you cover the round-trip airfare? Upon seeing Qin Xiao nod with a smile, Daisy leapt in place, bursting into cheers. You all go ahead. I have a few things to attend to. Dr. Erik Selvig interjected unexpectedly. Erik, join us. Thanks to your care lately. I hope to do something for you. Thor earnestly urged. I recently received a new position, much like Mr. Qin here, as a consultant for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. They have a research project that requires my participation, and I am quite intrigued. In the film, Coulson confiscated the research findings of Dr. Selvig and Jane, ultimately leading Nick Fury to recruit Dr. Selvig for the Tesseract development project. It appears that the appearance of the Thunder God, coupled with the ancient organization mentioned by Qin Xiao, has instilled a sense of urgency in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has begun to gather resources to utilize the Tesseract for weapon development. Congratulations. Jane and Daisy both stepped forward to embrace Dr. Selvig. This brilliant old man had spent the first half of his life delving into ethereal pursuits, with few recognizing the value of his research. Finally, encountering someone who appreciates his work, they all felt elated for him. Whether it was the ease with which money came or a newfound perspective after being taken advantage of by Tony, Qin Xiao, who typically displayed a frugal disposition, this time chartered a private jet. My God, I thought I'd be stuck in my seat for over 10 hours. I even prepared a neck pillow to rest comfortably on the plane, but this is just too cool. Qin Xiao had indeed arranged for a grand aircraft, complete with 3 small bedrooms, a living room and bar, and even a mini KTV. Daisy, upon boarding, immediately discarded the neck pillow hanging from her backpack. Jane, though noticeably more composed, also displayed excitement as she pulled Thor around to explore. I want to take a selfie in every corner here. It'll be enough to boast about on social media for half a year. Daisy exclaimed, raising her phone to snap a picture of herself. Then she sat directly opposite Qin Xiao, a look of curiosity on her face. To be frank, your wealth surpasses my imagination. Is it truly as the newspapers claim, that you are associated with Tony Stark? Daisy extended 2 fingers and playfully bent them. I mean, what a pity. Well, I'm saying both of you are unfortunate. After speaking, she secretly glanced at Qin Xiao. Yet, you are the one who is more unfortunate. He is considerably older. First of all, I am not inclined that way. Qin Xiao took Daisy's fingers and straightened them. Moreover, even if I were, I would not pursue someone like Tony Stark, that scoundrel. Do you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing Qin Xiao affirm his heterosexuality, Daisy bluntly inquired. This question was quite forward, leaving Qin Xiao in a bit of a quandary. Logically, he and Natasha had yet to officially establish their relationship, but to claim there was nothing between them would be misleading. They were not merely ordinary friends. Adhering to a principle of honesty, Qin Xiao uttered a rather shameless truth. A girlfriend? Not yet this evening. Haha. Daisy chuckled softly. I was asking specifically about tonight. All right. Qin Xiao mused that they should rent a smaller plane. In fact, 2 bedrooms would suffice, wouldn't it? Daisy, having just graduated, was straightforward and enjoyed life, showing no real inclination to settle down. Qin Xiao, young and affluent, with a handsome appearance and the added allure of being a superhero, was an appealing prospect for Daisy. It was serendipitous, aligning perfectly with Qin Xiao's preferences. However, he hadn't anticipated that his first intimate encounter in the Marvel Universe would occur aboard an airplane. Could this be deemed an airborne romance? The plane boasted a dedicated chef, and the four of them indulged in a delightful meal, followed by some raucous fun at KTV. After which Qin Xiao and the towering fellow each escorted their chosen ladies to the bedrooms. For the next 10 hours or so, they did not emerge. Feel free to imagine the omitted content. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, the second smallest country in the world after Vatican City, is encircled on 3 sides by France, with only a coastal border along the Mediterranean. Its total area is merely 198 square kilometers, with a population of fewer than 40,000. The economy relies primarily on gambling and tourism, making it one of the wealthiest nations globally. Of course, this wealth is not merely a reflection of economic output. Monaco is renowned not only for its casinos and royal gossip, but also for the Formula One racing circuit that weaves through its streets and arenas. This description corresponds with reality. Those intrigued by royal gossip may wish to conduct their own research. It's rather fascinating. Each year, the country hosts world-class Formula One races, attracting teams, drivers, and financial moguls who flock to this tiny nation, significantly boosting its tourism sector. However, this small country lacks its own airport due to its limited size. Generally, those wishing to visit Monaco often opt to land at the airport in Nice, the city closest to it in France. Qin Xiao, of course, was no exception. However, he was rather taken aback when, upon disembarking, he encountered an acquaintance. Chapter 71. The invitation from Justin Hammer. Look who it is. Our superhero, Qin Xiao, exclaimed Justin Hammer, his enthusiasm palpable. What a pleasure it is to see you. That flight was splendid. I am Justin Hammer. You may have spotted my visage on the cover of the latest Time magazine. Compared to your recent exploits, my presence hardly merits mention. Qin Xiao had not anticipated crossing paths with this individual. It was difficult to categorize him as a villain, nor could he be deemed a hero. He resembled more of a comic relief, particularly with his attempts to emulate Tony Stark. To Qin Xiao's astonishment, Justin Hammer's warmth was unexpected. Not only did he approach with exuberance, but he also mimicked the very motion of Qin Xiao wielding a broadsword to cleave through the armor of an iron behemoth. I must admit, that strike was truly impressive. By the way, in comparison to Stark, I am your loyal fan. Justin Hammer extended his right hand towards Qin Xiao, who reciprocated with a handshake. This man was a conundrum, viewing Tony as both adversary and idol. He had consistently imitated Tony's mannerisms, particularly after Stark Industries announced its cessation of weapon manufacturing. Consequently, Justin Hammer's company found itself inundated with contracts from the Department of Defense, witnessing a surge in stock prices and several features on the cover of Time magazine. This led him to bask in an inflated sense of self-importance, convinced he had surpassed Tony. Regrettably for him, Tony's Iron Man suit emerged, overshadowing any corporate orders. In the eyes of the public, Tony remained unequivocally number one. Observing this man, who strove to embody Tony's persona, Qin Xiao found it somewhat amusing. His attempts to mimic Tony's nonchalant demeanor were a stark contrast to the genuine essence Tony exuded. Hello, Qin Xiao, Justin Hammer greeted. Qin Xiao had no intention of engaging further with this awkward individual and intended to depart with Daisy and the others. However, Justin Hammer abruptly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Wait a moment. I wish to discuss something with you. Are you heading to watch the race? So am I. There's a helicopter awaiting me over there. And I believe we could converse while we ascend, if you don't mind. Are these two lovely ladies and this strong gentleman your companions? Perhaps they could join us? Seizing an opportunity, Qin Xiao considered that hitching a ride on the helicopter was indeed a splendid notion. He nodded slightly, prompting Justin Hammer to cheer and hastily lead the way. I really dislike this guy. His manner is so affected, reminiscent of a theatrical performer. Thor candidly remarked. I share your sentiments. I would wager he has no good intentions in seeking you out. Daisy grasped Qin Xiao's hand and spoke. The two embarked on a swift journey aboard the airplane, and Daisy felt an immense satisfaction with Qin Xiao. Likewise, Qin Xiao, having longed for such an encounter, decided to extend this ephemeral romance until their voyage reached its conclusion. It was of little consequence. They merely lacked a means of transportation, and that helicopter appeared rather appealing. Compared to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer resembled a quintessential businessman. In terms of material wealth, he was certainly on par with Tony, if not exceeding him. The helicopter sent to fetch him was a modified Mi-26, originally developed by the former Soviet Union, measuring over 40 meters in length. It was practically the size of a small passenger aircraft, lavishly adorned within, akin to a miniature nightclub, extravagantly opulent. You see, our company is currently developing individual combat armor, reminiscent of Tony Stark's Iron Man, BUBU. However, ours is larger, stronger, and more formidable, in collaboration with a project of the Defense Department. And we anticipate the emergence of a prototype soon. Upon entering the helicopter, Justin Hammer seized Qin Xiao, and settled onto a sofa, immediately launching into a series of disjointed remarks. Yet I have heard that your project has been put on hold after Tony showcased your experimental video at the last congressional meeting. Qin Xiao unflinchingly exposed Hammer's wound, recalling how Tony had decisively undermined him during that session. That was merely for show. We have continued our efforts and have even signed a confidential agreement. Justin Hammer's countenance radiated pride. Well, I wish you success. However, I must wonder, what does this have to do with me? Qin Xiao replied curtly, showing no courtesy. To be frank, we have already signed a contract with the Defense Department. The order is undoubtedly secure. Yet the public does not share that sentiment. They demand an armor that surpasses Iron Man to safeguard their security. The public requires confidence, and you are that confidence. Me? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Indeed you. Tony was defeated by Obadiah's Ironmonger, but it was you who vanquished that behemoth. Everyone witnessed the footage. Tony sat in tatters while you resolved the situation. Did you not? At the Stark Expo, I intend to apply for a booth to showcase our new armor, and I hope you will attend and engage in a light-hearted demonstration of combat with our armor. No need for seriousness, just a performance, if you catch my drift. Qin Xiao understood his implication all too well. This fellow aimed to publicly humiliate him before his armor, thus asserting his superiority over Tony Stark to the world. This was not merely his intention. It also bore a hint of political undertones. It is worth noting that just days prior, Congress had convened a hearing specifically requiring Tony Stark to present his armor. Regardless of the underlying motives, the government aspires for their arsenal to appear more formidable than that of Iron Man. Even if it is merely a facade designed to instill a sense of strength in the populace, I fully comprehend that I am to create a spectacle of monumental proportions, only to be ultimately vanquished beneath your armor, am I not? Qin Xiao remarked with a smile. Bingo. Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. That is precisely the intent. Naturally, we shall not expect you to labor without compensation. I shall offer you an endorsement fee commensurate with the world's most commercially valuable celebrities, along with the camaraderie of certain influential parliamentarians. Justin Hammer laid forth his terms. Initially, Qin Xiao contemplated teasing this fellow before outright rejecting the proposal. However, something seemed to spark his interest, and a mischievous grin crept onto his lips as he replied, "Certainly, that is agreeable. But we must engage in a thorough discussion regarding the endorsement fee. After all, I am to lose before the eyes of the entire world. This pertains to the honor of my superhero persona, does it not? What might that be worth?" For Justin Hammer, nothing was more paramount than defeating Tony Stark. Unless he truly developed armor capable of besting Tony, no one else was more suitable for this task than Qin Xiao. The two, one willing and the other eager to oblige, swiftly forged what would be recorded as the most exorbitant endorsement fee in history aboard a helicopter. Chapter 72. The Whiplock emerges. Monaco, Paris Hotel. The most opulent hotel in all of Monaco, without exception. Whether it is truly the most luxurious, I cannot say. But I double-checked. This is indeed the hotel featured in Iron Man 2. The Monaco royal family vacated the entire establishment to accommodate the team owners and affluent dignitaries attending the competition. Not only were there hotel rooms provided for them and their entourage, but also a high-rise bar with a view of the majority of the racetrack designated as a viewing area. When Tony Stark arrived, Qin Xiao was engaged in lively conversation with Justin Hammer at the bar. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were indulging in an array of gourmet delicacies with the towering individual by a window-side table. "Hey, Tony, you've finally arrived. We've been discussing you for quite some time." Justin Hammer was adept at spotting Tony amidst the crowd, and as soon as he entered with Pepper, he recognized him immediately. "Oh, how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on becoming the president of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer promptly approached, greeting Pepper with a kiss on the cheek, before enthusiastically draping an arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. While Pepper managed a polite smile and adhered to the conventions of social niceties, Tony, on the other hand, appeared as though he wanted to emblazon the words "I disdain you" across his face. With an expression of distaste, he brushed aside Justin Hammer's arm, avoiding any further eye contact, and directly approached Qin Xiao. "I recall you mentioning a lack of interest in racing, yet here you are alongside this individual. I must say, your taste in companions has notably diminished of late. Care for a brief conversation?" "Certainly." Qin Xiao rose from the bar, clutching two freshly mixed cocktails prepared by the waiter, and headed toward an unoccupied spot by the window. "We still have matters to discuss, don't we?" Just as Tony was about to depart, Justin Hammer interjected from behind. "I shall return Qin Xiao to you. For now, sit here and indulge in a drink while you admire the lovely ladies around." Tony patted Justin Hammer's shoulder in a childlike manner before striding directly toward Qin Xiao's table. "Very well, I have an appointment with a female journalist for an interview." Justin Hammer mumbled weakly from behind. Reaching out to grasp his intended cocktail from the table, he found nothing but air. Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up alongside this fellow? I detest that insufferable clown. His visage reminds me of the apple pie I once dropped in the gorilla enclosure at the zoo, only to be stomped on by a gorilla. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiao visualized the scene, bursting into laughter. Damn it. I swear I shall never eat apple pie again. That individual wants me to endorse their upcoming battle armor. To be publicly defeated by his armor at your exhibition. $350 million. Haha. He must loathe you for offering such a sum. Tony, having dealt with government officials for half a lifetime, was acutely aware of the sordidness involved, aimed at deceiving the populace for political gain. They wished to vanquish me, yet lacked the courage to confront me, unable to produce anything of merit, resorting to monetary means to attempt to bring you down. Damn. It sounds as though your profession parallels that of the blonde girls in Amsterdam's red light district. You wouldn't consider accepting his offer, would you? The contract has yet to be signed. Once he sends it over, have your company's legal team review it. After fulfilling the performance stipulated in the contract, if I were to accidentally crush a few pieces of armor, would that constitute a breach? Tony's eyes brightened. A plethora of more amusing ideas suddenly flooded his mind. The two leaned in together, engaging in hushed whispers, occasionally erupting into smiles that inexplicably sent shivers down one's spine. In the films, Iron Man, due to palladium poisoning, began to lead a reckless and self-destructive lifestyle. His subsequent actions led many to believe they stemmed from this ailment, such as appointing Pepper Potts as the chairman of Stark Industries and personally participating in a race in Monaco. However, upon the arrival of Qin Xiao, this butterfly, Tony upgraded the arc reactor ahead of schedule, rendering the palladium poisoning threat obsolete. Yet, Tony Stark remained engrossed in his laboratory, tirelessly researching new armor, delegating all company affairs, large and small, to Pepper Potts. This was a matter of character. If he were to focus solely on managing the company, he would cease to be Tony Stark. He is ever unpredictable, as exemplified by the present moment. I am about to depart. It is my turn to take the stage. Our team's driver has not clinched a championship in 5 long years, nor has he even placed in the top 3. I shall step in to demonstrate what true racing is all about. By the way, do not inform Pepper before I replace the driver. Tony rose to his feet, casting a furtive glance around to ensure that Pepper was not watching him, and hurriedly prepared to leave. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao flashed a mysterious smile. Thor was still engaged in light-hearted conversation with 2 young women, and Qin Xiao approached to bid farewell, stating that he was stepping out for a moment. He made his way directly through the fire escape to the rooftop of the hotel. He sought a vantage point that would afford him a splendid view of the spectacle that was about to unfold. In the staff lounge of a certain racing team, Ivan Vanko sat in a daze, idly chewing on a matchstick. He had spent nearly 6 months preparing for this day. Not only had he successfully developed the arc reactor, but it was also for the sake of this very competition. It was his opportunity to have a close encounter with Tony Stark. He had studied Stark's behavior extensively, noting that it was largely unpredictable, save for this race, which he attended annually, always descending after the event to take photos with his team. This was his chance. He sought to avenge his father, who had perished in Siberia, amidst ice, illness, and despair. He sought justice for the injustices he had endured over the decades. The wealth of the Stark family and the title of Iron Man were all taken from his father. As he reminisced about the defiance in his father's eyes just before his death, the television suddenly switched scenes, transitioning from the racetrack to the Stark team's footage. To his astonishment, Tony Stark had donned a racing suit and taken his place in the car. The screen displayed Tony waving enthusiastically from the vehicle, while beside him, an enraged driver hurled his helmet aside. If you're keen on showboating, I shall settle this matter with you right on the racetrack, Iron Man, huh? Ivan Vanko observed the spirited Tony on the screen, a sense of defiance swelling within him as he tugged at his shirt collar. Illuminated by the reactor's ethereal blue glow, Ivan erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 73. The villain's attempt at flair. Unfounded. Tony's impulsive actions caught Pepper off guard. Yet they ignited a fervor of excitement among the media present for the live broadcast and the audience alike. Even the journalist conducting a personal interview with Justin Hammer dashed to the television, captivated by Tony Stark enthusiastically waving at the camera, mentally drafting an exclusive interview strategy. This is precisely why any location graced by Tony Stark inevitably becomes the epicenter of news. Justin Hammer's expression was more grotesque than if he had ingested something vile. Previously, Pepper had mentioned that this female journalist had shared a profound interaction with Tony Stark. He initially intended to fully unleash his charm, attempting to lure the rather attractive female journalist to his bed, if only to savor the thrill of triumphing over Tony Stark in an alternate arena. To that end, he had taken the liberty of instructing his subordinates to procure some auxiliary substances. However, In a fit of anger, he downed an entire glass of liquor from the table. Justin Hammer, feeling somewhat agitated, loosened his tie. The next moment, the image that appeared on the television captured his undivided attention. It was a rugged man, unmistakably of a warrior lineage, clad in the attire of a mechanic from a particular racing team, a seductive matchstick lodged in his mouth. He brazenly vaulted out from the vehicle maintenance area, right into the midst of the ongoing race, where cars zipped by at exhilarating speeds. It is known that Formula One drivers typically navigate corners at an average speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The sudden appearance of a person on the track poses a grave danger. Often, there is little time to swerve, and even a cat with 9 lives would find itself crushed in an instant. Yet, this warrior emerged, and to Justin's astonishment, he brandished 2 whips in his hands. He then flung open his orange work uniform, revealing a miniature arc reactor pulsating with blue light at his chest, which began to emit power at full capacity. Energy surged through the simple circuitry of his outfit and flowed into the metallic whips in his grasp. The flimsy work uniform disintegrated into ashes, scattered by the wind. The whips crackled with ferocious energy, dragging against the ground, etching shallow grooves into the racetrack. My God, this is practically tailor-made for me. Justin Hammer could not help but rise from his seat. The arc reactor. This could undoubtedly resolve the majority of the world's energy dilemmas. Rumor has it that Elon Musk once offered a substantial stake in his company to Tony Stark in exchange for the rights to utilize this technology, pledging that it would only be applied to his own vehicles, only to be rebuffed by Stark. In truth, Justin Hammer's military projects had stalled at this very juncture. Even after stripping the armor of all its weapon systems and filling its interior with the most advanced batteries, the energy produced was insufficient to elevate the suit by even a meter, let alone sustain prolonged combat. Regrettably, even under immense pressure from the Senate, Tony Stark refused to relinquish this technology. And now, here appeared another seemingly mature miniature arc reactor. Observing the wild energy coursing through the whips, Justin Hammer mused about the potential of integrating such a power source into his own armors. He gazed at the arc reactor, particularly at Ivan Vanko. With his rudimentary equipment and a visage that spoke of hardship, and a smile of triumph spread across his face. Unlike Justin Hammer, Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop of the hotel, gnashing his teeth in anger as he surveyed the scene below, striding confidently along the racetrack. He remained unperturbed by the roaring race cars approaching from the opposite direction. To his surprise, he even held a matchstick between his lips, reminiscent of a young rebel. Frustrated, Qin Xiao spat disdainfully towards the rooftop edge. His right hand instinctively brushed against his nose and eye sockets, recalling the searing pain from the last time he had attempted to show off in Mexico, only to be struck head-on by a rocket launcher. The memory of that moment still brought a twinge of anguish to his eyes. Why was he, a villain, so brazenly arrogant? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze began to scan the rooftop in search of a target. The entrance of Ivan Vanko elicited gasps of awe from the elite and affluent patrons in the bar of the Paris hotel, particularly when he wielded his whip to cleave a speeding F1 car in two. Chaos erupted throughout the venue. At that moment, Happy, accompanied by Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, swiftly ushered Pepper Potts into the vehicle, racing towards the track. The reactor in his chest bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, indicating a high probability that he was targeting Tony Stark. Upon witnessing this scene, Thor sprang to his feet. "What are you doing, Sol?" Jane exclaimed loudly. "Didn't you just say that this person was after Qin Xiao's friend? I have no idea where Qin Xiao went. I must assist in saving his friend." Without heeding Jane's protests, he bolted outside like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Tony's vehicle came into Ivan Vanko's line of sight. With a slight shift to the side, he swung his whip down with tremendous force towards Tony's car. The violent energy, akin to a lightsaber, effortlessly severed the front end of the vehicle. Tony, seated in the mangled remains of the car, was propelled into the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He then observed Ivan Vanko menacingly brandishing his 2 whips, advancing towards Tony with a lethal intent. As a few race cars, witnessing the unfolding disaster, attempted to evade the scene, they collided in a cacophony of explosions and overturned vehicles, debris flying through the air. Yet, they narrowly missed Ivan Vanko, who remained unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, steadily approaching Tony Stark, who had just crawled out of his wrecked car. Just as Ivan was about to strike, he deliberately cracked his whip against the ground twice, aiming to instill greater psychological pressure on Tony Stark. At that moment, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. Ivan abruptly turned his head, a shadow hurtling towards him. Bang! In the midst of confusion, Ivan Vanko found himself engulfed in darkness, as if a swiftly moving object had shattered upon his face. The immense force of the impact propelled his body skyward, crashing into the wire fencing beside the racetrack, causing his head to tilt at an odd angle before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh yes, not far away, on the rooftop of a hotel, Qin Xiao triumphantly gestured a victory sign. Chapter 74. Tony's inability to act. The sudden turn of events left the audience in utter bewilderment, completely unaware of what had transpired. While the spectators were in the dark, Tony had a clear view of the unfolding scene. Qin Xiao was standing on the rooftop, waving a segment of PVC pipe, presumably detached from an unknown ventilation shaft, to greet Tony. To his astonishment, despite his painstaking efforts to create a portable suit of armor, it was this person who ultimately came to his rescue. Yet, who could blame him for lacking combat prowess without his armor? Tony, exhaling heavily, sat beside the wreckage of his racing car, looking utterly defeated. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the ground beside him fractured as Qin Xiao leaped from the rooftop, landing effortlessly by his side. The crowd erupted in exuberance, many of whom were fervent fans of both Qin Xiao and Tony, and their excitement reached a crescendo upon witnessing the two together once more. Get up quickly. There are plenty of people shouting your name up there. You wouldn't want to be so frightened that you lose control, would you? By the way, I'm worried about my aim. I've dismantled quite a bit of PVC pipe on the rooftop, and I will not be compensating for that. Qin Xiao extended his right hand toward Tony. Just as he helped Tony to his feet, a piercing screech of brakes echoed nearby. Happy, driving a car with pepper pots, arrived at Tony's side. As they surveyed Qin Xiao standing there, and then glanced back at Tony, who seemed to be in decent shape, they collectively exhaled in relief. You might want to take this with you when you shower next time, boss. Happy tossed the Mark V suit toward Tony. I'll seriously consider it. I can't let this guy steal the spotlight every time, can I? What a pity for my first racing career, Tony remarked, retrieving the briefcase and directing his gaze toward the direction where Ivan Vanko had fallen. The emergence of another miniature arc reactor instilled a sense of impending danger within Tony. Yet he also felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. He was confident that his technology could not be deciphered by anyone, at least not for several years to come. Thus, he was eager to discern the differences between that reactor and his own. To his dismay, Ivan Vanko had risen unsteadily from the ground, brandishing a whip that sliced through Happy's car, cleaving it in two with precision, separating Pepper in the back seat from Happy in the front. Pepper screamed, her voice piercing through the chaos. Meanwhile, Tony's expression was one of exhilaration. At long last, it is my turn to take the stage. You ensure their safety while I confront him. Next time, you ought to find a metal pipe to wield. Qin Xiao curled his lips in mild disdain. He had been somewhat anxious earlier, searching for an appropriate object for quite some time. It was no small feat to recognize a PVC pipe from such a distance. And who could have anticipated that the fellow would regain his footing so swiftly after being rendered unconscious? What sort of constitution is that? After giving a brief instruction, Tony placed the Mark V suit on the ground and stepped onto it, his hands grasping the armrests to pull himself up. The suit's main body enveloped him, while other components began to extend, automatically aligning to cover his entire form. With a dazzling transformation complete, Happy and Pepper had already exited the vehicle and were shielded behind Qin Xiao. A flash of white light illuminated from within Tony's helmet as the suit fully activated. He extended a foot and sent a half-crushed vehicle flying. At this juncture, Ivan Vanko posed little threat. His earlier movements had been nothing more than instinctive reaction. In truth, he was quite dizzy, struggling to focus his gaze, swaying precariously as he endeavored to maintain his balance. Tony was on the verge of activating the laser cannon to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary when, unexpectedly, a figure ascended from behind the barbed wire fence. Clutching a brick, seemingly excavated from nowhere, the individual leaped, grasped the wire with one hand, and propelled themselves off with their legs, clearing the 2-meter-high barrier with ease. They began descending towards the ground, arms swinging. The brick landed squarely on Ivan Vanko's head. The force was formidable, compounded by the gravitational pull from such a height, resulting in the brick shattering upon impact. Ivan Vanko, already unsteady, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. I was unaware of your arrival. After running about, I am relieved that my efforts were not in vain. To vanquish an enemy, one must ensure they are utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, lest one suffer the consequences. Greetings, armored man. I am Thor, a friend of Qin Xiao. There is no need for thanks. It was indeed Thor, who had come rushing down to assist, delivering a lecture while simultaneously introducing himself after defeating Ivan Vanko. Tony's raised right hand, which housed the laser cannon, dimmed abruptly. I had no intention of expressing gratitude. I was merely contemplating the purpose of donning this armor. Tony gazed skyward, his voice tinged with melancholy. By the time the police arrived, Ivan Vanko remained unconscious, the arc reactor embedded in his chest reduced to mere fragments in Tony's grasp. The competition had come to a complete halt, as a throng of reporters flooded the arena, cameras aimed at Qin Xiao and Tony. It brings me great joy to witness the two of you together once more, having triumphed over a criminal wielding high-tech weaponry. Might I request that you both strike a classic peace sign pose for a truly iconic photograph to grace the cover of tomorrow's magazine? The swiftest reporter, barely arriving before the two individuals, instantly voiced her demands. This female journalist was an ardent supporter of their pairing. The previous headline photo had been a composite of separate shots, and this time, she yearned to capture a moment of them together, regardless of the magazine's sales. The mere thought exhilarated her. Oblivious to the expressions of the two subjects, the overly enthusiastic reporter produced a small camera from her possession, determined to take a personal keepsake alongside the staff's photographs. Without seeking consent from Qin Xiao and Tony, she began her countdown, aiming the camera at them. Peace sign. Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. In response, the lens captured two middle fingers raised defiantly, accompanied by a simultaneous exclamation of bitch from both parties. Chapter 75, Palladium Poisoning? Ivan Vanko remained bedridden in the hospital, likely to remain unconscious for several more days. The competition had ended without any resolution, and the two, overwhelmed by the incessant inquiries from reporters, dismissed any concern for propriety. One soared into the sky, while the other leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. With a few grand jumps, they vanished from sight, heedless of the destruction left in their wake. That evening, aboard a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper Potts had taken the reins of Stark Industries. The chaotic aftermath left by Tony had her spinning like a top, darting about tirelessly. So, as soon as her workday concluded, she whisked away with Happy, who had transitioned into her personal bodyguard and driver, leaving Tony in a state of vexation. His frustration stemmed primarily from the presence of two pairs of romantic entanglements seated before him. Although Jane and Thor were genuinely in a normal romantic relationship, Tony couldn't help but label them as dogs in love in his mind. Qin, you should have informed me earlier that you would be bringing a companion today. Had I known, I would have invited some charming ladies to join us. Tony lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Daisy, who sat beside Qin Xiao. Initially, things were pleasant as Qin Xiao introduced him to a few acquaintances, discussing Asgard and Jane's research in astrophysics. The conversation flowed amicably. However, as they became more familiar and relaxed, the occasional affectionate gestures between the two couples began to sour Tony's mood. It's your own fault. In the past, you never cared if girls brought companions. Speaking of which, there haven't been many ladies around you lately. Qin Xiao pondered, his brow furrowed in concentration. It seemed to coincide with the incident involving Ironmonger. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Oh God. Strike down this lecherous scoundrel with a bolt of lightning. I'm still a recent graduate, and this rogue is on the cusp of 40. Qin Xiao regarded Tony with evident disdain. Shit. My sexual orientation has always been perfectly normal. I've just been exceedingly busy lately, working on the reactor and my armor. And I still have to join you in that ridiculous costume club. A rare flicker of panic crossed Tony's face. Qin Xiao, of course, understood that Tony could not have genuinely developed feelings for him, yet Tony's reaction piqued his curiosity. Something is amiss, Tony, Qin Xiao declared, raising his glass and taking a deep sip, savoring the taste. Come, enlighten me, what transpired? Is there a secret weighing on your heart? You're insane. My health is impeccable. Tony retorted. It's just about Pepper, as you know. We haven't officially established a relationship, yet I've always wished for us to be together. But recently, we've both been quite preoccupied. There was a hint of resignation in Tony's voice, coupled with a tinge of fear. Outside, women flocked to him in droves, often without him needing to make any effort. However, when faced with someone he truly cared for, he found himself at a loss for words. Even though he was aware that Pepper had feelings for him, he was uncertain how to express his own. Qin Xiao tilted his head in contemplation. It seemed reminiscent of a scene from a film. In Iron Man 1, Tony nearly shared a kiss with Pepper, but was interrupted and subsequently bombarded with questions from a female reporter about his dealings in weaponry for terrorists, prompting him to confront Obadiah. Even in the moments leading up to a press conference, he struggled to confess his feelings. Ultimately, it was only during a crisis in Iron Man 2, after saving Pepper, that they embraced on the rooftop, solidifying their relationship. One was a jaded exterior concealing deep insecurities, hesitant to express his true feelings upon encountering genuine love. The other, witnessing a parade of beautiful women around Tony, felt an unsettling lack of security. Countless mornings had seen numerous girls departing from Tony's home, leaving both of them reluctant to take the initiative. This was a situation where outsiders could offer no assistance. Thus, Tony was destined to wallow in solitude that evening. Ivan Vanko lay in a coma in Monaco for 3 days. Shortly after awakening, Qin Xiao and Tony arrived at the hospital. I saw the original design, bearing the name Anton Vanko. Is he your father? Tony inquired. Ivan remained silent, prompting Tony to speak first. You are unworthy to utter that name. Your family are thieves. Robbers. Everything you possess rightfully belongs to the Vanko family. Ivan replied with an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by his failure to attack Tony and his current predicament as a captive. It was your father who sought to exploit this technology for profit, intending to weaponize it. My father thwarted him. Anton Vanko made his own mistakes. Tony countered. Following this exchange, silence enveloped them as they locked eyes, both acutely aware that this was not merely a matter of right or wrong, rendering the argument meaningless. After a brief silence, Ivan Vanko suddenly exclaimed, "You have lost, Stark. You have been defeated from the very beginning." Ha! His laughter was so intense that he struggled to catch his breath, the handcuffs clinking against the bed frame. Qin Xiao exchanged a glance with Tony, scratching his head awkwardly. Has he lost his mind? I only used a PVC pipe, although it was a bit forceful. It shouldn't have rendered him senseless, right? Hey, what are you laughing at? Ivan Vanko, still gasping for air from laughter, directed his words at Qin Xiao. You should ask Stark how agonizing it is to die from palladium poisoning. Huh? Palladium poisoning? Qin Xiao feigned surprise as he looked at Tony, his face expressing concern for his friend. Ivan Vanko's laughter grew louder. Huh. It seems your friend is still unaware of this matter. You ought to inform him of the adverse effects of having a reactor in his body. Oh, damn it. Tony, is this true? Why didn't you tell me sooner? We need to figure this out together. What should we do now? Let's go see a doctor. There must be a solution, right? Oh my god. Qin Xiao was quite compliant with Ivan Vanko's performance, but unfortunately, his act was overly exaggerated. Tony, initially inclined to play along, could no longer contain himself and pushed Qin Xiao aside. Your performance is too theatrical. The style of Broadway from a century ago is far more natural than yours. It's utterly nauseating. Oh, really? Is it that bad? I've even read the actor's studio. I thought I did quite well just now. What do you think, Ivan? Qin Xiao asked Ivan Vanko with a cheeky grin. Chapter 76. The Illuminated Society. As Qin Xiao and Tony exited the hospital room, they could hear Ivan Vanko's furious tirade, a mix of Russian and English. The police outside believed that Qin Xiao and Tony had done something to the inmate, their faces etched with tension. In truth, what vexed Ivan Vanko the most was not that Tony had escaped palladium poisoning, but rather when Tony showcased his new arc reactor and revealed its origins. Ivan Vanko felt that his father had genuinely been outdone by Howard Stark, a reality he found difficult to accept. In fact, regardless of the extent of one's contributions, those who are cast aside often perceive all achievements as their own and describe those who ousted them as worthless. From a young age, Ivan Vanko believed that Howard Stark was merely a self-serving merchant, not a true scientist. He thought all of Stark's accomplishments were derived from his father and other scientists. Therefore, when he learned that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades ago, significantly enhancing the arc reactor's power, but was unable to produce it due to the technological limitations of the time, he found it hard to accept. Tony, that fellow, is now a living arc reactor. Countless eyes are fixed upon him. The stick you hold will soon be seized by others. As Qin Xiao stepped out of the hospital, he spoke to Tony in a whisper, having wrestled with his thoughts before voicing them. From the very beginning, Qin Xiao perceived his greatest advantage to be his omniscience and omnipotence. Although he had seen the trailers featuring Loki and was aware of the existence of the Time Variance Authority prior to his transmigration, he had steadfastly believed that possessing a system would keep him undetected by them. However, the words of the Ancient One shifted Qin Xiao's perspective. He no longer contemplated altering the narrative. Instead, he resolved not to adhere rigidly to the storyline. He chose to follow his heart, recognizing that regardless of the circumstances, the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. Thus, when Ivan Vanko remained in the hospital, Qin Xiao understood that if he followed the original plot, he would still be rescued by Justin Hammer. While Qin Xiao was indifferent to the prospect of a final confrontation, he opted to issue a subtle warning to Tony from the standpoint of a friend. After all, Ivan Vanko primarily targeted Tony Stark. Should we inform Nick Fury and have him address this? Tony inquired tentatively as they stood by the seaside at the hospital's entrance. To be honest, I have unwavering faith in Nick Fury regarding the protection of the world. However, do not forget, Tony, that he operates under the auspices of the World Security Council, which is filled with politicians from various governments. You know how eager the U.S. government is to seize your armor. The two had previously discussed this issue during their initial trip to the Middle East, contemplating the formation of a clandestine organization that would operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, aimed at resolving problems hindered by bureaucratic constraints. In broader terms, it would serve to protect the world with fewer restrictions. While on a smaller scale, It encompassed their recent operation in the Middle East against the Ten Rings and Qin Xiao's solo mission in Mexico to uproot a drug lord. Of course, Qin Xiao's motivation for that endeavor was largely financially driven. I even came up with a name and developed a mobile application, Tony exclaimed as he displayed the interface of an app titled Illuminati on his phone. This Easter egg from Iron Man 2 remains a mystery as to when Marvel will incorporate it, especially since Iron Man has perished. Perhaps it will be filled in later, though the members will undoubtedly differ from those in the comics, given this is the cinematic universe. Oh, Qin Xiao mused, intrigued by Tony's phone. I haven't fully developed it yet. It's essentially a chat and task-sharing application designed to identify crises and upload tasks for local resolution, primarily aimed at ensuring secure communication. Before their journey to the Middle East, Qin Xiao had intended to plant a seed for the future independence of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre in the Middle East, his perspective shifted. He genuinely believed that certain organizations and individuals should be dealt with through extreme measures. His meeting with the Ancient One further enriched his thoughts. However, at this moment, these details are of little consequence. What truly matters is that Tony and his companion have reached a consensus. Now, I can inscribe the name Ivan Vanko, Tony announced as he opened the app on his phone. You can simply draw a cross over his name. He is unlikely to see another dawn. Qin Xiao glanced at the hospital. Boom. As his words fell, a tremendous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The force of the blast not only cleaved the towering structure in half, but also unleashed a shockwave that swept across the entire street. Quick-witted, Qin Xiao turned to shield Tony, protecting him from the barrage of steel, concrete, and various debris that posed a lethal threat to ordinary individuals. Although the shards from the explosion were entirely intercepted, the shockwave nonetheless propelled both of them into the sea. Splash! Qin Xiao grasped Tony as they resurfaced, expelling seawater from their lungs. The hospital had been obliterated, collapsing sideways and crashing onto an adjacent building. The street was enveloped in dust. The wailing of car alarms filled the air, and cries for help emerged from the rubble. Save the people first. Tony, with a complex expression, cast a glance at the hospital. The ever-responsible Iron Man felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Qin Xiao regarded him silently before swimming to the vehicle that was slowly sinking beneath the waves, delivering a powerful punch to the trunk and extracting Tony's Mark V suit. With the suit's built-in scanning capabilities and Qin Xiao's superhuman strength, the duo collaborated with the arriving government personnel to rescue those trapped below. Excluding minor injuries, 52 sustained serious wounds, and 37 lost their lives, among them a pregnant woman and 5 children. One person remains missing. Tony's face darkened ominously as he conveyed these grim statistics to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression mirrored his own. Such tragedies are often reduced to mere numbers in the news. Yet, witnessing the loss of life firsthand, particularly that of children, evokes a visceral and profound emotional response. Ivan Vanko. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao uttered the name. With only one individual unaccounted for, it could only be him. Chapter 77. The hidden hand on Justin Hammer's side. There were no signs of irregularities, whether in personnel communication or the flow of his finances. Qin, your conjecture was correct. This incident is unrelated to Hammer. Understood. It seems we need not keep a watchful eye on Justin Hammer any longer. The agents in France have been fully mobilized. Should they attempt to leave with any individuals, we will be promptly informed. Our adversary this time is highly skilled, ruthless, and shows no mercy. Exercise caution. You too, complete your mission swiftly and return. We shall meet in New York. Until we meet in New York. After concluding his conversation with Black Widow, Qin Xiao pondered the considerable commotion that had ensued. Both he and Tony speculated that the disturbance was unlikely to have originated from Justin Hammer, yet Qin Xiao nonetheless requested Black Widow to investigate. As anticipated, everything appeared normal on Hammer's end. Who could it be? Qin Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, prompting him to rise and open the door. Tony, oblivious to formalities, strode in, poured himself a generous glass of water, and gulped it down in one swift motion. After exhaling deeply, he remarked, "A police officer has regained consciousness." He stated that there were 5 intruders, 3 Caucasians, one of whom is a female and 1 African American. Their speed is astonishing, and their strength is almost unfathomable. He fired 4 shots without hitting a single one of them. From his description, it sounds remarkably akin to you. 5 super soldiers, Qin. Do you recall the incident in Mexico? The one with the man sporting a metal arm? I suspect they are all affiliated with a formidable, clandestine organization that commands drug traffickers, super soldiers, and potentially even a powerful scientific team. When Tony first mentioned the 5 assailants, Qin Xiao felt an unsettling familiarity. Now, with Bucky's name surfacing, the pieces began to click into place. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, the Siberian base. They had activated those 5 super soldiers from Siberia without sending Bucky into the fray. Could it be that Alexander Pierce was behind this? Just as the name Hydra suggests. This organization boasts numerous branches, with former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce being merely one of its leaders. Qin Xiao recalled that the Mind Stone had been used to create Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who had long resided in Europe. Could he be involved? Qin Xiao found himself engulfed in confusion. Even with his heightened capabilities, he felt powerless in the face of such a situation. Although he was well-versed in many cinematic plots, the precise locations of Hydra's hidden bases remained an enigma, let alone the prospect of locating them. In Washington, at the World Security Council, in Alexander Pierce's office, the atmosphere was tense. That despicable Francis, who gave him the authority to activate the Siberian base. That was one of our trump cards, the damned fool. Now the entirety of Europe is crawling with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and he will bring about our downfall. You'd better exercise caution as well, Stark. Alexander Pierce's unusual fury contrasted sharply with his usual composed demeanor. Do not fret, my old friend. You are the head of the World Security Council, and the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are your people. What do I have to fear? Baron Strucker's voice exuded a sense of calm. In truth, it made sense. The greatest threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. was that most of its personnel were aligned with them, and currently, there was no Avengers-like organization monitoring their moves. At this moment, Hydra faced no formidable adversaries. Do you think Nick Fury is a fool? I am well aware of his nature. He is not easily deceived, and I find myself pondering what cards he might still hold. The last time we convened, we agreed upon the Insight program, which remains our most pressing concern. Should we expose ourselves now, we would provoke the world to unite against us. If that dire moment were to arrive, I would resign myself to my role as chairman and patiently await future opportunities. Do you understand? After so many years of waiting, we finally have a chance to realize our aspirations, and we cannot afford to reveal ourselves at this juncture. Perhaps Alexander Pierce's fervent appeals swayed Baron Stucker to some extent. His demeanor shifted, adopting a more serious tone rather than that of indifference. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Ark's reactor is indeed alluring, and I have felt its siren call myself. However, the time is not right. I will instruct my subordinates to remain hidden, avoiding any provocation of S.H.I.E.L.D., while exerting every effort to locate that Francis fellow and bring this matter to a close, ensuring our safety. Baron Stucker's assurances quelled some of Alexander Pierce's agitation. He inhaled deeply and declared, if he is exposed, I shall eliminate him at the first opportunity. For the safety of us all and the glory of Hydra. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! In New York, at a certain golf course, Justin Hammer stood on the grass, his posture bent in frustration as he struck the ball with fury. The escape of Ivan Vanko, which had seemed a sure thing, left him in a deep state of discontent. This was compounded by the fact that he had preemptively arranged for assistance from the police and prison officials, expending considerable goodwill and resources to secure Vanko's release at the moment of his incarceration. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but disappointment. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is an elegant sport. You cannot treat it as though it were Tony Stark's head. Sometimes, excessive force leads to failure, remarked a middle-aged man as he approached Justin Hammer. Senator Stern, I recall you insisting I expedite the development of the armor just a week ago. Why do you now appear so nonchalant? Justin Hammer's mood soured, and he found it difficult to maintain a cordial tone with the senator, with whom he had collaborated extensively. After years in the Senate, I have learned a valuable lesson. We now inhabit a world predicated on cooperation and mutual benefit. Just as you and I collaborate on the armor project, anger serves no purpose. Allow me to introduce you to a friend, Mr. Francis Abernathy. Senator Stern stepped aside, revealing a distinguished middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, with hair meticulously styled. Francis is one of the most aristocratic figures of pure European lineage, wielding an unimaginable potential influence across the continent in realms such as stocks, political elections, and grand energy projects. Whatever one may require, he possesses the means to fulfill it, including the remarkable feat of rescuing a genius from Siberia in Monaco. Senator Stern grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Having returned home late, I shall draft a chapter before I take a meal. Another chapter should be ready before midnight. Those who retire early need not wait. We shall review it together tomorrow. Chapter 78. Collaboration. Europeans, particularly those of high society, place great importance on the purity of lineage. Justin Hammer is well aware that many of the old aristocracy in Europe prefer to sequester themselves within their ancient castles, adhering to the most time-honored customs. They look down upon the newly affluent whose bloodlines are deemed impure, even including the Queen of England among those they scorn. Numerous contemporary literary works and films featuring vampires often draw inspiration from this antiquated elite. These individuals wield significant control over a vast array of resources throughout Europe. However, Justin Hammer remains indifferent to such matters. He is an American, and Americans are pragmatic and realistic. Let lineage be damned. But Ivan Vanko is someone Justin Hammer cannot afford to relinquish. The miniature arc reactor represents his singular opportunity to rise above Tony Stark. Setting aside his golf club, he slightly bowed, greeting this relic of European nobility with impeccable etiquette. As you know, our project commenced quite some time ago. We possess the finest weaponry, sensor systems, and so forth. The only thing we lack is that tiny glowing light on Stark's chest. Senator Stern playfully tapped his own chest with a finger, attempting a joke he presumed humorous. Then, turning to Justin Hammer, he added, Francis has a keen interest in the armored suits. Of course, he harbors no ambition regarding the Department of Defense contracts. He merely seeks to outfit his bodyguards with some finished suits. However, there are numerous opportunities for future collaboration, particularly in renewable energy. If you are interested, you know how such nobles prefer not to take the spotlight, as it may appear rather unrefined. Justin Hammer was indeed intrigued. The prospects for the application of the miniature arc reactor are immense, and limiting its use solely to military applications would be a disservice to this groundbreaking invention. Under Senator Stern's auspices, the two engaged in an eager exchange. Future collaborations would gradually unfold, with Francis's associates accompanying Ivan Vanko into Hammer Industries today. Of course, the technology of the arc reactor would remain undisclosed. Francis's representatives would oversee the proceedings, ensuring that Justin Hammer could not extract the reactor's secrets from Ivan Vanko. Following this incident, Francis would invest in a renewable energy company in the United States, with Justin Hammer at the helm, aiming to create the largest renewable energy enterprise in the world. These conditions are ones that Justin Hammer cannot refuse. After their conversation, he hurriedly departed, needing to prepare for Ivan Vanko's impending arrival. Observing Justin Hammer's swift exit, Francis remarked to Senator Stern, You've chosen a commendable pawn, ambitious, though not particularly astute. Having him take center stage is indeed a wise choice. From this point forward, I shall rely on your guidance. Stern laughed heartily. Pierce has been searching high and low for you. If he discovers you are hiding right under his nose, he might just leap from his office in exasperation. Francis chuckled as well. He cannot afford any mishaps now. We need him to propel the Insight program forward. Dr. Zola is truly a genius. This plan to control the lives of everyone in the world should be wielded by individuals like us, rather than conservatives like Pierce. Wouldn't you agree? Francis's words elicited a broad smile from Stern, who, captivated by the allure of world domination, unhesitatingly chose to collaborate with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce. Little did he realize that Francis, laughing heartily behind him, regarded him with the same disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool. Meanwhile, Hydra operatives had successfully delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Qin Xiao and Tony remained ensnared in Monaco, tirelessly searching. Ever since Ivan Vanko's emergence, more precisely, since the unveiling of the second individual capable of creating a miniature arc reactor, the pressure from the U.S. government on Tony had intensified. Initially, Tony opted not to relinquish the technology, asserting that for at least several years, no one would be able to replicate the arc reactor. This stance somewhat assuaged the government's and military's attitudes. At least, as long as the arc reactor was in Tony Stark's possession, it was effectively in American hands. Though the government had not acquired it, Iron Man was undeniably American, was he not? However, with the advent of a second creator, especially one who had been rescued by non-affiliated individuals, the government became far less amenable to manipulation. Should this technology fall into Russian hands, it would signify that the United States would remain under the specter of the combatant nation for many years to come. This statement bears no political implications. Within the cinematic universe, the combatant nation is invariably portrayed as malevolent. Almost daily, Tony Stark received multiple calls from Pepper and Rhodey, conveying pressures from various sources. Tony, this cannot continue. What do you intend to do? Qin Xiao inquired, sprawled on the hotel sofa. Having been preoccupied with clues and in pursuit of Ivan Vanko, he had arranged for Jane, Thor, and Daisy to return ahead of him. Now, only he and Tony remained in Monaco. I was unaware before, but I have conceived a new idea. Tony had just concluded his call with Rhodey. Rod, being a military man, has earned my trust. If he were to be equipped with a suit of armor, it would not only deter the government from pursuing me for the time being, but also ensure that the armor does not fall into the hands of others. Most importantly, the Illuminati will require new members, The two of us are far from sufficient. Currently, we can only rely on SHIELD for intelligence. Your suggestion is quite astute. Since we are merely wandering aimlessly here, it would be wiser to return together. This way, we can access more resources, Qin Xiao proclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Those individuals have taken Ivan Vanko. They cannot possibly keep him hidden indefinitely. The armor is their true objective. I have instructed JARVIS to monitor the market for various precious metals, including the raw materials needed for constructing the arc reactor and the metals required for the armor. Unless those individuals possess extensive metal mines and have advanced extraction and smelting technologies, I am certain I will locate them as soon as they begin manufacturing armor. Tony Stark asserted with unwavering confidence. Chapter 79. Target locked due to mass production. The armors at Hammer Industries cannot be solely composed of the precious titanium alloy as Tony's are. They have an abundance of ordinary alloy metals in their warehouses. However, the production of miniature arc reactors necessitates a significant quantity of palladium. Each missile requires merely 0.2 grams of this precious metal, and Hammer does not have a substantial stockpile. Furthermore, although Ivan Vanko cannot create new elements, he has adjusted the rotational speed of the reactor in an effort to match Tony Stark's standards. This upgrade to the arc reactor demands even more palladium. Yet, Hammer Industries' inventory is only sufficient for the weapons orders from the Department of Defense for this year. Consequently, Hammer began to purchase palladium extensively through small companies registered under his name. Despite Hammer's careful efforts to acquire it in batches through different companies, JARVIS, who continuously monitors the market, promptly detected the transactions. Soon, the hidden owners of these small companies were uncovered. Along with comprehensive data regarding Hammer Industries' palladium purchases over the past 5 years, the weapon orders they received, and even the palladium required for orders signed this year, as well as potential orders from the Department of Defense for the following year. This wealth of data was presented before Tony in its entirety. Justin Hammer, could it truly be you? Tony muttered as he reopened the data JARVIS had sent to his phone yesterday, pondering how Justin Hammer could possess such audacity. Hey, what do you think, Fishfinder? Qin Xiao inquired, standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass, observing the schools of fish beneath the surface. Originally, the Avengers base was intended to be established on a farm in the suburbs, but Qin Xiao, having donated a staggering $1 billion to the Avengers initiative, persistently convinced Nick Fury to grant him this secret base beneath the river, clinging to the notion that his financial contribution entitled him to a position of leadership. In his words, this indeed embodies the style one would expect from a clandestine organization with $1 billion budget. Indeed, it is style, for this very essence. He often mimicked Nick Fury, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, motionless as he gazed at the schools of fish outside. This peculiar habit earned him the nickname Fishfinder from Tony. How do I perceive this? I am not Yuan Fong. I shall reserve my thoughts until Natasha returns from her interview at Hammer Industries today. Qin Xiao rubbed his eyes and resumed his seat at the table. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony inquired, producing a bag of chips from seemingly nowhere, munching while he asked. He is the Chinese equivalent of Watson, accompanying the Chinese Sherlock Holmes in solving numerous high-profile cases. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes, Tony, it strikes me that I once viewed a film where the actor portraying Holmes bore a remarkable resemblance to you. Do you have any distant relatives working as actors in Hollywood? As the topic of Holmes arose, Qin Xiao glanced at Tony's face and, with a sudden mischievous inclination, remarked, "No." Tony pondered seriously for a moment before replying. You truly need to refine your cinematic taste. A film I have never heard of must surely be a terrible flop. Indeed, especially the lead actor, who resembled a complete buffoon. I have never encountered a more abysmal performer. Qin Xiao chuckled. Tony instinctively sensed something amiss, but could not articulate what it was. Ultimately, he could only retort, you ought to consult a doctor. Spending all day with a crowd might be affecting your mind. Just as Qin Xiao was about to retort, the base's door swung open. Natasha, clad in a striking red dress, strode in confidently. Qin Xiao quickly stepped forward, pulled out a chair for the Black Widow, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Ever since his escapade with Daisy in Monaco, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon encountering the Black Widow. Look, my word. How can there be such a beautiful woman? I bet $1 that that scoundrel Justin Hammer is desperate to keep her as his personal secretary. The Black Widow, however, was an agent, especially after the significant events that transpired in Monaco. While unaware of how rapidly Qin Xiao traversed the skies, she certainly knew he had been accompanied by a woman in Monaco. However, the Black Widow did not delve deeper into the matter. She merely shot Qin Xiao a glance, sat down, and took a sip of water. In truth, I did not meet Hammer, but after spending the entire morning at their company, I uncovered a considerable amount of information. Tony, does your computer contain the blueprints for Hammer Tower? Tony hastily tapped a few keys and turned the screen towards her. Here. The Black Widow pointed to several locations on the blueprint. These underground sections were initially intended as a research base for the joint development of the armored suit project with the military. Hammer Industries has invested substantial resources and scientists here. However, just a few days ago, he abruptly withdrew all personnel from this location, including all researchers and security staff, rendering this place a forbidden zone for Hammer Industries. I managed to infiltrate the surveillance room of the building with 2 cups of fine coffee and discovered that all surveillance footage pertaining to the entrances and exits of the underground research facility, the elevators, and even the parking lot had been erased, coupled with the list of companies purchasing palladium that Jarvis uncovered. I am certain that he is constructing the arc reactor, or in other words, Ivan Vanko is situated within the Hammer building. Regrettably, descending to that level now requires a special pass. Aside from Justin Hammer, no one knows who possesses this authority. Black Widow recounted today's findings in one breath, almost conclusively stating that Ivan Vanko is indeed within the Hammer building. What are we waiting for? You are the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. Contacts, agents, combat teams, special forces, immediately conduct a surprise inspection there. It would be perfect to catch them red-handed. Tony spread his hands in exasperation. Black Widow rolled her eyes in response. That facility is a military collaborative project. You should comprehend better than anyone what that entails. Otherwise, are you prepared to persuade over 2/3 of the Senate? What should we do then? Should I don my armor and charge in directly? We've already pinpointed the location. Why bother with protocol? As long as we confirm Ivan Vanko is here, it will be manageable. That is not entirely unfeasible. Black Widow was not one to dismiss ideas outright. Yet she ultimately vetoed this plan. However, we have some more clever alternatives that can achieve the same effect. What alternatives? Qin Xiao and Tony asked in unison. That would require both of you superheroes to endure a little humiliation and perform a grand action scene. Black Widow said with a smile. Chapter 80. Awkward acting scene. Rooftop of a building 30 meters east of Hammer Building in Manhattan. Stars. Qin Xiao, Tony Stark director. Natasha Romanoff writers. Natasha Romanoff, Qin Xiao. Tony Stark. They had just received a call from Rhodey, indicating that Hammer is currently at the Air Force Base equipping Rhodey's new armor with weaponry. As soon as we locate Ivan Vanko, Rhodey will immediately secure him. When Qin Xiao and Tony returned, Tony had a lengthy discussion with Rhodey, resulting in Rhodey obtaining a suit on behalf of the military, and the list of the Illuminati now included a war machine. Everything is set. How about you two? Are you ready, heroes? Black Widow's voice echoed through their earpieces. Absolutely, Tony replied with unwavering confidence. Qin Xiao turned to glance behind him, nodding in affirmation. Let us go. Action. Black Widow lightly tapped the table, signaling the start. Bang. As soon as the Black Widow's words fell, Tony's armor ignited its thrusters to full throttle, forcefully driving into Qin Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing and propelling them into the air. Tony, you scoundrel. I wasn't ready yet. Qin Xiao bellowed at Tony mid-flight. The director has already called action. You must learn what professionalism entails, my friend. We are adversaries now. As Tony spoke, he seized one of Qin Xiao's arms, executing a swift turn in midair, converting kinetic energy to execute a powerful throw that sent Qin Xiao crashing down to the ground. Boom. The pavement at the entrance of the Hammer building visibly cracked upon impact. Not down yet. Tony's armor, trailing flames, appeared above Qin Xiao. A dazzling white light emanated from the thrusters on his hands. 2 laser cannons locked onto Qin Xiao, unleashing a barrage of fire. Damn it, Tony, you rogue. This scene wasn't in the script. Qin Xiao muttered under his breath, evading the lasers with a deft roll and sprinting towards the interior of the Hammer building. Without hesitation, Tony maneuvered his armor to smash through the glass doors and charged inside. Just as he entered, a gust of wind whipped past, and Qin Xiao, gripping a coffee table with both hands, hurled it horizontally at Tony. Crash! The glass shattered everywhere, and Tony was violently slammed against the wall. You're adapting to improvised scenes quite rapidly. Tony's voice mumbled through the earpiece. Tony then regained his footing, pointing a finger at Qin Xiao. A script materialized on the visor of his armor, and after a cursory glance, he began to awkwardly recite. Qin, I considered you my most trusted friend. Yet you conspired with that clown Justin Hammer for some business venture. Do you know how much I loathe that pretentious scoundrel? The script noted feelings of betrayal and anger, laced with a sense of helplessness, yet Tony's delivery rendered it flat and uninspired. A sigh escaped the Black Widow's lips through the earpiece. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao watched as Tony stood there pointing at him, and with a loud thud, he discarded the now useless coffee table. That was merely a business collaboration. It bears no relation to our personal feelings, and we haven't even signed the contract yet. Is this your justification for throwing me from such a height? I could just kick your H. Mid-sentence, a girl who appeared to work at the front desk screamed as she ran between them, stepping on shards of glass. I'll kick your behind hard, Tony. Qin Xiao completed his line once the girl had dashed past. Within the confines of the base, Black Widow found herself breaching Hammer Industry surveillance, her face buried in her hands in exasperation. Kick my backside. I am Iron Man. Do you really think my armor is as easily vanquished as the rubbish produced by Hammer Industries? Tony's dry retorts echoed through the air. Suddenly, the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock reverberated between them. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a few documents that floated aimlessly between them. Is it your turn now? Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. You've altered the lines, Tony. I'm at a loss for how to respond. That last remark was your own addition. Qin Xiao whispered into the microphone. Gentlemen, our dialogue is intended to make it seem as though you two are engaged in a genuine brawl. Yet, the entire first floor has evacuated. Enough with the theatrics. Let us charge in directly. Black Widow seethed, wishing she could slap herself for allowing these two to engage in such farcical antics. An egregious misstep in her espionage career, indeed. It was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, in the subterranean laboratory, the vibrations from above prompted the personnel below to assume a defensive posture. 5 super soldiers left one lone female to monitor Ivan Vanko's work. The remaining 4 converged with a cadre of guards summoned by Hammer, fixating their gaze on the elevator entrance. Unbeknownst to them, just as they departed, Ivan Vanko cast a sly glance at the female super soldier by the door and swiftly switched the computer interface. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. At the elevator entrance, a thunderous crash echoed as the elevator plummeted at an alarming velocity, sending a cloud of dust billowing from its doors. In unison, the guards raised their weapons, aiming at the elevator. With a resounding boom, the elevator doors were violently breached, and a figure clad in gold and crimson surged into the throng. The guards instinctively squeezed their triggers, yet before they could register their actions, the force of Tony's armor, coupled with the impact of the elevator door, sent them sprawling. Before they could recover, the ceiling reverberated once more as Qin Xiao descended like an avenging wolf among sheep, colliding with the guards and scattering them in disarray, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Surrounding the laboratory were hundreds of fully formed suits of armor. Tony recognized these as the collaborative creations of Justin Hammer and the military, possessing detailed schematics of each. While the armor was commendable for singular combat, it lacked a power source, capable only of basic maneuvers through charging. However, some of the suits bore a faint blue glow emanating from their chests, an arc reactor. Tony and Qin Xiao exchanged a glance, affirming they had indeed found the right place. As they contemplated venturing inside to locate Ivan Vanko, 4 stoic figures emerged before them. These burly men, clad in combat boots and camouflage pants, with only tank tops adorning their upper bodies, exuded an air of menace. Super Soldiers. Chapter 81. Ivan Vanko's Counterattack. The 4 super soldiers displayed expressions as inscrutable as stone, their gazes chillingly devoid of warmth, reminiscent of cold-blooded creatures. Under their simultaneous scrutiny, Tony felt as if he were being targeted by 4 venomous cobras, their slick scales and the rustle of their flicking tongues haunting his thoughts. A shiver involuntarily coursed through him within his armor. Do not regard me with such eyes. I harbor neither your girlfriends nor your mothers on my list of conquests. Suddenly, 2 heavy punches answered his quip. The 4 super soldiers, paired in twos, lunged at Tony and Qin Xiao. Eager to gauge the disparity between himself and these formidable foes, Qin Xiao unleashed less than half of his strength, engaging in a skirmish with 2 of the super soldiers. Tony, having been overly bold, was swiftly struck by one of them, sending him staggering several paces back. In that moment, as the thrusters ignited with a fiery blast, he prepared to confront the 2 super soldiers head-on. Capture them first. Leave them to me. Qin Xiao yelled from the side. Upon hearing this, Tony's armored arms shifted, propelling him upward in a diagonal surge, racing deeper into the interior. The 2 super soldiers were about to pursue when Qin Xiao, despite taking a couple of blows to his back, seized the waistbands of the 2 super soldiers before him. Come back, he commanded, forcefully slamming them against the ground and turning to engage the remaining super soldiers in combat. Meanwhile, Tony accelerated past Qin Xiao and the others, flying into a corridor. Upon reaching the door of a room at the far end, he encountered the last remaining female super soldier, who nonchalantly emerged, closing the door behind her and beckoning Tony with a dismissive gesture. At that moment, Tony had no inclination to be chivalrous. He raised his hand and unleashed a laser blast. The female super soldier deftly sidestepped, but the projectile obliterated a sizable hole in the door behind her. Ivan Vanko! Tony exclaimed, his tone revealing he had indeed found his quarry. Ivan Vanko lifted his gaze, offering Tony a knowing smile before returning his attention to the keyboard before him. In the expansive hall outside, the eyes of numerous suits of armor ignited with brilliant white light. Tony, disinterested in engaging with the woman, sought to bypass her and seize Ivan Vanko. However, the corridor's low height and narrow width permitted only 2 or 3 individuals to pass side by side. As Tony accelerated, the female super soldier leapt and kicked off the wall, using the momentum to seize the legs of his armor. Seizing the moment when Tony had just sped up and his thrust was insufficient, she landed forcefully, shouting as she slammed Tony's entire suit into the ground. The armor crashed down with a thunderous noise, and the female super soldier, seizing her opportunity, advanced a step and ruthlessly stomped down on Tony, who lay on the ground. In response, Tony activated his thrusters, flames erupting from his hands and feet as he slid back several meters before rising into the air. Floating midair, he declared, "All right. You've made me angry. Out of respect for your gender, I shall refrain from striking your face." Just as his words faded and before he could launch an attack, he heard a whistling sound behind him. Instinctively turning his head, he spotted at least a dozen armored suits, significantly larger than his own, rushing towards him. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, engaged in combat, discovered that the strength and speed of these super soldiers were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Feeling slightly weaker than he had been at the beginning, it was uncertain whether this was due to the serum's absorption or their prolonged entrapment in the Siberian ice, which seemed to have hindered their full recovery of power. After enduring several punches and kicks, he had nearly gauged the extent of their abilities. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power to resolve the battle, he suddenly heard several Gatling guns whirring. Familiar with this sound from his time in Mexico, where he had handled such weaponry, he knew that there was always a moment of whirring before firing commenced or ceased. Before he could fully comprehend the situation or turn around, a barrage of bullets rained down. In an instant, Qin Xiao felt every inch of his backside pierced by bullets. Heaven knows how many guns were firing simultaneously to create such an effect. He watched helplessly as the skin and muscle of the super soldier beside him were gradually shredded by the onslaught, turning him into a bloodied figure that collapsed to the ground. 3 more super soldiers, taking cover behind Qin Xiao and another comrade, managed to evade the bullets after the initial wave, despite sustaining injuries that left their bodies marred. Qin Xiao advanced several steps forward, feeling a stinging pain in every exposed inch of his body, especially at the back of his head. It felt as though he had been struck numerous times by a steel finger. Dazed, he reflected on the sheer number of bullets that had rained upon his back. As if to synchronize with his thoughts, the moment his words lingered in the air, the Gatling gun mounted on the right arm of a battlesuit fired off its last 2 remaining bullets, striking Qin Xiao squarely on the back of his head. His head bobbed forward like a chick pecking at grains. Fortunately, the weaponry within these suits was equipped with a small magazine, not yet modified to accommodate a vast number of rounds. Otherwise, this barrage could have left Qin Xiao facing execution for a relentless 2 minutes. Is it over? My turn now. Qin Xiao, hearing the sound of the Gatling gun's empty chamber, abruptly turned his head. He beheld a multitude of battle suits, originally leaning against the wall, now stepping forward in unison, forming a line, at least a dozen of them. They were undoubtedly the ones who had just fired upon him. As Qin Xiao turned, the 10 or so suits took a synchronized step back, while another dozen advanced, their Gatling barrels beginning to spin slowly. Let us see who is quicker. With a powerful push of his left leg, the ground shattered beneath his foot as he propelled himself like a cannonball toward the cluster of battle suits ahead. Meanwhile, Tony found himself amidst a cacophony of battle suits racing through the narrow passage. Not only Tony, but also the female super soldier was caught off guard. They were scattered by the onslaught of armored figures. In the chaos, Tony spotted one suit soar into the room before bursting through the ceiling, flying skyward. Another suit followed closely, cradling the synthesized notebook and Ivan Vanko, ascending through the newly created opening. No, Tony shouted, preparing to devise a way to shake off the suits encircling him. However, all the suits around him suddenly flashed red lights on their chests, emitting piercing alarm sounds. Too late, another chapter awaits. Chapter 82. The death of Hammer. Not only was Tony in this predicament, but Qin Xiao was as well. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed over a dozen battle suits ascending, clutching mysterious metallic components. The suits surrounding him, whether depleted of ammunition or actively firing, were all illuminated by frantic red lights. Tony, we must flee, Qin Xiao shouted frantically through his earpiece. If only Tony could escape. He was encircled by at least 7 or 8 suits. He was desperately activating his thrusters, striving to break free from the entanglement. I wish to escape too, but it seems I have garnered too many admirers among the battle suits. Perhaps you should leave first? Trust me, my troubles run deeper than yours, Qin Xiao remarked, observing the 20 suits encircling him with a faint sigh. When Tony encountered Ivan Vanko, he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to alert Rhodey directly. Rhodey, a man of integrity, could also be quite ruthless. Waiting until Justin Hammer and his cohort had upgraded the suit systems and completed their weaponry before launching a direct assault to apprehend Justin Hammer. After Jarvis relayed the message to Rhodes, Tony descended directly from the first-floor lobby elevator of Hammer Industries, ultimately witnessing the entire video of Ivan Vanko. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Justin Hammer ultimately implicated Senator Stern and Francis, he was undeniably guilty of colluding with terrorists. The explosion at the Monaco hospital, regardless of the perpetrator's motives, had been categorically classified by the international community as an act of terrorism. Unfortunately, Justin Hammer had just been escorted out of the base when a sniper's bullet claimed his life. The assailant, clad in the uniform of a base soldier, fired and brazenly boarded a fighter jet, vanishing from the base's radar within a minute. In the office of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce observed the once arrogant Senator Stern, who now trembled before him. The phone on Pierce's desk began to vibrate. Stern abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the phone. Alexander Pierce swiftly answered, responding with a mere nonchalant hum. He then addressed Stern, stating, "Hammer is dead. I've cleaned up your mess. If it weren't for the utility of your position in the Senate, your head would be next." Confronted with Pierce's menacing tone, Stern exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing to the ground in relief. "I truly wonder what your foolish mind was thinking in collaborating with Francis. Did you genuinely believe the two of you could manipulate the Insight program? Did you think that upon my demise, you could ascend to leadership in North America? How foolish." Alexander Pierce seized a folder from his desk and forcefully struck Stern on the forehead. Stern dared not move. "Now leave. Remember to expedite the passage of the Insight program in the Senate, or else." Alexander Pierce left his sentence unfinished. Stern quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited. In a secluded estate on the outskirts of New York, 3 super soldiers, spared by Qin Xiao, sat in silence. They endured as those around them used small knives to open their wounds and tweezers to extract bullets lodged in their flesh and bones, their faces devoid of expression, as if the blades were not piercing their bodies. Francis lounged on an antique sofa, observing the impassive super soldiers. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Qin Xiao and Tony Stark, it seemed that Qin Xiao was far more intriguing than the armor itself. Such formidable combat prowess and defense. Was this truly the result of the super soldier serum? My interest in you has been piqued. In the fleeting moment before the explosion at the Hammer building, Tony grasped Qin Xiao and propelled them both out of the edifice. Tony's latest weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, sliced through all enemy armors in the corridor at the last possible instant. As they emerged, they fortuitously encountered Qin Xiao, who was brandishing an enemy armor as a weapon, fighting his way through the chaos. The two managed to escape the building just in time before the detonation. Regrettably, the primary target, Ivan Vanko, eluded capture, absconding with a significant number of armors from Justin Hammer's inventory. From the metallic components Qin Xiao observed in the hands of certain armors during their retreat, Tony quickly deduced that they likely belonged to a suit specifically designed for Ivan Vanko. He had employed a similar tactic in the caves of Afghanistan, crafting a myriad of seemingly unrelated items, ultimately assembling them into a singular armor. Considering the presence of those super soldiers, it appeared that Ivan Vanko had been covertly detained while fashioning reactor cores and armors. Unfortunately, their intrusion inadvertently granted him an opportunity to flee. It was a pity that Hammer had been assassinated. Otherwise, they might have extracted information from him regarding the mastermind behind this scheme. Justin Hammer lacked the means to command 5 super soldiers. Black Widow had already relayed the situation directly to Nick Fury. Only Qin Xiao was aware that Hydra was behind this, yet it likely was not Alexander Pierce. In the cinematic narrative, Alexander Pierce consistently maintained a state of extreme restraint. Leveraging Dr. Zola's Insight program, he would not risk exposure at this juncture. The assassination of Hammer bore the hallmark of Pierce's modus operandi, for he alone possessed the capability to eliminate a person within American territory, even within a military base, and depart unscathed, were it not for Ivan Vanko's current unknown whereabouts. As he secretly forged armors, and the looming presence of Loki, who was fixated on Thor's every move, Qin Xiao might have sought an audience with the former director of SHIELD. It seemed that once these two matters reached their conclusion, it would be prudent to summon Captain America forth to confront his arch-nemesis, Hydra. There was no cause for lament. Ivan Vanko's target was him. He could not stealthily abscond with so many armors without drawing attention. As long as he remained alive, Vanko would not pursue other endeavors. By stepping forward, he would surely compel Vanko to reveal himself. He intended to reach out to Rhodey, suggesting that the Stark Expo provide a platform to demonstrate military prowess. Chapter 83. The fierce battle at the Expo. The Stark Expo, although marred by the incident at Hammer Industries, which had effectively derailed the military's collaboration with Hammer's armor project, still held promise. Initially, it had merely lacked a sufficient number of arc reactors to serve as energy sources. At least some armors remained to uphold a semblance of spectacle. However, following Ivan Vanko's disruptive actions, even those armors had vanished without a trace. However, the government invested heavily, utilizing the armor designed by Tony for Rhodes to reclaim some semblance of dignity. Aside from Rhodes' nearly unrecognizable modified armor, the government took this opportunity to manufacture dozens of armors that appeared impressive yet were fundamentally hollow, essentially plastic shells adorned with metal. The chest pieces utilized LED lights as makeshift arc reactors. While they were certainly ineffective in combat, the sight of them standing still in unison with Rhodes offered a false sense of security to the uninformed masses watching from their homes, as Tony had orchestrated a plan to draw out the enemy. Currently, most of the attendees were military personnel, with only a few in charge of filming the broadcast. The rest were either soldiers or government agents. I truly could not fathom what thoughts occupied those in government, knowing the imminent danger, yet still inviting a plethora of media to cover the event. Qin Xiao shrugged backstage, perplexed. This is precisely why you can never become a politician. He recalled his father's words. To be a competent politician, you must first master the art of speaking without uttering a single truth. Yet, it was precisely due to the broadcast that Ivan Vanko would believe in the authenticity of the spectacle. Clad in his armor, Tony stood beside Qin Xiao, having previously announced his attendance at the government's armor exhibition today. "All right, it's almost my turn," Tony exclaimed. Qin Xiao called out to him, sensing he might have forgotten something. It's fine, you go ahead." After pondering for a moment and finding no discrepancies, Qin Xiao reassured him. Tony cast a curious glance at Qin Xiao, sealed his helmet, and soared into the sky, ultimately descending gracefully beside Rhodes. "Oh, it's Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here today to challenge our war machine and determine who possesses the superior armor?" The host provocatively thrust the microphone towards Tony's armor. "In truth, I am here to assess my imitators and gauge how many of them can match my caliber." Indeed, Tony's words were as sharp as ever. In response, before the host could hand over the microphone, War Machine had already extended several gun barrels, aiming directly at Tony. Look at our Colonel Rhodes, promoted from Lieutenant Colonel, truly embodying the soldier's spirit by directly countering the provocation with gunfire," the host remarked, eagerly passing the microphone again. "Get back." Rhodes' voice rang out urgently. "What?" The host thought he misheard. "I said get back. This is not my armor. I am being controlled. Tony, I am locking onto you. Damn it, my armor has lost control," Rhodes shouted in a panic. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao suddenly smacked his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Rod's armor had also been modified by Hammer's team, incorporating not just the weapon systems, but the entire control system, akin to the armors commandeered by Ivan Vanko. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao shouted towards Black Widow and a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, "Evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Rod's armor is under Ivan Vanko's control. Tony, Rod's suit has been compromised. Quickly, get him out of here." As Qin Xiao's voice resonated in Tony's earpiece, the sound of gunfire echoed outside, a relentless barrage of bullets. "You should have thought of this sooner. Now everyone is aware." The clanging of metal reverberated from Tony's armor, evidently deflecting a considerable number of bullets. Though the personnel present were highly trained soldiers and agents, they were rendered no different from ordinary civilians in the face of the armor's might. Nevertheless, the evacuation proceeded in an orderly and swift manner. Even so, the majority of those present had yet to exit the venue. Drawing fire upon himself, Tony realized that this course of action was unsustainable, and he ascended rapidly, shielding himself from the hail of bullets. "Qin, I won't engage Rod directly. Think of a way to disable that cursed reactor in his chest." As Qin Xiao emerged, he witnessed Tony taking flight, while Rod's armor raised its arm, relentlessly firing at Tony. Just as Qin Xiao was about to move closer, Rod's suit activated its thrusters, swiftly pursuing Tony. The weapon systems locked onto Tony's armor, with numerous cannon ports emerging, several mini-missiles aimed squarely at him. "If you want me to disable his reactor, you'd better circle around first, or devise a way to transform me into Hawkeye," Qin Xiao remarked, observing the two trails of flame streaking through the air. Meanwhile, from the distant sky, a cluster of armors soared upwards, trailing flames in their wake, swiftly closing in on Tony and Rod. "Damn it! How many armors did he take last time? Think of something, Qin," A swarm of armors followed closely behind, recklessly opening fire on Tony. He dodged while ensuring they didn't lead him towards populated areas, the pressure mounting exponentially. What kind of ridiculous plan can I come up with? You better attach a rocket thruster to my backside, or a hot air balloon will do, Qin Xiao exclaimed, jumping in frustration. I should have rigged you with something that could fly. Damn it. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Tony's voice was accompanied by the cacophony of explosions and gunfire. Such matters should be addressed with more initiative on your part. I am a person of the Huaxia, and I am rather reserved. Let us dispense with the trivialities. The crowd has largely dispersed. Bring them back to me, and I shall devise a means to incapacitate Road. Do you not possess a disposable laser cutting line? Qin Xiao shouted into the vast emptiness surrounding him. Suddenly, Tony soared straight into the sky, ascending sharply. Once all the armors were aligned beneath him, he executed a swift turn and darted towards the exhibition area. Are we ready? I am on my way. Come forth. Wait a moment, fellows. Should you not inquire about my opinion? Rhodes' voice crackled through the earpiece. Silence, traitor. Qin Xiao and Tony chorused in unison. Chapter 84. The reinforced whip lock emerges upon arriving at the exhibition. Tony made a sudden descent, plummeting from midair to a height of just over 2 meters from the ground. He, accompanied by a throng of armors, approached Qin Xiao with unwavering intent. The dense barrage of bullets compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively shield his head with his hands. The intensity of the attacks rendered his eyes nearly unable to open. As Tony whizzed overhead, Qin Xiao could only rely on instinct to grasp an armor, forcefully slamming it down to the ground. Damn it, I miscalculated. Qin Xiao observed the armor below, still extending its arms and relentlessly firing at him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he plunged a tang sword directly into the armor's arc reactor, rendering it inoperative. Could you not aim more precisely? I lack a defensive visor. Let us try that again. Amidst their frantic banter, Tony hastily adjusted his trajectory, making another turn to charge towards Qin Xiao. This time, Qin Xiao did not disappoint him. As Tony's armor soared above him, he executed a grand leap and tackled Rhodes' armor. To prevent Rhodes' armor from resisting, Qin Xiao drove a tang sword into the reactor. With a resounding crack, the outer layer of ordinary metal alloy was effortlessly breached. However, the inner titanium alloy steadfastly resisted the blade's edge. It seems I must earn some points swiftly to upgrade my weaponry, Qin Xiao murmured to himself, mustering all his strength to strike the handle with a punch. With a thrust, the tang sword penetrated more than 10 centimeters deep, the blade nearly breaching Rhodes' t-shirt and almost resulting in a grievous injury. Fortunately, the reactor was shielded by only a thin layer of titanium alloy. Had it been in another location, Qin Xiao might not have been able to deliver such force. Had it not been for that thin layer, he might have inadvertently fatally wounded Rhodes. Rhodes, how are you faring? Have you resolved the issue? All is well. Though I was nearly skewered by Qin Xiao's blade, Rhodes remarked, eyeing the blade poised at his chest, taking deep breaths with utmost caution, fearing that even the slightest exertion might result in his own demise. You two should lie down and gaze at the stars for a while. Whatever you do, do not stand up. As soon as Tony finished speaking, he swooped down gracefully and landed a short distance away from the two. Once the armored suits descended behind him, Tony extended his arms outward and spun around. 2 beams of crimson lasers swiftly whirled twice, slicing the surrounding suits into perfectly even thirds. Qin Xiao observed the aftermath of the laser's path, noting that even the trees 100 meters away had been cleaved into 3 segments. This technique is truly impressive. Could it not last just a tad longer? Qin Xiao mused. Alas, such signature moves are ephemeral. If they could be used freely, they would hardly retain their distinction. Tony shrugged. Could someone please extract this blade? It seems the antagonist has yet to make an appearance, Rhodes remarked glumly while lying on the ground. Very well. Qin Xiao approached and stepped on Rhodes' chest, slowly extracting the tang knife from his torso amid the piercing sound of metal being severed. Is it over? Tony, are you all right? Rhodes, is he fine? A woman in a crisp white suit, Pepper, suddenly appeared, accompanied by Black Widow. Pepper, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to stay at the office? Tony queried, bewildered. You didn't mention you would be serving as bait today. I assumed it was a routine expo. When chaos erupted and the skies filled with flying armor, of course, I had to come and see. Wait, are you blaming me? Did you inform her? Tony shot a glance at Black Widow. Could someone please assist me in removing this armor? Rhodes interjected at an opportune moment. Yet he was completely ignored. In this scenario, what more could I conceal? Besides, she is already on site. Black Widow shrugged, expressing her innocence. Tony, let us not divert the conversation to blame others. Goodness, could you please inform me of your decisions in advance next time? I do not wish to be left in the office, staring at the television, oblivious to what is transpiring. Pepper asserted forcefully. I did it to spare you from worry. Pepper, You know this is perilous. Hey, I want to get up. Rhodes' voice was once again disregarded. While Tony and Pepper quarreled, Qin Xiao and Black Widow stood by, observing the commotion, leaving no one to attend to Rhodes. Oh, your reasoning is simply splendid. In an effort to prevent my worry, I ended up so restless in the office that I dashed over here. What is next? A piercing sound sliced through the air above. Ivan Vanko has arrived. You all should. Before Tony could finish his sentence, the suits in the air had already aimed and opened fire towards the ground. In a flash, Qin Xiao leapt forward, shielding the two women. Get moving. Without pausing to seek their consent, Qin Xiao swiftly tucked both of them under his arms and made his escape. With a significant leap, he soared over 100 meters before releasing the two individuals. Be cautious and perhaps run a bit farther. He exchanged a glance with the Black Widow, conveying a mutual understanding of caution before Qin Xiao returned to the battlefield. As anticipated, the exhausted Tony was indeed no match for Ivan Vanko. Here, Vanko's armor was even more formidable than depicted in the films. Remarkably, 3 arc reactors were mounted on both his chest and shoulders. It appeared that one was dedicated to providing power, while the other 2 specifically supplied energy to the energy whips wielded by the armor. After all, his nickname was Whiplash, and wielding a whip was his forte. Upon returning, Qin Xiao witnessed Tony ensnared by 2 whips, tightly coiling around his neck and legs. The whips crackled with violent energy, causing Tony's armor to splinter and crack under the strain. To deal with you, I intentionally sacrificed the mobility of my armor. If you had fled earlier, I would have had no effective means to counter you. Alas, the energy output from the arc reactors was indeed staggering. Operating with 3 arc reactors posed a significant challenge to the armor's output circuitry. Much like a Gatling gun, the extreme firing rate resulted in a situation where, after several minutes of continuous fire, the weapon needed to pause to cool the barrels. The design of the armor became even more complex. Adding 2 reactors resulted in an output circuitry that was more than twice as complicated. Qin Xiao, lacking Tony's expertise, could only watch as Tony was gradually pulled toward Ivan Vanko. In a moment of desperation, Qin Xiao leaped, aiming his Tang Dao directly at the back of Vanko's neck. Chapter 85. The Tang Dao cuts the wires. Ivan Vanko, with his back turned to Qin Xiao, was entirely focused on Tony before him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiao plunged the Tang Dao into the armor. Just like with Ironmonger, the strength of ordinary alloys was utterly insufficient to withstand the might of the system-produced Tang Dao. Moreover, Vanko could now rightfully be referred to as Whiplash. The thickness of the armor's exterior was far less robust than that of Ironmonger. Die. With fierce determination, Qin Xiao thrust deeper. Clang. A jolt of resistance reverberated through him as the Tang Dao struck a solid object, halting its advance. What was that? A special alloy? Before Qin Xiao could fully assess the situation, a series of crackling sounds emanated from the back of the Whiplash armor. A metallic whip, charged with energy, lashed out and struck Qin Xiao squarely in the chest, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Fortunately, in the moment of impact, he instinctively clutched the Tang Dao. Otherwise, he would have lost his weapon to the Whiplash. After being propelled over 10 meters and rolling several more on the ground, Qin Xiao finally came to a stop, allowing him to regain his bearings. The whip-like exoskeleton, resembling a spine on the back, is mobile, descending directly from the neck like a tail. Just moments ago, Qin Xiao was caught off guard and struck by it. Who would have thought I could forget that you are by Stark's side? Besides this tail, I must also thank that fool Hammer, who, eager to surpass Stark, hastily ordered some titanium alloy after I created the arc reactor, aiming to craft an armor akin to Stark's for himself. This, however, has inadvertently benefited me. The lining of this armor is entirely made of titanium alloy. Your weapons cannot penetrate it, can they? Haha. The tail of the whip struck the ground forcefully, causing fissures to appear. Indeed, it exceeded my expectations. But do you think that just because you have this turtle-like shell and a tail, I am powerless against you? Your weapons cannot harm me. I can gradually dismantle your shell layer by layer. Qin Xiao twirled his knife confidently, proclaiming, even if your entire body is composed of titanium alloy, once your energy depletes, you will still be no match for me. Setting aside sheer strength, inheriting a portion of the Hulk's defensive and regenerative capabilities, Qin Xiao was already in an invulnerable position from the outset. You are undeniably formidable. Fleeing is the only viable option against you. But what about Stark? Can you save him before I end his life? As Whiplash spoke, he exerted more force, and Tony's armor carved deep trenches into the ground. Damn it! Qin Xiao couldn't afford to hesitate. Cursing under his breath, he charged at Whiplash. However, Whiplash's tail was remarkably agile, unfurling into a whip over 3 meters long, creating a barrier around him. Qin Xiao swung his saber several times, only to discover that the tail was also made of titanium alloy. Unless he struck a specific spot with dozens of blows, he could not break through the defense. Tony, you may need to hold out a little longer. After exchanging a few more blows, Qin Xiao retreated from Whiplash's attack range, anxiously contemplating alternative strategies. He considered targeting the various joints. With armor that thick and 3-arc reactors, it was impossible for all the wiring and sensors to be housed within the lining. Tony's voice began to distort slightly, indicating that the whip had caused some deformation to his armor. Upon hearing Tony's words, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. He suddenly dashed to the right of Whiplash, timing it perfectly as the tail swung towards him, pushing off the ground with his right foot. He swiftly maneuvered to Whiplash's left side, only to discover that the tail reacted with astonishing speed, whipping towards Qin Xiao from the side. Damn it, Qin Xiao cursed, bracing himself as he took a heavy blow to his back, gripping Whiplash's left leg tightly with his left hand. With a fierce thrust, the saber in his right hand plunged towards the knee, while a powerful force surged from behind. Qin Xiao, with his left hand embracing the leg of the whiplock armor, horizontally wielded the saber, leveraging the whip's momentum to spin it around the left leg of the armor. The saber also circled halfway around the left leg. As anticipated, with the rotation of the saber, the circuitry and sensory systems within the left leg were compromised, erupting in sparks. This was indeed a favorable development. Qin Xiao then shifted his focus to the right leg. The whiplock, having fallen under Qin Xiao's maneuver, sparked a sense of urgency within him. Despite this, he remained relentless against Tony Stark. One whip remained tightly coiled around Tony's neck, while an axle on his arm rapidly rotated, tightening its grip on Tony's armor. Another whip transformed into a shadow, striking towards Qin Xiao alongside its tail. A smirk crept across Qin Xiao's face as he propelled himself off the ground, flipping upside down and sliding up the whiplock's right arm. This technique, learned from Black Widow, was adapted from her method of ensnaring an opponent's neck with her thigh. With a strategy in mind, everything became manageable, particularly since Qin Xiao was unafraid of the whiplock's assaults. He would evade if possible, and if not, he would grit his teeth and endure, using the impact to propel himself in chaotic movements around the whiplock. The whiplock sparked continuously, giving Qin Xiao the sensation of wielding a kitchen knife against live wires. Astonishingly electrifying. A flurry of dazzling maneuvers led to a cascade of destruction in the circuits and sensors, triggering a chain reaction. Even the areas that Qin Xiao had not severed erupted with countless sparks. The 3 whips, including the tail, extinguished their flames and fell limply to the ground. Only then did Qin Xiao leap down from the whiplock, standing still and taking a deep breath. He was unaware of how many lashes he had endured. At first, he felt nothing, but now a fiery pain coursed through him. However, with his remarkable regenerative abilities, the pain soon transformed into a tingling sensation, gradually returning to normal. Tony also rose from the ground, his armor around the neck severely deformed. If the pressure continued, he would be in dire straits. Indeed, spending money was the key. Had the gold titanium alloy ordered by Justin Hammer been sufficient to craft a complete suit of armor for the whiplock, Qin Xiao would likely have only been able to avenge Tony today. Your armor is not a war machine. It does not require so many reactors, as that would severely impair agility. Yet it seems you have increased the rotational speed, significantly enhancing power. A brilliant idea. Chapter 86. The Comatose Warrior. Rhodes. Tony approached the whiplock, speaking in a calm tone. The entire armor had become incapacitated, and the helpless whiplock opened its visor. I don't need your lectures, Stark. Put away your hypocritical facade. If it weren't for your friends, you would have already descended into hell to apologize to my father today. In truth, it was I who advised him on how to deal with you. I discerned the flaws in your armor, and it seems that my knowledge has triumphed over you. Much like how my father bested yours. You are unworthy to mention my father. Ivan Vanko spat contemptuously onto the ground, expressing his disdain for Tony Stark. Qin Xiao twirled his Dao sword, preparing to strike down Whiplash, uninterested in their meaningless banter. However, he was once again interrupted by Rhodey's cries for help. I said it's over. Can someone please get me out of here? Poor Rhodey, trapped in a Mark II armor that could not automatically release him. The energy source and wiring in his chest had been severed by Qin Xiao's blade, leaving him immobilized, unable to dismantle the armor himself. It's over. How do you plan to deal with him? I believe he should be handed over to me. Black Widow and Pepper Potts reappeared timely, as Rhodey lay in the armor. Rolling his eyes, Black Widow spoke from the perspective of S-H-I-E-L-D. Naturally, neither Qin Xiao nor Tony would allow S-H-I-E-L-D to acquire the technology of the arc reactor, especially since Qin Xiao understood that the current S-H-I-E-L-D would be more aptly named Hydra. Natasha, do you truly believe? Qin Xiao began, only to be interrupted by Whiplash's boisterous laughter. Ha ha, no one shall decide my fate. You will all accompany me to hell. With Whiplash's maniacal laughter, all the arc reactors of the armors on the ground, including the 3 on Whiplash himself, began to emit a dangerous red glow, signaling impending doom. Though I had described it in a similar manner, the flashing red lights before an explosion seemed rather unnecessary. Bastard. Damn it. Qin Xiao and Tony cursed almost in unison, both rushing towards the 2 women standing nearby. Tony soared into the sky, cradling Pepper, while Qin Xiao scooped up Black Widow and leapt into the distant woods. The scene was left with Whiplash's frenzied curses and the blaring alarms preceding the explosion. Of course, a faint voice emerged from one of the armors on the ground. What is happening? Is it going to explode? Someone pull me up. Qin? Tony? Boom. A series of explosions echoed, resembling the dramatic climax of a cliché film, with the 2 protagonists embracing their beloveds, gazing at the victorious inferno from a distance. Thud. A suit of armor was hurled towards the 4, landing not far from them. From within, Rhodey let out a muffled grunt. Tony, affectionately holding Pepper's waist, gazed deeply into her eyes and said, "It was truly regrettable to miss the last opportunity. I believe I should make amends today." The 2 slowly leaned in for a kiss. Beside them, Qin Xiao remained still, holding Black Widow. She gently pinched his waist and inquired, "What were you about to say to me before the explosion?" Qin Xiao glanced at the beauty in his arms and then at Tony and Pepper, who were fervently kissing beside him. He grinned, deeming it inconsequential. He leaned down and pressed his lips against Black Widow's. "Hey, why is it silent? The explosion seems to have ended, and I feel as though I'm about to be crushed. Let me out, Qin, Tony. I know you're nearby. What are you doing? Hello? Hello? Be quiet." Qin Xiao kicked a stone towards Rhodey's head, causing it to buzz inside his armored suit. After transforming into War Machine, the system defaulted to the identity of a superhero, or rather an Avenger, rewarding Qin Xiao with 500 points for the task. Defeating the Whiplash earned him an additional 1,000 points. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself with 2,000 points once again. With the exception of the Asgardian physique he had already exchanged, he could only purchase 2 items. After much contemplation, he decided to upgrade his Tang Dao, as this time, if the sword was sufficiently sharp, Whiplash would be nothing more than a live target. Initially, Qin Xiao had assumed that a direct purchase would yield a new weapon. But to his surprise, the system presented an upgrade interface. He placed the E-grade Tang Dao onto it, and it was upgraded to D-grade. The appearance of the upgraded Tang Dao remained largely unchanged, but as Qin Xiao wielded it, he sensed that the material had become more resilient. However, he was disheartened to discover that, whether due to the material change or not, the folding feature of the Tang Dao had been eliminated. This posed considerable inconvenience. He could not carry a sword around all the time. He was not Deadpool, after all. In a moment of resignation, he spent 1,000 points to choose a spatial item. Instead of transforming it into a conventional piece of jewelry, after consulting the system, Qin Xiao turned it into a button on his waistband. Of course, since the combat suit could change, the button was not a constant feature. If Qin Xiao transformed his attire into athletic wear, it might appear as a small ornament or logo on an elastic band. Ultimately, it depended on Qin Xiao's whim. In his view, such an item was best concealed in an unexpected place, so outsiders would never suspect that he possessed a spatial storage device. They could only attribute it to some form of magic, akin to Doctor Strange or Loki. Furthermore, during battles, the idea of drawing a Tang Dao from his groin area seemed more intimidating than that of others. After redeeming 2 items, his points dwindled to a mere 300. After placing some everyday essentials into the spatial item for safekeeping, Qin Xiao boarded a plane to New Mexico. He had initially hoped to have Thor accompany him to New York, but the latter expressed reluctance to part with his hammer, preferring to stay close to it. Thus, Qin Xiao let him be. During this time, it was uncertain whether it was due to the loss of power or the influence of Jane. Thor, the towering figure, not only appeared to have relinquished his inner obsessions, but also seemed to have earnestly crafted a semblance of a life plan. He rented an apartment in a small town and remarkably secured a position as a chef in a local restaurant. The substantial sum of $100,000 that Qin Xiao had bestowed upon him had, aside from a minor expenditure and a few gifts for Jane, remained untouched. During this time, he sustained himself solely through his earnings from working, which genuinely astonished Qin Xiao. Observing the industrious Thor in the restaurant's open kitchen, he noticed a significant reduction in his previous restlessness. Meanwhile, Jane, with her unwavering gaze fixed upon Thor, evoked in Qin Xiao a sense of parental reflection on the inevitable independence of children. Alas, poor Odin, his children seemed rather ungovernable. In Chapter 87, the tenacious Coulson noted Thor's remarkable transformation. In his brief time on Earth, Thor had gleaned what constituted a proper value system from Jane. Earning a living during the day and spending his evenings with his girlfriend, he even found moments to delve into books alongside Jane. Absorbing knowledge of Earth, a true embodiment of a commendable young man. In the film, his acceptance of earthly life stemmed from the deception wrought by Loki. Believing he had caused his father's demise and having been commanded by his mother to never return to Asgard, he was engulfed in despair. However, with the truth revealed by Qin Xiao, he had genuinely settled into a state of calm, shedding his previous impatience and impulsivity. A stark contrast to his troubled existence over the past 1,500 years in Asgard. Odin's familial upbringing seemed to have weighed heavily upon him, prompting him to retreat into a self-imposed slumber, perhaps to avoid witnessing the chaos that unfolded. While he sought solace, Loki ascended to the role of regent, leaving Thor's childhood companions restless. Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, the so-called Warriors Three, along with Thor's betrothed, the goddess of the harvest and land, Sif, ventured to the Rainbow Bridges Temple to seek out Heimdall. After spinning an elaborate web of self-congratulatory lies, Heimdall left the Guardian's sword at the control of the Rainbow Bridge and nonchalantly departed. Following the release of several individuals to Earth in search of Thor, Heimdall stood upon the bridge, sighing. For him, this was akin to indulging children in a game of make-believe. As for the royal affairs of Odin, they were, to put it mildly, fraught with distress. Soon, he would have to engage in a charade with Loki. The adage that a just ruler finds it difficult to resolve household matters rang true. Not even Odin could escape this reality. Even Frigga, esteemed as the wisest in all of Asgard and Thor's mother, opted to turn a blind eye to domestic affairs, retreating under the guise of caring for Odin. Allowing Loki to indulge in caprice from the throne of the king was a curious sight. Even when Loki conspired with the frost giants, Heimdall turned a blind eye. For Loki aimed to lure them into a trap, hoping to capture the frost giants and thereby prove to Odin that he was indeed the most suitable candidate for kingship. However, one might ponder, had Loki not wielded the eternal spear to vanquish the leader of the frost giants, would the All-Father, who feigned slumber, have easily met his demise? Qin Xiao shuddered at the thought. Amidst the chaos wrought by two children across the 9 realms, a heartfelt collaboration blossomed between them. Faced with the inevitable twilight of the gods, they sacrificed all of Asgard to accompany Hela in death, securing their son's escape from the curse of Ragnarok. Thus, after the destruction of Asgard, and before their encounter with Thanos, the actions of Thor and Loki were unconsciously influenced by Odin and Frigga. Apart from these two cunning foxes, Heimdall, who saw through the pretense, the rest appeared as fools. As Qin Xiao contemplated this, a radiant beam of light descended from the swirling storm clouds in the distant sky, landing outside the town. Within the temporary headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., all reconnaissance devices blared alarmingly, thanks to the research materials and scientific instruments assembled by Jane and her team. A spatial detector had identified the formation of a passage between two realms. What had transpired? Coulson rushed into the room, his expression one of consternation. It was the fabled Rainbow Bridge, heralding the arrival of several deities from Asgard, or rather, a few foolish gods. Come, let us go see. Qin Xiao appeared behind Coulson, accompanied by the greatest fool of Asgard, Thor. Knowing that Loki would soon unleash the destroyer, Qin Xiao refrained from bringing anyone else along. It was merely the three of them in a vehicle as they set off towards the town's outskirts. It seems your friend wishes for your return. What are your thoughts, Thor? Qin Xiao inquired during the ride. To be honest, I may not truly be suited for kingship. I perceive matters too simplistically. Perhaps Loki is more fit to don the crown than I, Thor murmured, his gaze cast downward. Neither of you are fit to be king. One lacks the understanding of rulership, while the other merely desires the throne for its own sake, Qin Xiao pronounced, defining the brothers. Jane had echoed similar sentiments, remarking that she rather admired the electoral system on Earth, where kings are chosen by the populace, a far cry from the fratricidal strife of their own kin. Congratulations, Thor. You have found yourself a rather splendid girlfriend. As for societal structures, Qin Xiao chose not to comment. Yet it was undeniable that Jane had provided Thor with invaluable and astute counsel during this time. Not long after departing from the small town, we encountered 4 individuals garbed in medieval attire. Stop the car, Coulson, those are my friends. Sol exclaimed, visibly delighted to see the trio from the celestial realm along with Sif. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, he leaped out and embraced several of them warmly. Are you certain these are deities from Asgard? They appear more akin to warrior Princess Xena, Robin Hood, and even Jackie Chan. That stout fellow resembles the Beryl from League of Legends, albeit wielding an axe. Do not inquire whether League of Legends exists in the Marvel Universe. If Jackie Chan is present, then certainly League of Legends can be too. Coulson pointed at the individuals outside, a look of incredulity adorning his face. While I vehemently disagreed with the comparison of Jackie Chan to that buffoon outside, one cannot deny that if anyone were to assert that deities were indeed like this, I would be compelled to deliver a resounding slap. By the way, when will you attend to your hair? I possess knowledge of an excellent depilatory product. As Qin Xiao spoke, he suddenly recalled the wager he had made with Coulson. I apologize, Qin. I should not have likened our illustrious star to that fool outside. My word slipped. What I meant to convey is that the simpleton appears to embody the essence of a lecherous Japanese ninja, indeed resembling a so-called Ronin samurai. In any case, he is undoubtedly not of Chinese descent. Coulson's survival instinct was palpable. In his life, the most precious possession was his vintage sports car, followed closely by his hair, with Captain America's trading card ranking third. Qin Xiao let out a sardonic chuckle, silently observing Coulson's receding hairline. All right, Coulson sighed. I possess 2 tickets for a cello performance, which I procured at a steep price from a scalper, on the 15th of next month. Agent Romanoff happens to be free that day. She has a keen interest in such events. Deal. Qin Xiao extended his right hand. Let us disembark and see what nonsense these fools are discussing. Chapter 88. Deities? Who gave you the courage? The great father of the gods has succumbed to slumber, while the nefarious Loki has usurped the throne. The people of Asgard find themselves in dire straits, compelled to return and vanquish the wicked Loki, restoring a bright future to Asgard, and so forth. This was the discourse Qin Xiao and Coulson overheard upon exiting the vehicle, a tiresome cliché of justice and conflict. Qin Xiao stifled a yawn at the monotonous tale. Are you truly paying such earnest attention, Coulson? Qin Xiao could not help but remark to Coulson, who was engrossed in the tale. What a splendid story. The evil brother who has usurped the throne awaits the return of the prince brother to defeat him. Did you not hear such fairy tales in your youth? My mother often recounted such stories to me. I still remember the first children's picture book I read. The tale of Simba from the Lion King, which bears a striking resemblance to this. Only the characters are the king's brother and son. Qin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes, wondering if they were treating this as a fairy tale. Everyone, I understand your sentiments. Yet my father has stated that I cannot return until I have mastered the art of being a true king. And if Asgard were truly in such dire straits, my mother would intervene. It seems, however, that perhaps it is not as dreadful as you portray, is it? Thor articulated the most astute remark he had made in over 15 centuries. Indeed, if what they claimed were accurate, it would be absurd to consider Frigga merely a decorative presence, to say nothing of her ability to command Heimdall to retrieve Thor from Earth without the need for their covert descent. The queen was preoccupied with caring for the slumbering Odin, and you must return at once. Otherwise, the 9 realms shall face war and calamity. We must act to save it all. Vostag, the most tempestuous of the 3 warriors from the realm of the fairies, exclaimed with righteous fervor, his words frothing at the corners of his mouth. In his excitement, he brandished his axe, striking at the void. Qin Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. A chorus of gazes turned sharply toward Qin Xiao and Coulson. Coulson silently stepped back. Their collective attention settled on Qin Xiao. I apologize, everyone. I did not mean to interrupt your conversation, but your words about defeating the malevolent Loki and saving the 9 realms are simply too amusing. We stand for justice. Qin Xiao mimicked their fervent demeanor, raising his voice in an exaggerated pitch. Yes, what you say is utterly hilarious, as if without you, the 9 realms would instantly face annihilation. Though the Asgardians did not grasp the humor in Qin Xiao's words, they could certainly discern the disdainful expression and mocking glint in his eyes. Vostag took a large step forward, towering over Qin Xiao with his nearly 2-meter frame. His long beard, braided and quivering with his speech, added to his imposing presence. Are you mocking us? Mortal, do you mock the deities of Asgard? Do you believe I will not use my axe, hey? Vostag, stop. This is my friend, my teacher. He has imparted much wisdom to me while I was on Earth. Thor interjected, stepping swiftly between the two. He was acutely aware of his companion's views on Earth, a realm of mortals, barren and insignificant, where Asgardians held themselves in lofty regard. He had perceived this attitude upon his arrival. Then you had best teach him to keep his mouth shut, foolish mortal. Should you dare mock the gods of Asgard again, I shall ensure my axe delivers a proper lesson. Vostag sneered at Qin Xiao while brandishing his axe ominously. As those words escaped Vostag's lips, Thor sensed impending trouble. Having spent time with Qin Xiao, he had never witnessed him suffer a verbal defeat. As expected, just as Vostag was about to turn away, Qin Xiao spoke up. Huh. It seems I have mocked him once again, Coulson. I have ridiculed a deity. What should I do? Bow an apology? Thor. What kind of god is your friend, the god of wild boars? Or the god of gluttony? What do you say? Vostag stepped forward in fury, only to be tightly restrained by the thunder god, who continued to wink at Qin Xiao. signaling him to remain silent, ignoring the thunder god entirely. Qin Xiao pointed a finger at Vostag's nose and proclaimed, "You few dare to speak of saving the 9 realms? Which realm requires your salvation? Who among you can triumph over anyone? The frost giant Laofei? The flame lord Surtur? Or perhaps the slumbering dark elves? No, 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 none of you can prevail." Qin Xiao waggled a finger dismissively, his gaze contemptuously scanning Vostag from head to toe. "You can only bully a few malnourished children. I truly do not understand the source of your confidence in claiming to save the 9 realms. Is it your scruffy beard or your corpulent backside that grants you such audacity? I shall slay you." Enraged, Vostag hurled the thunder god aside and charged at Qin Xiao with his axe, resembling a wild boar. "See, I told you he is the god of wild boars. What do you think, Coulson? Coulson?" Calling out to Coulson, Qin Xiao found no response and turned to see that the fellow had somehow scampered back to the car, maintaining a safe distance. "Damn it, Coulson, you've gone astray," Qin Xiao complained, turning to evade Vostag's axe with a sidestep. Seizing the opportunity as Vostag's axe struck the ground with tremendous force, he stepped onto the axe's back and yanked viciously on Vostag's bushy beard. Using the momentum, he leaped upward, driving his knee with thunderous force into Vostag's chin. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Vostag was sent flying. His massive form soared backward for 2 or 3 dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and sand. "Poor god of wild boars. I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you've gone flying. Hey, is your voluptuous backside all right?" Qin Xiao called out, shielding his forehead with his right hand and shouting toward the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Upon witnessing their comrade being struck, Sif and the other 2 warriors from the Asgardian court quickly drew their weapons, glaring furiously at Qin Xiao. "Hey, mighty deities, are you preparing to besiege this mere mortal together?" Qin Xiao extended his left index finger in a rather lewd gesture toward the trio. "Come, let us have it out. Let me be clear, if you lose, no crying to your mothers on the way home." Chapter 89. Qin Xiao takes action. Shocking the deities, your prowess is commendable. In Asgard, you would indeed be regarded as a true warrior. Yet, do you truly believe this qualifies you to challenge the gods? In response to Qin Xiao's provocation, Vandal, one of the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, gracefully brandished his sword and stepped forward. He perceived that Volstagg had merely been careless. A full-force strike evaded was merely an unexpected occurrence. It is remarkable to send someone flying several dozen meters with a few tons of explosive force, and yet, in the eyes of Asgardian warriors, this is merely a basic feat. In light of your connection to Thor, we shall extend an apology to Volstagg, and we will refrain from pursuing charges of blasphemy against the gods. Huh, Qin Xiao chuckled, unaware whether the denizens of Asgard were merely narrow-minded or if Odin had sheltered them too well. Such an innate sense of superiority is indeed profoundly irksome. With a cold smirk and a dismissive gesture, Qin Xiao prepared to impart some much-needed enlightenment to these so-called deities of Asgard. Regrettably, Loki, in his haste to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard, did not grant him the opportunity. Once more, the sky darkened ominously, swirling into a tempest, followed by a radiant beam of multicolored light descending. Upon striking the ground, it inscribed a circular shape adorned with various enigmatic symbols, and a colossal black metal giant materialized in its stead. This was the Destroyer, the guardian of the treasury, who had released it. The arrival of the Destroyer caused the Asgardians' expressions to shift dramatically. Behind them lay a small town, home to at least thousands. They had to stop it. Thor immediately cast a glance towards the small town, fully aware that Jane was still present there. At this moment, they could no longer afford to dwell on their conflict with Qin Xiao. Upon hearing Thor's urgent words, the warriors brandished their weapons and charged toward the Destroyer. The synergy among them became evident as they engaged in battle. Volstagg, who had been sent flying by Qin Xiao, sprinted from afar to take the forefront alongside his comrades. With a flash of flames from within the Destroyer's body, its flat face opened to reveal metallic strips, unleashing a concentrated burst of fire toward the 4 rushing warriors. They swiftly evaded, with Volstagg executing a roll and striking at the Destroyer's ankle with his axe. Vandal and Hogan, one wielding a sword and the other a small hammer-like weapon, positioned themselves to block the Destroyer's descending arm aimed at Volstagg. As the arm was restrained, the Destroyer ignited once more, its metallic strips parting again as swirling flames began to coalesce. "Sif!" Volstagg shouted. Sif, who had stealthily circled behind the Destroyer, leapt high, over 3 meters into the air, transforming her short staff into a double-headed spear, deftly piercing through the widened metallic gap of the bent Destroyer. With precision, she pinned the Destroyer firmly to the ground. The flames within the Destroyer gradually extinguished. Vandal elegantly executed a flourish with his sword, casting a provocative glance towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes and pointed at the destroyer. Vandal promptly turned back, witnessing the metallic strips on the destroyer's body beginning to rotate slowly, compelling the entire form to invert, transforming from a bent posture to one of backward lean. The flames within reignited fiercely. Sif! Thor's urgent shout prompted Sif to leap away from the destroyer just in time. As the inverted destroyer arose, flames erupted anew, its body lunging forward. With its re-establishment, the spear embedded in the ground gradually withdrew from its form. A swift turn unleashed a beam of fire from its visage. Unlike before, this time the assault did not cease with a single strike, but maintained a continuous barrage, following the movements of the four individuals as it launched its attack. Fortunately, the massive destroyer lacked agility. Otherwise, that single maneuver would have surely led to the demise of the four proud deities. The four could not remain passive. Seizing the moment while the flames pursued the others, the mightiest among them, Vostag, leaped high, aiming an axe at the destroyer's chest. Regrettably, the destroyer had significantly sharpened its battle awareness since their previous encounter. Before Vostag could fully swing his axe, the destroyer's colossal arm swept towards him like a pillar. Vostag's formidable strength proved trivial in comparison to the destroyer, and he was sent flying, landing dozens of meters away. The destroyer's form was composed of URU metal and other rare metals collected by Odin, far beyond the strength of Qin Xiao's current physique. With that one blow, Vostag collapsed, spitting blood upon impact. The remaining three fared little better. While they evaded the flames, they could not escape the subsequent onslaught of arms and feet. Each was swept away, sustaining various injuries. The destroyer, relentless, set its sights on Sif, advancing with a colossal step. Having been recently hurled away by the destroyer, Sif had managed to block one strike with her shield, yet her physical resilience did not match that of the others, severely diminishing her capacity to move, rendering her unable to evade. The others were similarly compromised. Even if they managed to rise, they could not swiftly rush to her aid. Qin! Thor cried out, his face etched with desperation as he turned to Qin Xiao. With a heavy sigh, Qin Xiao firmly planted his feet on the ground and charged towards the destroyer. Truth be told, Sif had already surrendered to despair. The destroyer had raised its fist high above her. As she gazed at the approaching fist, she closed her eyes in hopeless resignation. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. Sif felt darkness envelop her momentarily before she opened her eyes in confusion. "It's you," she exclaimed in astonishment. The scene before her was almost too incredulous to believe. The earthling stood with his back to her, arms crossed and raised, steadfastly blocking a punch from the destroyer. Not only Sif, but even the disheveled trio of warriors from the Celestial Palace, sprawled on the ground, widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? This earthling, a mere mortal, was successfully parrying the fist of the destroyer? What are you staring at? Hey, I'm talking to you. Get up and move. The power of the destroyer was indeed formidable. Qin Xiao felt the pressure on his hands intensifying, and he shouted at Sif without a hint of tenderness. Oh, Sif nodded, regaining her senses and laboriously rising to her feet, hastily retreating from the combat zone between the destroyer and Qin Xiao. Chapter 90. The indestructible turtle shell, seeing Sif safely out of the conflict zone. Qin Xiao tugged his hands, redirecting his force. The destroyer's massive arms slid sideways, crashing thunderously to the ground. Seizing the moment of its unsteady balance, Qin Xiao fell to the ground and executed a low kick aimed at the destroyer's ankle. Boom! The colossal figure of the destroyer wobbled before crashing down. Qin Xiao could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Before the creature could turn, he swiftly raised his fist and struck the back of the destroyer's head. Bang! The impact resonated like metal clashing. The destroyer remained unfazed, while Qin Xiao felt a sharp pain in his fingers. Realizing that his bare hands could not inflict damage upon this impenetrable shell, Qin Xiao wiped his right hand against his waistband. Gradually, a Tang Dao emerged from the void. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Qin Xiao was pulling a long blade from his trousers. Vandal stared in horror at the long sword in his hand, then glanced down at his own waistband. Asgard possessed numerous enchantments to conjure weapons, yet Qin Xiao had emitted no magical aura, leaving Vandal perplexed about the origin of the blade. Unaware of Vandal's thoughts, Qin Xiao adhered to the principle of striking while the iron was hot. He brandished the Tang Dao and thrust it toward the prone destroyer. The blade penetrated through the seams of the metal plating on the destroyer's body. However, such physical harm was utterly inconsequential to the hollow interior of the destroyer. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xiao aimed for the metal strips once more and swung the blade down. The edge of the knife scraped against the metal, producing a harsh screech that sent sparks flying. After laboriously slicing through, Qin Xiao discovered that the area he had attacked bore no mark whatsoever. With a pang of regret, He glanced at his newly upgraded Tang Dao, relieved that the blade remained intact despite the earlier encounter. Qin Xiao, unwilling to continue the struggle, casually sheathed his Tang Dao. He aimed at the destroyer, who was about to twist its neck once more, and delivered a powerful punch to its partially turned face. The flickering flames that had just ignited in the destroyer's head extinguished as it crashed to the ground. Crack! Crack! Whether it was the destroyer's own combat instinct or Loki's command, the creature attempted to defy once again, trying to turn its head to unleash a fiery energy beam at Qin Xiao. Though his fist struck with force, jarring his bones painfully, he found no better strategy against this armored foe. Seeing it dare to turn its head again, he struck down with another punch. Back you go! Crack! Bang! Crack! Bang! The two seemed to be locked in a contest, one desperately attempting to turn its head, while the other resolutely prevented it from doing so. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif stood by, utterly astonished. Was this truly the destroyer, the guardian of the treasure vault, endowed with magical powers by Odin? As Qin Xiao engaged the destroyer in combat, the others had risen, supporting one another as they approached Thor. Mjölnir, witnessing Qin Xiao repeatedly pound the destroyer into the ground, wore a bewildered expression and inquired, "Are we certain this is the destroyer? Haven T, we just tested that?" The others, too, stared wide-eyed. "Is this really Midgard, the world we are meant to protect?" Hogan, in a daze, turned to Thor and asked, "Earth is not as feeble as we imagined. There are even entities here as formidable as my father." Thor recalled Qin Xiao mentioning his father's old friend, the Supreme Sorcerer. "As powerful as Odin? Very well. I retract my previous underestimation of them." Hogan gulped audibly. While the others acknowledged Qin Xiao's strength, he inwardly lamented his predicament. This creature was like an impenetrable shell. No matter how he struck, it was futile. If he continued this way, he might not only suffer from his own injuries, but also risk his fists. No matter how extraordinary its regenerative abilities, it could not withstand relentless pounding. By the way, why couldn't Thor sense his hammer? He had been quite humble and understanding, hadn't he? As Qin Xiao silently complained, the destroyer seemed to have reached its limit. No longer attempting to turn its head, it faced the ground and unleashed a torrent of flames that propelled its upper body backward with tremendous force. Qin Xiao, still mechanically delivering punches, was caught off guard as the destroyer's head suddenly shot upward, as if equipped with a booster. He was flung away, landing far from the impact. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, he exclaimed, "Ugh," as I prepared to engage once more, leveraging my agility. Little did I anticipate that the destroyer would merely turn away, disregarding Qin Xiao, and stride directly towards Thor and his companions. Has he chosen to ignore me? Qin Xiao rubbed his aching wrist, still stinging from the recent impact. "Thor, do you possess any divine artifacts akin to Mjölnir, perhaps the Spear of Eternity? Otherwise, I find myself unable to penetrate this tortoise shell." Thor's expression darkened, resembling a bitter gourd. "The Spear of Eternity? What a jest! That is Odin's weapon. If such a weapon is absent, we are in dire straits. You must reclaim your powers swiftly and be able to wield that hammer, for today could turn troublesome." Qin Xiao managed to return to the group before the destroyer, articulating his concerns. If he had the ability to sense it, he would have seized the hammer long ago. Why endure this struggle? Thor glanced around at his companions, gritted his teeth, and disregarding Sif's protests, dashed towards the destroyer. "Loki, I know you can hear me. I am your target, am I not? Spare them. Brother, I acknowledge my past arrogance. If I have caused you any sorrow, I sincerely apologize. However, they are innocent." Thor spoke with profound sincerity, his words not mere platitudes, but reflections of genuine contemplation regarding his previous actions. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments at the outset. "Thor," a voice of urgency called from behind. It was Jane, who, upon seeing the colossal destroyer from the town, had driven out in concern. "I am fine." Thor raised his hand, signaling Jane to remain back. Just as he turned to address Loki again, the destroyer swung its arm, sending Thor hurtling through the air. "Thor!" Several voices cried out in alarm. According to the narrative, Thor's declaration should have allowed him to sense Mjölnir after receiving another blow, yet this time, it did not occur. Stumbling, Thor managed to rise to his feet. The destroyer, its body aglow with fire, resumed its advance towards Thor. Jane and the Asgardians rushed towards him in a panic. Qin Xiao intended to intervene, but suddenly a shimmering portal appeared, and a slender arm emerged, blocking his path. Chapter 91. Do you believe Odin's deceptions, Master Gui? Without needing to see the full figure, Qin Xiao recognized the newcomer. The gaunt form of Gui stepped through the portal. "Qin, is this 177A Bleecker Street?" Coulson, appearing from an unknown direction, inquired of Qin Xiao. "Indeed, Master Gui, in contrast to your group, she is the true guardian of Earth. Qin Xiao introduced her to Coulson. Ancient One cast a glance at Coulson, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Coulson swallowed hard, his mind racing with thoughts on how to engage with this supreme sorcerer in the future. The Ancient One exchanged polite gestures with Coulson and gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. You need not intervene. Let Asgard handle its own affairs, as Odin has already made arrangements. Qin Xiao was not surprised by Odin's arrangements. However, according to Odin's words, Thor's current demeanor was significantly improved compared to the original narrative, which suggested he should have regained his powers by now. Qin Xiao subtly shared his thoughts with the Ancient One. If it is merely for the sake of training, Thor has indeed improved immensely compared to before. Why then has he not reclaimed his powers? Based on Odin's description, Thor should now be worthy of the thunder god's strength. Nonsense about worthiness, scoffed the Ancient One. Do you truly believe Odin's words meant to deceive children? The notion of worthiness is irrelevant, while Odin's intent to temper Thor is correct. The key to regaining the hammer and strength lies not in a transformation of character, but rather in whether Thor is in mortal peril. What? This notion had indeed caught Qin Xiao off guard. What do you think? Even when Thor first fell to earth, had you rushed in and given him a thorough beating, do you think the hammer would not have come to him? That crafty old fox, Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. The Ancient One shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think Odin conquered the cosmos solely through brute strength? Do you truly consider the ancient entities of the universe to be as foolish as these novices before you? Nevertheless, since we are here, as an elder, I must set an example. Follow me. The Ancient One beckoned to Qin Xiao, sweeping her hand through the air. With a single step, she appeared before Thor and the others. Just then, the destroyer approached, flames erupting from its head, shooting a fiery beam towards the group. The Ancient One extended a hand, rapidly tracing circles in the air. Streams of golden light surged forth, coalescing into a massive magical shield, approximately 2 meters in diameter. With a gentle push of her delicate hand against the intricately inscribed magical shield, it sped toward the destroyer. The formidable fiery beam collided with the shield. Reminiscent of a baby colliding with the swiftly running Hulk, the shield showed no sign of slowing down. In fact, it surged against the fiery beam, crashing into the destroyer's colossal form. The impact sent the destroyer reeling backwards for several hundred meters before gradually dissipating into the air. Gasp! Everyone present, except Qin Xiao, inhaled sharply. Vandal, with a perplexed expression, turned to the equally astonished Hogan and remarked, "Who is that? I feel as though we require Earth's protection." Only Qin Xiao murmured under his breath. After several millennia, he marveled at how one could maintain such youthful hands, reminiscent of a young maiden. Suddenly, Gu Yi extended her hand and lightly tapped Qin Xiao on the head before striding towards Thor. I have known Odin for thousands of years. I am well aware of your exile to Earth. To reclaim your powers as the god of thunder, you must first understand what you are fighting for. The individuals present here today are those who require your protection. As for the destroyer, we shall no longer lend our assistance. Reflect deeply on how to safeguard those around you. With that, she disregarded their reactions and pulled Qin Xiao back to their original spot. But that was not all. She also conjured a portal for the destroyer, directing it to materialize less than 100 meters away from Thor and the others. Isn't this somewhat unfair? Either observe the spectacle or intervene, perhaps utter a few sarcastic remarks, and then return the creature. Isn't that just idleness? Qin Xiao pouted, expressing his discontent. Gu Yi's delicate hand reached out once more, delivering another gentle tap to Qin Xiao's head. To his surprise, the force was such that it caused him to jump, clutching his head in protest. You can speak your mind, but why do you keep hitting me? You deserve it, Gu Yi replied, producing a fan from seemingly nowhere and languidly fanning herself. My intervention is merely to inform Odin that I have not neglected his son during his time on Earth. After all, you have served as a caretaker for his son for so long, as the next supreme sorcerer. Should I not demand a few more benefits for taking care of his wayward offspring? Qin Xiao, still nursing his head, wore a look of grievance. I have no interest in becoming the supreme sorcerer. Not only must I endure the grueling watch over the sanctum, but I also have to suffer countless torments at the hands of Dormammu. Am I out of my mind? These words slipped from his lips, as he remained suspicious of Gu Yi's suggestion regarding the time stone. Thus, when she broached the subject again, he could not help but voice his skepticism. It was only after he spoke that he realized something was amiss. Glancing at Gu Yi, he found her wearing a knowing smile, her silence suggesting she was well aware of his thoughts. Ahem, look over there. Thor is in trouble again. Quickly, take a look. Qin Xiao desperately attempted to shift the topic. Gu Yi asked no further questions and turned her gaze towards Thor and the others. Indeed, after Gu Yi's admonition, Thor, disregarding his companion's attempts to restrain him, dashed towards the destroyer. This time, He spoke no empty words, but opened his arms wide. Loki, if you must kill me, then do so now. Let this all come to an end and spare them the consequences. Loki, having been startled by Gu Yi's earlier intervention, instinctively directed the destroyer to glance at Gu Yi and Qin Xiao. Upon witnessing their lack of hostility, he steeled his resolve. A massive burst of flames surged towards Thor. No, Thor. A chorus of gasps erupted as the flames mercilessly engulfed the god of thunder, propelling him several meters away before dissipating. Upon closer inspection, he appeared charred. His garments reduced to tatters, his face obscured by soot. Wisps of white smoke curled from his form, leaving one to ponder the futility of divine intervention in such a dire state. Chapter 92. Who are you, Father? Thor. Sif cried out in anguish, her heart aching, only to witness a mortal girl darting forth like an arrow, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Thor, no, do not succumb to slumber. You promised to take me to Asgard to see the endless sea. The sorrow in her voice evoked feelings of inadequacy, even in Sif, who had shared countless moments with the god of thunder over the span of a millennium. Reluctantly, she halted her advance. Loki's villainy was pure in its essence, though he had left Thor in a state of near death. Yet, how could Loki be satisfied? He maneuvered the destroyer toward the fallen god with ominous intent. The massive metallic footfalls resonated through the sand, producing an eerie rustling sound reminiscent of a death knell. Jian heard the footsteps of the destroyer, casting a vengeful glance at it before springing to his feet, arms outstretched to shield Thor from the looming threat. He adopted a stance that declared, "You shall have to step over my dead body to reach him." To Qin Xiao, this was a moment more poignant than the iconic "you jump, I jump" from Titanic. Alas, foolish people often find fortune. Qin Xiao sighed wistfully. Do not fret. Your share of foolish fortune surpasses his, Gu Yi remarked with a smile as she glanced back. Are you mocking me or praising me? Qin Xiao mused, scratching the back of his head. Gu Yi simply smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, Jian resolutely positioned himself before Thor. Sif and the others exchanged glances, then rushed to stand in front of the god of thunder, mirroring Jian's protective gesture with their own outstretched arms. A bunch of foolish imbeciles. Loki scoffed from afar, remotely controlling the destroyer as he observed the unfolding scene. Out of caution, he commanded the destroyer to glance at Gu Yi and Qin Xiao, noting their detached demeanor before resolutely directing it to concentrate the flames within its being. His intent was clear, to obliterate the 5 individuals before him along with the god of thunder behind them. The swirling flames coalesced within the destroyer-esque form. Jian turned to glance at the god of thunder, who lay motionless on the ground, and closed his eyes in the face of the impending doom. At that moment, Thor's finger twitched ever so slightly, a seemingly insignificant movement that stirred a tempest in the heavens. Suddenly, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and bolts of lightning erupted from nowhere, each strike seemingly intent on tearing the heavens asunder. Observing Thor's right hand, a small whirlwind materialized, as if summoning something of great significance. Within the temporary encampment of Shield, the hammer of Thor, which had remained motionless since its arrival, began to tremble violently. Countless tiny bolts of electricity flickered around the hammer, and in the next instant, it soared into the sky, drawing in a tremendous surge of lightning energy before hurtling toward Thor. They were situated over 10 kilometers outside the town, not far from the hammer itself. In the blink of an eye, the hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, appeared in Thor's grasp. Though his eyes remained shut, he gripped the hammer's handle with fervor, and the lightning in the sky seemed to find its mark, diving densely into the hammer below. Transformed by the hammer, the power of thunder surged into Thor's nearly scorched body. What does it mean to be resurrected with full vitality? Qin Xiao finally witnessed it. He beheld Thor, the towering figure, suddenly opening his eyes wide as he levitated into the air. With the hammer pointed skyward, an onslaught of lightning rained down upon it. Then came the moment of ascension as he became a deity. A suit of scaled armor materialized, enveloping his limbs, followed by a simple breastplate encasing his torso, and finally, a crimson cape gracefully flowed down from his shoulders. Majestic and awe-inspiring, the true god of thunder had descended. Oh my gosh, exclaimed Jian, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes sparkling as she gazed upon the transformed Thor. Damn it! Qin Xiao spat in frustration, lamenting his own failed attempts at grandeur, contrasting himself with the towering figure. All of his injuries healed automatically, and even the soot and grime on his face vanished. The few remaining strands of hair that had been singed now grew back, impeccably styled, as if gelled into place. Infuriating, indeed. Upon completing his transformation, Thor sent a flying hammer crashing into the destroyer, who had just begun to unleash flames. Staggering him. Once more, with a resounding thud, the destroyer was knocked to the ground. Thor then brandished the hammer of thunder, soaring into the skies. Swinging it in a relentless whirl, a massive tornado formed in midair, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, while gradually lifting the colossal form of the destroyer toward the heavens. This was utterly unscientific. It was a hammer, not a fan. This defied the principles of aerodynamics. Qin Xiao continued to grumble in discontent. As the destroyer ascended to a considerable height, Thor executed a swift turn within the whirlwind, positioning himself upside down, and brought the hammer crashing down upon the destroyer. At this juncture, Loki could no longer remain idle. He ignited the flames within the destroyer and unleashed a torrent of fire skyward. Regrettably, this fiery assault met the indomitable force of Thor's hammer, a divine artifact that could scarcely be impeded. The hammer bore down upon the flames, relentlessly advancing towards the destroyer. A thunderous explosion erupted in midair, accompanied by a vast cloud of yellow sand that expanded outward in a circular wave, reminiscent of a colossal smoke ring gradually dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this spectacle for the first time, Qin Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Is it truly possible for him to possess such might? Once more, the Ancient One elucidated the paramount significance of having a formidable father figure. The power sealed within Odin's hammer was such that, theoretically, even a swine wielding it could topple the great metallic behemoth. Otherwise, with Thor's current strength, even with the hammer, he would be unable to breach the URU metal of the magical puppet. Well then, it seems that fortune favors the fortunate more than mere effort, Qin Xiao remarked, spreading his hands in resignation. Suddenly, he felt that being regarded as the next supreme sorcerer by the Ancient One might not be such a misfortune after all, provided he comprehended the ulterior motives of this ancient schemer. Fear not, host, for in this world, no one can outshine your lineage, for you possess a system father, echoed a dispassionate voice in his mind. Qin Xiao slapped his forehead in realization. Ah, indeed, I have a system, who should I fear? But then, a thought struck him. Wait, is something amiss? System, what are you doing here all of a sudden? And who exactly is your father? Come forth and clarify. Chapter 93. The show begins with the narrative arc of Thor on Earth concluded and the destroyer vanquished. The system rewarded the host with 1,000 points for his participation in the battle. However, should the host continue to shout or insult the system, the reward would be rescinded. Oh, how splendid you are, my system. Qin Xiao suppressed the urge to curse. When faced with the allure of points, the system was undeniably in the right. In light of the host's sincere intention to amend his ways, a gentle reminder was issued. The portion concerning Thor's exile to Earth had been completed, and the host's reward, Odin's friendship, awaited collection in Asgard. Very well, Qin Xiao replied silently, though his thoughts betrayed him. As if I needed your reminder, the Ancient One has already made her presence known. Gazing once more at Thor, he observed the god deliver a fervent kiss to Jane after effortlessly dispatching the destroyer, utterly disregarding his fiancée's presence. What a cad. Qin, I am grateful for your assistance during this time. And to the Supreme Sorcerer, the tales of ancient sorcerers I heard in my youth seemed mere legend. I thank you for your guidance. Thor bowed slightly in respect to the Ancient One and Qin Xiao. Let it not be said, at the very least during this brief interlude on Earth, he has indeed learned the virtue of humility. I represent Asgard, and from this moment forth, we shall forge an alliance with Earth to confront the perils of the cosmos and safeguard the realms. These words were primarily directed at Qin Xiao. For an alliance with the Supreme Sorcerer is a privilege he has yet to attain. Qin Xiao nodded subtly, their unspoken understanding palpable. I must return to Asgard now. There are matters I must attend to, he said, addressing Jane. I assure you, I shall return to seek you out. After conversing with Qin Xiao and the Ancient One, the God of Thunder once again expressed his heartfelt sentiments to Jane. As soon as his words were uttered, they found themselves entwined in another kiss. Qin Xiao stole a glance at Sif nearby, who indeed wore an expression of palpable awkwardness. Vandal, adept at perceiving the emotions of others, assessed Sif's demeanor and remarked to Thor, we must return immediately and summon the destroyer to Earth. This is no ordinary situation. Something must have transpired with Heimdall. This reminder, while partially intended to alleviate Sif's discomfort, was also grounded in the truth of the circumstances. After several assurances to Jane that he would return post-haste, Thor led the Asgardians to the location where Sif and the others had descended. Standing upon the mark left by the Rainbow Bridge, Thor raised his hammer toward the heavens and cried out, Heimdall, take us back. Heimdall. He raised his hammer once more. However, after calling twice, the Rainbow Bridge showed no sign of response. Hey, Thor, is raising your hammer intended to enhance Heimdall's ability to receive your signal? Qin Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, is an immensely powerful deity. His eyes can perceive every corner of the universe. and his ears can hear any call from anywhere. Thor, with utmost seriousness, elucidated to Qin Xiao. Oh, Qin Xiao nodded, recognizing the impressive nature of Heimdall's abilities. Since he can hear you, why the need to call out and raise your hammer? Just raise it. My apologies, it's a habit. Thor sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Once again gazing skyward, he momentarily lifted his hammer, but recalling Qin Xiao's words, he lowered it halfway. Heimdall. Whether it was due to Qin Xiao's influence or not, dark clouds began to swirl in the sky, and a beam of rainbow light descended along the mark on the ground. Thor nodded to the others, casting a lingering glance at Jane before stepping onto the rainbow bridge with his companions. Jane stood, entranced, watching as their figures gradually faded within the radiant arch. She murmured to herself, to break through the barriers of two realms and traverse vast distances, directly transporting beings or objects to the other side. This is the true power of the divine. Qin Xiao gently placed a hand on Jane's shoulder. Ah, my dear, I understand your heart is wholly captivated by that imposing god of thunder, whom you deem the epitome of greatness. Asgard is indeed a sacred realm. Yet I must impart a truth. The so-called divine power that drags mortals through spatial corridors can lead to perilous whirlpools should any mishap occur. A true deity ought to embody such qualities. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Xiao summoned attention. Gu Yi, with a resigned glance towards him, waved his hand, and a resplendent golden portal materialized instantaneously. Jian peered inside, recognizing it as the very rainbow bridge Thor had previously described to her. Upon the bridge, Thor soared toward a magnificent golden palace, hammer in hand. Behold, this exemplifies divine power. Farewell. Qin Xiao waved to Jian before stepping through the portal alongside Gu Yi, vanishing from sight. It was only then that Jian snapped back from her astonishment. Wait, damn it, I wish to accompany you. The only response was the final flicker of golden sparks as the portal sealed shut. Next time I see Daisy, I shall ensure she pays no heed to you. She grumbled, turning to stride back to her vehicle. Eric Selvig had commenced a new research project at SHIELD. While Daisy returned to her studies, continuing her laboratory work, Jian too ought to find a place to settle, awaiting her Asgardian prince's arrival. Gu Yi had opened the portal at the edge of the endless sea, diagonally facing the rainbow bridge. From this vantage point, the bridge and its temple were visible to the right, while the golden palace loomed in the distance to the left. The destroyer's failure to vanquish Thor left Loki to encase Heimdall in ice, thereby allowing the frost giants to invade the golden palace. Thor's earlier attempt to summon Heimdall had faltered due to Heimdall still being trapped in the ice. Under the guise of collaboration to slay Odin, Loki deceived the frost giant leader, Laufey, into the palace. Seizing the moment as Laufey prepared to strike Odin, Loki ambushed him with the eternal spear, killing him. This act served two purposes: to showcase his prowess before Odin and to alleviate the shame he felt upon discovering his heritage as a descendant of the frost giants. As the future king of Asgard, he could not bear the thought of such lineage. For this reason, he was willing to slay Laufey and sought to obliterate the frost giant realm using the rainbow bridge. Gu Yi conjured a magical ripple in midair, akin to a screen displaying the scene within Odin's chamber. It captured the moment Loki had just slain Laufey and Thor's arrival as the two brothers faced off. With matters only half completed, there was no way Loki would allow Thor to thwart him. A single strike from the eternal spear sent Thor hurtling from the palace. As Loki raced toward the rainbow bridge, Qin Xiao's gaze followed Loki's path to the bridge, eager to witness the tumultuous clash between the two brothers. Yet Gu Yi interjected softly from the side. Chapter 94. Your calligraphy is impressive. In Odin's chamber, once the brothers had departed, Frigga's panic-stricken expression swiftly transformed into tranquility. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been languishing on the bed, gradually opened his eyes. He sat up and let out a soft sigh. Frigga approached and gently patted Odin's shoulder. Thor, upon returning from Earth, appeared to have matured significantly. Loki, burdened by his identity as a frost giant, felt somewhat self-conscious, compounded by the nagging sensation that Thor received more favor from you than he did. Having lived in Thor's shadow throughout his life, a degree of rebellion was to be expected. He would eventually come to understand. The two spoke with deep affection, resembling an ordinary couple preoccupied with their children's welfare. Qin Xiao, observing the scene, could only gaze skyward in disbelief, then glance over at Loki, who was manipulating the Bifrost, intent on orchestrating the total annihilation of the frost giants. Was this mere rebellion? This was outright genocide, especially against his own kin. A famous saying from his past life crossed Qin Xiao's mind. He is still just a child. Indeed, what malicious intent could a mere 1,000-year-old child harbor? Merely stealing weapons to plot against his brother and annihilating a race. Ancient One caught a glimpse of Qin Xiao's expression and discerned his thoughts. With a hint of disdain, she glanced at the mirrored image of Odin and Frigga, remarking, their perspective is rather limited. Loki's lineage is that of the Frost Giant royalty. Odin has little time left. Should the Frost Giants persist, how could Thor's throne possibly be secure? Confronted by Ancient One's discerning gaze, Qin Xiao felt a profound clarity wash over him. Previously, he had assumed Odin was aware of everything and tacitly permitted the children's antics. Now, however, it appeared to be a masterful scheme orchestrated by a cunning old fox. Deliberately neglecting Loki, Odin had ignited a fury within him that led to the demise of Lao Fei and the near extermination of the Frost Giants. Even if thwarted by Thor, the Frost Giants would merely survive in a state of despair. Most crucially, the Frost Giants would henceforth harbor a deep-seated hatred for Loki, rendering him devoid of a reliable ally and transforming that ally into a formidable foe. The animosity would be profound, a life-and-death rivalry. Thor was sent to Earth to forge alliances. Qin Xiao recalled that the opening of Thor 2 depicted Thor leading an army to quell rebellions across the 9 realms. Subjugation, alliance, destruction. Loki assumed the role of the villain while Thor emerged as the hero, effortlessly converting the majority of the 9 realms into steadfast supporters of Thor. In comparison to Odin's machinations, Loki's so-called cunning was utterly feeble. It became evident that those who ascend to the throne are rarely benevolent souls. In truth, there is no need to overthink. Odin, as the king of Asgard, undoubtedly embodies the qualities befitting a monarch. However, he also possesses the essence of a father, albeit perhaps not as adept in that role as he is in his regal duties. Come, allow me to introduce you to this successful king, yet unfortunately a less accomplished father. Ancient One lightly tapped the mirrored surface, shattering it instantly to reveal a portal. Before Thor's return, you should have ventured into Asgard to pay a visit to an old friend. As soon as the portal opened, Odin's voice resonated from within. It is true that the title of All-Father is not bestowed lightly. He was already aware of my presence upon entering Asgard. It is rare to witness such a splendid spectacle, and I must observe it closely. Ancient One was not at all surprised that Odin was aware of her whereabouts. If any formidable being were to enter Earth, she would undoubtedly sense it immediately. Greetings, Supreme One. Frigga, appearing to be familiar with Ancient One, smiled and acknowledged her before nodding towards Qin Xiao and gracefully exiting Odin's chamber. 2 children merely engaged in a scuffle. What is there to behold? Surely, you did not come to Asgard solely for my amusement. Odin waved his hand dismissively. No sooner had he spoken than an earth-shattering explosion reverberated outside. Odin's demeanor transformed dramatically, radiant golden energy enveloping him. Qin Xiao felt as though the elder before him had suddenly become akin to the sun, emanating not only light and warmth, but also an overwhelming aura of authority. It was as if a mere gesture from him could render Qin Xiao to ashes. Damn! The Bifrost! Odin exclaimed, vanishing from the bedroom in an instant. Ancient One, taking delight in the moment, playfully struck Qin Xiao's head with her fan, laughing heartily. Did you see that? What is meant to be will always find a way. After all this scheming, Thor has recklessly shattered the Bifrost in his attempt to thwart Loki's destruction of the Frost Giants. This is certainly something Odin could not have anticipated. Ha ha. Ancient One showed no restraint in her laughter, unabashedly mocking Odin within his own domain. Recovering from the imposing aura of Odin, Qin Xiao swiftly pushed aside Ancient One's fan. Enough with the antics. Are you putting on a show for me? After expressing his exasperation, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you implying that the destruction of the Bifrost was not part of Odin's plans? He inquired with curiosity. Of course. He is merely a cunning old fox. Do you think he possesses omniscience? As the guardian of the Time Stone, I would never claim to see all possible futures. This old fox merely manipulates the hearts of men. How could he possibly control every detail? Alas, even if one foresees events, some matters are simply destined. Qin Xiao lamented softly. Oh, Ancient One's bald head leaned closer to Qin Xiao's face. Then tell me, do you believe our presence here is also predestined? Qin Xiao lifted his gaze to observe the bald crown of Ancient One. Taking a step back, he timidly remarked, how would I know? Just as Ancient One was about to utter another word, a figure flashed by. The return of Odin. However, this time, Odin displayed none of the earlier calmness. Instead, a visage of concern and worry adorned his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly addressed Ancient One, Loki. Perhaps this was the paternal side of Odin that Ancient One spoke of, having nurtured the proud third princess for over a millennium. It was only natural for him to harbor deep feelings for her. Rest assured, he is unharmed. He will return after facing some hardship. Ancient One candidly reassured Odin. With a deep breath, Odin seemed to suddenly notice Qin Xiao, turning to him and exclaiming in fluent Chinese, Throwing hammers indiscriminately brings doom to the entire family. Your wife is on her monthly cycle. Your command of the language is impressive, young man. Qin Xiao, 34. Chapter 95. In fact, I have a twin brother named Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao recalled when he had just entered junior high, attending a boarding school where the principal was short, stout, and bald. The entire student body referred to him behind his back as Short Winter Melon. One day during self-study, as the principal passed by the window, Qin Xiao, unable to contain himself, called out, "Short Winter Melon." Immediately realizing the principal was standing there, glaring with fury, he felt a wave of embarrassment and fear wash over him. Subsequently, he was taken to the office for a stern reprimand that lasted 40 minutes. This incident remained vividly etched in Qin Xiao's memory. The current situation bore an uncanny resemblance to that long-ago experience, with the short and stout principal transformed into the All-Father, Odin. "Well, you see," Qin Xiao began, a guilty expression on his face. "This might be a misunderstanding. I have a twin brother named Qin Xiao. Unfortunately, a shooting star fell from the sky last night and took his life." "Is that so?" Odin raised the eternal spear. All right, I confess it was I, but honestly, what does it matter? Look at your hair and beard, completely white. At your age, who cares? Does it really matter?" Qin Xiao's nervousness rendered his speech somewhat incoherent. It seemed that even a great being like Odin needed another great being to placate him. Qin Xiao desperately signaled to Ancient One, who then rose to intercept Odin. With an air of nonchalance, he advised, "Relax, Odin. I believe Qin has a point. Which of your children is easy to manage? If you were to have another, I fear Hela would drive you to your grave before her arrival." "Exactly," Qin Xiao chimed in from behind Ancient One. "Silence, you scoundrel. Not only have you insulted my goddess, but you have cursed my entire family to death." The eternal spear in Odin's grasp began to emit a radiant glow. Ancient One, unable to stand idly by, firmly grasped Odin's arm, his expression grave. "Odin, regarding the demise of your entire family, it cannot truly be deemed a curse. The fact that your family perished is, in reality, genuine." "What?" In truth, it was merely Qin Xiao's two phrases that instilled fear in Odin. However, Gu Yi's words profoundly resonated within Odin's heart. "What does it mean that the annihilation of your family is indeed real?" "My old friend, this time, I am not jesting. I have come specifically for this matter. I believe we ought to engage in a serious discussion about the future, about Earth and Asgard." Gu Yi's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Before the two esteemed figures commenced their formal dialogue, Gu Yi opened a portal, and Odin promptly utilized the eternal spear to thrust Qin Xiao out. This portal was situated atop the Rainbow Bridge, which had just been a magnificent spectacle, but now had been rent asunder with a gaping chasm in its midst. Even the Rainbow Bridge temple had succumbed to collapse. At the fissure of the bridge sat a solitary, sorrowful silhouette. The cloak billowed away in the endless sea breeze, fluttering and rustling in the wind. My goodness, the Asgardian version of Bu Jingyun. Upon hearing a voice, Thor turned around and, to his surprise, beheld Qin Xiao. "Qin, what brings you here?" "No, wait. The Rainbow Bridge was shattered by Loki and me. How did you arrive? If you can come, does that mean I can go to Earth and see Jane?" The big guy, seemingly dim-witted, immediately conjured a multitude of thoughts upon seeing Qin Xiao. It seems that love truly renders one foolish. Perhaps encountering such a big fellow might yield unexpected outcomes. Thor's sudden excitement startled Qin Xiao profoundly. "Aren't you here to commemorate Loki? All this posturing as if you were Bu Jingyun is merely because the Rainbow Bridge is broken, preventing you from visiting Earth and seeing Jane? What was the point of smashing it?" "I came with the Supreme Sorcerer. She is currently discussing matters with your father. By the way, I have good news. Loki is not dead, as confirmed by the Supreme Sorcerer to your father." "I knew it." Thor was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly leaped up, giving Qin Xiao a hearty clap on the shoulder. "I always believed he would be fine. After all, he is the god of mischief, the craftiest individual in Asgard. There's no way he could so easily meet his end." It appears Thor harbors genuine affection for Loki, as evident by the numerous creases of joy adorning his face. However, regarding the notion of Loki being the most cunning in Asgard, Qin Xiao could only inwardly scoff at that idea. Without even considering Odin and Frigga, even Heimdall, who seems to be stuck in the past and resistant to change, surpasses Loki in this regard. Rather than delve into this topic with Thor, Qin Xiao, seizing the rare opportunity to visit Asgard, urged Thor to show him around. Upon learning that his sister had not perished and that he had a chance to seek out Jane on Earth, Thor's spirits soared, and he enthusiastically began to play the role of a diligent tour guide, leading Qin Xiao around the Golden Palace. After meandering for over an hour alongside the god of thunder in Asgard, having yet to fully explore the vicinity of the Golden Palace, I was abruptly summoned back by both the Ancient One and Odin. This time, we found ourselves in a resplendent reception room, where Odin and the Ancient One sat on either side, regarding Qin Xiao with the amused gaze of doting parents scrutinizing their daughter's suitor, exuding an air reminiscent of those who believe their offspring to be both foolish and excessively hefty. A chill ran down Qin Xiao's spine as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The conspiratorial smiles on the faces of these two cunning elders suggested nothing but mischief. Instinctively taking a step back, he warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" With a benevolent expression, Odin beckoned him closer. "Come here, child. Please, if you have something to say, do so now. And do not refer to me as child. Few have met a favorable end after being addressed in such a manner by you. Calling me rascal would suffice. Just refrain from child." Qin Xiao firmly declined, recalling how just moments ago, Odin wielded the eternal spear with an intimidating flourish. Such a swift change in demeanor could only spell trouble. Odin's expression darkened slightly, but the Ancient One interjected smoothly. "You must trust me, if not Odin. Come here. I assure you, it is a positive matter." She smiled reassuringly. Unfortunately, in Qin Xiao's perception, these two figures held the gravitas of nuclear warheads, and he was reluctant to acquiesce. "I refuse. You two look akin to unscrupulous pimps luring innocent women from a brothel. I shall not be deceived." He shook his head vigorously. In the next moment, Odin raised the eternal spear, while the Ancient One brandished a dazzling display of magic. "Here we come. Let us converse amiably. Why resort to hostility?" Qin Xiao promptly dashed towards them. In an instant, the weapons and spells in their hands vanished, their expressions transforming into ones of joviality. "Given your diligent care for Thor on Earth, Odin has decided to express his gratitude in a splendid manner. He wishes for you to select any item from his treasure vault." Upon entering Odin's treasury, Qin Xiao realized that certain cinematic portrayals should not be taken at face value. Odin, in his youth, had traversed the cosmos, conquering countless planets. It was implausible that only a meager selection of artifacts remained, as depicted in films. In truth, the treasures within Odin's vault were diverse and abundant, rivaling the collections of the most esteemed collectors, such as those seen in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Many coveted items, long sought after by collectors, were indeed present here. For instance, before him stood a towering glass encasement, within which lay a perfectly preserved Groot. "What is this?" Qin Xiao queried, pointing at the tree-like being. "This is a member of the Groot race, which numbers very few. In my youth, my father arranged for a tree being to serve as our instructor. Groot language was one of our elective courses. Eventually, he reached the end of his lifespan, and my father preserved his remains. It is worth noting that sightings of Groot are exceedingly rare nowadays." The Thunder God, having been summoned by Odin, introduced Qin Xiao to the treasures within the vault. He remarked on the rather impressive nature of an unfortunate Groot's corpse, which had been preserved as a specimen. Qin Xiao surveyed the tragic sight, then turned his gaze elsewhere, encountering an array of peculiar weapons and armor, including 3 dragon-toothed swords. These swords, once wielded by the Valkyries, had been objects of his childhood desire, symbols of one of Asgard's most formidable armies, now mysteriously vanished. The Thunder God resembled a tour guide escorting visitors through a museum, offering brief descriptions as Qin Xiao examined each artifact. After a thorough exploration and witnessing an astonishing collection, Qin Xiao found himself perplexed. He had not encountered the legendary items featured in films. He inquired of the Thunder God, "Is this all?" "This is the vault of the Father of the Gods. Surely there are more powerful artifacts, like the hammer you possess?" "Indeed, there are not many divine artifacts, and while more exist, their usage restrictions are quite stringent, which may render them unsuitable for you. If nothing here piques your interest, I can show you something else," the Thunder God replied, leading him deeper into the vault. With a forceful push against the wall, the true treasure trove revealed itself, an inner sanctum where the most coveted items were housed. Among them were the box of frost and the eternal flame, alongside the so-called replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. This gauntlet? Its size seems unfit for the average individual. And what of the gems adorning it? Qin Xiao mused, feigning ignorance as he held the Infinity Gauntlet. This glove is designed to assist in controlling the powers of the Infinity Stones. It was crafted by the last dwarven king of Nidavellir, tailored to his own hand, with the intention of creating a perfect artifact to accommodate all 6 Infinity Stones, thereby achieving the pinnacle of his forging mastery. However, upon its completion, countless ambitious souls across the universe sought to wield the gauntlet for their own ends. Reluctantly, the dwarven king presented it to my father, hoping that his renown would deter those who coveted the glove. Through the Thunder God's exposition, Qin Xiao came to realize that the gauntlet was indeed authentic. While the replica mentioned by Hela referred to the stones rather than the glove itself, the dwarven king, in a bid to validate his craftsmanship, ultimately surrendered it to Odin to evade further complications. This explanation seemed quite plausible, though it remained unclear whether it was a hidden narrative devised by Marvel's writers or a correction of reality in this world. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Xiao shifted his attention to the box of frost. This is an artifact of the Frost Giant clan. The Thunder God continued patiently with his descriptions. However, upon examining the box of frost, Qin Xiao realized that, lacking the bloodline of the Frost Giants, he could not activate it. As for the Infinity Gauntlet, aside from its imposing size, it remained essentially useless without the Infinity Stones. To speak frankly, it appears that there is little within Odin's treasury for personal use. As Qin Xiao pondered this, he approached the Eternal Flame. In the next moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. As he drew near, the Eternal Flame, which had been quietly burning in its vessel, suddenly surged as if doused with a torrent of fuel. The flames leapt to a height exceeding 2 meters, swiftly breaching the confines of the vessel and expanding outward by approximately a meter. In an instant, the inferno, a mass larger than a human, lunged toward Qin Xiao. The colossal flames surged like a homing bird, eagerly infiltrating every pore of his being. The transformation transpired with such rapidity that both Qin Xiao and Thor were caught entirely off guard. Just as a fleeting thought of concern regarding his hair crossed Qin Xiao's mind, the flames had already invaded through his mouth and nose. Moving with an almost sentient grace between his pores and orifices, Thor initially stood in shock, while he recognized the peril posed by this fire. He had never witnessed it erupting in such a manner during his countless excursions into the treasury. By the time he regained his wits, the flames had already penetrated Qin Xiao's body through his 7 orifices. A sense of foreboding gripped him, compelling him to act. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Qin Xiao, transforming him into a being of flame. Strangely, his clothing, skin, and even his hair remained impeccably intact, untouched by the fire's wrath. However, Qin Xiao's experience was far from delightful. The moment the flames entered his body, a torrent of searing energy surged through him. Compared to the serum of the Hulk he had previously consumed, this was akin to the difference between a firecracker and a grenade. The violent energy wreaked havoc, tearing through his muscles, veins, and bones, leaving no corner of his being unscathed. With a scream, flames erupted from his mouth, melting a gaping hole in the wall. Simultaneously, deep beneath the Golden Palace, a rune symbolizing the power of Asgard's flames began to stir, piercing through the earth and soaring toward the palace. Damn it! Odin, who had been conversing with Agamotto, shouted as he sprang into action, racing toward the treasury. Agamotto followed closely behind. Upon entering the treasury, they beheld Qin Xiao, wholly engulfed in flames, suspended in midair with his eyes closed, while Thor stood nearby, utterly stunned. At that moment, a cacophony of shattering sounds echoed as a dark red rune burst through the wall, breaching the treasury's 2 layers of defense and hurtling toward Qin Xiao. No! Odin bellowed. Stop! With a burst of radiant golden light, Odin reached out towards the rune. It was Monday, and for those weary from work, a moment of respite during tea time was beckoning. Just a sip of water, a brief indulgence in a novel, and soon the day would come to a close. Chapter 97. The rune of divine origin. Odin's speed was astonishing, arriving at the rune in an instant. Yet to his surprise, he grasped nothing but air. The rune that had seemed so near had vanished, and he found himself transformed from the treasury to a lofty mountain far from the Golden Palace. Ancient One. Odin was genuinely anxious now. He summoned the eternal spear to his hand, donning his gilded helmet and armor, with a royal cloak billowing behind him, rustling ominously in the wind, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Do you not realize that is the primordial power of Asgard, the force I wielded to suppress Hela? The rune had already reached Qin Xiao, and Odin understood that returning was now futile. Moreover, before the Ancient One, unless he eliminated her, no one could depart if she wished to impede their exit. His words dripped with vehemence. Once Hela emerged, Ragnarok would swiftly follow. Heaven knows the sacrifices Odin and all of Asgard had made over the years to repress Hela and delay the onset of Ragnarok. Not a single powerful divine essence could be released. Only the next king had access to the divine essence of the Thunder God. Others, such as the 3 warriors of the fairy palace and even Thor's betrothed, Sif, merely represented the goddess of land and harvest, titles that hardly suggested formidable combat prowess. All the potent divine essences had been compressed by Odin into runes, transforming into a formation to subdue Hela. Nonetheless, facing Hela, who shared the primordial powers of Asgard, and with Odin's own strength waning while hers grew, he found that only by supplementing his own power could he barely keep her in check. With the absence of the fire god's essence, it wouldn't be long before the seals of hell began to stir. Ragnarok, the present Odin was far from ready for it. Thus, he made no hesitation in adopting a desperate stance. In contrast, the Ancient One remained unfazed. Odin, I comprehend everything you've said. If you wish to engage in a mutual destruction before confronting the unleashed Hela, I have no objections. If not, calm yourself, and let us address this matter together. Meanwhile, on Qin Xiao's side, after Odin and the Ancient One vanished once more, Thor, though uncertain as to why his father sought to impede that rune, understood that Odin's intentions must be for the benefit of Asgard. Hence, without hesitation, he reached out towards the rune. Alas, the essence of the fire god was not something that even a Thor yet to awaken his true power could hope to obstruct. Before the palm could even approach the rune, a cataclysmic wave of fiery power surged towards Thor. This force was akin to the simultaneous eruption of countless colossal volcanoes. Wild and formidable, instinctively, the god of thunder recoiled a step, drawing back his hand. However, with that singular retreat, all traces of the fiery might vanished into thin air. Troublingly, he realized he had been deceived. The god of thunder had allowed an inanimate object to intimidate him with a mere psychological simulation. Cursing under his breath in frustration, he attempted to once again reach out to obstruct the rune, but it was too late. The rune had already repelled Thor and advanced directly to Qin Xiao, swirling before him and then burrowing into his forehead. As the rune entered his being, the transformation within Qin Xiao was instantaneous. Though his body was still enveloped in flames, he no longer resembled a mere vessel unafraid of fire, with flames merely coursing through him. Instead, he seemed to merge with the fire itself, as though he had become the embodiment of the flames. This was the primordial power of the fire god. How could this be? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Legends spoke of a time long past when, aside from the All-Father, Odin, there existed 12 principal gods in Asgard, the mightiest beings in the realm. Thor himself held one of those divine positions, yet at some point, all of these powerful deities had vanished, leaving only him and Heimdall, the god of light. Even when Thor had repeatedly inquired of Odin, the All-Father remained silent. Thor speculated that during Odin's cosmic battles, he had encountered formidable foes who not only vanquished the principal gods, but also obliterated their divine essences, save for Thor's own. Little did he know that the rune he had just encountered was indeed one of the 12 principal gods, the essence of the fire god. But why had it appeared here? And why had it entered the body of this earthling, Qin Xiao? With no understanding of the unfolding events and recognizing his failed attempt to intervene, Thor resigned himself to patiently await Qin Xiao's awakening. In truth, he had no alternatives. His divine powers had yet to undergo their first awakening, and he was powerless to impede Qin Xiao's current state. He might have forcibly disrupted the process with his mighty hammer. Yet the implications of the earlier incident for Asgard remained uncertain. After all, Odin had merely sought to restrain the rune, not to annihilate Qin Xiao. Thus, Thor found himself a reluctant spectator as Qin Xiao absorbed the essence of divinity. Meanwhile, Odin and Ancient One had descended into a mysterious location beneath the Golden Palace. The space here was somewhat distorted, dominated by a colossal black portal that emanated a faint, ominous glow. Within the portal lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring any glimpse of what might await on the other side. Occasionally, one could hear the piercing howls emanating from the portal, serving as a stark reminder that the other side was far from a tranquil retreat. Odin's visage remained etched with fury as he gestured towards the portal. A radiant golden light materialized, unveiling an enormous magical glyph before the entrance, inscribed with an intricate tapestry of indecipherable characters and symbols. Golden chains, forged from magical energy, tightly coiled around this mystical design and the portal itself. Each chain bore runes akin to the dark red symbols observed earlier, with white and azure hues representing various divine energies that suppressed these chains, effectively sealing the portal. Among the chains, one devoid of runes flickered with unstable magical energy, revealing the emergence of fine cracks. It was evident that this chain corresponded to the primordial runes of the fire god, now regrettably absorbed by Qin Xiao. This chain had evidently lost its source of power and would likely shatter completely in due time, leading to the total collapse of the entire seal. Chapter 3 has arrived. Later tonight, after a day's work, I shall indulge in a warm bath and a meal, then retreat to my bed to read. How considerate of me, don't you think? Awkward chuckle. Chapter 98. The initial awakening of the fire god body, Ancient One, stroking his chin, stood contemplatively before the seal, while Odin, wielding the eternal spear, observed keenly from the side. It was apparent that if Ancient One failed to devise a solution, Odin would be prepared to engage him in a mutually destructive confrontation. After a prolonged silence, Ancient One suddenly broke into a smile, snapping his fingers with a resounding crack. Eureka! He declared that as long as the problem could be resolved, he would gladly relinquish a primordial divine essence. Odin, dismissively, replied that he was unperturbed by such a transaction. Ancient One proposed that he would remain to guard the seal indefinitely. As long as he lived and Hela did not gain full control of Asgard's essence, he assured that the seal would remain intact. Odin's expression brightened at this prospect. A fair trade, sacrificing a portion of divine essence for a supreme sorcerer. A considerable gain indeed. However, before Odin's smile could fully blossom, Ancient One pivoted the conversation. Yet, dear friend, you know my responsibilities weigh heavily upon me, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. Thus, this seal cannot be wholly restored. Odin's smile froze on his face. If you cannot stay, then what is the point of your proposal? A solution offered with no means to execute it is no solution at all. The eternal spear began to shimmer with radiant light. Calm yourself, and hear me out. Qin Xiao has absorbed the primordial runes. Once he completes this process, his power will fully restore the sealing chain, coupled with my own seal. There should be no issues for the next decade. 10 years should suffice, don't you agree? 10 years should suffice. Ancient One affirmed with a certainty that belied his earlier hesitance. The seal prevents Hela from escaping hell. Yet the crux of the matter lies in Odin's dominion over the essence of Asgard. The moment Odin reaches the brink of exhaustion, Hela will automatically gain control over Asgard's essence, rendering the seal utterly meaningless. Odin comprehends the implications of Ancient One's words. He is aware that he can no longer endure for another decade. The blame lies solely on Odin's excessive confidence when Hela was born, as he directly bestowed upon her the power of Asgard's essence. The succession to the throne of Asgard is intrinsically linked to the inheritance of this essence. Akin to shares in a company on Earth, once granted to another, they cannot be reclaimed unilaterally. Unlike company shares, however, the primary concern is that once Odin loses his grip, the essence will automatically revert to Hela, an inevitability that Odin cannot alter. It can be said that the curse of Ragnarok was sown by Odin himself from the very beginning. A decade is sufficient. It may not even last that long. Odin sighed deeply. You have forgotten. I am not in a much better position than you. If it comes to it, I may well depart before you. Yet, do not forget, we still possess a glimmer of hope. Ancient One gestured, and a mirrored image materialized in the void, revealing Qin Xiao, now engulfed in flames. Qin Xiao had been suspended in the air for nearly 20 minutes. From the moment the mark entered his body, Thor sensed the temperature in the chamber rising. It wasn't too long before even the mighty Thor began to struggle against the searing heat. Had it not been for the timely emanation of bone-chilling cold from the icebox, which countered the heat, not only Thor, but even the very structure of the room might have ignited and melted away. When the runes entered his body, Qin Xiao lost consciousness, only vaguely perceiving the flames merging with his being. It felt akin to basking in a warm spring after enduring frigid temperatures. Comforting and liberating, all fatigue vanished. Rendering his own body nearly imperceptible, only a warm embrace enveloped him. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, until Qin Xiao's consciousness gradually returned. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of the god of thunder exiled to earth, absorbing the eternal flame and acquiring the essence of the fire god. One of the 12 Olympians of Asgard. The essence of the fire god has fused with the eternal flame, initiating a preliminary awakening of the fire god's power. As his awareness returned, the system's voice resonated within his mind. 12 Olympians? Preliminary awakening? Qin Xiao inquired, puzzled. The system elaborated on the concept of the 12 Olympians of Asgard, including the details of Odin's seal. Regarding the preliminary awakening, it primarily manifests in Qin Xiao's newfound mastery over flames. In this state, he can conjure and control fire at will, enabling him to execute ranged attacks within a certain radius, with temperatures reaching approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius. As for his physical strength, the system facilitated the integration of all his bloodline powers. In simpler terms, his physical strength and defensive capabilities are now approximately on par with that of the Hulk. Around 60. However, due to his connection with the Asgardian god, his recovery rate has become nearly equal to that of the Hulk. Of course, the system did not operate without compensation, as it charged 1,000 points as a service fee. Nonetheless, this expenditure proved to be worthwhile, as it effectively doubled his physical strength. His body is in good condition, and the addition of ranged attack capabilities is advantageous. Henceforth, I shall embody a dual-class warrior, proficient in both fire magic and combat. Yet, the flame temperature of 1,500 degrees seems rather low, does it not? As one of the 12 principal deities of Asgard, it should surpass the flames of the Doomsday virus, should it not? I have even absorbed the eternal flame. Qin Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction to the system. The primary purpose of the eternal flame is to assist the fire god's source rune in restoring energy, allowing the host to swiftly enter the initial awakening state and gain preliminary control over fire. The eternal flame? That is a force beyond even the fully awakened fire goddess grasp. For the host to desire such power at this moment is merely a folly. However, as the host's mastery over fire improves, the potency of the eternal flame will gradually manifest. The system will subsequently include relevant items in the marketplace. As long as the host diligently completes tasks, the prowess of the eternal flame will no longer be an unattainable dream. The system's explanation conveyed an almost infomercial-like quality. Since future power could potentially reach the level of the eternal flame, it indicates that this journey to Asgard was not in vain. Qin Xiao felt quite satisfied. Slowly opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was the eternal flame, which remained contained within a vessel, although it had shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Initially, Qin Xiao feared he had severed the eternal flame completely, but it appears there is still a remnant. A crucial tool for awakening Surtur to annihilate Asgard and confront Hela. The eternal flame can absorb cosmic energy on its own and gradually restore itself. So there is no need for concern. I wonder what Qin Xiao is pondering, came the voice of Ancient One from beside him. Turning his head, Qin Xiao noticed Odin and Ancient One standing next to Thor, seemingly having observed him for quite some time. I'm a bit late, haha. I took the kids out for some fun and returned a little later than expected, my apologies. Chapter 99, The Fateful Bet Dam. What has happened? Coulson exclaimed. Scrambling up from his chair, flames swirling around his upper body and hair. Qin Xiao stood anxiously beside Coulson, attempting to extinguish the flames with his hands. However, the more he patted, the fiercer the flames became. Get back, Tony shouted, grabbing a fire extinguisher and spraying it vigorously at the flames, ultimately saving Coulson from dire peril. Unfortunately, the collar of his shirt had already been singed, and as for his hair, it bore a resemblance to a Buddhist monk's, albeit slightly more tousled, accompanied by a hint of the scent of burnt pig hair. Fortunately, the individual suffered no significant harm, aside from a slight reddening of the neck and scalp. No further burns were sustained. Qin Xiao had just returned from Asgard, having completed his fortifications, when his phone was inundated with messages from Coulson, urging him to return to the New York base immediately. Without delay, Qin Xiao summoned the Ancient One to transport him near the base. After meeting up with Tony, they arrived at the base, whereupon encountering Coulson, Qin Xiao had yet to recount his experiences in Asgard before the aforementioned scene unfolded. Qin, you despicable scoundrel. If you wish for me to honor our wager, you could have simply told me. Why set fire behind my back? Damn it, I just purchased this suit. The earnest Coulson's eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed crimson akin to a monkey's backside, complemented by his singed curls, rendering him an amusing sight. I did not ignite any flames. I merely walked behind you. Trust me. Qin Xiao innocently raised his right hand, fingers aloft, swearing an oath. I can vouch for him. He indeed did not start a fire. However, your hand is ablaze, Qin. Tony exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm as he gazed at Qin Xiao. A small flame danced mischievously atop the raised fingers of Qin Xiao. Oh, for heaven's sake. Qin Xiao, still grappling with his newfound identity as the god of fire, instinctively shook his fingers to extinguish the flame. You dare to deny it. Coulson leapt up, retrieving his firearm from the table. Calm down, Coulson. Hear me out. This was an accident. Qin Xiao quickly responded. Go explain it to God, you rascal. Coulson displayed no inclination to hear any explanation from Qin Xiao. Bang. Tony, wielding the still unreleased fire extinguisher, delivered a forceful blow to the back of Coulson's head. What are you doing, Tony? I was about to clarify things with him. Qin Xiao exclaimed, exasperated. He would genuinely shoot you. I've heard this fellow spends the bulk of his monthly salary on hair care. He could very well kill you. My friend, he needs to calm down. Yet I fear not the bullet. He could never harm me. I seem to have forgotten that detail. My apologies, Coulson. Perhaps we should step out for a cup of coffee before returning? Tony suggested, casting a concerned glance at Coulson's swollen head. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao sat glumly on the fireproof floor. A now composed Coulson occupied the adjacent sofa, an ice pack pressed to the back of his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Qin Xiao. That mournful expression evoked memories of the woman from Journey to the West, conquering the demons, who, at the film's onset, questioned the character played by Wen Zhang after her husband's demise. Meanwhile, Tony stood beside Qin Xiao, idly rotating a cigar in hand. Silence enveloped the trio, with both Tony and Coulson steadfastly staring at Qin Xiao. A peculiar atmosphere lingered for over a minute. Suddenly, a small flame, about the size of a medicine bottle, erupted from the top of Qin Xiao's head. Here it comes. I told you so. Coulson, look. As Tony urged Coulson to witness the flame atop Qin Xiao's head, he hastily placed a cigar on it to roast. While Coulson was unconscious, Qin Xiao and Tony recounted the events he experienced in Asgard, including his ascension to the status of a fire deity. During this process, small flames manifested from Qin Xiao on 2 occasions. Upon Coulson's awakening, Qin Xiao repeated his explanation. But Coulson adamantly refused to believe that flames could spontaneously ignite from him. After a considerable wait, upon witnessing the flames for himself, Coulson rose to observe more closely. Believe me, dear lady, I am not lying. I meant to say, what do you wish to ask? I thought I had already explained everything to you. Qin Xiao, lost in his theatrical imaginings, inadvertently quoted a line from a movie before quickly correcting himself. What I want to inquire is, Odin has sealed his daughter in hell, which is one of the 9 realms that truly exist. If that being named Hela were ever to emerge, the so-called 9 realms would face an evil deity that seeks to dominate all, and we would be thrust into war, correct? Indeed, that is the case. However, Odin can still suppress her for now, so we need not worry about that at this moment, Qin Xiao stated, spreading his hands. The flame atop his head extinguished, only for another to ignite from his groin area. Tony instinctively prepared to light the roasted cigar, but upon noticing the flame, he quickly recoiled, chuckling as he pointed at Qin Xiao's trousers. I seem to smell roasted chicken. Congratulations, Qin, at least in winter. You one need to turn on the air conditioning or stoke the fireplace. Shut up, Tony, and start your tests. I can't go out looking like this. Of course, tests were to be conducted. The flames emanating from Qin Xiao were evidently a result of his nascent mastery over fire, leading to his inability to fully control it. After several hours of testing by Jarvis with Tony's expertly crafted equipment, a conclusion was reached. The emergence of flames was entirely random in both location and timing, possibly linked to Qin Xiao's emotional state. The temperature fluctuated between 280 and 1,500 degrees Celsius, also exhibiting randomness. This indicated the extent of Qin Xiao's limited control over his newfound abilities. However, following analyses by Jarvis and Tony, it was determined that as long as Qin Xiao continuously utilized the flames during the upcoming days, his erratic behavior would gradually diminish. This aligned with the response provided by the system. In the following days, Qin Xiao remained in a specially designed room constructed by Tony using fireproof materials, persistently utilizing and testing his new abilities. In the secret base of the Avengers in New York, one could often hear Qin Xiao emitting the most peculiar sounds. With his right hand, the index and middle fingers ignited a small flame. As Qin Xiao focused intently, his gaze fixed upon the wall before him. Great serpent! A flicker of flame, barely capable of incinerating a mosquito, danced fleetingly against the wall. Desolation. Spectral inferno. 8 wine cups. Upon further investigation, it became evident that the combustion temperature of kerosene in air could reach up to 1,700 degrees Celsius, making the initial claim of 1,500 somewhat imprecise. However, having observed that the flame from a lighter seemed to be only a few hundred degrees, I opted to maintain the previous temperature for the sake of allowing Qin Xiao to gradually develop an advantage over his contemporaries, deeming it a reasonable choice. By the way, the Black Widow's solo film has debuted in North America, positioned within the timeline between Captain America, Civil War and Avengers, Infinity War. I have decided to advance this segment of the narrative, as it is essential to delve deeper into Black Widow's story to further explore the emotional connection between her and Qin Xiao. After all, having him rescue a spy organization rife with mind control is rather intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 100. Ambush. Qin Xiao dedicated nearly an entire month to mastering the fiery energy coursing within his body. The effects of his initial awakening proved to be somewhat lackluster. He could summon flames from specific parts of his body or transform into a being entirely composed of fire. He even learned to expel a fire column several meters long from his mouth. Yet, the dream of becoming a formidable ranged fire mage remained distant. Nevertheless, during this period, Qin Xiao devised methods to enhance his melee attacks with flames, significantly amplifying his power. This was indeed a notable augmentation of his capabilities, particularly upon discovering the ability to coat his Tang Dao with a layer of fire. It was a moment of triumph, akin to becoming the protagonist in a video game. However, the Tang Dao's inherent power was already considerable. The 1,500-degree flames did not add any significant enhancement to its might. After all, anything that could not withstand flames of that temperature would certainly be unable to endure the force of the Tang Dao. As Tony would put it, this technique is only useful for creating a flame that requires no fuel. Nonetheless, the time had finally come for Qin Xiao to leave the base, liberating him from the confines of isolation and the discomfort of sleeping on a rigid metal bed, without even the comfort of a blanket. Had it not been for the combat suit provided by the system, Qin Xiao might have had to endure this period in the nude. Today, Qin Xiao felt exceptionally buoyant, a feeling fueled by 2 reasons: his newfound freedom and the return of Black Widow. Coulson had not deceived him, as the date of the cello concert arrived. Black Widow indeed had no missions from S.H.I.E.L.D., and she showed a keen interest in such events. To be candid, Qin Xiao would never typically attend such performances, but when it comes to pursuing a woman, men often engage in acts that prioritize her happiness above all else. Qin Xiao wished to seize this opportunity to open his heart completely to the Black Widow, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of vulnerability and intimacy. Today, the Black Widow radiated an unusual happiness. After Qin Xiao endured over 2 hours of drowsy companionship at the concert, she shed her former guise as a covert agent, excitedly pulling him out of the concert hall. With keen interest, she suggested they find a place to eat and enjoy a drink. Given the rarity of such an ordinary and leisurely day for her, they agreed not to drive, but to stroll instead. Wandering casually, they would find something to eat along the way. The safety of Manhattan was considerably better than that of certain neighborhoods in New York, at least at this hour. There were still plenty of pedestrians about. The crisp autumn air, with its gentle coolness, was delightful as it brushed against their skin. Along the seaside promenade, young couples passed by, laughing and chatting. The Black Widow, playfully tugging at Qin Xiao, settled on a nearby bench. "I swear I will never wear high heels again," she complained, lowering her gaze as she unapologetically slipped off her high-heeled shoes. Her dress rode up slightly, revealing her slender calves, which she swung lightly as she eased the discomfort from her shoes. Her fair skin glimmered under the streetlights, captivating Qin Xiao's attention. "Do you think I look good?" she asked with a playful smile, noticing his dazed expression. "You look stunning," he genuinely praised, but just as the words left his lips, he felt a tightening around his neck. A pair of luscious, crimson lips met his in a passionate embrace. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, leaving Qin Xiao savoring the sweetness of the kiss, yearning for more. He decided to take the initiative and wrapped his arms around the Black Widow's neck, only to be gently pushed away. "I'm hungry. Go buy me something to eat," she declared. Not far off, a small cart selling hot dogs was stationed, the mouth-watering aroma of grilled sausages wafting through the air. "All right," Qin Xiao exclaimed, eagerly rising to head toward the cart. Almost as soon as he stood up, a sharp sound pierced the air behind him. Instinctively, he turned, only to see a small missile hurtling toward the bench. In an instant, he embraced the Black Widow, and the missile struck the bench. Qin Xiao spun around, unable to discern whether he turned first or if the explosion came first. All he felt was a shockwave against his back, along with the chaotic barrage of debris. Remarkably, the heat and flames of the explosion registered as mere sensations. Hardly felt at all. To protect the Black Widow, Qin Xiao remained steadfast, braving the full force of the missile's explosion and its aftermath. As the explosion subsided, Qin Xiao hurriedly directed his gaze toward the source of the missile strike. In the shadowy alley across the street, on the rooftop of a towering building, he caught sight of a fleeting figure. "Found you." On the rooftop of a nearby structure, a silhouette flickered. "Natasha, be careful. I will apprehend that individual. Don't go. Hold me a little longer." The Black Widow clutched Qin Xiao's collar tightly, gently caressing his cheek with one hand. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed something amiss with her. Her complexion was pale, and her breathing was rapid. Moreover, his hand resting on her waist felt disturbingly sticky. Upon inspection, he discovered a shard of shrapnel protruding from her back, measuring at least 10 centimeters in length, exposed to the open air. No one could ascertain how much had penetrated her body. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Qin Xiao cursed furiously within. He dared not pause for a moment, and fortunately, his phone had survived the blast, perhaps due to the protective suit. He promptly dialed Coulson's number. "We've been attacked. Natasha is gravely injured, with a shard embedded in her back, over 10 centimeters long visible. I'm holding her, afraid to move. We need the most professional medical team, quickly. I exited the concert hall about 20 minutes ago, near the seaside. God knows this place's address." Qin Xiao succinctly conveyed the urgency of the situation, hoping Coulson could locate them swiftly and dispatch medical personnel promptly. "You will be fine, Natasha. I'm holding you, staying by your side until everything is all right. Coulson will arrive shortly. You will be all right." He spoke nervously, uncertain whether he was reassuring the Black Widow or himself. "I'm all right, Qin, better than ever. Though it's a pity I haven't had a hot dog yet. I can hardly recall the last time I leisurely ate something on the road." As she spoke, the Black Widow reached out a hand to smooth the furrowed brow of Qin Xiao. "Do not worry. Meeting you has been a stroke of luck for me. Perhaps it is fated. I am not entitled to experience the joys of an ordinary life since that incident in Budapest." As she continued speaking, blood surged from her lips, and she slowly closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. "Do not sleep, Natasha. Do not sleep." Before the arrival of professional medical personnel, Qin Xiao dared not move an inch, whispering softly to the unconscious Black Widow in his arms. Meanwhile, in a hotel several blocks away, A middle-aged man languidly lounged on a sofa, watching television. The screen displayed the moment of the explosion when Qin Xiao turned, cradling the Black Widow while braving the full force of the blast. The intelligence provided by Hydra was flawed. Qin Xiao's abilities far exceeded our expectations. He is not merely a super soldier. I have aborted the operation. Arrange for the team to leave America immediately. I will find a way to resolve this with Natasha. Do you wish to uncover the events that transpired in Budapest? Chapter 101. The Unyielding Doctor Strange. The Black Widow has sustained injuries, and Coulson has exerted every effort to mobilize his available resources. Before long, a helicopter equipped with comprehensive emergency medical facilities descended upon the street. Shortly after the Black Widow was admitted to the emergency room, Coulson hurriedly arrived at the hospital. What transpired? Although the characters within the Marvel Universe possess their fair share of quirks and eccentricities, when faced with grave circumstances, most proved to be reliable. Upon receiving Qin Xiao's call, Coulson's first action was to arrange for a professional medical team and helicopter to be dispatched. His second course of action was to initiate an immediate area search, establishing monitoring protocols, and reviewing surveillance footage. Upon Qin Xiao's inquiry, Coulson quickly grasped his intent. He had already deployed 2 teams, one to analyze surveillance from the past few days, and the other to investigate the movements of both Qin Xiao and Natasha during that time frame. This was a premeditated attack, certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was likely that they had been tracking one or both of you for several days. What intrigues me now is why, after launching a missile at you, the assailants did not pursue further attacks. Qin Xiao meticulously recounted the circumstances of that moment, speaking, during the explosion, my primary concern was Natasha's safety. I shielded her from the blast. Had this occurred prior to my journey to Asgard, she would likely have sustained injuries. For an ordinary super soldier, such a blow would be sufficient to inflict severe harm or temporarily incapacitate them. Coulson contemplated Qin Xiao's demonstrated abilities in the presence of others. Then imagine the situation from the assailant's perspective. It must have been an intelligence failure. They misjudged your capabilities. Had they pressed the attack, Natasha could have perished. Yet the assailants would undoubtedly have faced your wrath or demise. Coulson had more to convey, but at that moment, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor emerged in haste. Doctor? Exclaimed Qin Xiao, rising abruptly. The patient's chest cavity has been penetrated by shrapnel, severely damaging the lungs, and immediate surgery is imperative. However, the shrapnel is dangerously close to the heart, adjacent to 2 major arteries, rendering the surgical procedure exceedingly complex. The doctor succinctly outlined the situation, implying that the likelihood of a successful operation was quite low. Surely, there must be a way to enhance the chances of success, right? Advanced instruments. Superior physicians, there must be a solution. Just articulate it, and I will procure anyone or any equipment you require. Qin Xiao grasped the doctor's shoulder excitedly. The doctor winced in discomfort, prompting Qin Xiao to quickly release his grip. I sincerely apologize, doctor. I was merely overwhelmed with anxiety. Now, please provide me with an answer. I want my girlfriend to emerge safely from this operating room. In New York City, and indeed across all of North America, there exists a preeminent surgeon whose unparalleled skill surpasses even that of machines. His hands wield in extraordinary precision. He is a dedicated physician, and should he undertake the surgery, the chances of your girlfriend's recovery would be significantly heightened. However, this esteemed doctor possesses a peculiar quirk. He resolutely refuses to accept any work outside of his official hours. Once, a wealthy individual offered him $10 million for a consultation, yet the request was met with refusal. He believes that by adhering strictly to his working hours, he can most effectively save lives. The name of this illustrious surgeon? The cold glint in Qin Xiao's eyes momentarily startled the physician. He could not fathom who might compel the finest surgeon in all of New York to deviate from his principles. Countless billionaires had previously sought his services as a personal or family doctor, all to no avail. Yet, upon observing Qin Xiao's imposing demeanor and the presence of 2 agents accompanying Coulson, it became evident that this individual was not to be trifled with. After careful consideration, the doctor disclosed a name, Stephen Strange. Upon hearing this name, Qin Xiao paused. Dr. Strange. It was a revelation that should have struck him when the doctor mentioned the finest surgeon in New York and North America. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Before Qin Xiao could utter a word, Coulson had already gestured to the 2 agents nearby, instructing them to find him and bring him back. Qin Xiao turned to the doctor. I assure you, within 1 hour, there will be no complications. If, after 1 hour, you have failed to secure Dr. Strange's presence, I can only promise to do my utmost. With that, the physician hurried back to the operating room. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were adept at locating an ordinary person quickly. In merely 20 minutes, the future Dr. Strange stood before Qin Xiao, arrogant, conceited, eccentric, and insistent on adhering to his own rules. To a degree, he bore a resemblance to Tony Stark, though unlike Stark, Dr. Strange lacked a certain flippancy. I have stated before that I do not accept work after hours, regardless of your identities. Release me and apologize. $500 million. Enter and perform this surgery, and I shall provide you with $500 million. Qin Xiao boldly proposed an offer that would be hard for any rational person to decline. Even if you placed $500 million in cash before me, do not expect me to perform the surgery. Money is merely a necessity for living. It is certainly not my motivation or purpose for working, so you would be wise to conserve your efforts. Dr. Strange approached Qin Xiao, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. In a flash, Qin Xiao reached into the hands of one agent, seizing a firearm and pressing it against Dr. Strange's temple. Hey! Coulson and the other agent watched with trepidation as Qin Xiao maintained his unwavering stance. Qin, relax. Ignoring their concerns, Qin Xiao threatened Dr. Strange directly. Now, you will enter and complete this surgery, and the promise of $500 million still stands. Otherwise, you will resort to gunplay, correct? This is a hospital. Are you truly prepared to shoot me here? Sir, please call the police. Your friend appears to be overly impulsive. Dr. Strange remained unfazed. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao fired a shot, shattering a light fixture on the ceiling. He then turned the gun towards his own forehead. Bang, 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 bang. He discharged several rounds. And in the astonished gaze of Dr. Strange and the two agents, he delivered a powerful punch, demolishing the wall beside him. Christine Palmer, one of the doctors at this hospital, if you don't enter, I will go and kill her right now, and then sever your hands, which are said to be more precise than a machine. Do you think the police could stop me? Dr. Strange fixed his unwavering gaze on Qin Xiao. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well, you win. I will proceed with the surgery immediately, but I reserve the right to call the police afterward. Chapter 102. The Black Widow's Inner Demons. The surgery lasted over 3 hours, and Dr. Strange's skillful hands proved their worth. The Black Widow was finally out of life-threatening danger. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Provide me with your bank account, and I will transfer $500 million to you tomorrow. Qin Xiao said with utmost sincerity. Do not thank me. Once I enter the operating room, I will exert every effort to save a life, even though I was not here of my own volition. Your friend claimed to be an agent of some department when he brought me here. If I were to call the police now, could they apprehend you? You not only threatened to sever my hands, but also threatened to kill my girlfriend. Dr. Strange stared intently at Qin Xiao, clearly still troubled by the earlier threats. To be honest, I do not know, but I understand that even if you were to apprehend me, it would be futile. You might seek revenge through other means, money, or perhaps a good beating. Now that the Black Widow was out of danger, Qin Xiao felt he could afford to jest. Never mind. My fists are neither as hard as a wall, nor as swift as a bullet. Since the police cannot act against you, and I have no interest in money, you owe me a favor. Should I require your assistance in the future, you must oblige. Dr. Strange's response was quite astute. As an intelligence officer, Qin Xiao's extraordinary physique and strength were far more valuable than any monetary compensation, particularly since Dr. Strange himself was not in want of funds. Smiling, Qin Xiao provided him with his phone number. The patient requires rest. I administered a sedative. It would be best if you waited a few hours before seeing her again. And remember to compensate for our wall. Dr. Strange hurriedly departed, for he had work the next day. As a surgeon, he needed to maintain ample energy and unwavering concentration to perform his duties well, which was why he only accepted surgeries during working hours. Although it may sound rather unsympathetic, there was a certain rationale behind it. When the Black Widow opened her eyes, daylight had already arrived, and Qin Xiao sat on the stool beside her bed, his gaze vacant as he cradled his head in his hands, gently swaying back and forth. It was evident he had been waiting for a long time, and his boredom was palpable. Her appearance exuded a certain endearing clumsiness, and Black Widow smiled faintly. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to plant a kiss on his cheek. This boy had a remarkable ability to make her forget the chaotic troubles of the world and rekindle her youthful spirit. Gently, Black Widow grasped the bed's railing, attempting to stealthily rise to plant a kiss on Qin Xiao. However, a slight exertion sent a jolt of searing pain through her back. Ah! She exclaimed in discomfort. Qin Xiao immediately sprang to his feet, joyfully exclaiming, You're awake? Indeed. Although her covert operation had failed, with Qin Xiao's assistance, Black Widow slowly propped herself up. Her gaze fell upon the bedside table adorned with water, fresh flowers, and an old hot dog that had been purchased some time ago. Did you get this for me? She recalled mentioning her hunger for a hot dog just before the incident. That's right. I remember you said you were hungry last night. The hot dog vendor must have been quite startled. I couldn't locate him, so I bought this downstairs at the hospital. It tastes delightful. I had to try one before purchasing. Who eats a hot dog right after waking up from an injury? Black Widow remarked as she sipped half a glass of water, her spirits soaring. Your mood is paramount. If you don't fancy it, I can exchange it for anything you desire. Then I shall have this hot dog, she replied, her lips curving upward, reminiscent of a girl on her first date. Wow, wow, wow. I believe we arrived at an inopportune moment. I would wager that had we entered a tad later, they would have surely kissed, and who knows what antics might have unfolded on the hospital bed. Transforming tomorrow's headlines into scandalous news, spoke Tony, with Hawkeye, who had been on a mission for some time, standing behind him. I was originally on leave, spending time with my children. But Laura heard about your injury and insisted I come see you. These flowers were personally picked by Laura last night. Hawkeye held out a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers, lovingly gathered by his wife. The bond between Black Widow and Hawkeye's family was exceptionally strong, akin to the camaraderie between Rhodey and Tony. Please extend my gratitude to Laura. I shall visit soon for a meal together. The arrival of the two enlivened the hospital room, and before long, Coulson appeared as well. Qin Xiao exchanged a glance with Coulson, who subtly shook his head. Since they could not find a breakthrough regarding the covert operation, it was prudent to first alleviate the thorn embedded in Black Widow's heart. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Xiao discreetly summoned Hawkeye for a private conversation. I wish to know what truly transpired in Budapest. Although Hawkeye had not been frequently present with the group lately, he had heard whispers regarding the matters concerning Black Widow and Qin Xiao. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's inquiry, Hawkeye let out a soft sigh and began recounting his first encounter with the Black Widow. At that time, she was still employed by the Red Room, and during a mission to gather intelligence, she crossed paths with Hawkeye of Sichuan. Although he had the opportunity to eliminate her, Hawkeye recognized that the agents of the Red Room had been trained from a young age to be controlled and brainwashed. Thus, he earnestly persuaded the Black Widow to surrender and join Sichuan to combat the Red Room together. However, Sichuan could not simply accept an enemy agent based on Hawkeye's personal judgment. A demonstration of loyalty was required, specifically, the assassination of the Red Room's leader, Dreykov. To extricate herself from the Red Room and evade their relentless pursuit, she had to align herself with Sichuan, determined to escape. The Black Widow planted explosives in Dreykov's residence. Yet, just before detonation, Dreykov's young daughter, Antonia, returned home. The opportunity was fleeting, and a subsequent confrontation with Dreykov would prove far more complicated. In a moment of resolve, the Black Widow triggered the bomb. Tragically, Antonia perished, while Dreykov miraculously survived the explosion. This act, however, earned her the trust of Sield, albeit at the cost of an innocent girl's life, a burden that forever pricked at the Black Widow's conscience. Budapest was merely the name of the safe house where Hawkeye and the Black Widow had executed their assassination mission. It also served as their operational codename. You mean to say that she knowingly annihilated an innocent girl, pressing the button to fully liberate herself from the Red Room, correct? Qin Xiao confirmed. You cannot fathom the horrors of the Red Room, Hawkeye interjected, eager to defend the Black Widow, but her actions, Qin, you cannot imagine. No, you misunderstand. I merely sought to confirm if this incident constituted the blood debt that haunts her. I am indifferent to the fate of that girl. It was not her fault. With clarity now achieved, Qin Xiao grasped Hawkeye's arm, intending to return to the hospital room. After taking a few steps, a thought seemed to strike him. You are saying that Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room, is still alive, correct? Chapter 103. The leader of the Red Room, Dreykov's survival, was also revealed to Hawkeye by Nick Fury. The Black Widow had long believed that both Dreykov and his daughter Antonia had perished in her explosion. In truth, Dreykov feigned death after realizing he was being pursued by Sield, and the Red Room transformed from an overt organization to a clandestine one, retreating into the shadows. In fact, while Qin Xiao and Hawkeye conversed, Dreykov was in New York, residing in a hotel not far from them. Opposite him sat none other than Francis, one of the leaders of Hydra who had previously unleashed the Siberian super soldiers to abduct Ivan Vanko. Your intelligence is nothing short of utter nonsense, Francis. The might of Qin Xiao surpasses your wildest imagination. You urged me to confront a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet you misled me into believing it was merely a Siberian wolf. Such is the nature of your folly. That young man is nothing less than a monstrous aberration. He withstood a fortified micromissile without flinching. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that weapon? Oh, and he happens to be a close ally of Iron Man, Tony Stark, and has recently been consorting with S.H.I.E.L.D. You have summoned an adversary, one I cannot hope to contend with, and for this, you shall face consequences. Dreykov slammed his palm against the table, then seized a bottle of vodka and took a long swig. You have incurred no losses, my friend. If you refer solely to the missile that injured a SHIELD agent and the travel expenses of your widows, I can compensate you tenfold for those, but aside from that, you bear no losses. Your operatives did not even make an appearance. They merely launched a missile from a rooftop. No one knows it was you. But what of our gains, my friend? A super soldier of divine caliber. If we could capture him and unravel the secrets of his serum, if even a fraction of your widows could attain Qin Xiao's strength, you would possess the power to rule the world. Francis's words elicited no emotional response from Dreykov, who merely cast a faint glance in his direction. My target is Natasha Romanoff. I harbor no interest in that Qin Xiao. Provide me with Natasha's whereabouts, and I shall assist you in capturing Qin Xiao. However, your intelligence has proven flawed, and I must withdraw. Do you comprehend the risks I undertake to arrive in America? To eliminate Natasha would merely serve as an outlet for my frustration, and I shall not jeopardize myself unduly for that purpose. Francis ground his teeth in frustration. The serum of Qin Xiao is of immense interest to Dreykov. If he truly perceived the risks as insurmountable, this cunning old fox would have fled at the first opportunity. Rather than linger in America, it appears he has discovered the extraordinary value of Qin Xiao and is now attempting to leverage it. Nonetheless, Qin Xiao is indeed remarkably enticing. Initially, I believed that he could single-handedly overpower 4 super soldiers and withstand a barrage of Gatling gun fire, which was already a testament to his formidable strength. I had underestimated him. A super soldier. Mind you, I currently possess only 3. I will hand over the control codes directly to you, irrespective of the outcome of this endeavor. Francis declared through clenched teeth. Following the previous incident, the entire Hydra organization is ostracizing him. He has no choice but to collaborate with Dreykov. 2. Deliver them first. Dreykov's eyes gleamed as he spoke slowly. It is settled. Francis felt a pang of anguish. Qin, there is a letter for you. Upon learning that the Black Widow could be discharged for recuperation, provided she returns for a follow-up checkup, Qin Xiao disregarded her objections and brought her to his home. Upon returning home and settling in briefly, the two decided to venture out to procure some items to replenish their desolate refrigerator. As they descended the stairs, the Black Widow noticed a letter awkwardly wedged in their mailbox, its sender unknown, as it had not been fully inserted. Was it a tax bill or something else? Qin Xiao muttered to himself while opening the envelope. Inside lay a photograph, seemingly aged, depicting 2 young girls, one approximately 10 years old, and the other appearing to be merely 5 or 6. Curiously, Qin Xiao wondered if it was sent to the wrong address. Hearing his voice, the Black Widow instinctively glanced at the photo in his hand. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically as she snatched the photograph from Qin Xiao. She then dashed outside, anxiously scanning the area as if searching for someone. What was the matter? What was wrong with this photograph? Qin Xiao observed his surroundings, noting nothing amiss. This is me, and the younger girl is my sister, Yelena. The Black Widow held the photo, her eyes awash with nostalgia. You have a sister? Qin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The Black Widow did not respond, but instead looked around the crowd once more. Finding nothing unusual, she turned the photo over, revealing an inscription on the back. Can I trust you, my sister? Signed by Yelena. With the sudden receipt of this photograph, the Black Widow lost all interest in shopping and promptly pulled Qin Xiao back into their home. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a distant building, a man and a woman stood at the edge, observing the spot where Qin Xiao and the Black Widow had just been. The man was none other than Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room. Witnessing the Black Widow's frantic search, a subtle smile crept across Dreykov's lips. It seems your sister is quite concerned about you, Yelena. The time has come to see what you can do. Yes, master, replied Yelena, clad in black, her face slightly round, devoid of expression. Back at home, Qin Xiao finally listened as the Black Widow recounted her childhood tale. She had entered the Red Room for training at the age of 6, and by 8, she had been selected to pose as part of a family with 2 adult agents, infiltrating the United States to gather essential intelligence. Yelena had played the role of the Black Widow's younger sister. At that time, Yelena was merely 3 years old, and in this makeshift family of 4. Only she believed in the authenticity of their situation. Father, mother, and sister. However, when the Black Widow turned 11, their cover was blown. The 4 managed to escape the relentless pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D., only to face the disintegration of the temporary family they had formed over 3 years. The Black Widow, acutely aware of the brutal training within the Red Room, was determined to protect her tender 6-year-old sister from enduring the same inhumane torment she had faced. At a tender age, she raised her pistol towards the surrounding soldiers. Yet, in the end, both were forcibly subdued with anesthetics and taken away. They were separated in the Red Room, and until she graduated as a lethal weapon, she never saw her sister again. Later, upon encountering Hawkeye, killing Dreykov and joining Hield. She attempted to trace Yelena's whereabouts, but to no avail. Little did she expect to receive a photograph today. Chapter 104. A man who has never been a lumberjack is ashamed. She was merely 6 years old then. 6. In her heart, I was her sister. Yet I failed to protect her. Tears shimmered in Black Widow's eyes. Qin Xiao approached and embraced the Black Widow, gently kissing the top of her head through her hair. Softly, he inquired, and then? Black Widow's gaze revealed a hint of struggle and anguish. Then I was fortunate to survive in the Red Room. Completing my training and becoming a Black Widow, they removed my uterus and fallopian tubes. Qin Xiao sensed her body tremble slightly. He tightened his grip, assuring her, "It's not your fault. Perhaps it was the photograph of Yelena that rekindled her memories, or perhaps it was Qin Xiao's gentle comfort and guidance. Or perhaps it was a combination of both." Black Widow recounted her experiences prior to joining Hield with clarity. She spoke of meeting Hawkeye, a failed mission, and how he spared her life, ultimately assisting her in executing the task of killing Dreykov. I witnessed Dreykov's young daughter enter that house. From her gaze, I could tell she knew nothing, just an innocent, ordinary girl. Yet, I still pressed the detonation button. This revelation unveiled the deepest scar within Black Widow, and she finally released all her pent-up emotions, weeping uncontrollably. After so long as a killing machine in the Red Room, Black Widow had eliminated scientists, politicians, and hostile spies. However, she had never harmed an innocent little girl, especially not out of desperation to escape the Red Room. In that moment of detonation, the image of Yelena growing up flashed in her mind, her innocence mirroring that of Dreykov's daughter. After a long while, Black Widow's emotions gradually calmed. Cuddled in Qin Xiao's embrace, she looked up at him and said, "I am a monster. I have no uterus, and I am unworthy of being a mother." Qin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. "I am also a monster. I am impervious to blades and bullets, immensely strong, and I even breathe fire. I suspect I might have consumed a few gourds in my past life." Gourd? Black Widow successfully shifted the topic with Qin Xiao. "Yes, gourds. Today, I shall recount to you the tale of the Calabash brothers. Once upon a time, there was an elderly man, and ultimately, the 7 Calabash brothers managed to drive away the scorpion demon and the snake demon, leading a carefree and joyous life in the mountains. The Black Widow was thoroughly amused by the antics of Qin Xiao, this rather unrefined Calabash brother. "So, dear Mr. Calabash Qin, where's your snake demon?" "I do not fancy snakes. I am fond of spiders. The more venomous, the better, such as the Black Widow." Just as Qin Xiao was speaking, he was silenced by the Black Widow's playful interruption. Unlike their previous kisses, today's encounter with the Black Widow was far more provocative and assertive. With adrenaline surging, Qin Xiao clumsily endeavored to remove the Black Widow's garments. However, with a gentle push, the Black Widow sent him sprawling onto the sofa. Backlit by the moonlight streaming through the window, the Black Widow, perched above him, delicately loosened the straps of her dress. The silk gown glided down her flawless, porcelain skin. Qin Xiao could not help but inhale sharply. The Black Widow observed the unmasked ardor and admiration in Qin Xiao's eyes. With a subtle smile, she murmured, "My little Calabash, I am here." Under the moonlight, the exquisite form of her body gracefully descended upon Qin Xiao's. They exchanged no words throughout the night, relying solely on their imaginations. As dawn broke, Qin Xiao slowly opened his eyes to the gentle caress of sunlight, feeling the warmth in his embrace and the remarkable smoothness and elasticity of his hands. He silently smiled, despite the fact that his years of diligent study had not entirely prepared him for the scars on the Black Widow's back. Nevertheless, the experience was sufficiently stirring, as he tenderly traced the wounds, recalling the story she had shared the day before. Just after her recovery from the assault, news of a long-lost sister emerged. Such coincidences are rare. Having become his woman, Qin Xiao willingly accepted the entangled past of the Black Widow. Initially, he had intended to seek out Nick Fury for information regarding the Red Room. However, with Yelena's unexpected appearance, Qin Xiao decided to patiently await his adversaries at the fishing platform, curious about their intentions. Indeed, after a few days of indulgent bliss with the Black Widow, one night around 11 o'clock, as they were entwined in passionate kisses on the sofa, Qin Xiao lifted her, preparing to retreat to the bedroom. Just then, Nicole's voice echoed through the living room. "Since arriving in New York, I had Tony establish a system here, of course, still linked to the apartment's hidden room in Los Angeles. Sir, I realize I should not interrupt you at this moment, but Mr. Stark is outside. He says he has matters to discuss with you." Had it not been for Nicole's voice, Qin Xiao might have forgotten that he and Tony were neighbors in New York. "Tell him to return to his own abode. I am engaged in a significant matter of life." The phrase valuing beauty over friendship is perfectly exemplified by Qin Xiao. Sir, I believe it would be prudent for you to open the door. Miss Romanoff would certainly be intrigued by what Mr. Stark possesses. Nicole switched the television to a live feed, revealing Tony outside, clutching a brown paper envelope. The Black Widow gazed at Qin Xiao with hopeful anticipation. Qin Xiao, discerning the urgency of the situation, sighed and instructed, "You should change into another outfit. Nicole, let that scoundrel wait a moment at the door." To be fair, Tony did not intend to intrude upon the couple. Who could have guessed that Qin Xiao had brought the Black Widow home? Shield had granted her a leave for recovery, and when agents are on vacation, their whereabouts are generally unknown. Yet, Qin Xiao had directly welcomed her into his home. Tony swaggered in with the envelope in hand. "Qin, what mischief have you been up to? I haven't seen you for days." It took Nicole ages to open the door. "Have you been hiding a woman in your home?" He tossed the envelope towards Qin Xiao. "Quickly retrieve the alcohol you stealthily took from me. I want to share a drink with you. You wouldn't believe it. I recently had a conversation with Pepper." "What? Natasha, you two are actually living together." Tony's words faltered as he caught sight of Natasha, clad in loungewear, emerging slowly from the bedroom. With a look of disbelief, he clasped Qin Xiao's shoulder. "Did I just interrupt something? Huh? How could you think to bring a woman home at your tender age? My goodness. Aren't the presidential suites and hotels sufficient? You wouldn't have forsaken the wilderness at such a young age, would you? I tell you, a man who has never wielded an axe is a disgrace." Tony playfully punched Qin Xiao in the ribs, then turned with genuine sincerity to the Black Widow. "I never imagined you two were officially together. Congratulations, Natasha. Congratulations to you both." Chapter 105. Brother-in-law comes to care for you. The latest photograph captured a moment with four individuals, a pair of agents posing as a couple alongside Natasha and Yelena. The four of them beamed with such sweetness that, to the unknowing eye, they appeared to be a blissfully happy family. The back of the photo bore the inscription, "Only I believe this is a true family. Only I. Those 3 years constituted the most carefree period of my life. I once thought it was genuine, that everything prior was merely a dream. I truly regarded you as my sister, Yelena." The Black Widow murmured to the photograph for a long while, then resolutely stated to Qin Xiao, "Qin, I must find her." Days would pass before another photograph arrived, while the wait for Yelena to reach out to the Black Widow remained uncertain. Taking the initiative was indeed a commendable idea. Yelena was a bait set by Dreykov. Qin Xiao understood the underlying issues, having walked willingly into the trap. Two individuals, one willing to strike and the other prepared to endure, were soon tracked down by Qin Xiao and the Black Widow. It remained uncertain whether Dreykov, fearing that Qin Xiao and his companions might struggle to locate Yelena, instructed Tony to access the building's surveillance footage. To their surprise, the reports revealed that the same young boy had delivered messages on 2 separate occasions. This boy, named Hobson, resided nearby and frequented a local park to watch older children play basketball. According to the child, the older sister would always find him on the court and offer him $20 as a fee for running errands, insisting that he discreetly place the envelope halfway into the designated mailbox when no one was around. "Sir, are you with the FBI? Am I being used to deliver some confidential information? Will I end up in prison because of this?" he inquired anxiously. "No, you have been a tremendous help to us, and you will be rewarded for your efforts," Qin Xiao replied, dramatically producing a new handheld gaming device, as if performing magic. "Wow," the boy exclaimed, clearly impressed. "Thank you. Is there anything you need me to do to assist you?" "All you need to do is return here every day to watch them play basketball, just as you always have." "I understand, sir. If that sister comes to find me again, I will certainly find a way to delay her, allowing you to capture her." Qin Xiao laughed heartily, ruffling the boy's hair. "What a clever little rascal you are. I didn't expect you to be so attentive." The Black Widow, approaching Qin Xiao after speaking with the child, remarked with a smile, "Before they reviewed the footage and approached this boy, you specifically went to purchase that new gaming device." "Of course, I am an agent of Shield, Qin Xiao declared proudly. "A rookie agent, to be precise." The Black Widow chuckled, delivering a playful jab. "Enough of that. We must quickly find a place to hide. Yelena may arrive at any moment." Qin Xiao hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, fortune favored Qin Xiao recently. The two spent the afternoon observing, and as the street basketball game neared its conclusion, a girl unexpectedly appeared around the corner. "Qin, I believe that is her. That is Yelena." Yelena seemed to be the Black Widow's Achilles heel, and at that moment, she exhibited none of the composure and rationality expected of a top-tier agent. "Stay calm, Natasha. Let us observe for a moment and confirm," Qin Xiao reassured her, his gaze fixed on the girl. Sure enough, the girl headed straight for the basketball court, making a beeline for Hobson. The Black Widow, gripping Qin Xiao's hand nervously, watched intently. As the girl approached within 10 meters of Hobson, The boy suddenly turned to her and shouted, "Sister, run. There's a bad man looking for you." P.S. lying in wait nearby. Yelena immediately turned and fled. Damn it. Qin Xiao cursed furiously and charged out like a leopard alongside the Black Widow. "You're a fraud, kid. I will return for that game console," he shouted after Hobson while in pursuit. "I don't care, you old pervert who stalks young girls. If you dare, come back and find me. My father will obliterate you, you scoundrel." Hobson defiantly raised his middle finger at Qin Xiao. "I'm going to file a complaint with the New York Department of Education. The current state of children's education is utterly abysmal. Where's the trust between people?" Qin Xiao lamented, visibly frustrated. "Qin, you go around that way, but do not harm her." The Black Widow directed Qin Xiao towards an alternate route as she observed Yelena's fleeing direction. No need for such trouble. Ignoring the shocking spectacle, Qin Xiao abruptly crouched down and leapt with tremendous force. The cement ground shattered beneath his feet, creating a large crater as he soared over 10 meters high, landing at the other end of the alley, effectively blocking Yelena alongside the Black Widow. "Oh my God, I seem to have gotten myself into a serious predicament," Hobson exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground at the sight of Qin Xiao's leap. He hurriedly gathered his belongings to flee home, not forgetting to stow the game console into his backpack. "Hobson, where are you going? Aren't you coming home with me?" another child inquired. "No way. I must return home immediately. I need to tell my father to move right away. I've landed in a huge mess, buddy," Hobson exclaimed as he fled with his pack. In the alley, Yelena, now cornered, slowed her pace. She turned to the Black Widow and asked, "What's the matter? Are you here to catch up with me or to kill me, my sister?" Yelena's story was complete and moving, especially for the Black Widow, who had finally found her sister after so long. After Dreykov's death, the Red Room had fallen into the hands of others, who utilized neurotoxins to control all Black Widows. Yes, Qin Xiao had just learned that the title Black Widow was not exclusive to Natasha. In fact, every agent who successfully graduated from the Red Room earned the title. Should a Black Widow suffer severe injuries while on a mission, they would be compelled to commit suicide. This action was referred to as disposal within the Red Room. By a stroke of luck, Yelena had managed to escape the control of the Serum, evading the Red Room's relentless pursuit. She had recently arrived in America, a place not fully under the Red Room's influence, only to unexpectedly discover the Black Widow's presence there. She feared that this Black Widow had come to kill her, only to realize that her true targets were Natasha and Qin Xiao. To avoid confusion, from now on, the Black Widow will simply be referred to by her name. She recognized her sister, yet due to the relentless pursuit and her past experiences, she found it hard to trust anyone easily, which led her to repeatedly test the waters. The narrative was cohesive and highly credible. Had it not been for Qin Xiao mentioning that Dreykov was still alive, she might have completely believed Yelena's words. "No worries. You are safe now. From here on, you shall stay here, and your brother-in-law will take care of you." Qin Xiao smiled like a cunning old fox. The term brother-in-law does not exist in the English lexicon, but in the presence of his sister-in-law, failing to express it somehow felt incomplete, didn't it? Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, haha. Initially, it was not on my mind. Yet upon contemplating this relationship, I wondered if Qin Xiao should perhaps be a bit more affectionate. There is another chapter coming later. Chapter 106. Turning the tables in the dead of night, Dreykov gazed at the messages Yelena had sent to his phone, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. It seemed his people had successfully approached the target. Francis placed a mysterious liquid encased in a metallic shell onto the table. It was an ultra-concentrated anesthetic that could be deployed without injection. Simply overturning the vial would suffice, incapacitating even a true Tyrannosaurus Rex within 10 meters. This was developed by the military, specifically targeting the Hulk. "Oh, you have access to military-grade materials," Dreykov remarked, somewhat astonished. The Hulk had appeared in public several times. While ordinary people might remain oblivious to the news due to information being suppressed, he, as the ever-watchful leader of the Red Room, could not be so easily deceived. "Why do you think I felt so secure staying in the United States?" Francis replied smugly. As one of the leaders of Hydra, Alexander Pierce had left the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government in disarray, allowing Francis to strategically place a few of his own people within. Qin Xiao's prowess was formidable, and with Natasha Romanoff by his side, it would be prudent to wait a couple of days until they fully trusted him before taking action. Dreykov was calculating. Even with Qin Xiao in his grasp, no one could guarantee the development of such a powerful super serum. It would be more advantageous to control Qin Xiao directly, ensuring his cooperation in the serum's development while also acquiring a super weapon for himself. He had already instructed the scientists of the Red Room to synthesize a super-concentrated neurotoxin aimed at controlling Qin Xiao for his own purposes. Once that neurotoxin arrived, it would be the optimal moment to act. If necessary, he could always resort to the anesthetic provided by Francis. After several days of interaction, Yelena had begun to gradually place her trust in Natasha and Qin Xiao. At the very least, that was how it appeared on the surface. She not only started to recount her experiences over the years to Natasha, but also quietly dismantled some minor traps at the door of her room while she slept. These transformations have filled Natasha with immense joy, yet simultaneously, she feels a profound sympathy for the life Elena has endured over the years. A life where even her nighttime slumber is approached with utmost caution. Qin Xiao, adopting a perspective of understanding without overt acknowledgement, observes the two sisters with a cheerful demeanor each day. At long last, on the 8th day of Elena's arrival, Qin Xiao received a call from Tony. The party is all set. You may come over at your convenience. All right. Qin Xiao responded with a beaming smile as he ended the call. Natasha, I need to make a trip to Los Angeles, to Tony's residence. Would you accompany me? Elena ought to meet some new friends. She deserves a semblance of normal social interaction. Whenever Tony concocts new ideas regarding the armor, the arc reactor, or any other intriguing gadget, he invariably retreats to his opulent Malibu mansion in Los Angeles, diving into his underground garage laboratory. Everyone has grown accustomed to this scientific genius's sporadic disappearances. Thus, Natasha harbored no suspicions regarding Tony's sudden return to Los Angeles and joined Qin Xiao in ushering Elena onto the plane. Would you like to visit the birthplace of Iron Man, or more precisely, the birthplace of the Iron Armor, ladies? Qin Xiao joyfully exclaimed at the threshold of Tony's abode to Natasha and Elena. Jarvis, open the door. Apologies, Mr. Qin, but your access has been revoked by Mr. Stark. He mentioned that you all have established your own lives and should maintain a degree of distance. Mr. Stark has approved your entry request, however, for reasons unknown. He instructed me to open the door in 1 minute. Once inside, you may proceed directly to the basement, as the permissions for the main entrance have not altered. Thank you, Jarvis. Please capture this gesture and send it to Tony Stark immediately, Qin Xiao remarked, extending his middle finger. Natasha, standing beside Elena, explained the situation, aware that Tony was seeking retribution for the previous incident where Qin Xiao blocked his entrance. The trio descended into the basement. Tony was engrossed in calibrating an iron armor suit, his fingers deftly flying across the keyboard, inputting a series of commands. As these commands executed, the adjacent suit mimicked various movements, even extending a middle finger towards Qin Xiao. The results are quite promising. I am attempting to program Jarvis to independently control the armor for certain maneuvers or even autonomous combat. This is a significant undertaking. Natasha, is this your sister? Let me think. What was her name again? Elena. Yes, Elena. Congratulations on finding your sister. Tony greeted the two sisters warmly. Qin Xiao, adopting a playful tone akin to that of a child, addressed Elena. Would you like to touch it? Go ahead, give it a try. Although Elena was under someone else's control, her innate curiosity persisted. Naturally, she was eager to approach and closely examine the renowned iron armor. Cautiously, I circled the armored suit, reaching out to feel its material. Suddenly, the suit's right-hand thruster erupted with flames, and the right arm swung back, striking Yelena squarely on the back of her head. Caught off guard, Yelena let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. Hey, what are you doing, Tony? Natasha shouted in concern, moving towards Yelena. Qin Xiao swiftly grasped Natasha's arm, signaling her to remain silent. Tony, have you lost your mind? Why would you control the suit to knock Yelena out? He exclaimed. It was an accident, you know that. I was calibrating its programming, and Yelena's movement may have led it to believe it was under attack, Tony replied. Jarvis, quickly scan for any issues. Do you understand what I mean? Completely understood, sir. A beam of red light descended from the garage ceiling, slowly scanning Yelena's body. Although Natasha felt some confusion, her trust in Qin Xiao kept her silent as she observed their actions. There are no listening devices, sir. But there is a GPS satellite signal locator embedded in Ms. Yelena's thigh. The red light coalesced into a dot, pinpointing the tracker's location on her right thigh. Upon hearing there were no listening devices, both Qin Xiao and Tony breathed sighs of relief. Natasha, too, began to comprehend. So you suspected Yelena from the very beginning and kept it from me? She demanded. Don't be upset, dear. After all, we were just ambushed. And she showed up right after. What are the odds? Qin Xiao whistled at Tony. Are you ready? Rest assured. Tony pushed a massive white machine from among a row of vehicles. It resembled the type of equipment used in hospitals for CT scans or MRIs. What is this? What else are you hiding from me? Natasha asked, her dissatisfaction evident. This is the latest brain scanning device. I've made some modifications to clearly scan the neural activity of the entire brain. In simpler terms, we can test whether your sister is under someone else's control. Chapter 107. The mantis stalks the cicada if she is under someone else's control. What then? Is there a way to restore her? Natasha's anxiety regarding Yelina's situation was palpable. Let's see how it goes. There are two methods of control. One is rather crude, involving constant brainwashing and hypnosis, along with specific commands formed by certain words. This method is costly but surprisingly effective, making it difficult to completely break free from the control. The other is more physical, such as implanting a chip in the brain or administering a certain neurochemical agent. This is simpler. Removing the chip or developing an antidote could suffice. Tony declared with unwavering confidence that as long as it pertained to the physical realm, he could devise a solution. Qin, move Yelina onto the apparatus. Damn it. You can't expect me to do this myself. I'm merely assisting out of friendship. Tony activated the device and began the scanning process on Yelina's brain. Natasha watched her sister with a face full of concern, while Qin Xiao remained far more composed. We just rendered her unconscious. Although we could attribute it to your armor losing control, if she awakens before we manage to free her from this control, it could jeopardize our subsequent plans. Rest assured, Tony replied confidently. I have incorporated a small device into the apparatus. Should her brainwaves become active, it will automatically administer a sedative. Fear not. It is entirely safe and will not harm her brain. It will merely allow her to enjoy a peaceful slumber. He explained to the frowning Natasha. Sir, scanning complete. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Well done. Create a three-dimensional projection so we can thoroughly examine what is transpiring within Natasha's sister's mind. As Tony finished speaking, Jarvis projected a model of the brain onto the modified floor. Tony approached and dramatically spread his arms, causing the entire projection to expand to the size of a room. Inside, stars twinkled, resembling a starry sky. Let me see. Every neuron appears normal, indicating she possesses sufficient cognitive ability and behavioral logic. However, Tony magnified a specific area, and unlike before, every small bright spot resembling a star was enveloped in a misty substance. It seems the problem lies here. Jarvis, what does this resemble to you? It resembles some form of inhibitor capable of manipulating a person's consciousness. Akin to a line of code embedded in my programming that compels me to serve you, sir. Precisely. Natasha, you are fortunate. The substance controlling your sister is a type of neurotoxin. I believe I can devise a solution. Stark Industries boasts numerous biologists. Yet creating a complete antidote for this neurotoxin may not be an immediate endeavor. However, temporarily aiding Yelina in breaking free from the control of the neurotoxin using the apparatus and medication should pose no significant challenge for me. Days later, within Qin Xiao's New York apartment, a sudden plume of pink smoke erupted in the living room. Both Qin Xiao and Natasha, seated on the sofa watching television, swayed momentarily before collapsing. Yelina, expressionless, picked up the phone to report to Dreykov. Well done, child. In 10 minutes, 2 widows will arrive to assist you. Leave everything to them. I await your arrival for our meeting. Understood. Yelina crisply hung up the phone. Then he positioned himself with his back to the window, winking at Qin Xiao and Natasha on the ground. In the outskirts of New York, the farm where Francis resided was ablaze with light, a stark contrast to its usual emptiness. Several cars were parked at the entrance of the farmhouse, and nearby rested a jet aircraft, quietly awaiting its purpose. Francis observed the 2 super soldiers behind Dreykov, along with a number of expressionless widows, and with a hint of envy remarked. With 2 super soldiers akin to Captain America and those pitiful widows behind you, General Dreykov, you now appear more formidable than the President of the United States. Dreykov laughed heartily, grasping Francis's hand in a comforting gesture. Look ahead, my friend. Our collaboration has only just begun. None of this matters. In the near future, we will stride together across the world, will we not? As Francis was about to respond, the distant roar of an automobile approached. An unassuming black SUV, making its way toward the farm. The headlights flashed 3 times toward the farm, 1 long and 2 short. It is our people. Behold. Our future has arrived. Francis laughed genuinely this time, and as the vehicle came to a halt, he disregarded Dreykov and swiftly approached the car, followed closely by several subordinates and the super soldier. However, he failed to notice Dreykov slowly retreating a few meters behind him. As the SUV stopped, 2 widows, along with Yelina, flung the seemingly unconscious Qin Xiao and Natasha onto the ground with little care. Qin Xiao, Francis exclaimed triumphantly. Last time, you thwarted my plans. The arc reactor slipped from my grasp, and Ivan Vanko was reduced to mere pulp. Yet, none of this matters now, for I have discovered something far better. You are the greatest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. Ha ha. No sooner had he spoken than a series of muted gunshots echoed around them. Had Francis possessed an extraordinary visual acuity, he would have seen several transparent bullets filled with liquid slicing through the night air before striking Qin Xiao, shattering upon impact. A dense, vibrant pink mist enveloped the vicinity. Ha 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 ha. Dreykov's triumphant laughter resonated through the pink haze. The children I have nurtured. Even the slightest change in tone I can perceive. You wish to draw me out with a cunning ploy. Natasha, Yelena, you have underestimated me. The master of the Red Room. Dreykov was exceedingly elated. Capturing Qin Xiao, the defected Natasha, and acquiring a leader of Hydra was nothing short of a windfall. From the moment Yelena completed her control and reported back, he was aware something was amiss. Since they sought to ensnare him, he decided to play along to the very end. Early in the morning, several widows lay in ambush. As soon as Qin Xiao and his companions disembarked, a group of snipers unleashed special bullets infused with a nerve agent, swiftly incapacitating everyone present. This was Dreykov's lethal stratagem. The pink mist lingered for over 2 minutes, gradually dissipating under the gentle caress of the breeze. Francis, along with 3 subordinates and a super soldier, stood alongside the 2 widows dispatched by Dreykov. Finally, there were Qin Xiao, Natasha, and Yelena. 10 individuals in total, standing motionless as the nerve agent slowly faded away, revealing 10 figures frozen in place, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Dreykov, ever cautious, waited until the mist had completely cleared, ensuring he could see the 10 individuals standing still, lost in confusion, before he gestured for the 2 super soldiers behind him to advance. Crush his wrist, Dreykov commanded, pointing at Francis. One super soldier nodded slightly and stepped forward, seizing Francis's wrist. With a sickening crack, the bones twisted, accompanied by the unsettling sound of fractures. Francis stifled a groan, cold sweat beading on his brow. Yet he remained upright, gazing ahead in a daze. Dreykov nodded in satisfaction, then directed his finger towards Natasha and Yelena. Eliminate those 2. Traitors of the Red Room deserve to be discarded as waste. The 2 super soldiers, receiving the command, marched silently towards Natasha and Yelena. Halfway there, they drew daggers, the blades glinting menacingly as they lunged towards the sisters. With a sigh that resonated through the tension, Qin Xiao appeared before the sisters, seizing the wrists of the 2 super soldiers. With a swift twist, he dislocated their wrists, causing the daggers to clatter to the ground. In the next moment, he delivered a kick that sent both super soldiers flying towards Dreykov. Simultaneously, Natasha and Yelena drew their firearms, aiming at Dreykov. I expected you would approach immediately, but you have proven to be exceedingly cautious, Qin Xiao remarked with a sigh. From his initial distrust of Yelena to orchestrating an ambush with special bullets laced with a divine-level agent, and later testing the super soldiers, it was clear why Dreykov had managed to lead the Red Room safely to this point. His caution was unparalleled. Being cautious is never a mistake. Otherwise, I would have perished at Natasha's hands years ago. Now, I am eager to understand why my nerve agent has no effect on you. In the current predicament, under the overwhelming prowess of Qin Xiao, Dreykov appeared to possess not a shred of hope for escape. He exhibited the demeanor befitting a great general, calmly inquiring about the answer he most desired. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Xiao opened his mouth to respond. Tony Stark, a man not only endowed with a genius intellect, but also possessing a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, upon learning of the existence of a neural control agent, not only developed an antidote but also incorporated a novel element, a vaccine that could be understood as an immunochemical agent for control. Qin Xiao silently commended Tony in his heart. Given the circumstances this evening, even if the neural agent had no effect on him, once Natasha and Yelena were under control, he would certainly be unable to spare Dreykov. Iron Man, I almost forgot that you had such a remarkable ally. Truly, Tony Stark is deserving of admiration. I appreciate individuals who understand the importance of contingency plans. Much like myself, for I always employ multiple layers of safeguards. As soon as Dreykov finished speaking, he pressed a button on his wristwatch. The 7 individuals surrounding Qin Xiao, apart from Natasha and Yelena, immediately turned and lunged toward the trio. Faced with such a situation, Qin Xiao remained unperturbed. How could he not carry the antidote that Tony had developed? Natasha produced several vials of a glowing red serum and forcefully hurled them to the ground. A crimson mist erupted, swiftly permeating the bodies of the controlled individuals, and almost instantaneously, clarity returned to their eyes. Dreykov was sprinting towards the aircraft when Qin Xiao intended to leap forward and subdue him directly. Suddenly, a chill coursed down Qin Xiao's spine, an ominous intuition enveloping his heart. Without hesitation, he executed a swift maneuver, grasping Natasha and Yelena in each arm and propelling them several meters away to the ground. At the very moment Qin Xiao took flight, the nearby vehicle erupted in a deafening explosion. The tremendous shockwave propelled the car skyward, which subsequently detonated again mid-air. Shards of metal erupted from the wreckage, raining down upon the vicinity. Fortunately, having just shielded the 2 sisters, they had distanced themselves and lay flat on the ground, thus escaping injury from the debris. As for the 7 individuals, apart from the super soldier who was riddled with shrapnel yet still clinging to life, the others were rendered almost unrecognizable, perforated like a sieve. One attack followed another. The vehicle had not only contained 2 bombs, but also harbored metallic fragments and steel balls to enhance its lethality. Particularly, the initial explosion had launched the vehicle into the air, yet it had sustained minimal damage, clearly indicating that the chassis had been tampered with, triggering the second enhanced bomb in mid-flight. A chain of unforeseen events had unfolded, spiraling beyond expectation. In his mind, Qin Xiao swiftly replayed all the events, secretly admiring Dreykov's caution, ruthlessness, and cunning. Compared to the leaders of Hydra, this Dreykov resembled a concealed cobra lurking in the shadows. "Are you two all right? Were you injured?" After the explosion, Qin Xiao inquired about the 2 sisters he had shielded under his arm. "We're fine." They exchanged glances, and Natasha responded. "Qin, don't let him escape. Rest assured, he won't get away," Qin Xiao confidently remarked as he glanced at Dreykov, who was preparing to board the aircraft. With a leap, he propelled himself towards the plane. It was clear that even if the aircraft had just taken off a few meters above the ground, as long as it had not yet begun to accelerate, Qin Xiao could bring it crashing down. In midair, he reached for the dagger concealed within his trousers, intending to sabotage the aircraft's engines. Exercising caution, Qin Xiao decided to first utilize the dagger as a projectile to disable one of the engines. However, he once again underestimated Dreykov's ferocity and cunning. Chapter 109. Dreykov's relentless contingencies. As Dreykov prepared to board the plane and saw Qin Xiao leaping towards him, he swiftly issued a command to the 2 super soldiers. Immediately, they lunged into the air after Qin Xiao. Although the super soldiers lacked Qin Xiao's extraordinary leaping ability, he was already in a descending state. The 2 super soldiers aimed for Qin Xiao's legs, clearly intending to seize his ankles and restrict his movement, thereby granting Dreykov precious time to escape. In response, Qin Xiao merely smiled slightly. As he bent in midair, his dagger sliced from left to right. Before the super soldiers could grasp his ankles, their hands would undoubtedly bid farewell to their bodies. To his surprise, at the moment Qin Xiao drew his blade, the 2 super soldiers grinned maliciously and activated the detonators in their hands. Damn it! Only then did Qin Xiao notice the detonators they wielded. After a night of relentless effort, his confidence shattered as Dreykov's relentless strategies bore fruit, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. A blinding light and searing heat erupted in the air. The 2 human bombs generated immense heat and shockwaves, propelling Qin Xiao backwards until he crashed to the ground, having flown over 10 meters past Natasha and her sister. Looking back at the jet, it had already accelerated, transforming into a mere speck in the sky. F. Qin Xiao cursed furiously. The events of the night, upon closer inspection, revealed the conspiracy of Francis and Dreykov had been uncovered. Even though Dreykov revealed all his cards, he ultimately found himself in a situation where he had lost both his allies and his advantage, fleeing in a state of disarray like a dog without a home. However, Qin Xiao harbored no such thoughts. His objective today was to confront Dreykov, and despite his preparations, he had still managed to escape. Damn it, I should have summoned Tony. My arrogance has led me astray. Qin Xiao lamented with frustration. It's all right. He has already incurred significant losses today. We still have a chance, do we not? Natasha, who should have been more eager than Qin Xiao to eliminate Dreykov, approached him to offer comfort upon seeing his self-reproach. We too did not anticipate his myriad contingencies. This is not your fault, Qin. When we arrived, there were individuals around us firing specially crafted neurotoxin bullets, likely widows trained in the Red Room. Let us first find them and assist in liberating them from their control, Yelena interjected, redirecting the conversation. Meanwhile, Dreykov, returning from his failed mission, opened a tablet with a dark expression, swiftly activating the self-destruct sequence for the 3 widows he had previously stationed in ambush. In Qin Xiao's apartment, the 3 sat glumly on the balcony, each with a bottle of beer in hand. The departure of Dreykov was one thing, but the subsequent demise of the 3 widows, who could have been saved by an antidote, left them as nothing more than lifeless bodies. Thus, an oppressive silence enveloped them, particularly affecting Qin Xiao as he listened to Natasha and Yelena recount their harrowing experiences in the Red Room. Yelena's description of the sensation of being controlled struck a chord. She was aware of her actions and understood the consequences, yet was powerless to govern her own body or behavior. She could only watch helplessly as her bullets and daggers took the lives of both the innocent and the malevolent alike, individuals she had no desire to harm. Even the emotions of sorrow and guilt were suppressed, festering deep within her soul, incessantly gnawing at her conscience and humanity. Imagining himself in such a predicament sent shivers down Qin Xiao's spine. He was no saint, devoid of any so-called superhero ideals, at least not at this moment. Yet, in the face of such dehumanizing actions, any rational individual would instinctively intervene when capable, just as many would feel compelled to punish those who abuse the elderly and children if the law turns a blind eye. As if sensing Qin Xiao's indignation, the system timely issued a new mission: destroy the Red Room and liberate all widows under neurotoxin control. Reward points, 1,000. Eliminate Dreykov. Reward item, Sweetheart of the Widows. The heavy atmosphere among the three was abruptly shattered as Qin Xiao spewed his beer in surprise. The two sisters cast a hostile glance at Qin Xiao. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely contemplating other matters. Qin Xiao hastily clarified. System, pray, elucidate what is meant by the widow's little sweethearts. Are you prepared to reward me with a necklace adorned with donuts? Perhaps a bracelet encrusted with strawberries? Once the host completes the task, the purpose of the reward will naturally be revealed. Please refrain from baseless speculation and assumptions based solely on names, as it diminishes your perceived depth, the system replied. Its tone devoid of emotion, yet tinged with a hint of disdain that Qin Xiao could discern. Internally cursing softly, he admonished himself to refrain from engaging with a non-sentient entity. He turned to the Natasha sisters and inquired, haven't you both undergone training in the Red Room? Surely, you must be aware of the location of their base? Even if it is well concealed or obscured from your view, you are agents, after all. You should at least be able to ascertain a general direction. Qin Xiao doubted that Dreykov could hide it so thoroughly without leaving a trace. After my sister aligned herself with S.H.I.E.L.D., Dreykov relocated the base of the Red Room. For security reasons, each widow must receive a tranquilizer before entering or exiting the base. Moreover, within the base, there are no windows or any means to glimpse the outside world. Hence we are utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. Yelena shrugged, expressing her resignation. What about the personnel? Surely, there must be others working for the Red Room. Or at least someone of a higher rank. It can't be that only Dreykov knows the base's location. Qin Xiao pressed, unwilling to concede. I do know of one individual who might possess such knowledge regarding the Red Room's location. Natasha suddenly interjected in a low tone. Yelena glanced at her sister, as if suddenly grasping a revelation. Are you referring to father? Natasha and Yelena had, during their childhood in America, a temporary family in which the role of their father was played by the agent Alexei Shostakov. He was the only super soldier in the former Soviet Union to have been injected with the super serum, nicknamed the Red Guardian, also known as Captain Soviet. Your father, with such a formidable background, a superhero of the former Soviet Union? Captain Soviet, by your account, he may not be inclined to collaborate with us, and contacting him would certainly prove challenging, wouldn't it? Qin Xiao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he is not easily accessible, Natasha admitted with a shrug. He resides in a prison in Siberia. Chapter 110. In truth, prison is quite pleasant. Siberia, particularly its western region, still hosts a considerable population. The west is renowned as Russia's granary. The truly desolate and frigid lands refer to the northern part of Siberia, nestled near the Arctic Circle. This desolate land endures an average winter temperature of -70 degrees. It is truly a barren wasteland. The prison where Natasha and Yelena's father, Alexei, is incarcerated lies in this very region. This penitentiary is situated within a natural basin, encircled by towering mountains. These snow-capped peaks, devoid of pathways, serve as both natural walls and barriers. The prison has been repurposed from several large, abandoned barracks, entirely sealed off, leaving only a solitary exit. Outside this exit, a rudimentary steel corridor stands elevated, dividing the prison's entrance and exit into several distinct routes, each with its own function, some allowing entry, some permitting exit, and others facilitating the transport of inmates and supplies, all in meticulous order. Soldiers, languidly brandishing their firearms, patrol the steel corridor. The harsh natural environment and inclement weather provide the prison with its most formidable defense. In stark contrast to the icy exterior, the interior of the prison is warm and vibrant with the spirit of spring. Many inmates can be seen sitting around tables, chatting boisterously in their shirt sleeves. This comfortable temperature serves not only humanitarian purposes, but also acts as a deterrent against escape. Within these walls, the clothing provided to inmates consists merely of a vest and a thin jacket, should one dare to venture outside, even if the guards refrain from firing. The perilous ascent of the surrounding snowy mountains guarantees a swift demise from the cold. Thus, despite the notorious wickedness of the inmates housed here, the guards maintain a demeanor of nonchalance. In his youth, Alexei, a super soldier, participated in several battles before being dispatched to America as an undercover spy by the then General Dreykov. Upon completing his mission in the United States, for reasons unknown, Alexei was unceremoniously cast into this prison by Dreykov, where he has remained for over a decade. Consequently, while Alexei, the Red Sentinel, may not be particularly renowned outside, within these prison walls, he is a figure of considerable notoriety. Yet, he is often the subject of jest and ridicule among the guards and inmates alike. After all, possessing the superhuman physical prowess akin to Captain America, he is the only super soldier of the former Soviet Union, yet he finds himself confined with a cadre of unsavory characters in this desolate place. A source of amusement and psychological solace for the disheartened guards and the inmates destined to linger here for eternity. Bang. Haha. Come on next. After more than a decade in prison, the portly, unkempt Alexei swiftly overpowered another inmate, who appeared as robust as a bear, pinning his wrist against the table. This has become a daily ritual post-lunch, selecting several brawny individuals to engage in an arm wrestling match with Alexei. This not only satisfies Alexei's need to display his strength, but also serves as an opportunity for the inmates to listen to his tales of past heroism. The tales consistently revolve around Alexei's personal heroism, characterized by an exaggerated flair. Many listeners perceive them as mere jest, for amidst the tedium of prison life, indulging in Alexei's boastful narratives serves as an amusing diversion. Bang! Once again, Alexei triumphs over an opponent of formidable stature. Hooray! I am the invincible Red Guardian. In Alexei's mind, he aspires to be a national hero akin to Captain America, rather than a mere convict in prison. Thus, most of his tall tales invariably relate to the illustrious Captain. It was during the 1980s, though I cannot recall the precise year, when I encountered Captain America while on a mission. His shield was directed towards me. Ha ha ha. Captain America was declared dead in 1945. Did you engage in combat with a ghost? A newcomer pointed at Alexei and burst into laughter. Upon hearing this remark, all the inmates fell silent. Those who had been incarcerated long enough understood that while one might jest at Alexei's expense, mocking his heroic claims was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, crack. The sharp sound of a bone breaking reverberated as Alexei swiftly twisted the new inmate's right arm at an unnatural angle. Are you questioning my words? Do you doubt my veracity? I am the Red Guardian, lad. Were it not for political reasons, I would command even greater respect than Captain America. Do you sense my strength? Rookie. Ignoring the newcomer's cries of anguish, Alexei delivered a powerful blow to the metal table, leaving a deep dent. Do not question my words. Remember, I am the strongest man in the world, Alexei. No one surpasses my strength. No one. Alexei pounded the table furiously, roaring his claim of being the mightiest man alive. As soon as his declaration faded, a thunderous crash erupted. The wall beside the dining area, a formidable 50 centimeters thick and reinforced with steel plating, which Alexei had previously vented his rage upon, leaving him bloodied yet unmoved, suddenly shattered, creating a gaping hole 2 to 3 meters in diameter. On the opposite side of the breach stood a young man of Eastern descent, or rather, a man with a clenched fist still dusted with fragments from the wall. The man shook his head and retracted his fist, ready to step through, only to find a protruding steel plate obstructing his path. With a slight pout of dissatisfaction, the young Eastern man chose not to lift his leg to simply stride over it. Instead, it appeared to be a gentle kick